Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Coldwind City, atop Phoenix Soul Pavilion, the wind-stirred silk banners gilded with golden thread, embroidered with the Fang clan's sigil, a soaring raven entwined with lightning. Below, a garden of jade lilies and crimson peonies spread out like a painting, deliberately maintained to perfection for this very moment. Fang Yuan turned 30 today, and yet it was not the scent of blooming flowers or warm incense that filled the air. It was tension. The four great families are here, a servant whispered, bowing so low his forehead brushed the marble. Fang Yuan stood by the edge of the terrace, hands folded behind his back. His black robes fluttered lightly, embroidered in deep violet sigils that only a cultivator of the Golden Core realm could wear. His expression, as always, was unreadable, serene yet cold beneath the surface. Let them in, he said. Today was not just a celebration, it was a performance. To show how stable his family was under his reign, and prove that his family was eligible to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great four families. From the great marble steps came four figures, each followed by their entourage of cultivators in robes bearing the marks of their clans, He, Zhao, Lin, and Wu, four pillars of Coldwind City, four aged lions who had ruled longer than Fang Yuan had lived. He cupped his fists politely. Elder He, Elder Zhao, Elder Lin, Elder Wu, I am honored. Elder He of the He clan chuckled first. Fang Yuan, my boy, 30 already. Time flies like a soaring crane. If your father were here, he'd be proud. Indeed, said Elder Zhao, his beard as white as snow, eyes sharper than daggers. You've done well. The Fang clan has flourished under your energetic leadership. Each word was dipped in honey and laced with poison. Their smiles were wide, but their spiritual pressure coiled like venomous snakes beneath their sleeves. Fang Yuan smiled back, unfazed. I am merely walking the path laid before me by the generations that came before. If my humble progress impresses the four venerable families, then I am blessed. It was a web of lies. Everyone here knew it. Each one of these so-called guests had at one time or another tried to undermine his rise. Rumors, assassins, poisoned trade routes, even silent provocations within the city's cultivation circles, but none had succeeded. Because Fang Yuan was not just a genius, he was a transmigrator from Earth. Elder Lin stepped forward, his expression the very picture of grandfatherly delight. My Lin clan offers a humble gift to mark this special day. A blossoming thunder orchid, plucked from the peaks of Mount Skyhow. It blooms only once every 30 years, much like the talent of a certain young clan head. A servant in silver robes stepped forward, carefully holding a crystal case. Within, nestled in velvet, lay the orchid. Its petals shimmered with arcs of violet lightning dancing across their tips, a priceless treasure, and a subtle message. Fang Yuan's smile didn't twitch. The Lin clan's generosity is boundless. I shall plant it in the east courtyard and tend to it personally. Good, good, Elder Lin nodded, his long sleeves swaying as if applauding himself. Treat it gently. It dislikes harsh wind or betrayal. Across the garden, the other elders chuckled politely. Elder Wu clapped his hands, summoning a servant carrying a heavy lacquered box. We of the Wu clan thought a more practical gift would suit. A furnace from the Ember Heart Monastery, capable of tempering third-grade pills. Another treasure. How thoughtful, Fang Yuan said with a slight bow. I had just been considering refining the 800-soul tempering pill for my family juniors. This will help. He turned, eyes sharp like a blade just sheathed. Elder Zhao raised a cup of peach blossom wine. To our fifth family, may Coldwind stars rise together, and may our harmony remain unbroken for another 100 years. Hear, hear, Elder He chimed in, already sipping. The crowd, clan heads, cultivators, merchant lords, and sect envoys cheered. Laughter rose, servants bustled with wine, jade instruments played gentle melodies by the koi pond. Everything sparkled with the golden hue of decorum. It was perfect, too perfect. Fang Yuan raised his cup last. To Coldwind City, he said. May the roots of our 5 families intertwine for generations, and may no wind, however cold, uproot us. A beautiful lie, spoken like a prince with all the poise of a sage. The music softened. Platters of spirit beast delicacies were brought out, lotus-steamed crane, cloud-braised boar, and shimmering blue carp that danced lightly in golden broth. The banquet flowed like wine itself, but Fang Yuan knew the most dangerous offerings tonight were not on plates. They were questions, and soon one arrived. Elder Wu set down his wine cup, its surface still rippling from the motion. His face wore a pleasant calm, but his eyes, cold, dark, and calculating, never left Fang Yuan. I've heard, Elder Wu began, voice smooth as aged tea, that the Fang family's spirit stone mines in the eastern ravine have flourished despite last winter's collapse. Remarkable, truly. My own family mines barely scraped by these days. Fang Yuan offered a mild, polite smile. Heaven provides in mysterious ways. We were fortunate that the mountain spirits were not angered. Still, Elder Wu continued, leaning in slightly. Your monthly output has increased threefold. Surely you've found some technique, a formation perhaps. Our families are bound by alliance. We could prosper together if such methods were shared. He raised his wine again in half invitation, half challenge. Around the pavilion, conversations dimmed slightly, eyes drifting toward them. Fang Yuan tilted his head as if considering. Then he laughed, soft, melodious, utterly disarming. Elder Wu flatters me far too much. If only the Fang family were so clever. In truth, the ravine's fortunes rose after a minor reshuffling of laborers and a particularly loyal stone seeker we took in from the borderlands, an old man with half his teeth and twice the luck. He says the stones sing to him. Who am I to question heaven's favorite fool? The others chuckled. Elder Lin raised a brow, unconvinced. Surely it cannot be luck alone, Elder Zhao said, swirling his wine. Fang Yuan turned toward him, expression composed. Then let it be the blessing of ancestral spirits, he said, lifting his cup. For if our minds are truly this fortunate, we shall offer incense to our ancestors twice a day instead of once. Elder Wu's lips curved in something almost like amusement. Truly, young Master Fang is as skilled with words as with cultivation. Fang Yuan inclined his head. I merely follow the river's current, Elder Wu. Anything else would be arrogance. Another perfect parry. The pressure eased and the music picked up again. The banquet drifted onward in a haze of cordiality, until Fang Yuan stood up abruptly as he yelled, "What? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." All eyes turned to Fang Yuan. A beat of stunned silence passed before Elder he coughed gently into his sleeve. Young Master Fang, is something the matter? Fang Yuan blinked. He had been staring at thin air just now because it was no longer just air. In front of his eyes, invisible to everyone else, floated a translucent golden panel. Heavenly Clan building system activated. Welcome, host Fang Yuan. Synchronizing spiritual signature. Binding complete. Congratulations, cultivator. Your path to dominance begins now. His mind buzzed. A system. A real one. He wasn't hallucinating. This wasn't one of those strange dreams from his early transmigration days. No, this was it. The cheat, the golden finger, the thing every transmigrator from Earth dreamed of when waking up in a strange, mystical world with spirit roots and sword-beaming lunatics. It had finally arrived. Late, yes, 30 years too late, but who cared? Better late than never. Still, he couldn't let them see his excitement. Fang Yuan composed himself instantly, clearing his throat as a small smile returned to his lips. He raised his wine cup high and laughed, refined and effortless. "Ah, forgive me, elders," he said smoothly. "I was simply overcome with joy. 30 years old and still standing strong under the heavens, surrounded by venerable guests and honored friends. I'm truly blessed." The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Elder Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's so? You startled us for a moment, clan head Fang." Fang Yuan chuckled again and waved dismissively. "I assure you, Elder Lin, it was nothing more than sentimentality. We cultivators don't always show it, but even we have hearts, no." Elder Lin chuckled inwardly, the corners of his eyes crinkling just so, to exclaim joy by shouting what HMPH. As expected, still young, still impulsive. To his left, Elder Wu observed Fang Yuan with a pleasant smile, calm as still. Yet behind that facade, his thoughts were sharp and cutting. Is this fool really the one who always outmaneuvers us? Where does his cunning come from? He looks like a startled goat. He can't even maintain proper decorum as a distinguished family head. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao and Elder, he merely sipped their tea and practiced silence, betraying nothing. Their eyes, half-lidded and serene, offered no judgment, but their indifference spoke volumes. Laughter rose again, softer this time, hesitant but accepting. Yet in the depths of Fang Yuan's pupils, something had shifted. He wasn't listening to them anymore. New feature unlocked. Quest tab. Host. You have unread mails. Open them for tasks and rewards. His fingers trembled ever so slightly behind the folds of his robe. A quest system. Tasks. Rewards. Fang Yuan stood amidst fake smiles and poisoned words, but his heart thundered with anticipation. He had fought for years with only wit, caution, and mortal planning. But now the heavens themselves had tilted the board. Fang Yuan's eyes flicked across the golden panel, still hovering faintly in his mind's eye. His fingers twitched, but now was not the time. With practiced ease, he exhaled through his nose and gently dismissed the interface with a mental flick, pushing the excitement into the deepest chambers of his soul. He straightened his posture, rebalancing his expression into something effortless and serene. "A marvelous evening, Elder Zhao," Fang Yuan said, his voice smooth as jade-polished wine. "The weather today truly favors celebration. Perhaps your clan's offering to the heavens last solstice brought us this calm breeze." Elder Zhao, ever reserved, inclined his head mildly. "Perhaps. Or perhaps the heavens are simply smiling upon your 30 years of peace, clan head Fang. Unless the divine ice sect itself descends, nothing will shake this place," Elder Wu added in jest. From another corner, Elder he muttered a chuckle into his teacup. The atmosphere returned to its measured flow, curt nods, harmless jests, mutual observations on Coldwind's trade routes and the seasonal spirit herb bloom. But just as the surface smoothed, pods. The hurried sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Light, quick, but unrestrained. A beat later, a girl in sky-blue robes darted into the hall, her silken sleeves fluttering and her long black hair barely pinned in place. The music stuttered. The crowd turned, brows furrowed. Whispers rippled like pebbles tossed in still water. Who dares to interrupt the banquet? Is that a servant girl, no manners? Who let her in here? Fang Yuan, however, smiled warmly. He stepped slightly forward, voice carrying with a calm that silenced the murmurs. Oh, Fang Mei, why are you in such a hurry? The girl halted, cheeks flushed, not from embarrassment but excitement. She clasped her hands before her chest and bowed briefly before raising her head with bright eyes. Brother, she called out. The room stilled. Shock swept through the guests like a silent gale. Brother, did she just call the family head of the Fang clan brother? Even Elder Lin's wine cup paused halfway to his lips. Brother, she continued, her voice clear and ringing through the hall, the entourage of the Divine Ice sect has arrived. They request an audience. A stillness swept through the pavilion. It was as if the world itself took a breath and forgot to exhale. For a moment, even the wind halted. The Divine Ice sect, one of the most powerful sects in the entire Thar's kingdom, a true colossus that stood above countless clans and factions like an immortal palace in the clouds. Their disciples alone were worth more than armies. And their elders were said to be at the Golden Core realm at least. No one had expected them here. Not at a small family banquet in a mid-tier city like Coldwind. The elders of the four great familists He, Zhao, Lin, and Wustifind in their seats. Their eyes narrowed as they all turned, almost in unison, to study Fang Yuan. There was no hostility yet, but there was something sharper than swords. What sort of relationship does the Fang clan have with the Divine Ice sect? Did they forge some alliance in secret? Behind their elegant expressions, countless thoughts raced. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was still looking at Fang Mei. His expression remained serene, poised, a picture of dignified calm, but inside. He was screaming, the Divine Ice sect. Here, what the hell do they want with my birthday? I didn't even send them an invitation. His mind whirled as fast as any formation array. This has to be a mistake, right? Did they take a wrong turn? Are they lost? He blinked slowly, as if pondering something trivial. Then he offered Fang Mei a small nod. Very well, he said, voice even. Invite them in. Let us not keep such distinguished guests waiting. Inside, his soul practically flipped the banquet table. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The entire Phoenix Soul Pavilion seemed to hold its breath. Not a leaf rustled, not a flute dared chirp. Even the koi in the pond had stopped swimming, as if they too were bracing for the arrival of the uninvited titans. Servants stood frozen mid-step. Cultivators exchanged quick, silent glances. Tension clung to the air like thick incense, and in the middle of it all stood Fang Yuan, perfectly composed on the outside. On the inside, complete and utter chaos. What do they want? Why are they here? In an attempt to do something other than stand like a confused statue, Fang Yuan cleared his throat and looked toward the calmest elder in the room, or so he thought. Elder he said with a respectful bow, you're the oldest among us. Do you perhaps have any insight as to why the Divine Ice sect might grace us with their presence today? A sharp breath was drawn somewhere in the crowd. Oh no, even the wind paused again. Elder he slowly turned to face Fang Yuan. His eyes narrowed slightly. His fingers gently tapped his teacup. Tap, tap, tap. Elder he had been called many things over the years: fossil, gramps, antique, even relic of the past. He bore these names with silent indignation. After all, he was the oldest among those present. That much was undeniable. But what made it worse, what truly gnawed at his pride, was that he was also the weakest. A mere middle-stage golden core cultivator, seated among peak-rank golden cores. He stared at Fang Yuan, his gaze long and unreadable. The boy's words echoed in his ears. You're the oldest among us. A twitch, a pulse of inner flame. The familiar ache of age and ego stirred in his chest. And yet. Elder he exhaled slowly through his nose. He chose, with all the dignity of 100 years of back pain, not to take offense. Not today. With a deliberate slowness honed over decades of ignoring disrespectful juniors, he turned his gaze toward the horizon and pretended Fang Yuan didn't exist. Elder Zhao looked away, stifling a cough that suspiciously resembled laughter. Elder Lin stared intently at a nearby peony bush, suddenly very invested in botany. Elder Wu clenched his jaw so tight his mustache twitched. Fang Yuan, still smiling, blinked at the silence. No thoughts, Elder he asked with the hopeful enthusiasm of a man about to dig his own grave. Elder he sipped his tea, loudly, then placed the cup down firmly. I have no idea, Fang family head, he said, voice calm yet laced with the weight of millennia-old grudges. The silence was now physically painful. Fang Yuan, after a brief pause, nodded slowly and murmured, looks like we can only wait. The tension in the room escalated as the doors to the pavilion opened and a chill breeze swept through. The air shifted as if the very atmosphere had become charged with the weight of the unexpected guests. Into the room stepped the Divine Ice sect's entourage. A figure in front led the group with an air of imposing dignity. His robes were a glistening white, streaked with strands of ice blue, and his long silver hair cascaded down like a frozen waterfall. His eyes were sharp, his expression lofty, as if he looked down upon all beneath him both literally and figuratively. He raised his chin slightly and scanned the room before his gaze fell on Fang Yuan. Greetings, Elder Mo said, his voice smooth but carrying a distant, almost aloof tone. I am Elder Mo, emissary of the Divine Ice Sect, here to pay my respects to Fang Yuan, clan head of the Fang family. The way he spoke Fang Yuan's name was deliberate, measured, yet with a touch of respect that felt almost begrudging. Behind him, a small group of disciples stood, but their gazes were all firmly on the ground, silent, their presence a mere shadow compared to Elder Mo's overwhelming force. Fang Yuan felt the weight of the moment as Elder Mo's eyes lingered on him. For a brief moment, the room seemed to tilt ever so slightly until Fang Yuan's mind cleared and he forced himself to smile. He stepped forward, raising his cup in greeting, maintaining his composure with effort. Elder Mo, it is an honor to have you grace my humble abode. Please make yourself comfortable. His eyes flicked briefly to the other elders, who were all still frozen, caught between polite curiosity and suppressed shock. Elder Mo, however, gave a slight nod, but his gaze never left Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's senses immediately sharpened, and the casual greeting became a subtle examination. Elder Mo was no ordinary cultivator. His aura was immense, and Fang Yuan, with his sharp eye for power, immediately noticed the weight behind it. Peak stage of golden core, no doubt about it. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the implications. Elder Mo stood just a hair's breadth from the nascent soul realm, a half-step nascent soul cultivator. That level of power was not something to be taken lightly, especially in the dangerous political landscape of the cultivation world. For a moment, his mind wandered. How had such an individual even found his way here, and why? But he pushed the thought away, keeping his smile in place. Elder Mo, still standing proudly with his hands clasped behind his back, finally spoke again, this time with a touch of mockery in his tone. A fine place, clan head Fang. Though his eyes flicked briefly to the four elders before returning to Fang Yuan, I would have expected a more grand celebration for such an important occasion. But perhaps the Fang family does things differently. Fang Yuan met his gaze, his smile unwavering. We prefer simplicity, he replied, especially in the company of such esteemed guests. There was a flicker of something, surprise perhaps or admiration in Elder Mo's eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Indeed, he said, his voice cool once more, a fitting response. Clan head Fang, I trust you are ready for the opportunity our sect brings. Fang Yuan's heart gave a small jolt, but his face remained perfectly composed. He raised his cup again, this time to Elder Mo's words, responding with genuine curiosity laced with caution. I am honored by the opportunity. Elder Mo, please, let us discuss how we may be of service to each other. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Elder Mo's lips curled ever so slightly as he lifted his hand in a casual gesture. A soft rustle of robes followed as a young woman stepped forward from the Divine Ice Sect entourage. She moved with an elegance that silenced the air again with cold and composed like falling snow. Her presence didn't scream for attention, it simply made others step back without realizing why. She wore pale cyan robes with silver embroidery shaped like blooming lotuses, and her dark hair was bound by a thin band of frost steel. Her expression was as still as a winter lake, her gaze calm and unflinching. This is Gu Xin, Elder Mo announced, turning just slightly so the entire pavilion could see her clearly. She's a direct disciple of our sect master, and also happens to be the one engaged to your younger brother, Fang Tian. When Elder Mo mentioned that Gu Xin was the direct disciple of the Divine Ice sect master, the entire pavilion trembled, not with sound but with suppressed disbelief. Whispers bloomed like wildfire behind silk sleeves. Even the four great elders, who had maintained the poise of weathered stone until now, couldn't help but lean subtly toward one another, voices lowered to the barest hum of spiritual transmission. Did he say, direct disciple of their sect master? Impossible. A girl like that, engaged to Fang Tian, she must be a decoy. No way the Divine Ice Sect would throw a pearl at a pig, unless the pig is holding something we don't see. Their eyes flicked toward Fang Yuan with sharpened calculation. This changed everything. If the engagement was genuine, if the Divine Ice Sect truly intended to bind themselves to the Fang clan through Gu Xin, then the balance of power in Coldwind City had just shifted. No longer would the Fang family be the convenient fifth wheel among the great families. This wasn't a political maneuver from a mid-tier sect or a perfumed alliance from a noble house. This was the Divine Ice Sect, a force recognized by the imperial court itself. And the girl they sent wasn't just any inner disciple, she was the personal protege of the sect master. Even if Fang Tian was talentless, no, especially because he was talentless, the gesture now seemed intentional, symbolic. Which meant Fang Yuan was no longer just a fellow family head, he was a potential bridge to the highest peaks of power in the Thar's kingdom. The elders exchanged slow, deliberate glances across their lacquered seats, each smile a little tighter than before. Whatever came next, one thing was clear. If this marriage went through, they would all need to reconsider their approach to the Fang family. But at the same time, Fang Yuan blinked in confusion. Gu Hu now. He looked at her again, this time with a polite nod and the perfectly neutral expression of someone whose mind was screaming, I've never seen this woman before in my life. But before his thoughts could stretch too long, Elder Mo offered a helpful nudge, his tone light but cutting. Ah, perhaps clan head Fang has forgot. Years ago, your late parents formed a marriage alliance between the Gu family and the Fang clan. This was when Gu Zin was still a child. The engagement was made in writing, I believe. Fang Yuan's fingers twitched behind his back. Oh, now that Elder Mo mentioned it. Yes, something tugged at the back of his memory, a dusty jade scroll from over a decade ago. His parents had spent weeks fussing over the alliance. It had been considered a tremendous gain at the time. The Gu family was a noble cultivator lineage in the northern reaches. In fact, he still recalls that his father and the current head of the Gu family were like brothers. Fang Yuan exhaled slowly through his nose, keeping his expression composed. Of course, I remember now. My father and mother often spoke of their hopes for Fang Tian's future. It seems the heavens are finally moving that piece forward. A flicker of emotion touched Elder Mo's expression, which disappeared the instant it appeared. The crowd, however, was stunned. Fang Tian, that. Fang Tian, the entire pavilion was too polite to gasp, but many choked on their wine. Fang Tian, the younger brother of Coldwind's most famous cultivator, had always been a sore subject. Born under high expectations, raised under Fang Yuan's towering shadow, where Fang Yuan had advanced with terrifying speed. Qi realization at age 7, Qi condensation at 12, Qi transformation at 17, golden core at 20, and by 25 already a half-step nascent soul realm cultivator. Fang Tian had, now 20 years old and still languishing in Qi condensation, he lagged behind even the average outer court disciples. His spiritual roots were shallow, and his battle sense was mediocre at best. Some whispered he had no talent at all. Others, crueler, suggested the heavens had balanced the scales. If one brother soared, the other must crawl. But for Fang Yuan, he actually never really bothered much about what his brother had become. He had simply smiled when Fang Tian brought up spirit herbs, or asked questions about sword forms, or stared too long at passing mortal girls instead of cultivating. Fang Yuan only hoped his brother could one day find happiness. And now. Here stood Gu Zin, cold and graceful, representing a sect powerful enough to erase Coldwind City from the map with a sneeze. And she was engaged to that same Fang Tian. Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like a storm cloud behind his calm smile. But was this really a marriage alliance? Or a test, a warning, or something more? Still smiling, he raised his cup again and addressed Elder Mo with perfect composure. The Fang family is honored by the divine Ice Sect's faith in this union, though my brother is modest in cultivation. He is sincere and loyal. I trust Lady Gu Zin will find him a worthy partner in time. Gu Zin's expression remained unreadable. She simply bowed her head in acknowledgement, offering nothing more. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Elder Mo turned ever so slightly, lifting 2 fingers in a subtle gesture. One of the divine Ice Sect disciples stepped forward. He was a tall young man, sharp-featured and dressed in the standard glacier blue robes of the sect. His steps were precise, his demeanor respectful, no arrogance, but certainly no humility either. The kind of calm only those raised in the presence of power could naturally carry. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed faintly. Middle-stage Qi transformation. And barely 20 years old, if that. His mind flicked back to the sect elders of the Fang clan. Most of them were still lingering around that same stage. He couldn't help but sigh quietly in his heart. This was the difference between a colossus like the divine Ice Sect and a regional family like his. The disciple bowed politely, a crisp 90-degree arc, and placed a long jade box upon the polished pavilion floor with careful reverence. Then, without a word, he turned and stepped back into the line of disciples, eyes downcast once again. Elder Mo offered a thin smile and gestured toward the gift. Clan head Fang, he said coolly, this is a token from our divine Ice Sect to the Fang family. A humble gesture in recognition of old ties. His voice was calm, measured, but there was something guarded behind it, as if waiting for a response before he committed further. Fang Yuan's smile bloomed instantly, wide, bright, and full of thorns. Ah, how generous, he exclaimed, folding his hands behind his back as he stepped forward. I must say, I truly appreciate the betrothal gift. It warms this humble brother's heart to see the divine Ice Sect honoring such a cherished agreement. He looked around, allowing his voice to carry just enough for the elders of the 4 families, and their spies hidden among the guests, to hear. The engagement between Fang Tian and Lady Gu Zin was arranged so many years ago, he continued with a wistful sigh. It's touching to know that the prestigious divine Ice Sect still honors the promises made between 2 sincere families. Elder Wu almost choked on his tea. Elder Zhao's fingers paused mid-fan stroke. Elder Lin raised a brow, sharply amused. And Elder Huel, he simply looked away as if this didn't concern his ancient bones. Fang Yuan, of course, was lying through his teeth. He had already pieced together the real reason for this sudden, uninvited visit. The divine Ice Sect didn't come bearing gifts to strengthen an engagement. They came to annul it. He was certain of it. But but instead of resisting outright, he'd chosen to strike first, to take the stage, to flip the board before the players even sat down, because now, if Elder Mo did say anything about annulling the arrangement, it would appear they were going back on a noble pact, that they were the ones breaking tradition, undermining sincerity. In front of 4 influential families, dozens of powerful guests, and countless subtle ears, that wasn't a position even the divine ice sect would walk into casually. Their reputation was at stake. Elder Mo's expression didn't shift much, but for just one fraction of a breath, the corner of his left eye twitched, a single flicker of frustration. Fang Yuan smiled even brighter. Checkmate, maybe not, but the first strike had landed. Elder Mo's fingers curled just slightly behind his back. A minor motion, but to Fang Yun, who had spent his entire life navigating Coldwind's spiritual courts and poisonous banquets, it was as loud as a slammed teacup. The old man was annoyed. Good. Elder Mo gave a light laugh, elegant and practiced. Ah, clan head Fang certainly has a flair for words. Your hospitality is as bold as your cultivation. Fang Yuan inclined his head with a modest smile. One must always show proper respect when receiving guests bearing gifts of such significance. Across the pavilion, several clan heads and foreign envoys exchanged barely hidden smirks and quick whispers behind silk fans. They could already taste the political tension. This was better than any duel. Elder Zhao leaned slightly toward Elder Lin. He's drawing blood with a smile. That boy might be more dangerous than we thought. Elder Lin grunted softly. He's cornered a dragon and offered it wine. Let's see if the beast drinks or breathes fire. Back near the center, Elder Mo stepped forward, each step slow and deliberate, his hands clasped behind his back in a position of absolute composure. I must clarify, he said lightly, the divine ice sect treasures sincerity. However, time changes many things, circumstances shift, promises made in youth are not always suited for the world as it becomes. A murmur passed through the crowd, no longer whispers, but rustling winds of curiosity and thinly veiled amusement. Fang Yuan's smile didn't falter. Oh, then I must be terribly outdated, he said with mild surprise. I had thought that cultivators of all people would treasure vows and legacies above passing convenience. Elder Mo's gaze sharpened ever so slightly. The ice behind his eyes glittered. He had come to Coldwind expecting a simple procedure: hand over a gift, explain the annulment, offer a polite compensation, and leave with the engagement dissolved. Instead, he was being publicly forced into the role of the side breaking an oath. To do so now would mean disrespecting not just the Fang family, but every custom held sacred among noble clans. And worse, it would give the impression that the divine ice sect feared a mere low-tier alliance. Fang Yuan pressed the advantage with gentle sincerity. Of course, if the sect feels the engagement no longer suits their aspirations, we would be saddened, but we would not complain. After all, not all gifts are given with intention to keep them, but even that silence spoke volumes. Elder Mo exhaled slowly, the faintest mist escaping his lips. Perhaps, he said softly, we spoke too soon. A small victory, and Fang Yuan knew it. He bowed just enough to be courteous, but no more. Your wisdom, Elder Mo, is as clear as glacier spring water. Let us drink together and leave the rest for the young ones to decide in time. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The tension in the Phoenix Soul Pavilion had barely begun to cool when the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed through the entranceway. Everyone turned. A young man stepped into the hall, his white robes trailing slightly behind him, his long black hair tied in a careless half-knot and a silver tassel dangling at his waist. His features were striking. High cheekbones, straight nose, and eyes the color of midnight reflecting starlight. He wasn't dressed in grandeur, but his very presence turned heads. The whispers started immediately. Is that Fang Tian? So handsome. No wonder she got engaged to him. A peerless beauty and a peerless face, it almost makes sense. Elder Wu muttered under his breath, HMPH. Shame all that beauty went to the one with no cultivation. Indeed, the man was none other than Fang Tian, Fang Yuan's younger brother. Fang Yuan blinked once, then twice. Didn't this brat say he had something important to do today? Refused to come to my banquet, said he'd be out of the city. What's he doing here now of all times? And with this timing? His thoughts whirled as Fang Tian slowly approached the center of the pavilion. Then before anyone could address him, Fang Tian's gaze fell squarely on Gu Xin. Gu Xin, he said, calm but direct. Gasps rippled in Fang Yuan's head. He recognized her. Gu Xin gave a slight nod in return. Cool, composed, expressionless, but there was no mistaking that she acknowledged him. Even Elder Mo's brows lifted slightly. Fang Tian turned next to Fang Yuan, eyes solemn. Elder brother. Fang Yuan braced himself. I wish to annul my engagement with Gu Xin. For a split second, absolute silence. Then, boom, not literal, but the emotional detonation was palpable. Elder Mo's face lit up like someone had just handed him a nascent soul pill wrapped in flattery. The joy practically radiated off his cheeks. Fang Yuan's calm exterior remained intact but only barely. Internally, he was flipping banquet tables and throwing spirit melons at the walls. What, you little, didn't I just secure a beautiful potential marriage partner for you? He forced a smile, but his brain was already calculating 800 different reasons this might have happened. Did someone threaten him? Is he in love with someone else, or has he lost his mind? Meanwhile, the four family elders were reveling in the misfortune. Elder He, sipping tea with the serenity of a petty cultivator, thought, "Serves you right, brat. Call me old again, and the heavens themselves shall respond." Elder Wu sighed dramatically. Tusk, if only the boy knew when to shut up. This is why you don't tempt fate. Elder Zhao gave a quiet chuckle into his sleeve. And here I thought the great clan head of the Fang family could at least control his own house. How embarrassing. Look who came to jeopardize his own preparations. Elder Lin turned away, pretending to cough, his shoulders shaking far too rhythmically. I can't laugh, don't laugh, stop smiling. Don't let him see, damn it, I'm smiling. Fang Yuan's eye twitched just slightly. His inner voice roared still. His face remained the same tranquil mask of elegance and control. He slowly turned to face Fang Tian. Oh, he said, voice calm, measured. And may I ask what brought this sudden change of heart? Fang Tian, oblivious to the internal storm he had just unleashed, simply folded his hands respectfully and said, It didn't feel right, my heart belongs elsewhere, brother, I can't lie about it. Fang Yuan's smile faltered for exactly 1/3 of a second. Didn't feel right. Didn't feel right, I just played political chess with a dragon and you brought a wooden spoon to the match. Elder Mo, sensing the shift, stepped forward once more, this time with a much more cheerful tone. Well, he said pleasantly, it seems the young man understands the wisdom of the heavens. The divine ice sect respects the sincerity of your brother's wishes. Perhaps it is for the best. Fang Yuan's smile was still in place. Barely. Earlier, Elder Mo had been the one forcing a cordial expression, suppressing frustration beneath layers of grace. Now, the roles had reversed. Elder Mo's face was a placid winter lake, serene with satisfaction. Fang Yuan's, meanwhile, was the carefully composed mask of a man who had just watched his own plans burst into flames and now had to smile through the smoke. He slowly turned his head, locked eyes with Elder Mo, and nodded ever so slightly. Fang Mei, he said, voice calm, almost resigned. Go to my chambers and bring the jade scroll. Yes, brother, Fang Mei beamed, practically skipping away. It was in that moment that Fang Yuan noticed it. He had been too caught up in political footwork, in maneuvering through a banquet laced with landmines and frosted smiles to pay attention to the details. But now, standing amidst broken expectations and elegant betrayals, he saw it. Fang Mei was glowing, her steps light, her cheeks flushed. And Fang Tian was looking at her, with warmth, with gentleness, with love. Fang Yuan blinked. Oh, his irritation dulled ever so slightly. HMPH, fine, he gave an inward grunt. At least he's not being a complete idiot. A touch of relief seeped into his thoughts as he folded his arms behind his back, letting out a subtle sigh. So that's what this is. Love makes idiots of us all. But at least it's a reason I can understand. Still, his analytical mind didn't rest. Fang Mei. Right, the girl Uncle Fang Liu brought in from the outside. She's not our blood relation, so technically, biologically, should be also fine. Legally, probably depends which elder you ask. But culturally, he thought back to his past life on Earth. I've seen worse. Step-siblings marrying was barely taboo where I came from. In fact, the dramas made it romantic. He nodded inwardly. Very well, I approve, provisionally. But just as peace began to return to his inner world, a new voice cut through the rising calm, shrill and sudden. 3 years. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan's mind blanked. What? He turned just in time to see Fang Tian step forward with unexpected intensity. The crowd stirred. I, Fang Tian, the young man declared, vow to train with all my strength, and in 3 years I will personally challenge Gu Xin and reclaim the honor my family lost today. Fang Yuan's composure cracked. Huh, what? He stared at his brother. What the hell are you doing? This was already a done deal. The engagement is off. Everyone's saving face. Why are you throwing down a challenge now? He wanted to scream. Tian, are you stupid? The entire pavilion froze for the second time that day. Whispers began again, but this time far less respectful. Did he just challenge the direct disciple of the divine ice sect? Reclaim? Honor? Was there even honor lost? Oh dear heavens. Elder Mo blinked. He hadn't expected this. Gu Xin turned her head slightly, just enough for a subtle furrow to form between her brows. Fang Yuan stared dead ahead, face neutral, while there was an utter tremors in his brain. 3 years, 3 years. What am I supposed to do with that? Are you declaring war, an open challenge to one of the 4 great sects? And what honor? No one insulted us. He closed his eyes briefly, inhaled through his nose and exhaled slowly, then opened them and smiled. I see, he said. No, I don't see. I can't see anything. I've gone blind from second-hand embarrassment. The entire room watched, waiting for his reaction. Would he disavow his brother? Would he spin it? Or would he commit spiritual seppuku from sheer shame? But Fang Yuan was nothing if not a master of banquets and blades. He straightened his back, lifted his chin and with the best of his strength, and said in a somewhat calm voice, then I shall look forward to seeing what my brother becomes in 3 years. Elder Mo let out a slow, measured chuckle when he heard Fang Yuan. It was the kind of laugh that held neither mockery nor warmth, merely the chilly amusement of someone who'd just been handed an unexpected gift of comedy. What fortuitous timing, he said, folding his hands behind his back. In 3 years, the Divine Ice Sect will indeed be holding our next sect examination. If young Master Fang Tian here can pass the entrance, then perhaps he may be eligible to challenge Gu Zin. He turned to the crowd with an elegant nod, as though sealing a royal decree. The implication was clear. You want to duel our sect leader's direct disciple, then climb the mountain first. Around the pavilion, the guests didn't even bother hiding their reactions this time. Oh heavens, that's not just any examination. Even geniuses struggle to enter. Challenge Gu Zin, she's already. They didn't say it aloud, but the conclusion hung heavily in the air. This boy has no chance. Gu Zin, standing to the side like a sculpture of snow, didn't react at all, because she didn't have to. At the age of 18, she had already reached the late stage of Golden Core Realm, a feat so absurd it would sound like fiction to most small cities, and more critically. It was 2 years younger than when Fang Yuan himself touched Golden Core Realm. The audience didn't miss the comparison. If Fang Yuan was hailed as Coldwin's unrivaled genius, then Gu Zin was something greater, peerless, untouchable, divine. Fang Yuan felt the room's perception shift in real time. The glances thrown at Gu Zin weren't just respectful, they were reverent. And the ones aimed at Fang Tian, pitying, curious, amused. Even he had to admit it, yeah. My brother is about to dive headfirst into a cliff without any sort of protective gears, especially a cliff he dug out himself. He glanced at Fang Tian again. The boy stood tall, fists clenched, determination practically leaking out of his pores. And yet Fang Yuan's eye twitched. Why, you have Fang Mei already. Brother, be for real. Fang Yuan closed his eyes briefly and sighed. Then, unbidden, a line surfaced in his memory. A song from Earth. Only know you love her when you let her go. And you let her go? He opened his eyes, dead inside. Ugh, that's so cringe. He glanced back at his brother, who was currently staring at Gu Zin, and then over to Fang Mei, who had just returned with the jade scroll, looking between the two with conflicted eyes and an awkward little smile. Fang Yuan sighed again. Fine, let's say this is love, I won't interfere. But 3 years, Tian, 3 years. If you're still in chi condensation by then, I'll send you and Fang Mei far, far away, remotely far away, and have you two settle down. Still smiling, Fang Yuan stepped forward and gently took the scroll from Fang Mei's hands. He offered it to Elder Mo with a light bow. The contract, he said. Elder Mo received it with a calm nod. Their fingers touched briefly on the exchange. No more words passed, but the smile behind Mo's eyes said it all. Looks like I win this round, clan head Fang. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue while Elder Mo offered a shallow bow. Then we shall not linger, he said, voice clipped and smooth. The Divine Ice Sect has spoken. In 3 years, let fate decide. Gu Zin didn't speak, not even once during this whole exchange. She gave one last glance towards the mountains beyond the city walls, as if this entire visit had been little more than a passing flake in her winter-bound path. She turned with the elegance of a falling snow petal and followed Elder Mo. The disciples of the Divine Ice Sect moved with silent precision, their departure as seamless as their arrival. And just like that, they were gone. Only the frost in the air remained. The moment the last of their figures disappeared past the grand pavilion gate, the atmosphere collapsed in on itself. Awkward coughs, stiff shifts of posture, and the scraping of chairs followed like a delayed echo. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stood in place for one breath longer than necessary. Then, with an elegant wave of his sleeve and a measured smile, he faced the remaining guests. Well then, he said warmly, as though nothing strange had happened at all, though the banquet was unexpectedly lively. I must thank all of you for coming to celebrate my birthday. Some chuckled, others gave polite nods. Fang Yuan clapped lightly. Mayor Tian, see that our guests receive their parting gifts. I had the boxes prepared personally, the heavens grant that they taste better than Tushan's cooking. A few elders laughed at that, the tension loosening slightly. Elder Wu muttered into his cup, the boy still knows how to close a scene. Elder Lin stood, smoothing his sleeves with grace. Your hospitality is appreciated, clan head Fang. May Fang family remain calm under your watch. Elder Zhao nodded and followed without another word, while Elder He simply muttered, HMPH, and limped out, though there might have been a smirk beneath that beard. As the guests slowly filed out, carrying silken-wrapped gift boxes filled with spirit teas, frost lotus pastries, and a bottle of cold-wind brew each, Fang Yuan remained at the door to personally bow to every single one. He bowed to the men who had doubted him. He bowed to the elders who had laughed at him. He bowed to the wives who had already begun whispering their own clan strategies for the next alliance. And all the while, his expression never changed. Calm, warm, composed. It was only when the last guest had left and the heavy doors of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion finally thudded shut behind him that Fang Yuan's smile vanished. He exhaled deeply, the weight of the evening dropping across his shoulders like a cloak soaked in frost. I should have just faked a closed-door cultivation and skipped my birthday this year, he muttered. From behind, Fang Mei peeked around the hall's curtains, giving him a sheepish smile. Fang Tian stood next to her, trying very hard to look like someone who hadn't just messed up his elder brother's birthday banquet. Fang Yuan stared at him. His eyebrow twitched, but he said nothing. Mayor Tian, Fang Yuan said, rubbing his temple as the last of the guests filed out. I expect to see you both in my chamber, after you help clean up the banquet hall with the other family members. The emphasis on after was sharp enough to cut a spirit fruit. Both of their smiles faltered, but Fang Yuan didn't wait for their protests. With a graceful pivot that screamed, I'm too old and too important for this nonsense, he swept away from the mess, leaving the two lovebirds and a crowd of stunned elders behind. Let the youth handle the cleaning up, he muttered to himself as he made his way down the lantern-lit path to his private courtyard. At least I don't have to do manual labor. Small victories. By the time he stepped into his chamber and closed the door, the exhaustion hit him like a silent formation seal. He slipped off his formal robe, letting the deep purple silk cascade to the floor in a soundless ripple of grace. With unhurried movements, he donned a loose inner robe before turning to the glass container atop his desk. From the discarded robe, he carefully removed the embroidered sigil stitched in deep violet, the mark of a golden core cultivator. Deception, naturally. What's a cultivator without a few good lies? He placed the sigil back into its concealment array, then sat cross-legged before the black jade screen hovering silently above his desk. With a flick of his spiritual will, the screen shimmered to life. Host, Fang Yuan. Realm, peak nascent soul. Fang Yuan stared. A long breath slid from his lips as he leaned back slightly, arms crossed. What's a cultivator without trump cards? A farmer, get it? He added to himself with a smug smirk, then paused. That was terrible. Silence reigned. Clearing his throat, he continued scrolling. Talent, heavenly root. Martial techniques, swift step footwork, low-grade black. Golden shell armor, mid-grade black. Tyrant's light sword, low-grade black. Huh? Fang Yuan blinked. I thought Tyrant's light sword was at least mid-grade. Low-grade? Are you kidding me? He clicked the technique for details, but the system refused to argue. With a bitter laugh, he closed the technique tab and finally opened the blinking notification at the corner of the screen. Unread mail X2. Open, he muttered, and the first mail unfolded like an ancient scroll. Quest, stop your brother from annulling the marriage. Reward, Hollow Spirit Realm Pill X10. Status failed. Fang Yuan stared. The screen blinked innocently back at him. His jaw slackened slightly. 10 Hollow Spirit Realm pills, and then, like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he slowly slumped forward and face-planted into the desk. Thud. His spiritual pressure wavered with the force of disappointment. You little donkey of a brother. Fang Yuan groaned into the wood. He didn't move. His dignity remained on the floor along with his cultivation pride. I was this close to getting 10 pills that even nascent soul old freaks would kill for. And you, he exhaled like a dying phoenix. Then, from under his arm, came a muffled whisper. I hope she was worth it, you love-struck idiot. Rolling onto his side, Fang Yuan cracked one eye open and jabbed a finger at the glowing screen hovering overhead. Next mail, he muttered. Let's get this over with before the heavens smite me again. Just as he braced for more disappointment, a soft chime rang in his mind. A second message slid gently into view, the golden interface shimmering with quiet significance. Clan Building Starter Pack received. Bone Marrow Tempering Pills 10. Chi Realization Pills 10. Chi Condensation Pills 10. Chi Transformation Pills 10. Golden Core Pills 10. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, a faint gleam chasing away the fog of defeat. Oh, he murmured, sitting up like a puppet whose strings had just been yanked by fate itself. Now we're talking. His earlier despair began to thaw like winter snow under the first kiss of spring. 10 pills for each realm advancement, from Chi Realization to Golden Core. Clan Building System, I'm not the protagonist. The pills materialized from the system in shimmering flashes of light, 5 neat rows, each bottle perfectly aligned on the table before Fang Yuan like a miniature army awaiting orders. He blinked, slowly reached out, uncorked one of the jade vials and gave it a cautious sniff. His eyes widened when he realized they were real. Genuine, high-purity spirit concentrated cultivation pills. Fang Yuan's expression melted into something dangerous, somewhere between lunacy and bliss. Like a man who had just fallen hopelessly in love with treasure, but the moment was cruelly short-lived. The door creaked open behind him, and the two lovebirds entered, Fang Tian and Fang Mei, walking in like guilty kittens who had just knocked over an expensive vase. Instantly, Fang Yuan's entire body straightened. The crazed grin vanished, replaced by the solemn, weary look of an elder about to pass final judgment on 2 unruly juniors. Motioned toward the cushions in front of him with an elegant flick of his hand. Come, sit. The two obeyed, heads slightly lowered, silent and demure. You dare act timid now. Fang Yuan screamed internally as he watched them settle in like well-behaved children. You both ought to. For heaven's sake, I treat you like family, and you go ahead and challenge the very limits of my mental endurance. But he said none of this. He only breathed deeply, and then again, and again. The silence stretched awkwardly. The only sound was Fang Yuan's increasingly heavy breathing, like a cultivator seconds away from spontaneous combustion. Finally, Fang Tian broke the silence, voice firm but soft. Brother, please forgive me. I'm in love with Fang Mei. I wish to marry her. Fang Yuan closed his eyes for a long moment. He opened them again, calm but dead inside. He turned to Fang Mei. And you? The girl gave a timid nod, barely above a whisper. Fang Yuan stared at them. Again, of course this is happening. He turned to Fang Tian and his tone shifted, sharpened like a sword half drawn. Tian, do you know what you did today was foolish? Fang Tian blinked, confused. But brother, I didn't want the engagement. Not that, you donkey. Fang Yuan's voice dropped to a low hiss laced with spiritual pressure. The 3-year agreement. What were you thinking when you said that in front of Elder Mo? Fang Tian sat straighter, trying to channel nobility. But brother, they came to annul the marriage. At your birthday banquet, they were being disrespectful. Fang Yuan's internal monologue lit up like a fireworks display. Yes, they were, and I was handling it perfectly. I maneuvered them into a corner. They couldn't even mention it without losing face, until you barged in and threw them the escape ladder like an idiot with a death wish. He held back a groan and buried his face in one hand. Tell me, Tian, Fang Yuan said slowly, painfully. How do you plan to defeat Gu Zin in 3 years? The question sat there like a mountain. Fang Tian opened his mouth, closed it, and then silence ensued. But then Fang Mei placed her hand on his arm, her voice quiet but steady. Tian, I believe you can. If you try hard enough, I know you can do it. Fang Yuan stared at them. His heart did something strange, something warm, something he did not approve of. Oh, my poor heart, he thought. You're right. How dare these two flirt in front of me like this? He gripped his teacup, steadying himself. Followed by a small sigh, he reached toward the row of bottled pills he had received from the system and plucked out 2 glossy, jade-green ones from one of the bone marrow bottle. He held them between his fingers, letting the light catch the shimmering swirl within. They were so rare even he himself didn't know what a bone marrow pill was until today. These are bone marrow pills, he said simply, holding one out to each of them. Fang Tian blinked. Wait, brother, the bone marrow pills. The ones that temper and purify the marrow, enhancing the body for cultivation. Fang Mei tilted her head, confusion written plainly on her face. What's bone marrow? Fang Yuan raised a brow at her, then looked back at his brother. Fang Tian was clearly stunned, still staring at the pill as if it might vanish. The awe in his eyes wasn't faked. He knew what this was, which caught Fang Yuan off guard. I didn't even know what it was before the system dumped it on me. And this guy does, interesting. He mused, then naturally the question came. Brother, where did you get this? Fang Tian asked, eyes still wide. Fang Yuan's smile didn't falter. His thoughts, however, spun like a sword formation. Ah, right, an opportunity. He waved a hand with practiced ease. From the Divine Ice Sect. You know, they came with a gift earlier. Internally, his mind was already racing. Actually, I should go check what's in that gift box later, and even if I don't find anything useful. I can just say every unexplainable resource I get from the system space came with the Divine Ice Sect's goodwill package. And it's not like they'd be shameless enough to come back and claim it. 2 birds, 1 gift box, that's actually pretty good. He finished the thought with a faint grin on his lips, only to realize that his 2 guests were still sitting in front of him, watching. He immediately snapped back into solemn mode, expression sharpening as he pointed toward the door. What are you 2 waiting for? He barked. Go cultivate already. Fang Mei blinked. And me too. Fang Yuan gave her a pointed look. Especially you. You should be the stronger one between the 2 of you. He flicked a look at Fang Tian. That way you'll have the strength to beat him up properly if he starts spouting nonsense again. Fang Tian's expression twisted, halfway between a wince and a pout. Fang Mei, however, tried to suppress a smile and failed miserably. Now go. Fang Yuan waved them off like mosquitoes. And don't come back until your bones feel like they've been steamed by a 1,000-year tortoise. The 2 hurried out, and Fang Yuan finally allowed himself to lean back, one arm behind his head as he stared at the ceiling. And people say being a clan head is glamorous, he muttered. Come on, system, I deserve at least a hollow soul pill just for enduring this much drama. Don't be stingy. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. After Fang Tian and Fang Mei left the chamber, the atmosphere gradually settled. The doors shut behind them with a soft thud, and peace returned quiet and undisturbed. The only sound now was the gentle rustling of the wind brushing against the silken curtains. Fang Yuan leaned back slightly, exhaling through his nose. System, he said aloud, voice low, do I have any tasks? A familiar golden glow shimmered into being before him, forming a translucent screen in the air. Lines of text began to unfurl smoothly across the surface. Quest, complete the pile of pending administrative tasks on your desk. Reward, Spirit Gathering Formation, high-grade black rank. Status, ongoing. Fang Yuan's gaze drifted to the right, toward the wide, lacquered desk tucked beneath the window. A truly tragic sight awaited him. Documents, petitions, resource requests, training schedules, supply orders, and incident reports from the outer branches had all gathered into a towering stack of unreviewed paperwork. Some were so old the ink had faded at the corners. He rubbed his temples and sighed. So this is the price of throwing a banquet. He sat down, the chair giving a faint creak under his weight, and picked up the first scroll from the pile. Inkbrush in hand, he began working through the backlog, methodically, deliberately, stamp, approve, deny, amend. Despite the tedious nature of the task, Fang Yuan remained focused because the reward was no trivial matter. With it, the spirit chi concentration of any area it was placed in could be elevated far beyond normal thresholds, accelerating cultivation progress for everyone within. To a clan leader managing the development of an entire family, this wasn't just useful, it was transformative. Fang Yuan's expression remained composed, but his movements were swift, efficient. Page after page was reviewed, stamp after stamp pressed down and read. Outside, the golden hue of the late afternoon sun began to shift, melting slowly into the deeper oranges of early evening. Shadows stretched long across the polished floor. Fang Yuan didn't look up. He simply murmured to himself as he flipped to the next document, "I'll finish this before nightfall." A soft knock echoed at the chamber door, pulling Fang Yuan from his focused scribbling. He set his brush aside and glanced toward the entrance. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a young maid dressed in pale blue robes. She stepped inside with a graceful bow, hands folded neatly in front of her. "Family head," she said respectfully, "here is the item you requested. Also, Elder Chen, your uncle asked me to inform you that he's planning to plant the blossoming thunder orchid in his garden." Fang Yuan blinked, briefly shifting his focus. "The gift from the Lin family," he asked just to confirm. The maid nodded. "Yes, sir." He waved a hand. "Let him do as he pleases. Oh, and send the alchemical furnace to Aunt Jingyi. She's been eyeing it since the banquet." Another nod. The maid stepped forward, placed a slim lacquered box on the edge of the desk, and quietly turned to leave, closing the door behind her. Left alone again, Fang Yuan let his gaze fall to the box now sitting in front of him. This was it, the divine Issek's so-called gift to the Fang family, the one they had presented so ceremoniously in front of the entire pavilion. He arched a brow. Surely, he thought, they must have brought something of substance if their intention was to break a long-standing engagement smoothly and maintain face. He unlatched the box with a light flick of his finger. The lid opened with a soft click, revealing a single pill. Fang Yuan stared at it, then blinked, and stared again. Inside was a single bone marrow pill. If you could still call it that. The surface was uneven, the lines of refinement broken like a student's failed calligraphy. Its glow flickered dimly like a lantern moments from dying. Fang Yuan stared, then scoffed. "Ah yes," he muttered, "the divine Issek's legendary generosity. How blessed we are, if not for the timely arrival of my system." He mused, "I might have actually been excited to see this. Might have even handed it to Fang Tian with a proud smile, thinking I'd done my duty as an older brother." He leaned back and slid the box to the side and picked up the next scroll from his stack, dipping his brush once again into ink. When the moon reached its zenith, casting a pale silver glow through the lattice windows, Fang Yuan was still seated at his desk. The room was bathed in soft candlelight, the flickering flames casting long shadows against the polished wood and stacks of scrolls. He let out a long, weary sigh, massaging the bridge of his nose. He had clearly underestimated the sheer weight of internal clan affairs. His brush hovered over a half-reviewed scroll, the characters crisp and formal. "To the esteemed family head, we humbly request additional manpower to be dispatched to the spirit stone mines with urgency. During excavation, we have uncovered what appears to be the remains of a level 3 alchemist. Preliminary inspection suggests a potential hidden chamber beneath the lower shaft. However, there have also been repeated sightings of unidentified beast tracks near the entrance. For safety reasons, excavation efforts have been reduced to half capacity. We await your directive on how to proceed." Fang Yuan furrowed his brows as he scanned the signature and stamped seal at the bottom. The request had been submitted 5 days ago. 5 days, he murmured. Why wasn't this brought to my attention sooner? Before he could dwell on it further, a knock came at the door. He set down the scroll. "Enter." The door opened, revealing the same maid from earlier. She bowed swiftly, her expression tinged with urgency. "Family head," she said, "a message from the outer perimeter. There's been an incident in the eastern ravine. Elder Chen and several others have already departed to investigate." Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed, the pieces connecting in his mind. Eastern ravine, that's where the spirit stone mine is located. He was already on his feet before she finished speaking. The maid bowed again and moved quickly to fulfill the order. Fang Yuan reached for his sword and strode toward the door, his earlier exhaustion vanishing like mist. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." The maid returned swiftly, her hands carefully folded around a freshly prepared robe of midnight black, trimmed with silver along the cuffs and collar. Fang Yuan's travel attire as family head. Woven with spiritual thread and reinforced with a thin inner layer of beast hide, it was designed not only for protection, but to move fluidly with the body in high-speed flight. Your robe, family head, she said, presenting it with a respectful bow. Fang Yuan accepted it with a nod, shedding his inner robe in one motion and slipping into the new attire with practiced ease. The fabric settled against his frame like silk over steel. He tightened the sash with a sharp pull, reached for his spatial ring, and attached his sword to the black jade clasp across his back. As the final buckle clicked into place, his demeanor sharpened. The calm of study and soft candlelight was gone. Now only the wind of urgency stirred behind his dark eyes. He gave the maid a single glance. "I'll remind you again, absolutely no one. Not even my brother is allowed into the chamber." "Yes, family head." With that, Fang Yuan turned toward the window. A single push from his foot. The lattice frame burst open as he leapt into the night sky. He rose fast, a streak of black through silver moonlight, his cloak unfurling behind him like a banner of shadow. He summoned his spiritual energy, and beneath his feet, a translucent platform of qi shimmered into existence. He launched forward. The wind howled past his ears. Below him, the vast expanse of Fang territory spread out in dark waves, fields, forests, hills, lit by flickering lanterns and the distant, pulsing lights of formation beacons. His eyes focused eastward. The eastern ravine was only a few dozen minutes away if he pushed at full speed. He poured more energy into his flight, his nascent soul qi compressing the air around him. Every movement was efficient, every breath was measured. The fatigue of the day's work was forgotten as Fang Yuan shot through the clouds like a silent blade, onward to the ravine. When Fang Yuan arrived at the eastern ravine, the crisp night air carried the tension of gathered cultivators and murmuring mortals. Lanterns cast flickering shadows over the uneven earth, and all eyes turned skyward as a streak of dark light descended from the moonlit clouds above. He landed with effortless grace, his boots touching the earth like falling snow. The moment his figure settled into view, the gathered crowd erupted into murmured greetings. Family head Fang." Dozens of clan members, guards, and outer elders bowed in succession, heads lowered in respect. Fang Yuan responded with composed nods and brief bows of his own. "You've all worked hard," he said lightly, his voice carrying enough authority to hush the surrounding noise. As he strode forward, the crowd parted without a word. He made his way toward the cluster of core elders, where a broad-shouldered man with streaks of white in his hair stood waiting. Uncle Chen, Elder Chen, the younger brother of his father, and one of the few people Fang Yuan still instinctively respected. The elder stepped forward and dipped into a bow. "Family head." Fang Yuan immediately reached forward, raising a hand to stop him. "Uncle, there's no need." Before he could finish, the other elders behind him followed suit. A chorus of bows rippled through the group like falling dominoes. Fang Yuan sighed internally. 2 hands aren't enough for this. He gave up resisting and simply returned the gesture with a graceful clasp of his hands. "Enough formality," he said. "Tell me what's happening here." Uncle Chen straightened. His expression was grave. "Inside the mine, we've detected the presence of a beast. It's strong, stronger than anything we've seen around these lands." He hesitated before continuing. "A half-step nascent soul realm. We confirmed it through the spiritual pressure it gave off when we tried to expand the excavation zone." Fang Yuan's eyes sharpened, his mind spinning. A half-step nascent soul beast, in a spirit stone mine, that wasn't ordinary, but it shouldn't be random either. Please, he thought, keeping his face unreadable, let it be guarding something divine. Outwardly, his tone remained composed. "Keep the perimeter sealed. Do not let anyone wander near the entrance. If this beast becomes enraged, we don't want any casualties." He stepped forward, rolling his shoulders lightly, and continued, "I'll deal with it personally. A beast of that level should still be within my capabilities." Elder Chen frowned, concern etching deeper lines into his weathered face. "Little Yuan, are you sure?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a calm, familiar smile. "Uncle, don't worry. If things turn difficult, I still have my swift step footwork. At worst, I can run away and leave it for another day." The elders hesitated, exchanging glances, but there was something about the way Fang Yuan stood, relaxed, casual, yet quietly confident, that made even skeptics pause. Finally, Uncle Chen gave a reluctant nod. "Be careful, always." As he turned toward the mine entrance, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A peak nascent soul realm cultivator facing a half-step nascent soul beast. If I can't win that fight, I might as well retire and become a chicken farmer. It wasn't arrogance, it was math. Those spirit beasts were indeed more physically powerful than cultivators of the same realm. This one wasn't even a full nascent soul realm, and he had long since transcended the level his enemies thought he remained at. But that wasn't the true danger. The real concern was what the beast might be guarding. Rare beasts didn't burrow into mines for leisure. If there was something buried beneath the stone, an inheritance, an ancient relic, or worse, a spirit herb of immense potency, it would only be a matter of time before word spread. And when that happened, the other 4 families would descend like vultures on a fresh corpse. and if he was unlucky, the royal family might even be involved, considering this was going to be a treasure worthy of being guarded by a half-step nascent soul realm beast. So I need to act swiftly, Fang Yuan thought as his boots crunched over gravel and spirit lamps dimmed behind him. Seal the threat, secure the treasure, silence the rumors. He paused just at the edge of the mine shaft, the shadows curling around him like the mouth of a beast waiting to swallow him whole. His fingers flexed slightly. With a flick of his wrist, his sword detached from his back with a quiet chime, and in the next moment, Fang Yuan stepped into the dark. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The mine swallowed him in silence. Stone walls pressed in on either side, the air within damp and close, clinging faintly to the scent of old ore. His footsteps echoed lightly along the carved path, accompanied only by the soft hum of his spiritual energy suppressing the darkness. The faint glow of his spiritual essence lit the tunnel just enough, casting long shadows that danced along the jagged walls. Fang Yuan walked calmly, his breathing slow and measured. Each step was deliberate and controlled, while his senses extended outward, feeling through the stone and soil for shifts in spiritual pressure. Threads of energy drifted through the corridors like forgotten whispers, residue of something deeper below. He passed the first marker shaft where miners had dug too shallow to find anything. A few wooden crates and pickaxes lay abandoned along the side, tools tossed aside when the beast's presence had been discovered. Fang Yuan knelt, placing a hand to the stone floor, and it felt warm, not with heat but with intent. Spiritual pressure had soaked the stone like steam through rice paper, and there, nestled in the deeper waves of qi, was a pulse. Although faint, it was rhythmic like the heartbeat of a spirit beast. It's actually sleeping," he murmured in surprise. He rose and continued downward. The mine's structure shifted slightly as he descended. Reinforced beams gave way to smoothed stone, the marks of tools replaced by the quiet geometry of nature. He soon reached a wider chamber, the second shaft, the one mentioned in the report. A cavern opened before him. Faint light spilled in from a fissure in the ceiling, where moonlight filtered through crystals embedded high above. The glow refracted across the walls like pale water rippling over ice. And in the center of it all, sleeping coiled around a patch of stone veined with faintly glowing lines, was the beast. Its eyes were closed, but Fang Yuan could feel it watching through instinct alone. And beside its tail, nestled carefully as if warded by its very heartbeat, were 3 small sprouts of something glowing greenish gold. The leaves shimmered faintly, emitting a rhythm of spiritual energy in harmony with the beast's own. Fang Yuan's gaze narrowed. Hollow yellow grass, seriously. Fang Yuan blinked twice, leaned forward, and blinked again just to be sure. Hollow yellow grass. Fang Yuan's heart nearly skipped a beat. This wasn't just any herb. This was the core ingredient for refining the hollow soul pill. A rush of excitement surged through him like wildfire. His hands clenched at his sides as he stared at the pale, glowing stalk nestled gently in the earth as if the heavens themselves had placed it there just for him. There it was, tucked beneath a nest of spiritual vines and glowing ever so faintly with a silvery mist that shimmered like starlight. The legendary herb. He let out a low whistle. He had only ever seen it mentioned in ancient texts. A herb so rare, one was more likely to stumble upon 10 princesses bathing in the wild naked than to lay eyes on it in person. He took one careful step forward and squinted, just in case his eyes were playing tricks on him. They weren't. "Oh heavens, I take back every time I cursed your name while writing sect expense reports," he whispered, hands lifted dramatically toward the rocky ceiling. "I'm your most devoted servant. Your most loyal son. Please continue to rain fortune upon me like this, preferably without the deadly beast attachments next time." Of course, the heavens did not respond, just the dripping of water from a stalactite somewhere above. Fang Yuan looked back at the enormous creature sleeping just meters from the herb. It looked like a tiger, except it was white, and twice the size of a carriage, and its fangs were long enough to stake a cultivator in 2 directions at once. A saber-tooth, huh? He muttered, rubbing his chin. He narrowed his eyes. A beast like this. It must have bonded to the herb, maybe even incubated it for years. He began slowly circling the edge of the chamber, footsteps silent, spiritual energy held tight within. His gaze moved with precision, checking for other beasts, hidden nests, traps, alternate tunnels. Anything, but he found nothing. Just the sleeping, oversized furball and its glittering prize. He grinned. A half-step nascent soul beast core. In a hollow yellow grass, he whispered gleefully, lips curling. "The heavens are either feeling generous tonight, or setting me up for something catastrophic. Either way I accept." He cracked his knuckles quietly, rolling his shoulders. "Now let's hope you stay asleep, Mr. Fangs, because I really hope you stay alive and raise another one of this herb." Then, just as he stepped into the fringe of the beast's sensing range, its eye cracked open, a single glimmering violet slit, and behind it, awareness. Fang Yuan didn't flinch. He straightened to his full height, hands loose by his side, and met the beast's gaze head-on. "I don't suppose you're the sort that negotiates, are you?" he asked conversationally. The cavern rumbled faintly as the beast uncoiled. Dust fell from the ceiling. The spiritual pressure surged. Fang Yuan sighed. Didn't think so. He raised a hand, and a thin band of silver energy lit across his palm. A formation seal, just in case. Then he smiled and said, calmly and without fear, well then, shall we? The beast's eyes locked onto Fang Yuan, its amber pupils narrowing as it sized him up. There was a flicker of hesitation in its stance. It was subtle but clear, and the beast sensed something it didn't expect. The person in front of it was something dangerous. Fang Yuan couldn't help the smug curl at the corner of his lips. The beast took a step back as he took a step forward. Yes, that's right, he thought, voice purring in his head. You finally realize who you're dealing with. But the satisfaction was short-lived. In the next instant, too swift for even his refined senses to properly catch, the beast's entire posture shifted. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. No. His voice thundered through the cavern, echoing off the stone walls like a crashing tide. No. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. No. Fang Yuan's scream reverberated through the cavern like a thunderclap, sheer horror etched across his face. And for good reason. The beast, the freaking dumb, oversized meat of a carpet, had just bitten into the hollow yeklo grass like it was a midnight snack. Chomp, one clean bite. Leaves, stalk, shimmer, spiritual essence. All gone. No, stop. Stop eating that. Fang Yuan howled, his voice already cracking in unspeakable grief. He bolted forward, spiritual energy flaring wildly behind him. The saber-tooth froze in place out of fear despite already resolving itself to take down the treasure with it. For in that instant, it sensed death rushing toward it, dressed in silk robes and heavy rage. Its amber eyes went wide. It swallowed instinctively. Gulp. You son of a... In a single blur-fast motion, Fang Yuan's hand cleaved downward. A blade of spiritual light arced out, cleaner than a surgeon's scalpel. The beast didn't even have time to yelp. It was simply, two halves now, flop. Fang Yuan stood there, chest heaving, clothes billowing slightly from the residual force of the strike. He said nothing at first. He simply dragged his feet across the stone toward the small patch of earth. There, where once the hollow yeklo grass had danced like moonlight on still water, now sat a mangled root system, half chewed, like a toddler had tried gardening with teeth. Fang Yuan dropped to one knee, gently cradling what little remained. A long, deep sigh escaped him. At least I got the beast core, he muttered bitterly, glancing at the still steaming saber-tooth carcass. He stared for a moment longer, then added dryly. Fang Yuan raised his hands in silence, then drove them unceremoniously into the still warm carcass of the saber-toothed beast. His expression was unreadable as he dug through sinew and bone, blood splattering across his robes, as if mocking him with every squelch and tear. He fished deeper, fingers scraping past shattered ribs and collapsed organs, until finally his hand closed around something hard. It was the beast core. He wasted no time and yanked it free, and then blinked as he held up the core. It was cracked. A jagged fissure ran down its center like a wound left too long untreated. The spiritual energy it contained was unstable, leaking, flickering like a candle in the rain. Fang Yuan stared at it for a long moment. Damaged, he muttered. He looked down at the corpse, at the huge white beast that had mere moments ago swallowed a priceless herb like it was breakfast dumpling. Was this the reason it had stayed here, trying to use the hollow yeklo grass to repair its own core? Fang Yuan let out a sharp exhale through his nose. Not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. He looked at the core again, then let it drop on top of the carcass. His mood was foul now. He sat back on his heels and muttered, life really doesn't go the way people want it to. Still, he wasn't about to leave without maintaining appearances and blow his cover. He stood, smeared some of the beast's blood across his robes, even dabbed a few smudges on his face for dramatic effect. Then, picking up his sword, he hacked at the walls, shattering a few rocks to simulate an intense struggle. He cut open his own shoulder, shallow but bleeding, and staggered slightly to perfect the look of a weary, victorious cultivator. Satisfied with the staged carnage, he cast one last look toward the broken herb patch and whispered under his breath, "May you reincarnated as a hollow yeklo grass so that I can have the pleasure of refining you when I find you." With that, Fang Yuan stepped out of the cave appearing bloodied, wounded yet victorious. The moment Fang Yuan stepped out of the cave entrance, bathed in moonlight, a hushed silence fell over the crowd. His robes were torn, streaked with blood, some dried, some fresh. His shoulder bore a visible gash and dust clung to his hair like ash from battle. Behind him, the faint smell of scorched stone and beast blood wafted out from the mine. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then, "Family head, is he injured?" Dozens of voices erupted at once. Elders rushed forward, cultivators quickly formed a perimeter, and several servants scrambled to prepare healing ointments and spiritual water. Uncle Chen hurried over, his usually stern face lined with worry. "Little Yuan, are you all right? That wound, what happened inside?" Fang Yuan waved a tired hand as if swatting away flies, adopting the perfect tone of solemn dignity. "The beast was stronger than expected," he said, voice grave. "It had entrenched itself around the spirit herb and was bonded to it. I had no choice but to face it head-on." Gasps echoed among the crowd. Fang Yuan sighed softly, as if weighed down by the burdens of leadership and fate. The spirit herb was destroyed in the process too. Murmurs turned to lament. Such a pity. I wonder what type of spirit herb it was to have a half-step nascent soul realm beast guard it. What a heavy loss. The heavens are cruel. Only Fang Yuan stood silent in the middle of it all, hands behind his back, looking off toward the horizon like a tragic hero too noble for praise. But inside he was screaming, shouting, destroyed in the process. No, that was just me covering up my own stupidity. I should have killed that oversized furball the moment I saw it twitch, but knew maybe it'll raise another herb, I said. Maybe I can be merciful, I thought. Merciful my ass. His mental voice roared louder than any battlefield cry, and the damn beast core, cracked, fractured, absolutely useless. You think I plunged my hand into monster guts for fun? I smell like death and regret. Oh heaven, why do you hate me? First the hollow soul pill quest fails, now the hollow yeklo grass gets chomped in front of me like a midnight snack. Are you messing with me on purpose? He clenched his fists behind his back, outwardly calm, inwardly moments away from collapsing into a tragic opera singer. If I get one more blessing from the heavens, I swear I'll start spitting at the sky every morning for balance. And yet he still had to maintain a serene, proud smile on the surface, his chin lifted, the very image of a hero returning victorious from a hard-fought battle. Truly the greatest illusion Fang Yuan ever cast, was pretending he was fine. A servant timidly stepped forward. Family head, should we prepare a cleansing bath and summon Elder Jingyi for medical treatment? Fang Yuan nodded wearily. Later, right now, gather the remains and halt the mining for now. Let the family cultivators explore for hidden traps. He turned to leave, limping slightly for effect. Behind him, the gathered clan members erupted into whispers of admiration. So brave, so calm. Family head is truly worthy of leading our Fang family. As he walked away, head held high and robes fluttering nobly, he muttered under his breath, through heaven and earth, I alone am the unlucky one. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Having no mood to return to the mountain of paperwork waiting on his desk, Fang Yuan abandoned the tasks he had left undone before the Eastern Ravine incident. His mind was simply too clouded. Irritation, disappointment, and sheer emotional exhaustion weighed heavy on his shoulders. Instead, he returned to his chamber, discarded his bloodied outer robes, and collapsed onto his bed with a deep, weary sigh. Cultivating, he thought. Just one night of quiet cultivation. There will be no beasts, nor any shattered cores, and no opportunity leaving beneath my very nose. Within moments, spiritual energy began to circulate through his meridians. The steady flow helped clear the bitterness from his heart, layer by layer. For the first time that day, his breathing eased, his thoughts slowed, and finally he slept, untouched by the world, free for the night. The next morning, Fang Yuan stirred as the first rays of dawn painted soft gold across the floor of his chamber. His eyes blinked open, clearer than they had been in days. His heart felt light again, the gloom of the previous evening washed away like old ink in the rain. He sat up, stretched, and swung his legs over the edge of the bed. All right, he murmured, new day, new events to explore. It's time to make the best of it. But the moment he stepped out of his chamber, something felt off. There was noise, a lot of it. The courtyard outside buzzed with life, laughter, music, the clatter of dishes and clamor of celebration. Fang Yuan paused at the threshold, brow furrowing. It was festive, too festive. He glanced around, taking in the streamers fluttering in the breeze, the servants hustling back and forth with trays of sweet wine and spirit dishes. What the hell? This was louder, busier, and far more extravagant than even his birthday banquet had been. Fang Yuan stood there in silence, watching the chaos unfold around him with increasing confusion. Did I miss something? He muttered. An elder's birthday, a sect alliance. Heavens, my banquet was just yesterday. Fang Yuan stepped out into the courtyard, and immediately a chorus of greetings followed him like an eager tide. Family head. Good morning, family head. Congratulations, family head. The last one made his steps falter. Congratulations. He forced a polite smile and gave small nods in return, but his mind was already spinning. What were they congratulating him for? He hadn't announced any cultivation breakthrough, and if someone had spread rumors about him getting married again, he was going to start swinging his sword. He scanned the crowd until, thank the heavens, he spotted a familiar figure across the courtyard. Aunt Jingyi. She stood beneath a plum blossom tree, white hair flowing over her shoulder like silk. She was surrounded by a group of younger fangirls, offering them instructions with the ease of a natural matriarch. Her delicate fingers moved in graceful gestures as she handed out sashes and decorations. Fang Yuan made his way over with a purposeful stride. Aunt Jingyi, he called as he approached. She turned with a bright smile, eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, if it isn't my adorable junior brother, she beamed. Fang Yuan stopped mid-step, blinking. Aunt, I'm your nephew. Oh, she blinked innocently. Are you calling me old then? Fang Yuan opened his mouth, then shut it. He stared at her in silent surrender, unsure whether he should laugh it off or run away from the psycho. Jingyi chuckled, clearly enjoying herself. You walked right into that one, little Yuan. Why is everyone congratulating me? He asked, deciding to shift the topic before she called him her husband or something equally ridiculous. Jingyi's smile widened as she leaned in, voice teasing and low. Oh, you really don't know. No, Fang Yuan said flatly. She gave him a look of exaggerated shock. You mean no one told you? Maybe I shouldn't ruin the surprise then. Aunt, she giggled, fanning herself with a decorative scroll. All right, but you'll owe me tea and snacks later. Fang Yuan sighed. Deal. So what happened? After you left the Spirit Stone mine, she began, stepping gracefully to the side. A few elders decided to explore deeper. And your brother volunteered to be part of the explorers too. We elders were confused, but since he was your brother and he's my cute brother's younger brother, I decided to let him follow us. She gave him a sidelong look. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. And, well, she dragged the syllable like a musician tuning a string. Guess what your brilliant younger brother stumbled upon? He stared at her with no intentions of guessing. She huffed. You're no fun, little Yuan. This sister's feeling so sad now. Not even a hint of curiosity, just this cold, unfeeling stare. The younger girls nearby fidgeted uncomfortably. Fang Yuan gave in with a sigh. All right, Aunt. He emphasized the word aunt like a jab. Let me guess. Was it a hollow yeklo grass? Fang Jingyi blinked and went still, then muttered like a disappointed gambler, folding her hand. This is why you're still single, little Yuan. You're too illogical. Not even a sense of romance. No wonder no one's ever tried climbing into your bed except me. Fang Yuan's brain skipped like a broken formation disk. He started. No, don't defend yourself, she said, holding up a finger. Just imagine how rare that grass is. I'm more likely to have your child than you are to stumble on something like that. His soul briefly left his body. That comparison, that horrifying comparison. Fang Yuan stood there in stunned silence, his spiritual awareness flickering like a broken lantern. It wasn't the shock of hearing it was the sheer audacity of how naturally she had said it. She carried on as if she hadn't just shattered his mental sea. Anyway, that wasn't it, she said brightly. Your precious younger brother, Fang Tian, discovered something far more useful. He blinked. More useful than hollow yeklo grass. Jingyi smiled. A spirit pond. Fang Yuan froze. His mouth opened slightly. Nothing came out. His thoughts caught in a loop like a broken prayer chant. Then finally, a spirit pond. MMHMM, she said, clearly savoring his reaction. Hidden behind the second shaft, masked by natural formations. Honestly, even I wouldn't have found it without a spirit-seeking compass. But somehow your brother tripped over a rock and discovered it. Fate is funny like that. And this is what everyone's celebrating. Fang Yuan asked, voice shrill with rising dread. Well, of course, she said, eyes sparkling. It's a sign, little Yuan. Our family is bound to truly rise again. Fang Yuan's face paled. But what about the other families, the royal court? If word gets out, won't they try and come claim a share of it? They aren't going to let a treasure like this land on our hands alone. His concern was raw, real. Jingyi's expression softened. She turned to the girls with a dismissive wave. Go along now. I'll be back with you all in a moment. I need to calm down my panicking nephew. Fang Yuan, meanwhile, stared at the sky. Is this the joke you came up for me today? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. A few hours had passed since the morning's surprise. Fang Yuan now sat inside his personal study. The festive sounds outside dulled to a faint background hum. Despite the laughter, music, and bustling servants beyond the courtyard, a storm churned silently behind his composed expression. Aunt Jingyi sat across from him, legs elegantly crossed, balancing a steaming cup of spirit tea in one hand while leafing through a stack of scrolls with the other. And that, little Yuan, is why you don't sign a petition just because you want your task to lessen even by a little, she finished, tapping one of the documents with a sharp fingernail. You should be more careful, little Yuan. You're our family head, you can't be careless and take these things lightly. Fang Yuan didn't smile. He hadn't smiled in over an hour, because something she had said earlier kept echoing in his mind. Well, you approved the feast. We couldn't have done it otherwise, dear. At first, he thought she was teasing again, but she was not. She was genuinely surprised when he told her he had not approved of anything related to the Spirit Pond celebration. Jingyi had brushed it off casually, saying he probably signed the wrong scroll in a rush, called him lazy, and joked about how much he didn't want to work. But Fang Yuan knew better. He never signed anything without reading it. Never. Every scroll was reviewed thoroughly, every seal checked, every hidden formation tested for tampering, which meant only one thing: someone had forged his approval, and it was to be an insider, and they had done it subtly enough to get past every level of internal vetting. His eyes lingered on the scrolls in front of him. He said nothing to Aunt Jingyi. There was no need to cause trouble, not just yet. He nodded with just the right hint of sheepishness, the look of a nephew caught being lazy. Let her believe that. For now, MN. I'll be more careful next time, he said evenly. Jingyi stood, brushing off her robe, clearly satisfied with the results of her impromptu tutoring session. Good. Because if I catch you being lazy and irresponsible once more, I'll personally see that you get married and retired. She winked and made for the door. Now then, I need to prepare. The guests arriving for the pond unveiling will be of extremely high esteem. Nobles, sect envoys, maybe even a royal investigator or two. It's going to be dazzling, little Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded faintly. Of course, I'll see you there. The moment the door closed behind her, his expression hardened. The feast was to be held in 7 days, and preparations for the feast had already begun, lavish and extravagant. Fang Yuan sat at his desk, surrounded by mountains of scrolls and inked documents, each one more tedious than the last. The scent of spirit ink mixed with faint sandalwood from the incense burning nearby, but neither could lift the weariness pressing down on his shoulders. With a tired sigh, he turned his gaze toward the golden panel flickering in the corner of his vision. Quest, complete the pile of pending administrative tasks on your desk. Reward, spirit gathering formation, high grade, black rank. Status, ongoing, still ongoing, Fang Yuan muttered with some relief, rubbing his forehead. Phew, so the one that got approved didn't come from this pile. That meant whoever had signed off on the celebration request hadn't tampered with the current stack on his desk. But even so, he leaned back, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. The spirit pond was discovered yesterday. By all rights, the standard petition protocol required a day at least of deliberation, formatting, and elder review before it ever reached his seal. And yet somehow the celebration had been approved, prepped, and launched all overnight. One night was all it took, he murmured, a short pause. Then quietly a name surfaced in his heart, unspoken but burning all the same. Someone charismatic, respected, trusted by the elders. Someone with both the authority and subtlety to fast-track the whole of Fang family event without raising alarms. His lips tightened. I see what you're doing, he said to no one in particular, but if this is how you act, I can't really hand the family over to you. It was not a declaration of war, just a quiet conflict of hearts and intentions, 2 visions for the future colliding under the same ancestral roof. He exhaled slowly and set the scroll aside. Then knock knock, come in. The door creaked open and a familiar scent of jasmine preceded the maid as she entered, carrying a tray of morning tea and fresh breakfast. She bowed deeply. Family head, your morning tea. Soft rice, lotus cakes, and glazed sweetroot. Would you like the kitchen to prepare something else? As the maid bowed again and quietly placed the tray on the table, Fang Yuan sat back, looking out the window at the garden, beyond his hands grabbing a lotus cake. Fang Yuan took a slow bite of the lotus cake, the soft sweetness melting on his tongue. For a moment, he allowed the taste to distract him from the weight of thoughts circling in his mind. Then his eyes drifted toward the open window, where the morning breeze stirred the plum blossoms in the courtyard garden. He set his teacup down with a soft clink. Felicia, he said, his tone casual but his gaze sharp. Did anyone enter my chamber last night? The maid, who stood silently nearby, straightened. None, family head. Fang Yuan studied her a second longer, then gave a slight nod of approval. I see. Good work. He picked up another lotus cake, still warm and fragrant. This is tasty, he murmured. Felicia offered a soft, respectful smile. The kitchens received fresh lotus root from the eastern terrace garden this morning. I'll be sure to inform the chef. Fang Yuan took another bite, then said thoughtfully, I'm sure the surprise being planned in 7 days will be just as sweet. Felicia gave no visible reaction, only bowed her head lightly. Of course, family head. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan leaned back in his chair, the lotus cake half finished in his hand. Whoever had made the decision in his name, they clearly believed they'd gotten away with it, and perhaps for now they had. But Fang Yuan was not going to take the bait so easily. Let them plan, let them act like he was none the wiser. He would play the role of the oblivious family head a little longer. After all, what kind of cultivator ignored a high-grade black-rank spirit-gathering formation? His eyes flicked to the glowing system panel still hovering beside his desk like an ever-watchful attendant. Quest, complete the pile of pending administrative tasks on your desk. Reward, spirit-gathering formation, high-grade black rank. Status, ongoing. Fang Yuan rolled his shoulders with a quiet sigh and muttered, back to the battlefield then. With a casual wave, he summoned a fresh stack of scrolls to the surface of his desk, some petitioning new trade routes, others arguing about pasture boundaries. Felicia from the side, quietly refilling his teacup. Fang Yuan glanced up from his scrolls, the flick of his brush pausing mid-air. You may leave, Felicia. The maid nodded with a practiced bow and exited the room, leaving behind the faint scent of tea and the quiet rustle of her retreating steps. With a sigh, Fang Yuan returned to his task. He picked up another scroll, eyes narrowing as he scanned the words with sharp efficiency. Declined, he muttered, stamping it without hesitation. Another scroll, approved. Again and again, the rhythm rolled on like a tide, steady and relentless. But just as he reached for the next petition, a knock disrupted the silence. He closed his eyes briefly. Come in, the door creaked open, and in stepped Fang Mei. She wore a worried expression, her usually vibrant presence dimmed with unease. Her hands were folded tightly in front of her, sleeves slightly crumpled, signs that she had been pacing. Brother, she said softly, have you seen Fang Tian? Fang Yuan arched a brow, setting his brush down with exaggerated care, losing control of your would-be husband already. He thought dryly, and here I thought she'd have him whipped by now, but he didn't voice the thought when he realized she was actually searching for him with genuine concern. So he stood up, brushing his sleeves as he crossed the room to her. When was the last time you saw him? Fang Mei hesitated, eyes flicking briefly toward the morning light spilling across the floor. Last night, she said. We both used the bone marrow pill you gave us with hopes that we would start cultivating with our new bone marrows. But when I woke up this morning, he wasn't there. I looked around but couldn't find him, so I came here. Her voice faltered near the end, tinged with a vulnerable worry that Fang Yuan rarely saw from her. Fang Yuan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. His voice, calm and steady, carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen too many things go wrong to panic over just one. Don't worry, Mayor. We'll find him, he said gently. I promise. Fang Mei nodded, but her eyes remained troubled. Fang Yuan gave the scrolls on his desk one last glance and sighed. Besides, I needed a break from those damn petitions anyway. With that, he stepped out alongside her, the breeze outside brushing against his sleeves like a quiet reminder that the world didn't stop for paperwork. As they walked side by side through the winding corridor of the main estate, the silence between them lingered for a while, thick, uncertain. Fang Yuan glanced sideways at his sister. Mayor, he began gently, did the two of you ever talk about going anywhere recently? Fang Mei hesitated. No, not really. He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Did he mention wanting to visit a specific place? Somewhere new, somewhere old? She shook her head. I don't think so. His gaze rested on her a moment longer. Was there anything he seemed interested in lately? A book he was reading? A location he asked about? Fang Mei's brows furrowed, lips parting slightly, but nothing came out. She shook her head again. I don't know. Fang Yuan's step slowed. He turned slightly, studying her expression. Her shoulders were curling inward, her voice growing smaller with each answer, almost like she felt she was failing him just by not knowing. He exhaled through his nose softly and stopped walking. All right, he said, his voice easing into a gentler tone. Forget the questions for now. Fang Mei nodded, looking down. Fang Yuan looked towards the horizon. We'll find him, he said quietly. No matter where he's gone. The two walked in silence. Their footsteps echoed gently against the stone paths, the distant murmur of servants and chirping birds the only sound between them. Fang Yuan kept his eyes forward, mind cycling through possibilities. Where could Fang Tian have gone, and more importantly? Beside him, Fang Mei walked with her hands clasped tightly before her. Her gaze flicked toward him, then down again. The silence stretched on, brittle and awkward, as though even the air didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth. The sound was barely audible, more a sound of hesitation than a full word. Fang Yuan turned to her immediately. He blinked and then chuckled softly under his breath. Ah, my bad. I was so deep in thought, trying to figure out where he went. I forgot to say anything. He gave her a small, reassuring smile. Don't worry, Mayor. He's surely going to come back. Fang Mei nodded a bit too quickly, her eyes lowered. Amen. She didn't add more. Fang Yuan watched her for a moment longer, then turned back to the path ahead. He let out a quiet sigh in his heart. She used to be so bold, he thought. There was a time she'd shout, brother, from across the courtyard without a care, puffing her cheeks when scolded, demanding extra sweet cakes at family banquets, or dragging him to see some silly play she had fallen in love with. But now she barely looked him in the eye. Ever since she and Tian confirmed their feelings, she's been walking on eggshells around me, Fang Yuan mused, like I'm some demon instead of just her brother. He didn't mind the relationship. He had approved it himself, even, but he already missed the way she used to be. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan and Fang Mei arrived at the eastern ravine. The once bustling excavation site had turned silent. Where hammers once rang and miners shouted over one another, now only the low hum of formation barriers and the whisper of wind through the stone remained. Ever since the discovery of the spirit pond the previous night, the entire area had been sealed off. No miners were allowed near. The air felt denser here, now rich with spiritual energy. Fang Mei glanced around, hugging her sleeves tighter. Brother. What are we doing here? Fang Yuan kept walking ahead without pause, eyes calmly scanning the terrain. With your new bone marrow, it's best you cultivate inside the spirit pond for the next week. Fang Mei blinked in shock. But that's, she trailed off, unsure if she was more stunned by the privilege or nervous about being alone in such a place. But Fang Yuan didn't turn to her. Instead, he looked to his left, toward a shadowed alcove where no one stood and spoke with quiet reassurance. Don't worry, Mayor. I'm the family head. I have full control. Fang Mei tilted her head, confused. Brother, why had he turned that way? Before she could ask, Fang Yuan shifted his gaze forward again and approached the sealed entry of the ravine where two family guards stood in attention. Family head, they saluted in unison. Fang Yuan gave a nod, opened the formation. The guards stepped aside and began the unlocking process, their hands forming a series of quick practice seals. The invisible barrier shimmered briefly before parting like a curtain of mist. Fang Yuan turned back to his sister, his voice calm and firm. Come, I'll take you to the pond myself. Fang Mei hesitated only for a moment before following, her heart pounding with anticipation. The mine shaft swallowed them in shadow. Gone were the sounds of celebration from the estate. Here only the echo of their footsteps remained, trailing along the damp stone floor like whispers of the past. Fang Yuan led the way, torchlight casting flickering shadows across the walls. Crates of unused equipment lined the sides, hastily abandoned after the discovery. The air grew colder the deeper they went, yet paradoxically denser, rich with qi so thick it clung to the skin. Fang Mei stayed close behind, her voice hushed in awe. It feels different down here. It should, Fang Yuan replied, not turning. A spirit pond forms when ley lines converge. Just being near one is like breathing in liquid essence. Once inside, it'll be up to you how much of it you can refine. She nodded, the firelight catching the glint of resolve in her eyes. They took a sharp turn at the second fork. A natural stone arch framed the final passage, glowing faintly with protective formations. Someone had reinforced the place overnight. As they stepped past it, the air changed. Moisture tickled Fang Mei's lashes. A soft, emerald glow pulsed from deeper within, bathing the corridor in hues of jade and silver. And then there it was, the spirit pond. Nestled within a cavernous hollow, it glimmered like starlight poured into water. Faint threads of spiritual qi rose from its surface in lazy spirals, coiling upward and vanishing into the cavern's peak. Lush moss covered the stones at its edges, and glowing blue lotuses floated across the water's surface, undisturbed by time or wind. Fang Yuan's eyes swept across the chamber with glistening moss, the tranquil pond at its center, the faint, ever-rising wisps of spiritual energy. But more than anything, it was the jagged cracks along the walls, the scattered scorch marks on stone, and the half-buried claw gouges on the floor that made his brows knit together. His gaze landed near the far edge of the spirit pond, where the water lapped silently against a patch of flattened earth. There, that was where he had fought the saber-toothed beast, where the hollow yeklo grass had once shimmered in delicate defiance, where he had cleaved the creature in half in a moment of rage and regret. His eyes narrowed just slightly. Wasn't this the exact spot? The thought surfaced unbidden, bitter and cold. So how could I miss it? He had scoured this place. Even dug through the beast's remains with his bare hands. Yet now, not even a full day later, a spirit pond emerges like some ancient treasure offering itself to someone else. And Tian just happened to stumble upon it. He felt the urge to scoff, but instead kept his expression calm, unreadable. Not a flicker betrayed the frustration stirring beneath. He let out a slow breath through his nose, folding his arms behind his back. No use dwelling on it. At the same time, Fang Mei gasped softly, a hand flying to her lips. It's beautiful. Fang Yuan gave a quiet nod. And dangerous if not used properly. Don't dive in head first. Sit near the edge first. Let your marrow acclimate. She nodded, the reverence clear in her stance. Fang Yuan stepped forward and placed his hand on a control pillar, dissolving the shallow formation veil around the pond. The qi instantly grew heavier, and Fang Mei inhaled sharply. He turned to her with a calm expression, hands clasped behind his back. This week this place is yours. No one else steps foot in here unless I say so. Fang Mei's eyes went round as saucers. Brother, that's a privilege, he interrupted smoothly, that you'll need. She blinked. Need. He nodded solemnly. Yes, if you truly plan on marrying my junior brother, then you'll need to be strong enough to protect him, or at the very least be able to fight alongside him. Fight? He gave her a deadpan look. Do you think love in the world of cultivation means picnic dates and poetry under the moonlight? No, it's either dual cultivation or dual decapitation. There is no in between, Fang Mei sputtered. You've already stolen my little brother's heart, Fang Yuan said with a dramatic sigh. Now it's only fair you learn how to guard his liver, lungs, and dantian too. Fang Mei could only stare at him, torn between laughter and horror. He placed a hand on her head, gently patting it like a war general sending off a new recruit. Go on, Mayor, bathe in the pond, meditate, enlighten yourself, but at least try not to drown. Then, without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stepped out of the cavern, the cool air of the ravine brushing against his sleeves like the breath of a long-sleeping beast. As the formation shimmered, closed behind him, sealing the spirit pond away once more, the two stationed guards straightened and saluted. Family head. He nodded in return, his tone firm but quiet. From now on, no one is to enter this place without my personal stamp of approval, not even the elders. The guards exchanged a brief glance and gave a synchronized bow. Understood. Fang Yuan lingered for a breath, gaze drifting once more toward the stone corridor that led back into the depths. Then, with a final glance, he turned and left. The path from the eastern ravine to the central estate was quiet, lined with peach blossom trees whose petals danced faintly in the breeze. By the time he reached the main gate, a few servants and patrolling guards greeted him with bows, but none dared interrupt his stride. Fang Yuan made his way back to his office, the heavy oak doors swinging open with a whisper of qi. He stepped inside, the scent of ink, tea, and old paper welcoming him like an old friend. The mountain of unfinished scrolls still sat on his desk, as if mocking his earlier break. Fang Yuan sighed softly, rolled his shoulders, and muttered, "All right, it's time I stopped delaying the quest. I won't be able to sleep if I failed." Then he sat down and picked up his brush once more. Soon, a few hours passed. Fang Yuan leaned over the final scroll, his brush gliding across the parchment in one last elegant stroke. He let the ink settle, pressed his stamp against the lower seal, and exhaled deeply. "Done," he whispered, a small, triumphant smile tugging at his lips. He leaned back in his chair and stretched, joints popping in relief. His arms reached high over his head as he closed his eyes and tilted his chin upward, basking in the rare satisfaction of a fully cleared desk. And then, ding, a clear chime echoed within his mind like the sound of a bell struck underwater. A glowing panel bloomed into view before him, elegant and ethereal. Quest completed. Complete the pile of pending administrative tasks on your desk. Reward, Spirit Gathering Formation, high-grade black rank. Status completed. Initiating transfer of knowledge on how to set up the formation. What the? Before he could even stand, a strange warmth surged through his temples. His eyes widened. He clutched the arms of his chair. A flood of information poured directly into his mind, not words on a scroll, not verbal instruction, but a living memory, diagrams, measurements, formation runes glowing in sequence, chi flow patterns, anchor points, balancing arrays, and material compatibility. Every detail came with absolute clarity, as if he had personally spent 100 years researching the formation. When it ended, he sat still for a long moment. Then, he looked at his hands as if they had changed. That was insane. The spirit gathering formation now lived in his memory like a second language, and it wasn't just theory. He could build it, right now if he wanted. He blinked once, then let out a slow whistle. "System," he murmured, smiling faintly. "This is what I expected when you arrived. I love you." I wonder if I can build it now," he muttered, rising from his chair with a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Fang Yuan walked slowly to the shelves by the side of his office, where thick ledgers and treasury scrolls were stacked in meticulous order. He pulled out a dusty red ledger with golden thread binding, the one detailing the family's core resources: spirit ores, refined metals, spiritual anchors, array stones, and more. With a flick of his hand, the pages turned rapidly, stopping at the inventory list for formation components. Began cross-referencing everything the system had just burned into his mind: spirit engraved core stones, minimum 6, grade 3 or higher; anchor flags of the 8 winds, 1 set; mithril threaded conduits, 10 lengths, silver essence grade; chi conduction plates, black steel, preferably tempered; lotus dust refined from spirit lotus petals, at least 50 grams; jade stabilizers, minor, optional but recommended. His eyes scanned the entries, line by line, resource by resource. And then he blinked. "We actually have all of this," he double-checked, then triple-checked. The treasury held 10 spirit-engraved core stones, 8 more than he needed. The 8 winds flags had been stored since the days of his grandfather's failed heaven-earth array experiment. Mithril conduits, sitting in a crate next to the west vault. Chi plates, plenty, polished and unused. Lotus dust. Rare, yes, but he himself had commissioned its refining 2 years ago when trying to make a pill that exploded on contact, a side project, best left unspoken. And jade stabilizer swell, those were practically decorations at this point. He slowly closed the ledger, and then grinned. "So, I could build it now." He tapped the ledger against his palm, his expression thoughtful and pleased. "Guess the higher-ups in the heavens finally decided to stop playing jokes on me." He paused. "Unless this is also part of the joke, that won't be funny." He set the ledger down with a soft thud, his gaze drifting toward the open window where the afternoon sun was beginning to mellow into evening gold. "All right," he said under his breath, a faint smile forming. "Let's build a formation." He scribbled down the required materials onto a sheet of paper, his brush swift and precise. Once finished, he stamped it with his personal seal, the crimson mark still fresh as he called out toward the door. Felicia, the maid, entered promptly. Family head. Fang Yuan handed her the list without looking up. "Send this to the treasury. Have them prepare everything and tell them it's urgent." Felicia accepted it with a small bow. At once, she replied before quietly turning and leaving the room. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stepped out of his office, the scent of ink still faint on his sleeves, stubborn, like it had sunk into the fabric after hours at the desk. The estate had shifted into its evening rhythm. Lanterns bathed the walkways in amber, casting long shadows that swayed with every breeze. Somewhere farther down, he could hear servants moving about, voices muffled but laced with urgency. The upcoming ceremony had everyone on edge. He moved through the corridor without hurry. Silks and ornaments passed by in the arms of busy attendants, their movements brisk, practiced, but each one still paused just enough to offer a quick bow. "Good evening, family head," one said, breathless but respectful. He gave a curt nod, a flicker of tiredness behind his eyes. "Carry on." The words came out calm, but there was a weight behind them. not exhaustion but more like pressure, constant and quiet, coiling deeper by the day. He let the scent of sandalwood guide him to the quieter wing of the estate. Plum blossoms rode the air, soft and fleeting. Here the noise fell away. His chambers sat at the far end ornate, yes, but still tucked beneath the hush of the mountain's slope. By the time he reached the doors, the sun had nearly vanished behind the peaks. Candlelight flickered through the latticed screens. Someone had already prepared the bath. Slipped into the stone basin without a word, the heat wrapping around him instantly, loosening knots he hadn't even realized were there. He leaned back, eyes shut, lips parting on a long, silent exhale. For a moment, it was just the warmth and the sound of water brushing stone. But peace didn't last long. It never did. A rustle, a light knock, followed by a soft, clear voice. "Family head," Felicia called gently from behind the screen. "The items from the treasury have been delivered." There in the He didn't open his eyes. Good. A pause just long enough to feel. "Make sure no one disturbs me," he added, voice low but firm, not for any reason. Silence followed. Then, "As you command," her footsteps faded, barely audible against the polished floor. Fang Yuan let himself sink deeper into the water, the heat seeping into bone and spirit. The silence returned, giving him peace of mind. The system's knowledge stirred beneath the quiet, the spirit gathering formation. The theory was clear and now the intent was solid. But building it, that would be a test. He let out a slow breath and let it rise in curling steam. Eventually, when the water cooled, he stood, reached for the robe laid nearby. The night air kissed his damp skin and he could feel the subtle shift of chi as it brushed against him, drawn like thread to needle. He dressed simply, black robe, silver clouds at the cuffs, then stepped into the outer room. It was neatly arranged, as expected. Boxes sealed with the Fang family sigil, bundles carefully laid on the table. Felicia had taken care to ensure everything was positioned with precision. Spirit stones glimmered under silk. The room was quiet but not dead. Something hummed almost imperceptibly, like breath caught in a long pause. He stepped closer, brushed the edge of a core stone. Its surface pulsed faintly beneath his fingers, responding not just to his chi but to the intention behind it. His gaze drifted to the window. Outside, the estate had fully settled into night. Moonlight spilled across the rooftops. Lanterns flickered like drifting fireflies. The door clicked softly shut behind him. He didn't turn. His mind was already elsewhere. Spirit stones, the true currency of cultivators. While gold still held value among mortals, it was spirit stones that made the world of cultivation turn. To a cultivator, gold was little more than glitter. Spirit stones, on the other hand, were power. These stones came from spirit mines, though their abundance depended on the mine's quality. Most mines yielded only a modest amount, making high-grade stones rare and precious. But spirit ponds, that was a different story entirely. A well-maintained spirit pond could produce a steady stream of spirit stones every single day, a veritable treasure trove for any clan lucky enough to control one. The spirit pond, that would be the place, tucked deep in the ravine, rich with natural killing chi. Land pulsed there, slow and steady, like the breath of something ancient and dreaming. He turned back to the table and unwrapped one of the bundles. Cold black steel plates, smooth as water. Next, silver thread conduits, curled tight, glinting like caught moonlight. The lotus dust shimmered behind the jade vials, sealed, delicate, volatile. And then the unfinished flags, just enchanted wood for now, bare, waiting. He knelt slowly beside them, robes folding like shadow around him, picked up a single piece. Rough to the touch, unforgiving. His fingers ran along the grain as he studied it, expression unreadable except for a small crease at his brow. So he muttered, not quite to the room, not quite to himself, "This is where the real work begins." He closed his eyes. In the dark of his mind, the system's gift flickered to life, blueprints forming in light, runes rotating in calm precision. And so, without ceremony, beneath the quiet weight of moonlight and unspoken resolve, Fang Yuan began. Time passed in a blur. The chamber lights rarely dimmed. Save for the few hours Fang Yuan allowed himself to rest in meditation. Ink brushes wore down to nubs. The scent of lotus dust clung to the walls. Runes etched with razor precision glowed faintly across the newly crafted formation flags, each one a testament to long nights of steady focus and relentless refinement. By the seventh night, the last anchor flag was completed. Fang Yuan set it aside gently, letting the chi within settle. He let out a long breath and leaned back in his chair, exhaustion pressing lightly on his shoulders, but his eyes still burned with quiet fire. Just in time, he muttered, and then, knock, knock, the sharp sound cracked through the quiet. Family head, came Felicia's voice, urgent, tense. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. Fang Mei got kidnapped. The guards reported that she isn't in the spirit pond anymore. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan panicked not. He simply rose from his seat, the final formation flag still glowing faintly on the table behind him, and extended a hand. The air within the chamber stilled. Then, boom, a ripple of pure spiritual will surged out from him like a tidal wave. Invisible to the naked eye but unmistakable to any who cultivated, the spiritual wave shot through the estate and beyond, blanketing the entirety of Coldwind City in a breathless instant. It wasn't violent, but it was absolute. In the hearts of those sensitive to chi, it was as if the sky had leaned down to whisper in their ears, and it whispered power. Across the city, 4 distinct locations erupted in simultaneous chaos. Zhao Clan, perched in the northern high halls of Coldwind Ridge Zhao Ming, the elderly patriarch, trembled mid-meditation, his eyes snapping open. Nascent soul, he croaked, leaping to his feet. He family, their underground arena buzzing with fighters he long, mid-spar with his third son, faltered as his knees bent involuntarily. Sweat poured from his brow as he turned toward the source. Impossible. Lin Pavilion, a spire of knowledge and a raised matriarch, Lin's eyes teacup cracked in her hand. Her expression remained unreadable, but her fingers trembled against the lacquered table. Wu Fortress, home to Coldwind's most militant family, Wu Shun growled low in his throat. Who the hell stepped into that realm in our backyard? And above them all, beyond the city walls, on a royal path lined with guards in ceremonial armor. A silver-gilded carriage rolled to a halt. Inside, the young man wearing imperial colors sat up straighter, a flicker of awe in his gaze. He turned to the man beside him, a calm figure robed in gray with a scroll sealed to his back. Teacher Ian, the prince murmured, is that what I think it is? The one called Ian closed his eyes, letting the ripple wash over him before nodding once. Yes, your highness, a nascent soul cultivator, no doubt. He cracked open one eye, the faintest smile pulling at the corner of his mouth, and it would appear they reside in the very city we're heading to. The prince's eyes gleamed. How intriguing indeed. Back within the estate, Fang Yuan lowered his hand, expression unreadable. That brief sweep hadn't just been a show of power, it had been a search. He had tasted every sliver of spiritual movement, examined every thread of chi that stirred in response. From the central market to the outskirts, from the forests to the underground vaults, Fang Yuan stood alone in the center of the quiet chamber, the final echo of his spiritual wave fading into the still night like the last ripple on a calm lake. Moments passed. Then, like a net tightening, his mind snapped into focus memories, impressions, chi threads all aligning with a single realization. He found out where Fang Mei was and who was responsible for this case of kidnapping. At least they were close enough to not actually hurt her, so he didn't really felt it necessary to go to her right now. The other party may have been cautious or being overly restrained, but they were unaware that their little antics hadn't gone unnoticed by him. Fang Yuan's lips curved into a slow, knowing smirk. He murmured, half amused, half predatory. Interesting. Fang Yuan snickered softly under his breath, eyes glinting. He turned slightly. Felicia. The maid stepped in from the side room, her posture straight despite the lingering tension. Family head. Bring me my robe, he said, his voice light now, relaxed. I have an event to host. She hesitated. And Fang Mei. She'll be fine, Fang Yuan said simply, brushing a non-existent wrinkle from his sleeve. She's in the middle of a little game. She won't be hurt. Felicia gave a short bow. Understood. Moments later, she returned, arms cradling a garment of midnight black trimmed with elegant silver lining the cuffs and collar. The robe shimmered faintly under the light, woven from spiritual thread, the inner lining made from thinly tanned hide of a low-tier thunder beast, an outfit worthy of the Fang family head, crafted not only for its appearance but to withstand force, speed, and power, defensive in structure, graceful in movement, authority made wearable. Fang Yuan slipped into the robe with practiced ease, the fabric settling around his frame like it belonged there. He then reached to a small lacquered box on the nearby shelf. With a soft click, it opened to reveal an insignia to recognize the mark of a golden core cultivator. He stared at it for a long moment, then closed the lid. Today, he muttered, voice laced with dry amusement, is a day of surprises. He swept out of the chamber, Felicia falling into step just behind him, her steps quiet, her face unreadable. The lantern light caught on the silver trim of his robe as the two vanished into the deeper halls of the estate. He moved through the estate like a blade through silkweed, unopposed. By the time he stepped into the courtyard, the crowd had already begun to gather beneath the twilight sky. Lanterns swayed gently overhead, their warm glow dancing across polished stone tiles and satin-draped tables. The air was heavy with perfumed incense and the faint clinking of wine cups. Guests, merchants, and dignitaries from across Coldwind filtered in with guarded smiles and eager eyes, their robes bright and their words brighter. As Fang Yuan stepped forward, the crowd parted almost instinctively. He was a striking figure in the silver-trimmed midnight robe, calm yet commanding. The very air around him felt different, colder, sharper, like something just beneath the surface had teeth. But not everyone greeted him with silence. From near the platform, a voice spoke up, tinged with impatience and something darker. You're late. The speaker was Elder Fang Yu, one of the older family members, his hands folded into his sleeves, his expression neutral but only barely. The line of his jaw was tight, and his narrowed eyes held a faint glimmer of challenge. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan paused, the soft rustle of silk and the murmur of conversation fading into a taut silence. His gaze, cool and piercing, settled on Elder Fang Yu. Then he laughed, a deep, unhurried sound, smooth and resonant, echoing lightly across the courtyard like ripples on still water. Elder Gu, Fang Yuan said, his voice like polished jade sliding over steel. How rare to hear you address me by position rather than by blood. Truly, tonight must be a night worth remembering. There was just a flicker off irritation in the elder's eyes. His lips tightened ever so slightly, the crinkle at the corner of his mouth twitching in restrained displeasure. But before any words could escape, Fang Yuan turned away with effortless grace, his midnight robe catching the lantern light in streaks of silver. He lifted a hand and addressed the gathering crowd, voice poised and welcoming. But forgive me, matters of state and scroll tend to devour time like hungry ghosts. He gave a wry smile. Let's not keep our honored guests waiting, shall we? His smile held, but there was a tightness in his jaw that hadn't been there a moment ago. A small warning buried behind courtesy. An elder Gu take a step back and let the guest pass. Like the lifting of a spell, the guests stirred with new energy, stepping forward with a blend of excitement and deference. One by one, they introduced themselves, some bowing deeply, others wearing smiles polished by years of trade and diplomacy. Lu Tian, grain merchant of the Northern Valley, said a broad-shouldered man in fine blue robes. My stores supply 3 provinces. I seek partnership with the Fang family for security and expansion. Wu Feiyan offered a slender woman with an air of precision. Our family deals in beast hides and pill ingredients. It would be an honor to operate under the Fang family's protection. Then came a younger voice, a lot more confident and sharper. Cheng Bo. I'm not from the city, but I come bearing artifacts for trade, including ancient tools and talismans. I wish to offer exclusive terms, should the family head be interested. Fang Yuan listened, head slightly tilted, the faintest smile at the corner of his lips. His presence radiated calm authority, the kind born not from posturing but from absolute control. When the last voice fell silent, he stepped forward, hands folded neatly at his back. To all of you, he said, voice steady as flowing ink, the Fang family extends its full hospitality. Coldwind City may be a place of shifting winds, but we, his gaze swept across the crowd, are the mountain beneath. There was a hush, then nods, low murmurs of approval. A few sideways glances between rival merchants assessing one another anew under Fang Yuan's confident gaze. He smiled cool, reserved, but not without warmth. Let the wine flow, he said softly, and we'll speak of alliances. After the cups are raised, the banquet truly began then, music rising, the scent of roasted spirit beast and rare spices carried on the night breeze. But just before the banquet could reach full swing, a hush rippled through the courtyard, subtle but unmistakable. The servants paused mid-step while conversations quieted. Even the music softened to a distant hum. They had arrived, the true powerhouses of Coldwind City. One by one, the family heads of the 4 great clans entered through the main gate, each with a small entourage trailing behind them, robes gleaming beneath the lantern light. First came Zhao Ming of the Zhao clan, aged but still upright, his snow-white beard neatly combed, eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. His robe was crimson with golden embroidery in the pattern of phoenix fire. Though his chi was restrained, a faint pressure followed his every step like the heat before a storm. He offered a short nod as he approached Fang Yuan. Family head Fang, he said, voice gravelly yet resonant. A spirit pond is not just a fortune but a legacy. The Zhao clan extends its congratulations. May your roots grow deeper with this blessing. Fang Yuan inclined his head in return. Clan head Zhao's words are weighty. We will strive to honor them. Next was He Long, striding in with the gait of a battle-hardened general. His tunic bore the mark of the war serpent, and his hands, while calloused and scarred, rested behind his back like a man always ready for combat. Well now, he said with a smirk, so the quiet Fang family managed to fish out a spirit pond from under the city's nose. Heh, I admit I didn't see it coming. Then in a more formal tone, the He clan offers its respect. Let's hope this acquisition brings balance, not waves. Then with barely a sound, matriarch Linzai appeared, graceful, expression serene, her long robe an intricate weaving of ink-dyed silks that shimmered like falling rain. An auspicious find, she said, her voice as calm as moonlight. The Lin Pavilion acknowledges your fortune and your rising tide. Congratulations, family head Fang. Fang Yuan offered a respectful bow. To be recognized by the Lin Pavilion is an honor in itself. May our knowledge prosper together. Last came Wu Shuntal, rigid and armored even for a formal event. His cloak swept the ground like a banner, and the crest of a roaring lion blazed across his chest. The Wu family congratulates you, he said gruffly. But remember, power draws not only respect, but challenge. Fang Yuan met his eyes evenly, and we welcome both. The tension between them hung for a moment, then Wu Shun gave a tight nod and moved on. Yet just when Fang Yuan thought the last of the notable guests had arrived. The Crown Prince Lucas von Avatide, the guest announcer's voice rang out, sharp and reverent, slicing through the growing murmur like a blade through silk. A hush fell once more. Even the air seemed to pause, so they even dare bring in the royal family's help. Fang Yuan's fingers tapped the arm of his chair, slow and steady, the sound a quiet drumbeat beneath the tension. His gaze sharpened, the faint glint of amusement in his eyes cooling into something hardwarier. His jaw tightened ever so slightly, and the corner of his mouth pulled taut in a line between contempt and calculation, a flicker of anger, cold and quiet. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. As the guest announcer's voice faded into silence, the heavy wooden gates of the Fang estate creaked open with ceremonial grace. A ripple of awe spread through the gathered crowd. From beyond the gate came the sound of hoofslow, deliberate, yet impossibly precise. A royal carriage rolled into view, its polished gold trim catching every flicker of lantern light. Twin banners bearing the avatide crested azure dragon entwined with a silver sun fluttered gently in the breeze. Flanking the carriage were knights of the royal guard, clad in gleaming armor marked with the imperial seal, not merely for show as each bore the presence of seasoned cultivators, swordmasters likely, silent and sharp-eyed. Then the carriage came to a halt. A figure stepped out, tall, composed, draped in a robe of imperial blue chased with starlight silver. Crown Prince Lucas von Avatide descended the steps slowly, each movement practiced, as though this moment had been rehearsed 100 times. His golden eyes swept across the assembly, cold yet smiling. His presence did not demand attention, it seized it. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Then, ding, a chime echoed in his mind. Quest, prevent your own impeachment. Objective, retain your position as Fang family head throughout the evening. Reward, access to the system shop plus 1,000 system points usable within the system shop. Status active. A beat of silence. Then I knew it, Fang Yuan muttered under his breath, barely audible. He didn't let the frustration reach his face. Instead, he rose from his seat with composed grace, each movement precise, as fluid as ink on water. His face bore a serene, welcoming smile. As he stepped forward to greet the prince, he swept a quiet glance across the four family heads. Zhao Ming, Hilong, Linzai, Wu Shun. Each stood like statues of stone and will, none flinched. He could see it in the stillness of their shoulders, in the way their attendants dared not breathe too loud. They had their own reasons in this banquet. For men and women of such power, of such legacy, there was no loyalty without leverage, no alliance without reward. They could not be moved, unless a benefit was involved. And so, Fang Yuan approached the crown prince beneath the soft sway of lantern light with the mask he always wore. Mask knitted with politeness and smiles on the surface, yet calculating and measuring inside. Crown Prince Lucas von Avatide stepped forward, a radiant smile playing across his lips, balanced, princely and just shy of sincere. The lantern light kissed his imperial robes, casting dancing reflections across the polished tiles of the courtyard. His every step seemed rehearsed, timed to the rhythm of awe and ceremony. Clan head Fang, Lucas said warmly, his voice rich and resonant. It is truly an honor. Coldwind City has grown quite colorful after your family raised the standard to be the fifth great family. Fang Yuan inclined his head with impeccable grace. Your Highness honors our humble estate with his presence. Lucas chuckled softly, the sound meant to disarm. Humble, after acquiring a spirit pond. I dare say your Fang family is anything but. He looked Fang Yuan over with casual admiration. And so young too. I believe we're of similar age. Quite refreshing. Most clan heads I meet have white in their beards and more politics than blood in their veins. Fang Yuan's expression remained perfectly composed, pleasant, even but distant, as though every word washed over him like rain on stone. I was merely entrusted with the role early, he said evenly. Responsibility doesn't always wait for age. Lucas raised an eyebrow, clearly hoping for more, but received nothing in return. The air between them remained polite but just shy of warm. Flicker passed across the prince's face. Then he turned slightly. Teacher Ian, he said, tone light, would you be so kind as to bring the gift? The gray-robed cultivator unreadable stepped forward and produced a long lacquered box sealed with a royal emblem. Lucas took it into his own hands and turned back to Fang Yuan with an easy smile. I wanted to present this personally, he said, a token of goodwill from the capital to Coldwind City, and to the man who's been stirring quite a ripple here. The box gleamed under the lantern light, fine carvings etched with spiritual resonance. The guests murmured softly behind their sleeves. Still, Fang Yuan didn't reach for it. He merely nodded, voice smooth and controlled. The crown prince's generosity is noted, not appreciated, not gratefully accepted, just noted. The unspoken barrier lingered in the air. Lucas tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. He wasn't offended by the attitude of Fang Yuan, instead he was more curious. He had offered warmth, familiarity, even status, but Fang Yuan had not offered him a single crack. No smile, no flicker of openness, not even a sliver of vulnerability. Stone wrapped in silk, that was what he faced. The prince laughed softly, hiding a breath of irritation behind the sound. Well, he said, extending the gift fully now, perhaps you'll indulge me. In time. Fang Yuan reached out finally, his fingers brushing the royal box, but his gaze never softened. I indulge many things, your highness, he said with quiet edge, but rarely twice. He took the gift without bowing. The gesture was respectful, but it was not submission. Just then the silence shattered. A chair scraped harshly against stone as one of the Fang family elders abruptly stood. It was Elder Fang Guo, his face red with indignation, eyes burning with suppressed rage. "Is this how you act before the royal family?" he snapped, voice ringing across the courtyard. "You dare show such coldness to a prince of the empire? Are you trying to doom our entire clan?" Fang Yuan. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd like a wave. Some guests drew back slightly. Others leaned in with glimmering eye-sensing drama as keenly as blood in the water. Fang Yuan slowly lifted his head, still holding the ornate box the crown prince had handed him. His midnight black robe shimmered faintly as he straightened, the silver trim catching the lantern light like moonlight on a blade. Then smirked, a faint curve of the lips, cold and deliberate, like a chess master seeing a familiar gambit finally unfold. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Fang Yu's fury only deepened at Fang Yuan's silence. He turned to the other seated elders. "Will no one speak out? Have we truly let a boy drag our family into reckless pride?" And as if rehearsed, two more elders rose, Elder Han and Elder Moyen, long known to be close to Fang Guo. "The Fang family must not offend the royal line," one said grimly. "He has overstepped, and he has endangered us all," the other added. But even before the shock could settle, another voice rang out sharp and scornful. "Hypocrites," came the cry. It was Elder Chen, rising with a face like thunder, his fingers clenching the rim of the table. "Only now you remember your loyalty to the empire. When have any of you ever bowed so low until tonight?" He turned to the others. "He has strengthened the clan, revived our treasury, unearthed the spirit pond. And this is how you repay him, unearth the spirit pond." Elder Moyen half shouted, his voice pitching higher. Elder Chen turned to look at him slowly and sighed through his nose, then looked away. There was no saving some people. Then Elder Jingyi stood too, her expression cold and disgusted as she glared at the dissenters. "You show your backs like dogs sensing a larger bone to beg from. Do you think a crown prince will save you when your spine has already broken?" The courtyard was suddenly alive with tension as elders divided, guests whispering, and the crown prince standing quietly watching. Still, Fang Yuan did not react with fury or panic. He simply stood there with the box in hand, eyes calm, smile gone but not rattled. The weight of the moment pressed down like a drawn blade over fine silk. And all the while, the system's prompt pulsed softly in his mind: quest, prevent your own impeachment. Reward, access to the system shop, plus 1,000 system points. Fang Yuan's gaze swept the courtyard, briefly touching on every elder that had risen against him and those still seated, eyes flickering with uncertainty. Fang Yuan remained silent, and silence in moments like these could be more dangerous than thunder. But that silence only emboldened the opposition. Elder Fang Guo stepped forward with fresh momentum, voice rising above the murmur of the crowd. "You are still too young and immature." Elder Moyen shouted, "He hides behind accomplishments, but forgets this family is not built on one man's work." And Elder Han added, "He acts without counsel, moves without warning." And now he gestured subtly toward the crown prince. "He risks offending the royal family itself." The words echoed. Even some of the guests shifted uncomfortably. A few began murmuring amongst themselves. The banquet's warmth had turned cold. Then, step, step, 4 footsteps echoed in unison. The family heads of Coldwind City's other great clans rose slowly from their seats, one by one. Zhao Ming, He Long, Matriarch Linzai, Wu Shun. Their expressions were unreadable, but their presence demanded silence. Zhao Ming's voice, though old, carried weight like iron. "Elders of the Fang clan," he said, "gaze level. If not this man Fang Yuan, then tell us." He Long stepped in, arms folded across his broad chest. "Do you have another candidate worthy of leading this family?" A ripple passed through the crowd. Matriarch Linzai's fan snapped open with a soft click. "Surely, with all your fervor, you've someone more capable in mind." And Wu Shun, ever blunt, added, "Or is your opposition only noise with no blade behind it?" On the surface, their words seemed to defend Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan's eyes glinted not with gratitude, but with dangerous clarity. So that's how they want to play it, he thought. No, they were giving the dissenting elders a perfect excuse, an invitation. And sure enough, Elder Fang Guo stepped forward with barely restrained triumph. "We do," he declared loudly, his voice sharp with rehearsed certainty. "There is one born from Fang Shet, the grandfather of Fang Yuan, the first uncle of Fang Yuan, Fang Wei." He turned, gesturing with a dramatic sweep toward the crowd, and from among the guests, one figure rose as he walked out. An elderly man, tall and composed, with a faint, deep violet sigil stitched into his inner robe. Then another elder chimed in, speaking directly to the prince with a sweeping bow. "Your Highness, please understand we of the Fang clan harbor no offense or disrespect. The behavior of our current head was born from pride and haste, not hostility. Our loyalty to the empire is unwavering," added another. "But if our leader acts rashly, should we not correct him before his pride brings danger upon us all?" The implication hung heavy in the air. Fang Yuan's strength may be great, but it was also volatile and unchecked. And with the crown prince here, the perfect chance had arrived for the opposing faction to plead their case, cloak their ambition in loyalty, and wrap betrayal in silken diplomacy. Fang Wei turned to Fang Yuan, his gaze heavy with the air of condescension dressed in concern. "Cousin Yuan," he said, voice warm but heavy with performative sympathy. "You've carried the burden well, but you bear it like a sword, not a banner. It's time to pass it to steadier hands." When Fang Yuan heard that, he chuckled soft, almost inaudible, but just enough for those watching closely to catch the glint of amusement in his eyes. It wasn't out of outrage, but simply due to amusement. How generous, he thought silently, that they would try to gut him with such dulcet blades, yet his senses sharpened. His gaze swept Fang Wei subtly, and in the space of a breath he felt it, peak golden core, an oppressive presence cloaked in well-mannered robes, refined, hidden but not invisible. That's suspicious. Fang Wei had never made waves in the past. For someone supposedly inactive in the family's internal affairs for years, this sudden rise in cultivation, and at such a pivotal time, reeked of something deeper. A flicker of cold amusement danced behind his gaze, but beneath it, his instincts coiled tight. Fang Wei's cultivation wasn't just suspicious, it was unnatural. It reeked of borrowed strength, or worse, sponsorship. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned his eyes slowly deliberately toward Lucas von Avatide, and the crown prince simply smiled back. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Just as the air grew thick with tension, a fresh commotion erupted at the courtyard gates. "Elder Guo," a voice rang out, breathless and panicked. "We caught this girl sneaking into the spirit pond." A group of Fang family guards rushed forward, dragging a limp figure between them. Her robes were wet, her face pale, her hair clinging to her cheeks. It was Fang Mei. Elder Chen surged to his feet, his chair scraping harshly behind him. That was his daughter, adopted or not, his blood or not. He had raised her with love, protected her like blood, and cherished her as his own. His fury surged like a wave breaking loose. "Fang Guo," he roared, voice shaking the courtyard, thick with rage and raw emotion. But Fang Guo paid him no mind. His eyes locked instead onto Fang Yuan, gleaming with the hunger of opportunity. "Did you," he said slowly, "or did you not give this girl permission to enter the spirit pond without consulting the family elders?" The accusation hung heavy, like a dagger suspended in air. Meanwhile, somewhere off to the side, Elder He Song, the elder from the He family who had attended Fang Yuan's 30th birthday, covered his mouth, failing to hide a snort. "Karma," he whispered giddily to the elder beside him. "That's what he gets, calling me old HMPH. He hadn't forgotten." Not even a little. All eyes turned to Fang Yuan. His expression didn't shift. As the family head of the Fang, he said calmly, "I reserve every right to grant access to who can use the spirit pond. Her presence there was under my authority, and I don't see any reason on why you act as you did." With a flick of his hand, spiritual force lifted Fang Mei from the guard's rough grasp. She floated gently across the courtyard and landed in Fang Chen's waiting arms. He clutched her tightly, eyes wet with relief. At least she had not been hurt, but that was obvious. For tonight, the opposition still needed to play the role of the righteous side. Too much cruelty would shatter the illusion. But just as the situation began to settle, Fang Wei's voice joined the phrase, smooth and drenched in mock concern. "Oh, Cousin Yuan." Fang Wei stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. "And this is exactly why you cannot lead. You're swayed by emotion. You defend children in the middle of a power dispute. Leave politics to the elders and you go play lovemaking elsewhere." He chuckled softly. "She's too young for you, isn't she? Leave her to your younger brother instead. He's untalented, true, but I'm sure he'd appreciate the gesture." Laughter exploded from the elders behind him, sharp, theatrical, mocking. And then, as if insult could pile upon insult, Elder Fang Guo added with a wheezing laugh, "That foolish brother of his challenged the direct disciple of the divine ice sect master. A duel in 3 years, wasn't it?" He held his stomach. Absurd, more laughter, more smirks. The scene had turned into a mockery. Fang Yuan didn't lose his composure. His gaze was steady as he looked directly at Fang Wei, voice calm but cold as steel. "Uncle," he said, each word deliberate, "do you dare? Do you dare say what gives you the right to challenge my authority as the head of the Fang family?" But instead of answering, Fang Wei responded with a smooth question of his own, measured and designed to redirect. "My dear cousin," he said with a thin smile, "what are your intentions for the spirit pond? Will you guard it, or do you intend to let the wolves come and take a sip?" Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. "So that's the game. A trap carefully baited and set in public, before the other clan heads, the elders, and even the crown prince." But Fang Yuan wasn't afraid. He believed he has what it takes to come out on top. In fact, he even smiled. He stepped forward and spoke, his voice ringing clear through the tension-stricken air like a judge's gavel. "That spirit pond was unearthed by my brother," he declared. "It is the property of the Fang family and the Fang family alone. It will not be shared. And it will never be fed to wolves." His words cracked through the courtyard like thunder. But that was exactly what Fang Wei had been waiting for. He threw back his head and laughed, the sound rich and triumphant, the performance of a man who'd just seen his opponent walk willingly into the trap. Then he turned not to Fang Yuan but to the crown prince and the four-seated family heads. "Did you all hear that?" he said, voice ringing with righteous fire. "He refuses to share even a portion. No honor to the empire, no alliance with the rest of us. He will hoard it like a dragon with no thought for balance or peace." He raised a hand dramatically. "If I am made head of the Fang family, I will act justly. The spirit pond will be divided half to the imperial family as tribute, and the remaining half divided equally among our 5 clans." Then Feng Wei straightened his back and, in a show of solemnity, turned toward the crown prince. He bowed low with both hands clasped in front of him. "I request permission to hold a right of challenge," he said formally, his voice echoing through the courtyard. "Between myself and my brother's first son Fang Yuan, he is stubborn and I fear unfit to lead this family." He lifted his gaze, eyes shining with practiced humility. "I ask His Highness to bear witness." A silence fell. Then a soft chuckle broke it. It came from the crown prince. Lucas von Avatide turned to the man seated beside him, his expression light, almost playful. "What do you think, Teacher Ian?" he asked, voice laced with mock curiosity. It was a trap in itself. Everyone present knew it wasn't truly a question, it was an escape hatch. If anything went wrong, the blame could be pinned on the one offering counsel. Teacher Ian, long resigned to the intricacies of imperial theater, gave a faint sigh and nodded slowly. "It's a good opportunity, Your Highness," he said evenly. "A proper right witnessed by nobles, blessed by tradition, and perhaps—" He glanced at the 2 Fang men across the courtyard. "Will be treated to a good fight." He paused, then added casually, "Since family head Fang won't be using his seat, perhaps Your Highness might consider taking it in his place. It would be fitting, would it not?" The air grew tenser. But Fang Yuan only smiled, a cold, slow, wolfish smile. "So now, they bear their fangs." But Lucas, ever the actor in the robes of nobility, kept his role well played. "Oh no, Teacher Ian," he said lightly, with an expression of innocent concern. "That would be far too disrespectful to family head Fang. We should sit where they've prepared for us." His tone was light, his words soft, but every sentence was a move on the board. Teacher Ian nodded with the faintest sigh of approval, or perhaps weariness, and the 2 turned to take their seats. The challenge had been issued, the knife had been drawn, and all that remained now was to see who it would cut. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate. "I accept the challenge," he said, and then, just as everyone braced for formality and tradition, he offered the most outrageous counterproposal. "Uncle," Fang Yuan said casually, "since you're the senior, and also the older one." A pause. Somewhere off in the corner, Elder He-song nearly choked on his wine and hacked into his sleeve, drawing a few startled glances. Fang Wei's eyes narrowed, his tone clipped. "Cousin, what is it you're trying to say?" "There's no need for veiled insults after you've already accepted the right of challenge." But Fang Yuan only tilted his head and offered a smile so polite it was practically mocking. "Well, as the one receiving the challenge," he said, "don't I have the right to set the rules?" He turned toward the crown prince, asking not out of doubt but to make the entire courtyard hear it. The crown prince, still playing his role as the amused observer, returned the smile. Teacher Ian gave a knowing nod. "It is customary, Your Highness. The challenged may set the terms, so long as they do not contradict ancestral rights." The crown prince smiled and turned to Fang Yuan. "Well then, I wish to see what the great Fang clan head has to propose." Fang Yuan grinned and turned to his side. "Aunt Jingyi," he said, holding out the ornate gift box he'd been carrying all this while, "would you mind keeping this safe for me? A token from the crown prince." He didn't know if it held something or nothing. Either way. In his mind, it was just another scapegoat like the gift from the Divine Ice Sect. Elder Jingyi took the box without a word. Fang Yuan's grin widened as he turned to face Fang Wei once more. "So here's my rule," he said, his voice loud and clear. "Uncle, I'll let you strike me 3 times. If I don't move a single step after those 3 attacks, I'll return the favor with just 1 strike." He paused, letting the silence stretch before finishing. "We'll repeat this one of us striking, the other standing still until someone takes a step after being hit. Movement during the attack is allowed, but if you move while receiving a blow, you lose." The word struck the courtyard like a thrown stone hitting still water as everyone stilled. Mouths dropped open, murmurs flared, even the wind seemed to pause. Fang Wei stared at him, visibly taken aback. "Cousin," he said slowly, "are you looking down on me?" Fang Yuan shook his head lightly, his tone still playful. "Actually, quite the opposite. I hold you in such high regard, I'm giving you every advantage. Oh, and to sweeten the deal." His eyes sparkled with amusement. "You may use a berserk potion. I won't use anything. If I do, I'll consider it an automatic defeat." Gasps erupted. Elder Moyen stood, face paling. "That's suicide. Is he serious? He must be bluffing." Fang Yuan's smile remained steady, unfazed by the mounting disbelief. The crown prince chuckled under his breath. "Interesting," he murmured. But it was matriarch Lin Zai who drew the most attention. She stood, her robes flowing like mist, her expression unreadable. Then in front of all 4 great family heads, she bowed slightly toward Fang Yuan. "Clan head Fang Yuan," she said, her voice like still water over steel, "the Lin Pavilion recognizes your strength and believes in your swift victory." Her words fell like a hammer. The entire courtyard was stunned. Zhao Ming frowned. Wu Shun's jaw tightened. Even he long shifted in his seat, eyes narrowing. They had all made a tacit agreement to pressure the Fang family to squeeze a share of the spirit pond out of them through soft force. And now Linzai Pavilion had just backed out. No explanation, no warning. The other clan heads stared at her in disbelief, but matriarch Linzai simply returned to her seat and resumed sipping her tone-hurried serene. Fang Wei's expression twisted ever so slightly. He understood what had just happened. She had made her move not in confidence, but because he hesitated, and she had bet on Fang Yuan instead. He clenched his jaw. "You're serious then?" he asked. "I can use the berserk potion." "And you won't?" Fang Yuan nodded cheerfully. "That's the rule I made. And if I break it, I lose. Simple." The grin he wore now was sharper than any blade. His entire posture relaxed as if he'd already won. The pressure shifted subtly but unmistakably. For the first time, Fang Wei felt it. Hesitation in the crowd, uncertainty among his allies. If he refused now, he would look weak, cowardly. Even Elder Gu was glancing sideways, sensing the shift. Fang Wei gritted his teeth. "I accept." Fang Yuan stepped forward without hesitation, settling calmly into his stance. He clasped his hands behind his back, his posture relaxed, almost inviting. With an easy smile, he looked at his uncle and said, "Here, my stomach is wide open." Gasps rippled through the courtyard. A few elders burst into mocking laughter. "Haha, is this his strategy? To surrender through arrogance? Foolish bravado," another scoffed. "He's asking to be crippled." Even the guests from the other families chuckled, thinking it a show of pride before the fall. But not everyone laughed. Elder Fang Gu stared at the scene in silence, brows furrowed. Something about Fang Yuan's demeanor, it didn't feel like desperation. It felt like control, like he had been orchestrating the tempo from the start. "No," he shook his head. "That's impossible. It has to be." Meanwhile, Fang Wei's expression twisted into fury. Since his breakthrough, Fang Wei had been bowed to, praised, feared. In every room his name carried weight, but now he was being mocked and dismissed by a mere junior, and it was none other than this nephew. This boy stood there, hands behind his back, smiling, mocking, disrespecting everything he had earned. A cold rage surged through him. Without a word, Fang Wei uncorked a small flask and downed the berserk potion in one motion. His spiritual energy erupted like a wildfire, his veins pulsing, eyes burning crimson with power. Then he shouted, "Golden Punch." With a roar, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, fist blazing with golden light as he aimed straight for Fang Yuan's head. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the force of the charge. The air screamed with pressure. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stood perfectly still, hands clasped behind his back, smiling casually as his uncle's fist roared toward his face like a comet. Boom, the impact rang out across the courtyard like a war drum. But what followed was silence. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Fang Wei stood frozen, his fist still pressed against Fang Yuan's cheek and moving. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, looked completely untouched. He blinked once slowly, then tilted his head with a playful grin. "Oh, my uncle," he said, voice light and amused. "You didn't have to go easy on me." Fang Wei stared at him in disbelief. There wasn't a single mark, not even a ripple of damage on Fang Yuan's robe. The realization hit like a slap. His attack hadn't even pierced the spirit shield. The spirit shield, the most basic layer of spiritual defense for cultivators. It was naturally formed, invisible to the eye, but present the moment one reached the chi transformation stage. While not invincible, it could absorb moderate damage, and at higher cultivation realms it was strong enough to block fatal blows altogether. But to not even crack it, a peak golden core realm cultivator, unable to dent the spirit shield of someone at half-step into nascent soul, impossible. And yet it had just happened. The Phoenix Soul Pavilion buzzed with murmurs and speculation. There must be an artifact. No, I didn't sense any fluctuations. Is his cultivation deeper than we thought? Fang Gu stepped forward, his voice suspicious and sharp. Fang Yuan, he didn't even bother to use the title of family head anymore. "Do you have any protective artifacts on you right now?" Fang Yuan smiled pleasantly. "I'm no fool, Elder Gu, but if you're truly worried, go ahead, inspect me." Then his eyes glinted, and he added with a lazy grin, of course, to avoid any accidental planting of evidence, "I'll have Aunt Jingyi inspect you first." The corner of Elder Jingyi's mouth twitched upward ever so slightly. She didn't say a word, but the message was clear. Fang Gu's face stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, Fang Wei cut in quickly. "There's no need," he said firmly. "I've already confirmed all Fang clan artifacts remain untouched in the treasury." The air shifted. "Oh," Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with irony. "How convenient. So even rogues can wander around our sacred grounds unsupervised now." His tone was light, but the implication was razor sharp. Only the family head had access to the treasury. That meant Fang Wei had been snooping likely more than once, and that was legally punishable under the Fang family rules. Fang Gu's face darkened, and though he returned to his seat without another word, his eyes stayed fixed on Fang Yuan. He must be cheating. That thought clawed at his mind like a maddened beast. There's no way that boy blocked the punch. Unless. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan turned back to Fang Wei with the same infuriating smile. Uncle, ready for the second strike? He asked cheerfully. Please, no need to hold back this time. He tapped his stomach lightly. Look here, the most vulnerable part of the human body, completely exposed. My hands are still behind my back. Don't miss this golden opportunity. Fang Wei's breath came ragged. And in that silence, Fang Yuan's voice-mocking melodic, full of cruel humor felt like a cricket chirping in the dead of night. It grated on his nerves. Shut up, Fang Wei roared, his voice breaking with rage. But Fang Yuan didn't flinch. He laughed softly, tilting his head. Oh, that's not very noble of you, swearing in front of the elders. And to your junior, is that how you plan to lead the Fang family? More gasps. The crowd was no longer laughing. They were watching and wondering. How had a half-step nascent soul blocked a berserk-fueled peak golden core attack and smiled through it? There had to be a trick. There had to be something at play. But only Fang Yuan knew the truth. Inside, he chuckled to himself. Oh, I'm no half-step anything. I'm a peak nascent soul cultivator, and you're just a loud insect throwing tantrums at a mountain. Tell me, have you ever seen a single ant bite an elephant to death? Fang Wei clenched his fists, his fury mounting. The embarrassment of his failed first strike still echoed in his bones, but no, he was done holding back. He began to charge up. Fang Wei's aura exploded, golden arcs lashing the air like furious serpents. His rage no longer simmered, it boiled. This second strike would not miss, it would not fail, it would not be mocked. This time, he would crush that smug smile. Above, in the elevated pavilion, the crown prince rested his chin on one hand, eyes locked on Fang Yuan. His brows were slightly raised, not in shock, but in interest. Teacher Ian, he said lightly, how do you suppose he walked away unscathed? Ian's reply came with his usual stoic tone. The spirit force blocked the attack. The crown prince chuckled, his eyes still watching the figure below. Then that raises the question, was Fang Yuan strong, or was Fang Wei weak? I am unqualified to judge that, Ian replied softly, his gaze not on the fight, but on Fang Yuan himself. Meanwhile, below the pavilion where the four great families were seated, an argument quietly stirred among the clan heads. He long leaned in first, his eyes sharp and voice low. Matriarch Linzai, what are you thinking? You would willingly give up your claim to the spirit pond. But Linzai only smiled, serene as always. No, she said simply. She gave them a look of innocent confusion, her fan gently fluttering open. To have a share in the spirit pond, of course. Her answer was so disarming, so casual, it nearly left them speechless. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed deeper. He Long's lips thinned. While the three of them muttered and schemed in low tones, Wu Shun sat further back in his seat, arms folded. His eyes hadn't left Fang Yuan once. With every passing moment, his annoyance deepened. His gaze sharpened, his jaw clenched. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Boom, another thunderous strike, this one even fiercer, still aimed straight for Fang Yuan's head, but the result remained unchanged. Fang Wei's fist slammed into the invisible barrier and stopped, as if hitting the sky itself. Gasps erupted again. Fang Wei stepped back, his breath ragged, his certainty shaken. He turned sharply toward Fang Guo, and once more Elder Guo stepped forward, face dark with suspicion. Fang Yuan, he said sternly, it is forbidden to carry protective artifacts in a rite of challenge. Hand it over. Fang Yuan's expression didn't flicker. He stood with his arms still behind his back and smiled. Check me. Fang Guo faltered. He hadn't expected such a bold response. Still, he pressed forward, unwilling to let Fang Yuan seize complete control of the moment. You definitely have a defensive artifact on you, he snapped. Then check me, Fang Yuan repeated, his grin widening. Oh, I will, Fang Guo muttered, but as he stepped forward. Fang Yuan's voice cut through the air, still calm, still smiling. But after Aunt Jingyi checks you first, fair is fair. Fang Guo froze mid-step. A hush fell over the crowd. His face twitched and then he sneered. Ah, so that's your game. You do have something to hide. You're stalling, hoping Elder Jingyi can distract me or interfere before I catch you red-handed. Clever. Fang Yuan's laughter rang out light, amused but cold. Fang Guo, he said, eyes narrowing slightly, if you wish for a swift death, I can guarantee you one. The words weren't loud, but the chill behind them silenced even the whispers, and Fang Guo, of all people, felt it directly down his spine. He looked into Fang Yuan's eyes and saw the promise behind those words. It wasn't a threat nor fake words, it was a fact, a promise written in blood yet to be spilled. Fang Yuan's smile returned. I said, get checked before you check me. Is that so hard? Fang Guo's throat bobbed in a dry swallow. Then slowly, wordlessly, he turned and walked back to his seat. Inside, he raged, Fang Wei, you idiot, make him move even just a step, even if it is only a freaking millimeter, make him move. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan turned back to his uncle, still smiling. Uncle, he said gently, this is your third chance. You know what that means, don't you? His voice lowered ever so slightly. If you fail now, you'll be the one who never moves again. The words were soaked in calm threat. Double-edged, a promise of defeat and death. Fang Wei's face paled. So did many in the audience. No one had expected this. No one had believed the gap could be so vast. Could a half-step nascent soul realm truly stand untouched against a peak golden core expert fueled by berserk potions? It shouldn't be possible. And yet, Fang Wei grit his teeth. He yanked out a second berserk pill, then a third. The crowd gasped again. His eyes turned bloodshot. He bit down so hard on his lip it split open and then tore off. Blood gushed from his mouth, his fury boiling over as he rose into the air. Golden red energy crackled around him like a furious storm. He raised both hands skyward, pulling every ounce of spiritual energy into a single massive sphere of golden hellfire. Then dove, divine hell, he screamed, descending like a meteor toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't move, didn't flinch. He only looked up calm, curious. Almost entertained, boom, dust and golden fire exploded across the platform. Smoke spiraled in every direction, but when it cleared, Fang Yuan stood, untouched, not a single mark on him, not a speck of dust. He slowly took a step forward, hands still behind his back. "Uncle," he said softly, "now it's my turn." Above, Matriarch Linzai smiled knowingly and whispered, "I knew it." Zhao Ming, He Long, and Wu Shun all turned sharply toward her. "What is it that you know, Matriarch Lin?" Zhao asked, voice low. Linzai looked at them, genuinely confused. "How are you all so stupid?" she asked with an exasperated sigh. "Did none of you see it coming?" And down below, Fang Wei staggered back. His body trembled, blood dripping from his mouth. The berserk potion had burned through his meridians like fire through dry grass, but all of it had done nothing. He looked up, and what he saw was not a boy. It was a shadow cast over a mountain. Calm, silent, unmoving. His knees buckled, but pride alone kept him standing, that and fear. Fang Yuan took a single step forward, not hurried, not theatrical, just steady. That one step alone made the entire Phoenix Soul Pavilion attendees leaned in. He stopped a few paces away, still smiling, his hands still behind his back. "You've had 3 chances, uncle," he said gently. "Now I'll take mine." Fang Wei tried to speak, but his jaw locked. Fang Yuan tilted his head. "Don't worry, I won't use any techniques. No potions, no spiritual arts, just one strike." And then for the first time lifted his right arm. The motion was slow, deliberate. The smile never left his face, but the moment his hand began to rise, the air changed. The platform began to tremble. Wind curled around him in strange spirals. Dust lifted. Spirit essence in the air condensadron pulled as if called by something ancient and overwhelming. Fang Yuan's aura did not erupt. It descended, heavy, cold, absolute, nascent soul realm. Those with sharp senses felt it first, the pressure, the certainty of it. Then others saw it too. What? That's not half-step. That's nascent soul. Gasps erupted again, but no one spoke above a whisper. Not anymore. Above, the crown prince finally leaned forward in his seat, his folding fan halting mid-motion. Beside him, teacher Ian's brows rose ever so slightly. "So the crown prince murmured, he was the nascent soul cultivator we sensed upon our arrival." Ian said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Yuan, a nascent soul realm, at just 30 years old. Even within the vast empire, that level of talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan drew in a small breath. He extended a single finger, but that one motion pulled in all the surrounding spiritual energy, dense and suffocating, until it gathered silently at his fingertip. Then, he pressed it forward. "And nephew," Fang Wei's voice cracked. His eyes, wide with terror, locked onto the finger resting against his chest. "See, cousin, I'm your uncle, spare me." Fang Yuan didn't blink. Fang Wei's breath quickened, panic overtaking pride. He stumbled back, hands raised, voice growing desperate. "I was just following orders. This was all Fang Yu's plan, I was just a pawn. Listen to me." He turned, scrambling backward, stumbling over shattered stone as he screamed, "Fang Guo set this up. I was used." He didn't want to die, not like this, not before proving himself. So he screamed as loud as he can, but Fang Yuan's hand didn't retreat. He followed slowly, one footstep at a time, as if giving his uncle a chance to run but never truly letting him go. And then, the smile having never left Fang Yuan's face, he whispered in his ears, "It's already too late." He tapped. Crack. The sound was subtle. The result was not. Fang Wei's upper body vanished in a red mist. Gone, torn apart by the sheer force of condensed nascent soul energy. Blood and bone exploded like fireworks across the courtyard. All that remained were his legs, still trembling, still upright, standing still. The silence that followed was chilling. Fang Yuan walked forward casually, brushing dust from his sleeve. He glanced at the legs and chuckled. "Does this count as him still standing? Look at that. He didn't give up, even in death. Something we can learn, ain't that right?" No one laughed. The elders of the Fang family sat frozen in place, their faces pale as ash. The air was thick with the iron scent of blood. The earlier jeers, the smug smiles, the scorn, all of it had vanished. What remained was fear, true, bone-deep, paralyzing fear. Someone finally whispered it aloud, trembling, nascent soul realm. Another elder stood shakily. "That wasn't half-step. He's actually nascent." Fang Guo's lips moved, but no words came out. His knees nearly buckled. His mind was still trying to process what had just happened. He wasn't bluffing, he never was. Fang Yuan turned toward the silent crowd and smiled once more. But to those watching, that smile was no longer elegant. It was terrifying. Fang Yuan then turned toward the crown prince and offered a warm, gracious smile. "Oh, your highness, pardon the poor hospitality, it's been a rather eventful evening, don't you think so?" He raised his hand casually. "Servants, serve the food. A banquet can't go on with a hungry stomach." The tension began to slowly dissipate from the pavilion, but the fear in many hearts lingered like an aftertaste. Fang Yuan then turned his gaze to the group of Fang family elders, those who had prepared for rebellion, those who had silently supported Fang Wei, believing him the rightful heir. He walked toward them with an easy pace, yet his presence pressed down on them like a mountain. "You are all hereby banished," he said calmly. "You will leave by dawn." His voice remained polite, but it was final. "The women may choose between whether to leave with you or leave you with the children. I will not interfere." A few opened their mouths, but the words died in their throats. There was no point in begging. Being allowed to walk away alive was mercy enough. Fang Guo, face tight with humiliation, lowered his head and gave a stiff, formal bow. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Several elders followed, those whose ambitions had been tied to Fang Wei's. The only ones who remained were those who had stayed neutral, and those who had placed their faith in Fang Yuan. Among them, Elder Fang Chen looked the most delighted. He was already cradling Fang Mei in his arms, gently rocking her as he approached. "Ah, little Yuan," he beamed, eyes wet with emotion. "When did you reach nascent soul realm? This is such wonderful news for our clan." Fang Yuan laughed softly, the earlier chill in his demeanor melting away. "Uncle Chen, take care of Fang Mei first. She needs you more than I do right now." Elder Chen nodded, his expression softening as he looked at the unconscious girl in his arms. Aunt Jingyi stepped forward next, her usual teasing smirk softened by the gravity of the moment. She offered her congratulations quietly, respectfully. She didn't speak much in front of the crowd, no doubt, choosing to hold back her usual jabs, but she didn't forget to flash Fang Yuan a playful wink before gently taking Fang Mei from her brother's arms. "Brother," she said to Fang Chen, "Fang Mei will be safe with me." Her tone was firm, almost maternal, but Fang Chen gave her a cautious glare as if unsure whether to trust her or guard Fang Mei from further harm. She only rolled her eyes and walked off with the girl in her arms. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan made his way back to the main seat and sat down, folding his hands calmly as the banquet resumed. One by one, the heads of the four great families came forward. Their pride swallowed, their hands trembling ever so slightly. They raised their cups to toast the new undeniable supreme power in Coldwind City. There was no more argument, no more power struggle. A nascent soul cultivator was not a rival, he was a ruler. Especially in a city where peak Golden Core realm masters used to rule supreme. And now, Coldwind City no longer had 5 great families in balance. It had 1 dragon and 4 tamed beasts. Fang Yuan was all smiles now. With his overwhelming victory and unshakable display of power, he had firmly established himself as the absolute ruler of Coldwind City. There were no challengers left, only submission and silence. True, the imperial family could take action against him, but they would need a just cause, and greed over a mere spirit pond wasn't one. Even the empire needed excuses to justify war. Above, Crown Prince Lucas von Avatide prepared to take his leave. He descended the pavilion steps with teacher Ian beside him, ready to offer a respectful nod toward Fang Yuan. But just then, movement stirred at the edge of the courtyard. A new group entered through the front gate dressed in official robes, their banners high. Gasps echoed across the crowd. "Isn't that the Alchemist Association's flag? What are they doing here? Did the Fang family cause trouble, or did trouble find them?" Speculation rippled like wildfire. Even the crown prince, who had been mid-step, paused and turned slightly interested, amused. "Well," he murmured to Ian, "perhaps the night isn't over." The entourage came to a halt before the grand platform. Their leader, a silver-robed youth with the association's sigil emblazoned across her huge chest, stepped forward and bowed deeply toward Fang Yuan. Her voice rang out, clear and urgent. "Clan head Fang Yuan, please help us. The Alchemist Association requests your aid. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." The crowd's gaze shifted to the girl at the front of the Alchemist Association entourage. Whispers rose. Even matriarch Linzai, composed and reserved as always, suddenly stood from her seat, eyes widened in surprise. She spoke first, her voice steady but touched with disbelief. "Are you not Miss Xylin, the direct apprentice of Pil King Tushan?" Her words struck the Phoenix Soul Pavilion like thunder. Pil King Tushan's disciple. The other clan heads Zhao Ming, He Long, and Wu Shun glanced at each other with expressions flickering between astonishment and unease. The Pil King's disciple appeared here. How deep does Fang Yuan's reach go? Meanwhile, the girl in question, Xylin, appeared taken aback herself as well. Her brows furrowed slightly, mind racing as she glanced around the courtyard. The Fang family. Is this clan truly so prestigious? She wondered as her gaze flicked toward the still-seated crown prince. They even managed to invite the crown prince himself. She didn't know about the spirit pond's existence. So in her mind, the only explanation for such presence and grandeur had to be long-standing status and renown. Still, she found that conclusion oddly reasonable. And on the dais above, Fang Yunhu had just finished flipping open his system interface, excited to explore the rewards of his newly completed quest. Quest: prevent your own impeachment. Objective: retain your position as Fang family head throughout the evening. Reward: access to the system shop plus 1,000 system points usable within the system shop. Status: completed. Was thoroughly annoyed. Just when I was about to check the shop, he sighed internally, suppressing his irritation. He had heard of Master Tushin. Who hadn't? A pill king held the same level of reverence as a nascent soul powerhouse. Even if a nascent soul could destroy mountains, a pill king could bring dying cultivators back from death's door and command entire sects with a word. Disrespecting someone from the Alchemist Association, especially one connected to a pill king, was not an option. Fang Yuan slowly rose to his feet, his demeanor calm but dignified. His voice was steady, respectful. "What is your name, lady, and what brings you here?" The girl took a step forward and gave a graceful bow. "I am Zai Lin," she introduced herself. Fang Yuan took note of the name. "Zai Lin," he repeated inwardly. But just then, as his gaze brushed past matriarch Linzai, he noticed something strange: her expression. The look she gave him, it wasn't of admiration or contempt, it was pity. Fang Yuan blinked. What was that? Why does she look like she's staring at a fool? The confusion distracted him briefly, but Zai Lin did not notice. She raised her voice slightly so the entire gathering could hear. "Family head of the Fang family. Our master wishes to take in your younger brother, Fang Tian, as a disciple." Silence, and then a wave of murmurs rippled outward. The trash, Fang Tian, chosen to be an alchemist, by a pill king. Gasps followed. That boy, picked by Master Tushin. All eyes turned to Fang Yuan, expecting the obvious. Of course he would agree. What family head wouldn't? And Fang Yuan, he stared in momentary disbelief. "My little brother, blessed by the heavens." His expression twitched. "Wait, don't tell me. Am I living in a novel where my younger brother is the main protagonist?" He shook his head in disbelief. Then calmly, almost too casually, he replied, "My brother is not here, and I don't make decisions on his behalf." That one sentence sent another wave of shock through the crowd. He actually left it up to Fang Tian, even with a pill king's offer. He's not even trying to persuade him. Zai Lin, on the other hand, didn't look disappointed at all. If anything, she seemed unsurprised. She smiled. "Fang family head is as amazing as they say." She paused briefly before continuing, this time with a small tilt of the head, her voice more relaxed, but asking the Fang family's help to recruit a disciple. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He cut in, voice steady and probing. "My brother rejected your master's offer, didn't he?" She laughed softly and nodded. "Yes, he did. Master saw lots of potential in the kid in passing and offered." I was surprised by Master's action, but his direct refusal before Master even introduced himself surprised me even more. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed. Then like a light suddenly clicked on, his expression sharpened. "Wait, where did you see him? That crucial detail. How could he forget? His brother had left without a word. And now finally someone mentioned him again and he'd nearly let it slide." Fang Yuan exhaled and quickly asked the question. "Oh wait, Fang Tian, where did you see him?" The relief of finally remembering to ask was palpable in his voice. Zai Lin responded easily. "It was in the capital, a week ago." Now even the clan heads came forward one by one. Zhao Ming, Heilong, Wu Shun, and Lin Zai each took turns offering a formal greeting. Zhao Ming of the Zhao clan greets Miss Zai Lin. "Your master's name commands boundless respect in the north." Heilong greets you as well. "To meet a disciple of the Pill King Tushin, an honor." Wu Shun of the Wu clan. "Your association's legacy brings warmth to every city you pass." Lin Zai smiled gently, adding, "Only a pleasure." And finally the crown prince descended from his place. He approached with a glimmer of intrigue in his tone. "I never expected the Fang family to be this amazing," he said, fan resting gently in one hand. His eyes sparkled. "Your strength impresses me, but your influence impresses me more. Join me, Fang Yuan, before you become an obstacle on my path." The statement hung in the air like a boulder in still water. Even Fang Yuan blinked. That was blunt. The clan heads froze. Even they weren't prepared for such an open threat from the prince himself. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Lucas von Avatide chuckled, brushing aside the tension with an airy wave of his fan. "Haha, don't be silly," he said with a bright laugh. "I was just joking. How could I say something like that during a celebration?" The laughter rang clear, but not everyone smiled. Standing a pace behind him, Teacher Ian remained still-face unreadable, eyes laced with quiet exhaustion. He nodded slowly but said nothing. His silence spoke volumes. He had long since tired of the prince's games. Across from them, Zai Lin curtsied with practiced elegance. She lifted her skirt slightly and bowed her head. Zai Lin greets His Highness, the Crown Prince. The entire courtyard remained silent, holding its collective breath in reverence and calculation. Fang Yuan's expression didn't shift. His lips tugged upward ever so slightly. Haha, that was a nice joke, Your Highness, he said, tone light, though no laughter reached his eyes. Lucas turned toward him again, smiling that princely smile. Oh, I wasn't joking, he said casually. At least, I hope I wasn't. That hung in the air like a dagger balanced on a string. Fang Yuan paused, then nodded once, slow and sure. I see. The prince held his gaze a moment longer than returned the nod, almost cheerful in his withdrawal, before finally shifting his attention back to Xylin. Miss Zai, he began, voice warm and conversational. I wonder, would your esteemed master be willing to attend my birthday banquet next month? Fang Yuan chuckled softly as he listened to the crown prince's invitation. A birthday banquet. For a moment, he wondered if the prince would also invite him and asked him to gift him the spirit pond while he was at it. His gaze swept lazily across the courtyard. The request was posed lightly. Almost offended, yet everyone present understood the weight behind it. An invitation from the crown prince was no small matter. An expectation from him, even less so. Xylin's lashes lowered slightly as she offered a demure smile. She dipped her head in a respectful bow. Your Highness is too kind, she replied with a graceful smile. However, as you may know, my master seldom leaves seclusion. Once he begins a refinement session, not even the end of the world could draw him away. Lucas's smile thinned for a fraction of a second. Ah, a pity. Xylin continued smoothly, her voice calm but careful. However, if it pleases your Highness, I can humbly extend your invitation. Whether he responds is, of course, up to him. She said it beautifully. Not a rejection, not a promise, a perfect deflection. Still, Lucas seemed content with the answer, even if his eyes glimmered with disappointment. Haha, I suppose that's the best I can hope for, he said. Tell your master that the Empire remembers those who attend, and those who decline. The words were pleasant, but everyone heard the warning woven beneath. Xylin merely bowed again. I will convey your words exactly, Your Highness. Good, Lucas said, smiling once more like nothing had happened. He turned, his fan snapping open with a soft flick. Lucas turned to Fang Yuan, folding his fan with a quiet snap. A shame, but I must take my leave, he said with a courteous bow. Something urgent came up. His tone was pleasant, but the glint in his eye still carried a trace of mischief, like a man who had tossed a firework into a pond just to watch the splash. Fang Yuan returned the bow with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Of course, Your Highness. I'll be sure to save you a bottle of Coldwind's finest wine for your return. Even if he had no interest in the Crown Prince's games, the Empire's shadow stretched long, and Lucas's favor could shift entire alliances with a smile. The Crown Prince chuckled, giving a final nod to the gathered guests before turning on his heel. Teacher Ian trailed behind him, his expression unreadable, the weight of royal nonsense clearly pressing heavily on his soul. The moment the two vanished beyond the estate gates, the tension in the pavilion seemed to evaporate with them like a collective exhale after holding one's breath too long. Fang Yuan turned back toward the crowd, his sleeves brushing lightly at his sides. Now then, he said, loud enough for all to hear, where were we? Musicians scrambled to resume their rhythm. Plates of steaming food reappeared like magic. Wine flowed faster than gossip, and laughter began to return to the corners of the room, and the banquet resumed once more. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and sipped from his cup, eyes flicking toward the bloodstain they still hadn't quite scrubbed out. He hummed, satisfied. Yes, everything was exactly as it should be. Fang Yuan leaned back in his chair, swirling the wine in his cup absently as the warm hum of the resumed banquet echoed in the distance. With a thought, he opened the system interface once more. Host, Fang Yuan. Realm, peak nascent soul. Talent, heavenly roots. Martial techniques, swift step footwork, low-grade black. Golden shell armor, mid-grade black. Tyrant's light sword, low-grade black. He flicked his gaze to the glowing tab pulsing softly in the corner. System shop tap to open. Tap. The shop interface unfolded like a celestial scroll, clean lines and glowing icons appearing before him. His eyes were immediately drawn to the glowing currency box at the top. System points, 1,000. Then came the items listed neatly, rows of glowing pill icons arranged with elegant simplicity. Shop inventory. Bone marrow pill, 1,000 SB. Golden core pill, 500 SB. Chi transformation pill, 200 SB. Chi condensation pill, 100 SB. Chi realization pill, 50 SB. Fang Yuan scrolled further. At the bottom of the list, two more items stood out like dragons among rabbits. Nascent Soul Realm pill, 5,000 SB. Hollow Spirit pill, SB. Unlock requirements not met. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes at the Hollow Spirit pill entry. He tried tapping it, but all that flashed was a message, insufficient system authority to view this item. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan let out a soft breath and closed the glowing system shop tab with a flick of his finger. The interface dissolved into motes of light, vanishing from sight though the lingering temptation of the hollow spirit pill still hovered at the edge of his thoughts. But before he could reflect further, a rustle of robes and the subtle clink of ceremonial accessories signaled the approach of the 5 great family heads. Zhao Ming stepped forward first, his smile rigid and eyes unreadable. Family head Fang, allow me to be the first to congratulate you on securing your rightful position. Coldwind City stands stronger with you in it. Indeed, he long added, voice smooth but clearly strained. It is a great relief to see stability restored to the Fang family. Wu Shun offered a polite nod, his words more measured. A strong Fang is a strong city. We look forward to continuing our cooperation. Fang Yuan greeted them all with a calm smile, offering only slight nods in return. The strength of the city lies in its unity. I'm merely doing my part. And then matriarch Linzai stepped forward, her presence more refined than the others, a porcelain teacup still in hand. I offer not just congratulations, she said evenly, but respect. You haven't only secured your place as family head, you've secured the Fang family's future. Her words, while simple, carried weight and sincerity. Fang Yuan inclined his head slightly, meeting her gaze with equal poise. You honor me, Matriarch Lin. As the group stood momentarily in civil silence, the other 3 family heads glanced subtly at one another. Though none would dare speak ill of Fang Yuan to his face, the bitterness in their hearts couldn't be hidden from themselves. They had come expecting to watch the Fang family fracture. Instead, they had witnessed its ascent under a monster. Yet just as resentment threatened to fester, their thoughts turned instinctively to the younger generation. Yes, they thought, there was still hope. Because while Fang Yuan had risen like a dragon above mortals, the rest of the Fang youths were ordinary at best. Some even laughably behind in their cultivation stages. It was almost uncanny, as though Fang Yuan's brilliance had cast a shadow so vast, it drained the light from the rest of his clan. Wu Shun sipped his wine and muttered to himself, it's as if all their potential was fed to him. Zhao Ming grunted, half agreeing, that kind of talent shouldn't even be born into a mid-tier family. He long didn't speak, but his eyes scanned the nearby Fang disciples, each one laughing, feasting without a care in the world as they let themselves lost in the pleasure. If the Fang family was to rise, it would rise on Fang Yuan's back alone, and if he fell, it would collapse just as swiftly. Fang Yuan naturally heard the murmurs between the clan heads, none of them subtle enough to escape a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual perception. He didn't react, though, there was no need. They were competitors first, neighbors second. A little jealousy was healthy, encouraging, even, he would make good use of it. If the other family's younger generations surpassed the Fang Juniors, so be it. Let them gloat. Nothing spurred improvement like rivalry. A few bruised egos now might birth the future pillars of the clan later. Still seated at the head of the pavilion, Fang Yuan tilted his cup and glanced toward the guests. His gaze landed on the silver-robed girl standing at the edge of the courtyard, ever graceful, her posture like that of a noble swan amidst restless koi. Miss Xylin, he called out casually, why don't you come and join us at the main table? It's not every day we get a disciple of Pil King Tushan among us. There was a brief silence, followed by a few exchanged glances. Some servants even started preparing a place near him. But Xylin offered a polite bow and gently declined. I appreciate the family head's generosity, she said with a faint smile, but I must refuse. I am still underaged. My master forbids alcohol before a certain age, regardless of cultivation. Fang Yuan blinked. You need to reach a certain age to drink, he echoed, visibly puzzled. I didn't know that. The surrounding elders chuckled quietly at his confusion, though no one dared explain. It was rare to see Fang Yuan caught off guard by a mundane rule. He gave a slow nod and chuckled faintly, waving the moment off. Then I'll respect your master's wishes. Still, you are a guest of honor tonight. Make yourself comfortable. As the banquet eased into a more comfortable rhythm, the heads of the 5 great families remained near the main pavilion, sipping wine and engaging in the kind of conversation that was less about meaning and more about posturing. Wu Shun, always the most direct, swirled his cup once and said, speaking of promising juniors. The Coldwind City Championship is coming up again, isn't it? Just under 3 months now. His tone was casual, but the glance he shot at Fang Yuan was anything but idle. Ah yes, he long chimed in smoothly, leaning slightly on his cane, a tradition that reminds the youths to keep sharpening themselves. This year should be particularly exciting. He raised his cup toward Zhao Ming with a half smile. I heard your son Zhao Ren has already reached late Qi transformation realm. That's quite impressive for his age. Zhao Ming chuckled modestly, though a hint of pride gleamed in his eyes. Ren works hard, that's all. But I've also heard promising things about your nephew, He Yang. Late Qi transformation as well, isn't he? He long chuckled, brushing a hand over his beard. He's not as elegant as Ren, but he's fierce in duels. If they meet in the ring this year, it might be the most exciting match we've had in a decade. Wu Shun let out a short laugh. Only if they don't get flattened by that girl from my clan Wu Min. She's already refined her first battle technique to completion. If she breaks through to mid-Qi transformation before the event, even boys like Ren and Yang will struggle. Zhao Ming grunted. The Wu clan does tend to produce aggressive ones. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Wu Shun turned, the corners of his mouth twitching as he debated whether Zhao Ming's jab about aggressive ones was a subtle insult or a backhanded compliment. He chose not to comment, opting instead for a quiet sip of his wine, though the sharp glint in his eye said he'd remember it. Just then, he long shifted the conversation with a more cordial tone, glancing toward Matriarch Lin's eye. Matriarch Lin, he said lightly, I heard your eldest daughter has taken an interest in artifact refinement lately. That's a rare path among the younger generation. May I ask how far along is she now? The question was polite, even curious, but it also carried a subtle implication. Combat cultivators usually earned more prestige at city tournaments. Refiners, for all their value, did not win glory in arenas. Linzai raised her brows slightly, lips curving into a smile that was both graceful and vaguely dangerous. Oh, she said, I thought we were only counting combat capabilities tonight. Shall I go fetch her forge records instead of her cultivation ones? A chuckle rippled through the group. Fang Yuan, still seated with a cup resting in one hand, allowed a small smile to form at the exchange. His eyes flicked between them, unreadable as ever. Zhao Ming chuckled and nodded, a fair response. Though talent and refinement is still talent and valuable to any family, it brings financial stability after all. One must learn to be productive in various ways and not be useless. Wu Shun grunted, folding his arms. As long as the kids aren't useless, I don't care if they grow herbs or refine swords. Matriarch Linzai sipped delicately from her teacup. She's already capable of refining second-grade artifacts under supervision. If your boys are lucky, they might be using one of her blades when they clash. He long chuckled good-naturedly, but a hint of competitive heat glinted in his eyes. Then I hope she starts mass production soon. We'll need every edge we can get when the championship arrives. Fang Yuan simply listened with an easy smile, not interrupting. He could already see where this was going on by one. Each of them was subtly parading their clans, brightest in the hopes of overshadowing the others. None of them mentioned the Fang Juniors, of course. There was no need. Their silence said it all. He long turned toward Fang Yuan then, his eyes twinkling with feigned courtesy. And what of the Fang Juniors, family head Fang? Will any of them be participating this year? There was no mockery in his tone, but also no real expectation. Fang Yuan lifted his cup and took a slow sip, letting the pause stretch just long enough to make the other three lean forward ever so slightly in anticipation. Then he set the cup down with a soft clink and said, perhaps, if they don't embarrass themselves. The honesty of it made Wu Shun snort, and even Lin Zislant until Noel let out a soft breath of amusement. Zhao Ming leaned in slightly, toned slightly more sincere. Still, if any of them manage to surprise us, I imagine it'll be quite the upset. Fang Yuan offered a faint smile, eyes half-lidded. It would be entertaining, wouldn't it? They all chuckled again, each one retreating politely behind their wine cups. Matriarch Linzai finally spoke, voice calm as ever. Talent matures differently for everyone. Some bloom early, others wait until the storm to take root. She glanced sidelong at Fang Yuan, her meaning pointed, and he nodded, raising his glass slightly. I couldn't agree more, but the night was growing old, and even posturing had its limits. As the moon reached its zenith and the final notes of the gyukin faded into the breeze, the once rowdy banquet gradually gave way to a calmer hush. Servants moved deftly, clearing away plates and extinguishing lanterns as guests began to rise and bid their farewells. Near the edge of the pavilion, Xylin approached Fang Yuan once more, her silver robes catching the starlight like woven frost. Family head Fang, she said softly, lowering her head in parting, when your younger brother returns. I hope I'll be allowed to greet him properly this time. Her words were calm and respectful, but they stirred an unexpected reaction. From a nearby seat, Fang Mei shot her a piercing glare, the kind a young girl might give a woman encroaching on territory she didn't know she had claimed. Her chopsticks trembled just slightly. Fang Yuan caught the look and suppressed a smile. He offered Xylin a warm nod. You're welcome here anytime, Miss Xi. Just send word ahead and I'll make sure you're received properly. Then, without another word, she turned and walked away, vanishing into the shadows beyond the estate gate. The night seemed to ripple faintly where she passed, as though her steps stirred the wind itself. Fang Yuan watched until she disappeared, then turned his attention back to the departing guests. He approached the gathered family heads Zhao Ming, He Long, Wu Shun, and Linzai with a graceful bow. Tonight has been a chaotic time, he said plainly, but I'm glad we could still share a meal. I hope Coldwind City continues to thrive, and that we'll cross cups again under better skies. Zhao Ming nodded tightly. You've made your point, Fang Yuan. Loud and clear. He Long gave a half smile. May the next time we meet be less eventful. Wu Shun said nothing but grunted in agreement. Matriarch Linzai offered a serene smile. Your house stands tall tonight. Let's see how well it weathers the seasons to come. One by one they departed into the night, each trailing their own thoughts and retinues behind them, and at last the Fang estate fell silent. Only the wind remained, whispering softly over the blood-scrubbed stone. Fang Yuan stood alone under the pale moon, watching the last of the lanterns dim. Then he turned and summoned a servant. Bring Elder Chen to my chambers. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. In the quiet warmth of his private courtyard, Fang Yuan sat beneath the open rafters of the moonlit eaves, the last remnants of the banquet echoing faintly through the manor's distant halls. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the stillness. Fang Chen, tall and solemn in his long dark robes, gave a brief nod in return. Family head, but there was no chill to the title, only respect and a trace of familial warmth. They took their seats across from each other at the stone table in the courtyard, moonlight glinting off its polished surface. Fang Yuan turned to the servant girl nearby. Felicia, prepare tea for us. Felicia bowed and disappeared soundlessly into the inner halls, and then the stillness returned. Fang Yuan leaned forward slightly, hands clasped, voice quiet. Uncle, he said, softer this time, may I ask you to guide me? Fang Chen raised a brow, faint surprise flickering in his normally unreadable eyes. You've never needed guiding before, Yuaner. Fang Yuan gave a low chuckle, maybe not in battle and strategies, but with family. He exhaled softly, his gaze drifting toward the quiet corridor where the family portrait hung, an old painting of Fang Yuan, Fang Tian, and their parents, captured in a moment that felt like a lifetime ago. He left without saying a word. Fang Yuan finally said. There was no message left behind or clue to know where he went. Fang Chen remained silent, waiting. I've told myself he'll be fine, Fang Yuan continued, and I know he has spirit in him, but everyone's worried. Fang Mei won't say it, but she hasn't slept soundly since. She's your daughter, you must have noticed it too. He paused, then looked up, expression clear and calm. So tell me, uncle, what should I do? As family head, as his brother. Fang Chen's answer came without hesitation. Act. His voice was quiet but firm. You're not just his brother anymore, Fang Yuan. You are the head of the Fang clan. You don't have the luxury of waiting for news. The people are watching, wondering if you'll protect them, even from silence. He leaned forward slightly. Even if you trust your brother, they need to see that you take his absence seriously, that his actions matter. Fang Yuan nodded slowly, absorbing every word. So, find him and get him back. Fang Chen shook his head. Not yet. First, understand him. Send someone to track him and not to drag him back, but to learn where he is and what he's doing. Whether he left in defiance or in hope, you must know what road he walks, before you decide whether to stop him or walk beside him. Fang Yuan exhaled, a thin smile curling his lips. And here I thought you'd tell me to lock him in the pill room until he broke through golden core. Fang Chen snorted softly. That too. He needs to be strong enough to protect Mayor after all. Just then Felicia returned with a jade tray and began pouring their tea, delicate fragrance wafting from the steaming pot. Fang Yuan accepted the cup and raised it toward his uncle. To family then, he said simply. Fang Chen tapped his own cup to Fang Yuan's and nodded once. To clarity. Fang Yuan sipped his tea in thoughtful silence, the steam curling between them like drifting clouds. Fang Chen, ever composed, sat across from him with his usual stoic calm, eyes sharp beneath his lined brow. So Fang Yuan said at last, setting his cup down gently, "We'll quietly send someone I trust to follow him, not to interfere, just to understand." Fang Chen nodded. That's the best course. I'll prepare someone discreet. If he senses them, it'll be over. I figured as much, Fang Yuan murmured. He's reckless, not stupid. The matter of Fang Tian rested between them for a moment longer, heavy but settled. Then Fang Yuan's tone shifted, lightning like mist lifting from stone. On a lighter note, he said with a faint smile, I've recently come into possession of something interesting. A set of 7 formation flags. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly intrigued. Formation flags, Fang Yuan leaned back lazily, each marked with their respective orientation. When placed according to the enclosed diagram, they form a complete high-grade spirit-gathering formation. Top black grade by my judgment. Fang Chen's brow furrowed. That's no ordinary find. Where did you get them? Fang Yuan's smile deepened just slightly, a flicker of mischief flashing in his eyes. They were in the gift box from the Divine Ice Sect. Fang Chen blinked. That box. He paused, mind drifting back to the scene. The Divine Ice Sect had sent them a gift just a week ago, meant to accompany the formal announcement of the annulled engagement between Fang Tian and Gu Xin. In front of all the guests, they had presented a small, ornate box alongside the news of the cancellation. It was so small, in fact, that he had doubted it could hold anything more than a single pill, and now Fang Yuan was saying it contained 7 formation flags. That box was barely the size of a melon, Fang Chen said slowly. You're saying it held 7 formation flags? Fang Yuan's expression didn't change. That's what I'm saying. Fang Chen stared at him. Were they paper flags? No, Fang Yuan said mildly, standard spiritual flags, full length. Fang Chen looked even more baffled. He opened his mouth, closed it, then frowned to himself and took another slow sip of tea. Maybe I'm overthinking it, he muttered. They're from the Divine Ice Sect. Maybe they folded space inside the box, or sealed a storage ring inside the wood, or, his voice trailed off. Fang Yuan studied him quietly and then chuckled. You're taking it quite well, uncle. Fang Chen gave him a long look. I've decided, he said flatly, that I'm too old to argue with you over spatial logic. Fang Yuan laughed under his breath, eyes glinting like moonlight on black water. That's wise. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Under the soft lantern light of his courtyard, Fang Yuan retrieved a lacquered wooden case from beneath the inner drawer of his desk. He slid it across the table to his uncle with quiet ease. Here, Fang Yuan said, opening the lid to reveal 7 formation flags that shimmered faintly under moonlight. Top-grade black, just as I said. Fang Chen leaned forward slightly, inspecting one of the flags with narrowed eyes. He didn't touch it, just studied it for a moment, then nodded once, his expression unreadable. Fang Yuan then pulled out a scroll from his inner sleeve and unrolled it flat on the table. A hand-drawn diagram of the Eastern Ravine's spirit mine filled its surface precise lines marking the natural ley lines, spirit veins, and the concealed spirit pond at its heart. He tapped several points marked in red. These are the placements. Follow the compass points north, northeast, east, and so on. Anchor the 7th one in the pond's center stone. Once the formation completes, it should double the spiritual density of that cavern. Fang Chen absorbed the instructions in a single glance. Understood. He took both the case and the scroll and rose from his seat. There was no ceremony, no excess words between them, only familiarity, trust, and clarity of purpose. I'll handle it before sunrise, he said simply, then offered a parting nod. Rest while you can. Fang Yuan inclined his head. I leave it to you. Without another word, Fang Chen disappeared into the night, his robes whispering softly with every measured step as he vanished into the distant shadows. The courtyard returned to silence. Fang Yuan stood alone now, the soft breeze teasing the edges of his sleeves. He looked around at his study, the shelves neatly aligned, every report dealt with, every petition filed. His desk, so often covered in scrolls, was empty now, save for the still warm teacups, for once. There was nothing left to do. He let out a soft breath, stepped away from the table, and walked out onto the moonlit tiles of his private training platform. The air smelled of jasmine and night dew, cool and refreshing. Folding his legs beneath him, he sat down cross-legged beneath the swaying bamboo and slowly closed his eyes. The moment his breathing stilled, a wave of warmth surged through his meridians. It started at his dantian, a gentle coil of spiritual energy like a glowing ember, and began to spread outward, slow and rhythmic, like the first ripples of water touching still shores. Then came the cool, icy strands of night spirit chi drawn from the ambient mist around the manor. They threaded through him like silk, balancing the heat with clarity, with calm, warm and cool, breath and silence. His body, suspended between heaven and earth, gradually faded from awareness. And in that serene night, beneath the waning moon, Fang Yuan entered quiet cultivation, no distractions, no burdens, only the silent heartbeat of the world pulsing gently through his soul. The wind stirred the bamboo, the stars watched quietly overhead, and Fang Yuan, seated in silent cultivation, sank deeper into stillness, his breath slow, his pulse calm, his soul attuned to the quiet rhythm of the night. Time passed without urgency. Above, the constellations began their slow retreat, fading one by one as the horizon blushed with the first light of dawn. Then, like a whisper turning to a voice, morning arrived as the sun rose. A golden hush spilled over the Fang estate, soft and warm. It stretched across the slate roofs and pale stone courtyards, chasing away the last shadows of night. A low bell chimed once, deep and solemn, echoing through the halls. By the third chime, every member of the Fang clan, young and old, had gathered beneath the great ceremonial canopy in the central courtyard. Elders in long robes stood in quiet ranks along the stone steps, their faces solemn. The younger generation formed a loose semicircle below, standing straighter than usual, eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity, nervousness, and awe. At the head of the gathering, Fang Yuan stood with hands behind his back, having just finished cultivating, his dark robes fluttering lightly in the morning breeze. His presence alone quieted the last of the murmurs. The only one missing was Elder Chen. Fang Yuan glanced once toward the east, toward the hidden ravine where the spirit pond lay sealed. He's probably still setting the formation, he thought. Good. He stepped forward, his voice calm but carrying across the entire courtyard without effort. Today, Fang Yuan began, I have gathered all of you here not for punishment, nor for ceremony, but for a promise. A ripple of surprise ran through the crowd, a promise that the Fang clan will rise. There was no dramatic flair to his tone, just quiet conviction, and yet it struck harder than any shout. Many of the younger disciples glanced at one another, puzzled. Fang Yuan seemed to sense their uncertainty. He gave a faint smile, then raised a small jade bottle with one hand and opened it for all to see. Inside, resting atop lined velvet, were 4 pills glowing faintly, like captured moonlight within porcelain shells. The elders leaned forward slightly, brows lifting in curiosity. These, Fang Yuan said, are bone marrow tempering pills. They are very rare and even more difficult to produce. Each one, when used correctly, will strengthen your foundation, cleansing impurities from your meridians, improving your spiritual root quality. and increasing your chances of breaking through bottlenecks in the future. The younger generation erupted, not in loud cheering but gasps and wide-eyed disbelief. Is that even possible? My root grade is too low. Could it actually help me? Fang Yuan raised one hand and the murmurs quieted. This is only the first batch, he continued. In time I will acquire more, but these current pills will go to those who have trained the hardest, proven their discipline, and shown steady improvement even without resources. He let the words hang for a moment, letting every young disciple digest them. To those who think of the clan first, who push forward not because of pride, but responsibility. Excitement lit their faces. Some looked hopeful. Others stood straighter, as if silently pleading, let it be me. Even the usually reserved Fang Mei blinked, clearly startled by the generosity. Fang Yuan closed the box and set it carefully onto the central table, locking his gaze on the rows of wide-eyed youths before him. We will rise together, he said simply, but only if we earn it. Then he turned away, walking slowly back toward the elder dais, cloak trailing behind him. Bone marrow pills, Fang Yuan thought inwardly as the hopeful energy buzzed behind him. The system has them in bulk. He had 10 bottles in total, 60 pills, minus the 2 already given to Tian and Mei. It was more than enough for now. From the elder dais, Fang Yuan cast one last glance toward the eastern ravine, where the formation now quietly pulsed beneath the earth. The Fang clan's future would not rise from will alone, but from roots buried deep and fed well. Our family will stand at the top in the upcoming Coldwind City Championship. Surprise the other 4 families a little. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. As the murmur of excitement slowly faded, Fang Yuan's expression grew colder, more composed. His sharp gaze swept across the younger generation and then up toward the elders, pausing ever so briefly on the empty spots left behind by those who had been banished. Since the banquet last night, too many seats had gone unfilled, too many voices silenced, and it was not by battle but by judgment. Elders who had once stood proud beside the clan's banner, now gone. Their names stripped from the records for siding with his uncle in that bitter internal fracture. Was it the right choice? Their loyalty to his uncle had been unwavering right to the bitter end. Not a single one of those elders had come to beg forgiveness, nor had they asked for a second chance. It was as if they were determined not to follow him, no matter the cost. Fang Yuan shook his head. Now that he had the system, his golden finger, what he needed wasn't empty legacy or sentiment. He needed loyalty. He'd rather nurture kindness and loyalty in those who might not shine brightest, but shine with a gentle warmth, rather than one who might have been an unparalleled genius but won't hesitate to betray the family at the blink of an eye. And in hindsight, what happened last night seemed less like a crisis and more like a blessing in disguise. Fang Yuan stepped forward once more, his tone colder, no calm, but commanding. The Fang clan suffered a loss last night, he said, voice clear and steady. Not of buildings nor wealth but people. A hush fell over the crowd. The older generation bowed their heads slightly. The younger ones looked uncertain. We lost guidance, we lost experience, and yet we remain. He let that truth hang in the air, then continued. In light of this shift, we will no longer rely on the old ways alone to determine your worth. His eyes narrowed and a sharp edge crept into his words. Starting today, we will implement a new system of merit and reward, not based on blood, based on results. Some of the elders exchanged glances. The younger ones straightened in nervous anticipation. There will be 2 categories. Those in the Qi realization realm will compete among themselves. Those in the Qi condensation realm the same. You will all be divided accordingly. And over the coming weeks, your efforts, your discipline, and your progress will be closely observed. A few gasps rippled through the disciples. Even Fang Mei blinked, startled by the formal announcement. Fang Yuan continued, face unreadable. At the end of each evaluation period, the top performers in both groups will be rewarded. Pill resources, manuals, and personal guidance will be made available to those who stand out. But do not misunderstand me, this is not favoritism. His voice hardened now like steel cooled in snow. This is a competition. And in this family, even those who lose will be rewarded, but those who excel will be remembered. A flicker of fire sparked in the eyes of some disciples. The weight of his words struck deep. And let me make one thing clear, those who lose gets a reward is not an invitation to slack off. It is a statement of fairness, not weakness. Those who earn more will receive more. Those who push harder will rise higher. He took a final step forward, the morning sun glinting off his dark robes. If you want to stand proudly before the other clans. If you want your name spoken with awe at the next Coldwind City Championship. Fang Yuan's gaze burned through the crowd like a blade. Then we have to seize it. Silence followed, heavy, tense, electric. In that moment, every disciple felt the shift, the weight of responsibility, the chance for glory. Just as Fang Yuan's words settled into the courtyard like stone in still water, a small hand rose from among the younger disciples. Brother, Fang Mei's voice piped up, a little unsure. Will there be no Qi transformation category? Fang Yuan paused, his gaze drifting toward her with casual ease until her words fully sank in. Qi, what? He blinked slowly, then blinked again. A rare flicker of genuine confusion crossed his otherwise stoic face. I figured I'd discuss that with the elders later, he said slowly, since no one in your age group should even. His voice trailed off mid-sentence. Silence stretched thin and awkward. Fang Yuan stared at Fang Mei, eyes narrowing slightly as if squinting would make her answer change. Fang Mei looked away innocently, her fingers twisting at her sleeves. She gave a soft nod, then mumbled, I broke through 2 nights ago. I think. The courtyard exploded. What? Fang Yuan practically choked on air. You're already in Qi transformation. Fang Yuan stared. Qi transformation realm within the Fang clan was more than just a breakthrough. It was a threshold, a declaration that one had the strength and maturity to shoulder the weight of the family's responsibilities. Tradition held that reaching Qi transformation qualified a cultivator to be considered for elder status. He himself had stepped into that realm at 17 and became clan head shortly after. Now before him stood Fang Mei, 18, quiet, dutiful, and already standing where few her age even dreamed to reach. A soft breath escaped him. He remembered giving her the bone marrow pill, remembered letting her cultivate uninterrupted for a week within the spirit pond, hoping to refine her foundation, not push her so far so soon. He should have expected this, but still the excitement in his chest beat louder than reason could suppress. Then something clicked. Fang Mei, he said suddenly, voice firm but touched with warmth, come here. She blinked, startled by the sudden call, but stepped forward, cheeks still pink from earlier. The other disciples her age watched in stunned silence, their emotions a whirlwind of jealousy and admiration. Fang Mei came to stand beside Fang Yuan, straight back despite her nervous fidgeting. Fang Yuan turned to face the gathered crowd. You all saw it for yourselves, he said, voice ringing clear across the courtyard. One of your own rose to Qi transformation. He let the moment linger. Her talent is real. Her effort even more so. Then he raised a hand, gesturing broadly to the younger generation. As of today, each of you will be given 1 day to cultivate within the spirit pond. The courtyard rippled with stunned gasps and wide eyes. That opportunity is not a gift, Fang Yuan continued, but a test. Make the most of it and your wings will soar. He looked at Fang Mei then, pride gleaming beneath his steady composure. And no, greet your new elder. A stunned silence held for half a heartbeat. Then it broke. One by one, disciples began to bow. Some slowly, others more deeply, hesitant at first but sincere. Greetings, Elder Fang Mei. Fang Mei blinked, utterly overwhelmed. Her hands fluttered once like she might wave it off, but then she lowered her head and whispered, I'll do my best. Fang Yuan's lips quirked into a rare, quiet smile. She was a little awkward, a little soft, but she had earned the title. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. 1 week later. The soft scratch of brush on parchment filled Fang Yuan's study. Stacks of scrolls sat neatly on the edges of his desk, but the one in front of him kept drawing his eyes back. The family finance report. He frowned. The numbers were bleeding red. Ever since the purge during the banquet, too many elders had vanished. With them went oversight of critical family business storefronts, auction houses, even spirit herb contracts once secured by generations of negotiation. But that wasn't the worst of it. What made Fang Yuan's knuckles whiten as he held the brush was the discovery that some of those elders had looted their posts before leaving. They took contracts, spirit stone vaults, private ledgers, even stripped some merchant caravans that bore the Fang family crest. Had they not given up, he muttered, or are they just stupid, loyalty shattered, gold stolen? And now he was left to mend the family's bleeding treasury with string and willpower alone. He exhaled, eyes narrowing on the deficit. He needed to act and fast. Neither option pleased him. Fang Yuan's jaw tightened. He needed to fill the hole they had left financially, operationally, politically before the rival clans smelled blood. Thina knock. Fang Yuan didn't look up. Enter. The door opened with a creak and the sound of familiar footsteps echoed lightly against the polished floor. Fang Yuan looked up. His brush froze mid-air. You're back. Fang Tian stood there, smiling lazily, his travel robes dusty but intact. His sword hung by his hip like it had never left. I heard the family was in trouble, he said, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin, so I figured I should probably come help, before you go bald from stress. You left without a word, Fang Yuan said, voice flat. And now you walk in with jokes. Fang Tian shrugged. Would you believe I had an epiphany in the wilderness? No. Well, Fang Tian grinned, then I'll just say Thisme timing is perfect and you look like hell. Need help? Fang Yuan stared for a moment, then let out a slow sigh. You better have brought solutions, because all I've got are problems. Fang Tian stepped in, shutting the door behind him. You still brew that bitter tea? Fang Yuan's brow twitched. Sit down, he said dryly. I'll make a pot. Fang Yuan moved with quiet purpose, setting the clay teapot atop the brazier. The coals within hissed faintly as they caught, heat blooming gently into the room. As the water began to warm, he allowed his gaze to settle once more on Fang Tianhai's younger brother, dust still clinging to the hems of his robe, posture casual but eyes sharp as ever. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Qi condensation, peak stage. The spiritual pressure around Fang Tian was faint but unmistakable, not newly acquired but tempered and weathered by wind and road and battle. A breakthrough earned outside these walls, not granted within, different from Fang Mei. She had used the bone marrow pill and cultivated in the spirit pond for a full week. Fang Tian had been different. When he had last stood in this room, he had barely stepped into early qi condensation. Now, despite wandering outside, despite no access to the family's best resources, he had reached the very peak of the realm Fang Mei had only just surpassed. Am I really in a novel where you are the protagonist? Fang Yuan thought, I won't be surprised if that were the case, honestly. The kettle began to whistle softly. He poured the steaming water into the teapot, letting the fragrance of roasted spirit leaf tea drift into the air. It smelled rich and earthy, faintly bitter, just the way Fang Tian liked it. Fang Yuan placed the teacups down and finally spoke again, voice quieter now. You've improved. Fang Tian raised an eyebrow, accepting the cup with a casual nod. A few bandits, some beasts, a couple of near-death moments. That'll do it. Fang Yuan gave a snort, half amused. You went from early stage to peak in under a month. Don't pretend you just stumbled your way up a mountain. Fang Tian grinned. I might have tripped up a few, sure, but I climbed them too. There was a beat of silence as both brothers sipped their tea. Fang Yuan then immediately spat it out into the corner spittoon with practiced efficiency. I still can't get over the taste. Fang Tian burst out laughing, the steam from his own cup fogging the edges of his smirk. You're hilarious, brother. You're the one who brewed it, and you're the one who asked for it. That's true, Fang Tian said cheerfully, taking another sip without flinching. Terrible tea, though, has character. Fang Yuan shook his head, setting his cup aside like it had personally offended him. So, he asked, voice settling into something sharper, how do you plan to help the family? Don't tell me you've got a stash of interspatial rings hidden up your sleeve filled with spirit stones and auction-grade artifacts. Fang Tian nearly choked. Haha, brother, you've developed a sense of humor since I left. That's good. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, avoiding Fang Yuan's gaze for a second. But no, that's not it. He straightened slightly, setting his cup down with a soft clack. I can refine pills. Fang Yuan didn't speak right away. His gaze locked onto Fang Tian's face with the same calm intensity he used to measure cultivation breakthroughs and alliance treaties. I can refine pills for the clan, Fang Tian continued, a bit more seriously now, and I can also take them out and sell them. I'm fast with my refinings. Nothing really flashy, but it'll bring in steady income while we stabilize. I'm good at pill refining. Fang Yuan leaned back slightly. Of course, he already knew. This brother of his had been personally courted by the pill king, Tushan, and failed, whom Fang Yuan hummed aloud, though his mind was already working 5 steps ahead. So the pill prodigy returns and wants to open shop for the family. Fang Tian chuckled. Brother, pill refinement just happened to be something I was good at. Nothing too amazing. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Tian stepped out of the study, the door clicking softly shut behind him. He wandered through the still courtyards of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion, letting his feet carry him aimlessly beneath the soft hush of swaying silk lanterns and the rustle of wind through peach blossoms. Eventually, he came to a stop beside the koi pond. Servants were finishing their morning task, tossing small pinches of spirit feed into the water. The koi darted beneath the surface, flashes of orange, white, and gold rippling like sunlight through glass. Fang Tian stood in silence, hands behind his back, gaze fixed on the fish. Then, without warning, he turned and briskly walked to a shaded corner behind the pavilion. There he doubled over and vomited. It wasn't graceful. When it was done, he wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve, letting out a long exhale. Ha. Brother surely knows how to concoct poison, he muttered to himself with a crooked grin. What a truly unmatched talent. Just then, the simple iron ring tied around his neck pulsed faintly with light. A voice echoed directly into his mind, wry, ancient, and unmistakably amused. Tian, are you secretly a masochist? Fang Tian choked on the air and spun around, eyes wide. He darted a glance left, then right. The koi feeding servants had already departed, their footsteps fading down the stone path. Luckily, no one had heard the voice or seen him. Teacher Qin Shi Huang, he whispered, tugging the ring up slightly. The ancient soul sealed within chuckled softly. You knew that tea was brewed with spiritual bitterness root and molten elderleaf bark. Your brother clearly despises it himself, and yet, you asked him to make it. Fang Tian let out a defeated sigh and made his way back to the pond. He sat down at the edge, feet dangling into the cool, clear water. The koi swam lazily around his legs, unfazed by his presence. Because that's just who he is, Fang Tian said softly, resting his elbows on his knees. That's what my brother's always been. The smile that touched his lips then was quiet, distant. When mother and father died, I was still a child and so was he, but he didn't cry. He paused, watching the water ripple gently beneath his toes. He didn't even weep, not in front of anyone. The day Uncle Chen came back carrying their bodies, my brother came looking for me like the world was crumbling beneath his feet. His face was pale, his hands shaking, but the moment he saw me, he straightened his back like he could hold up the sky if I needed him to. He was hurting, but he smiled at me anyway, like I was the one who needed protecting. Fang Tian's voice dropped, barely above a whisper. That day, he became the wall I could lean on. He buried them with his own hands. He stood between the elders and me when they started whispering about who'd inherit what. And then growing up, he cooked for me. He bathed me and even trained me. He never once told me or showed me that he was tired. A small laugh escaped him, dry and soft. I knew he was exhausted, but he never let it show, not even once. The ring was quiet for a moment before speaking again, this time more gently. You admire him deeply. Fang Tian nodded. I do. He leaned back, arms sprawled behind him, face tilted toward the cloudless sky. He pretends to be cold on the outside, and he is damn good at it, but I've never known anyone more dependable than my brother. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze rustle his hair. That's why. Even if he handed me the worst tea on the continent, I'd still drink it again. A soft chuckle escaped him, warm, a little self-mocking, because that's the only kind he knows how to make. Bitter, clumsy. But brewed with that same tired care he's always had, the kind that hides everything he's feeling beneath a quiet routine. He opened one eye, watching the koi swirl lazily in the pond. I grew up drinking that tea. Honestly, it's a miracle I haven't died of poisoning by now. The koi stirred beneath the surface, gliding in lazy arcs. Fang Tian smiled faintly. Still tastes like death, though. The koi stirred again beneath Fang Tian's feet, casting shimmering reflections onto the pavilion walls. For a moment, only the wind replied. Then the ancient voice returned, deeper now, edged with something more solemn. In all my centuries of watching emperors, generals, and geniuses rise and fall, I have seen many strong men. The ring pulsed once, like a heartbeat of old memories, but rarely have I seen strength wielded with such restraint. Fang Tian cracked one eye open, brow raised. Your brother, Qin Shi Huang said, tone even. He does not lead through fear, nor through grandeur, and yet you follow him willingly, as do many. Fang Tian gave a half smile. Of course I do. Most patriarchs I've known demanded loyalty, the voice continued. He earns it, piece by piece, burden by burden, quietly. There was a long pause, then something unexpected, a quiet hum, almost thoughtful. He reminds me of myself. Fang Tian blinked, incredulous. Teacher, are you comparing yourself to my brother? Yes and no. The voice that echoed from the ring held a glint of amusement now, tinged with something deeper respect, perhaps. In my prime, I built empires through sword and decree. I conquered with strength and made sure the world knew it. I wore my achievements like armor, visible, undeniable. But your brother, he hides his. Fang Tian's brows knit slightly. The koi stirred in the pond below, casting rippling gold patterns across his boots. The voice in the ring continued, slower this time, as though each word carried weight forged in ancient fires. Your brother is already at the peak of the nascent soul realm. Fang Tian's head snapped up. Yes, Tian, peak nascent soul, likely for some time now. A pause, the water stilled. Tell me, what do you think would have happened if he'd revealed that from the start? Fang Tian didn't answer. Would his life not be easier? Qin Shi Huang went on, rhetorical now. If others truly knew, that he stood at the summit of power, would they not tremble to defy him? Would rival clans dare plot against him? Would those treacherous elders have plotted so easily? Fang Tian's jaw tightened. Then why hide it? The ancient emperor's voice grew quiet, because fear demands obedience, but it does not build loyalty. Your brother chose the harder path. The voice dropped lower, more thoughtful. He did not want subjects who cowered before him, but a family that rose with him. He let others underestimate him so he could see who stood with him when they thought him vulnerable, and in doing so he lost much. A long pause, but what remains may yet be unshakable. Fang Tian sat in silence, the koi circling his submerged feet like flickers of gold in a quiet dream. And then he chuckled, soft and warm, as he leaned back fully, arms spread to the sky, letting the sunlight pour over his face. Guess I better work harder, Don't want him carrying all of it alone. The ring didn't respond immediately, but when it did, the voice was quieter. That is loyalty, Tian, and loyalty is what gives kings peace. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Tian wandered through the east courtyard, his steps slowing as the familiar sight of the plum blossom trees came into view. Their petals drifted gently in the breeze, and beneath them, exactly where he expected, sat Fang Mei. She was perched on the stone bench, brushing ink across a scroll with practiced ease, but her eyes were distant, her strokes slower than usual. Fang Tian smiled softly. He took a breath. Mayor. She stopped writing. Her brush froze mid-air. Her shoulders stiffened. Slowly, she turned to look at him. Fang Mei stood, her gaze locked with his. Then, without a word, she stormed toward him. Fang Tian opened his arms instinctively. She didn't hug him. She punched him in the chest, not hard but hard enough to make a point. You were gone for a week, Tian, she said, voice trembling. I know. I'm sorry, he said, catching her hand gently. I didn't mean to worry you. I just needed time to clear my head. Her lip quivered and she tried to look away, but his other hand was already on her cheek. I didn't want to drag you into that chaos, he murmured, but I missed you, every day. Fang Mei hesitated, then stepped forward, leaning into his chest. She rested her forehead against him, voice barely a whisper. You're not allowed to disappear like that again. I won't. Swear it, I swear. They stood there for a long moment, bodies pressed close, the scent of plum blossoms drifting around them like a curtain of spring. Then Fang Mei looked up, her eyes wet but steady. Next time, she said, poking his chest, if you need to clear your head, take me with you. Fang Tian chuckled and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Deal. Elsewhere, beneath a quieter sky, Fang Yuan sat at his desk, the low creak of wood beneath his elbows the only sound in the room besides the occasional rustle of parchment. He exhaled slowly. Another report rested in his hands, this one not soaked in red. His eyes scanned the neat lines of cultivation updates and performance summaries. For once, something promising. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. A handful of younger disciples had advanced. Some had stepped into mid-stage chi realization. One had reached early chi condensation. Modest progress, but real progress, hard-earned. Fang Yuan leaned back, resting his head against the lacquered frame of the chair. His fingers drummed the tabletop slowly. The system hadn't been much help lately. His SB balance was laughable. No pills could be purchased, no cultivation manuals could be unlocked, and there was no shortcuts offered. Only one thing gleamed in the quiet void of the system interface. Quest: win the championship in the upcoming annual Coldwind City Championship. Reward: 100,000 SB. Divine Grade Cultivation Manual. Divine Grade. Fang Yuan stared at those words for a long moment. That grade didn't even exist in records he had read. He had seen yellow grade, black earth, and even heaven. But divine, he hadn't known if that was real or just a different name for heaven grade. His gaze drifted to the window. Outside the window, the sky had deepened into hues of violet and gold, dusk gently settling over the Fang estate. Fang Yuan stared for a moment, letting the silence wash over him. The wind rustled the trees. A bird cried somewhere in the distance. He exhaled, then nodded once quietly. I hope Fang Mei can win it, he murmured to himself, for all of us. Not just for the reward, not for the prestige, but for the family, for their name. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, pride warming his chest as he looked out over the desk. And then, a beat later. I mean, obviously not because I want the divine grade manual, he added with a perfectly straight face. That would be selfish. A pause. Then he cleared his throat, for the family. He rose from his chair and stretched, rolling his shoulders with a faint crack. The last of the reports had been signed and sealed. The last number double-checked. Now it was time for his daily visit to the spirit mine. Ever since he had made his uncle combine the newly restored formation flags with the enhancements from the spirit pond, the eastern ravine's flow of spiritual energy had surged to unprecedented levels. The very air shimmered with guidance, rich, wild like a current of thunder held just below the surface. It was no longer just a mine. It was a treasure trove, and that, of course, had begun to draw attention. He had already spotted signs foreign robes at the forest's edge, unfamiliar auras lingering just long enough to be noticed. The 5 great families also knew something had changed. Some of their cultivators even dared to wander close. But so far, no one had crossed the boundary. Not yet. Fang Yuan stepped outside into the evening air, dark robes fluttering slightly in the breeze. His gaze swept across the horizon where the mine lay nestled between jagged cliffs and thick mist. He would make his rounds. Just like always, and if anyone tried to sneak in tonight, they would find the patriarch of the Fang family wasn't as calm as he looked. Fang Yuan was halfway to the eastern ravine when he stopped dead in his tracks. Ahead, sprawled across the path like a scene ripped straight from a low-budget drama scroll, was a girl bloodied, barely conscious, and dressed in a tattered robe that looked like it had lost a fight with a hungry beast. Thankfully, the fabric still clung to the vital zones. Barely. A sword rested atop her head, sheathed. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't move. His gaze swept the scene again, still unmoving. HMPH, this was it. He had read about this in novels. A classic setup. Damsel in distress. Hero walks by, finds beautiful dying girl, swoops in to rescue. She clutches his sleeve, bats her eyes, calls him big brother or worse, Yuanji. Then bam, wakes up tied to a tree with his spatial ring gone, reputation ruined, and possibly even missing a kidney. Nope, Fang Yuan muttered flatly, folding his arms. He circled the girl for a while, keeping his eyes both on her and the sword. The sword didn't react. The girl didn't move. Still, he narrowed his eyes. Is this one of those cursed swords that seals your cultivation if you pick it up? Or maybe she's the sword's spirit in disguise. Is that a formation seal under her leg? No, just a rock. He squatted down still at a very safe distance, then paused. Hush, she wasn't pretty, not in the enchanting, hero-baiting way novels like to describe. Her face was smudged, nose slightly crooked, and one eyebrow was shaved clean off. Her lips were chapped, and what little of her hair wasn't matted with blood was tied in the world's saddest bun. Definitely not the honey trap type. That more than anything gave him pause. Maybe she really is just unlucky, she moaned faintly, barely lifting her head. Water. Fang Yuan didn't budge. He squinted harder. What kind of girl passes out perfectly diagonally across a trail? What kind of person collapses with a sword neatly on their head? That takes skill. He looked around. No assassins leapt out of the bushes. No arrows flew from the trees. No weird flute music played in the background. Damn it, what if this one's real? Fang Yuan sighed deeply. the kind of sigh that said, I'm too smart for this, and yet here I am. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stared at the girl for a long moment more, then let out a low, irritable sigh. All right. If this turns out to be some grand scam, I'm punching someone, he muttered. With a flick of his wrist, a slender porcelain bottle appeared in his hand, a mid-grade healing elixir from his interspatial ring. This elixir was not cheap nor was it common, but it was renowned to be effective. He knelt down carefully, still watching her face for any signs of deception. Open your mouth, he said. She didn't respond. Her lips were cracked, her breathing shallow. One eye was swollen shut, and the other fluttered faintly as if she barely registered he was even there. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue and gently tilted her head back. With practiced care, he pulled the stopper from the bottle and poured a small stream of the elixir into her mouth. It dribbled out the side. She wasn't even conscious enough to swallow. Fang Yuan's jaw tensed. He muttered something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like a curse, then used 2 fingers to gently pinch her jaw open, and with his other hand, coaxed another slow pour of the elixir between her lips. Swallow, damn it. Don't waste spirit stones. This time reflex took over, her throat twitched and the medicine went down, not all of it, but enough. Fang Yuan watched her breathing for a few seconds. It steadied a little. Her brow, tight with pain, eased just a fraction. Stubborn girl, he muttered, corking the bottle and slipping it away. You'd better not die. That bottle cost more than this entire mountain path. He stood back up, dusting his hands on his robe, glancing at the sword still resting across her. Right, now let's deal with you. He eyed the sword warily, still half convinced it might fly up and talk at any moment. Fang Yuan slowly reached out toward the sword balanced atop her head. All right, he muttered, eyes narrowed. If you're cursed, enchanted, or secretly a talking blade from the ancient era, now's the time to speak. Nothing happened. He hovered his hand over it for a few seconds longer, then grabbed the hilt in one swift motion. Silence. There was no thunderclap, nor a surge of demonic aura. And definitely not sudden spike in spiritual resistance. Just metal. He gave the sword an experimental tug, lifting it free from the girl's tangled hair and setting it down beside him. His brows furrowed. The thing was, well, pathetic. The blade was chipped in 3 places, the edge so dull it might have been used to spread butter, and the scabbard had more cracks than lacquer. The entire weapon looked like it had been dragged behind a carriage for 10 miles and then forgotten in a rice field for a decade. You kidding me? Fang Yuan said flatly, giving it a light shake. This is just an old piece of scrap. He held it at eye level, tilting it under the moonlight. The surface barely reflected anything. There was no inscription, no hidden mechanism, not even a faint chi resonance. It was just an old, beat-up sword. And here I thought maybe it was sealed or disguised. But no, it's just trash. Still, something about the fact that she had held on to Ivan as wounded as she was gave him pause. He glanced down at the girl again. Her hand, even now, twitched faintly toward where the sword had been. Fang Yuan sighed, of course, sentimental attachment. Classic. He slung the sword carefully over his back with a bit of cloth to avoid touching the filthy grip directly. Then, kneeling again beside the unconscious girl, he took a moment to reinforce the medicine's effect with a bit of gentle chi. Her injuries weren't life-threatening anymore, but they would take time. He muttered under his breath, I'm curious what makes a nascent soul realm reduced to this state. You're coming with me. And with that, Fang Yuan scooped her upsword, and Alan began heading back toward the Phoenix Soul Pavilion, robes fluttering behind him as the stars blinked quietly above. Fang Yuan strode through the pavilion grounds, the bloodied girl cradled in his arms like an awkward bundle of trouble. Her weight wasn't the issue, it was the looks. Dozens of servants and disciples along the path froze mid-step, jaws dropping as they witnessed the normally aloof, terrifying patriarch carrying a girl. A girl. Not a scroll, not a sword. A girl. One servant tripped over a broom. Another quietly dropped a spirit herb tray. Fang Yuan didn't break stride. His expression was neutral, dignified even, as the mutterings began to rise like cicadas in heat. He arrived at the main residence and stepped through the side corridor, where the ever-efficient housemaid Felicia was arranging medicinal incense by the doorway. Felicia, he said evenly. She turned, eyes widening slightly when she saw the mess of robes, blood, and limbs in his arms. Master Fang Yuan, is she? She's alive, he said, barely. Get her clean, treated, and put in a quiet room, something with wards. Felicia nodded briskly. Understood, master. Fang Yuan carefully lowered the girl onto a side bench and dusted off his sleeves like he'd just delivered a log of firewood. I'm going to fetch a doctor from the outer court. Keep an eye on her. Yes, sir. He turned to leave but paused as he passed the corner of the hallway. There were voices, low at first, but they grew clearer with every step he took toward the side garden. Did you see that? He was carrying a girl. No way, our patriarch. I thought he was married to his sword. I told you he wasn't a monk. No, listen, I always thought he was. You know, into men, you saw how close he is with Lin Feng. I thought he liked him too. What if she's his secret wife? Maybe she was injured protecting him from assassins. That's so romantic. Wait, you don't think he was the one who hurt her, do you? Idiot, he's not like that. Fang Yuan stopped mid-step, his left eye twitching as he slowly turned toward the voices. When the servants made eye contact with him, their faces froze mid-whisper like children caught stealing peaches from the kitchen. Panic rippled through their expressions. Their backs straightened in a snap, and they bowed so quickly it looked more like they were dodging a blow than giving a greeting. Greetings, patriarch. Then, like startled rabbits, they turned on their heels and sprinted in the opposite direction. One even tripped over a broom, scrambled back to their feet, and kept running without looking back. Fang Yuan blinked once, then twice. He turned back to the hall, walking slowly, mind churning. The whole house thought I was gay. He looked up at the ceiling as if searching for divine confirmation. I've been living here since I was an infant. A pause. I've literally raised my younger brother here. Another pause, just because I haven't married yet. He stopped himself, taking a long, slow inhale through his nose. I shouldn't care, then again, everyone. He stared off into the distance, expression blank. Is that why Uncle Chen stopped looking for a suitor for me? Is that it? He turned away. I don't owe anyone an explanation. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The fading sun cast long shadows across the garden stones as Fang Yuan made his way down the winding path that led beyond the inner walls. The hush of evening had settled in, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the occasional soft flutter of a lantern ribbon caught in the breeze. He had done all he could for the girl, for now. What remained was in the hands of someone far humbler, but no less vital. Past the arched gate, nestled beside a grove of jade bamboo, stood a small tiled building, a modest structure surrounded by flowering herbs and drying medicinal roots strung neatly along a wooden rack. The scent of crushed leaves and spirit bark lingered thick in the air. Fang Yuan approached the front step and lifted a hand to knock, but the door opened before his fingers touched the wood. An old man with a snow-white beard and slightly hunched back stood in the doorway, eyes sharp beneath his bushy brows. Despite his age, his gaze remained clear, his aura completely mundane, unadorned by qi, yet grounded by decades of experience. Patriarch Fang, the old doctor, greeted with a respectful nod. It's been a while. Fang Yuan inclined his head slightly. Dr. Mu, I need your skills. It's urgent. Before the doctor could reply, a girl stepped out from behind him, young, no older than 18, in a simple white robe. Her hair was tied back in a ribbon of soft green silk, her hands dusted with dried petals and ink stains from grinding herbs. Her gaze met Fang Yuan's and she quickly bowed. Family head Fang, she greeted politely, but her voice had a quiet flutter to it, like a lantern caught in uncertain wind. Then hesitantly, almost in passing, is senior brother Fang Tian well? Fang Yuan's expression didn't shift. Stillness. Then a slow, measured nod. He's doing fine. The girl's eyes lit for the briefest of moments, an involuntary flicker of joy, and then dimmed again just as quickly, her gaze dropping to the floor. Oh, she said, that's good. She busied her hands immediately, adjusting the herb pouch at her waist, brushing non-existent dust from her sleeves, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Movements too quick, too precise. Fang Yuan watched silently, his gaze softening a fraction. He had known for a long time. The way her eyes lingered, just a moment too long whenever Fang Tian visited. The way she offered him the freshest tea leaves from her own supply, pretending they were part of Dr. Mu's standard store. How she always seemed to find a reason to come into the room when Fang Tian laughed. Now she stood there with her shoulders held carefully still, back straight, posture perfect, like she had practiced how not to care, but her fingers fidgeted behind her back. And her lip trembled slightly when she thought no one saw. Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He could have said he's taken. He could have said don't wait, but what purpose would it serve? She already knew that, so instead he simply offered a small nod of gratitude. Your master's help is needed at the pavilion, he said gently. Dr. Mu stepped forward, already packing up his tools with quiet efficiency. A patient. Yes, a young woman. She's stable for now, but in poor condition. I see. Then we'll go at once, Dr. Mu said, stroking his beard with mild intrigue. I must admit, I'm curious to meet the woman who warranted a personal visit from the esteemed family head himself. His gaze flicked to the girl beside him. Lionel, come along. She nodded quickly, gathering a satchel of clean bandages and prepared tinctures, wrapping the leather ties around her wrist with practiced ease. But when she looked at Fang Yuan again, there was a new stillness in her eyes, one of effortful calm. The three walked side by side through the garden paths, moonlight beginning to spill softly over the walkways. Lionel said nothing during the walk. Her gaze never once drifted toward Fang Yuan again, nor did she ask more about Fang Tian, but she walked a little faster, as if trying to get through the moment before her thoughts caught up. Fang Yuan glanced toward the night sky, the stars above just beginning to blink into view. The path back to the Phoenix Soul Pavilion wound gently beneath the plum trees, their white blossoms glowing faintly under the moonlight. The three of them, Fang Yuan, Dr. Mu, and Fang Lion, walked in calm silence. The only sound was the soft crunch of gravel beneath their feet and the faint chime of Lionel's medicine pouch swinging at her side. Fang Yuan walked with his usual calm, hands folded behind his back, his gaze level but distant. Lionel kept her head slightly lowered, walking half a pace behind the doctor. Her face was composed, the corners of her lips gently curved in that polite expression she always wore in public, but her hands were wound tightly around the strap of her satchel. A faint murmur of laughter drifted down the path ahead, light, warm, and familiar. Lionel's steps faltered. Then, around the bend, two silhouettes turned a bend in the path and came into view, illuminated by the lantern light. Fang Tian and Fang Mei walked side by side, their hands loosely intertwined, fingers brushing now and then as they spoke in low voices. The mood between them was light, and Fang Tian was mid-laugh as if whatever weight had burdened him had finally lifted just a little. Lionel's steps faltered only slightly, just a breath. Fang Mei noticed them first. Her eyes flicked up, gaze sharpening ever so subtly when she saw who approached. Her fingers remained laced with Fang Tian's, but her posture straightened, and the hand that held his tightened just a little more. Fang Tian looked up a moment later. His face broke into an easy grin. Lionel, he stepped forward slightly, releasing Mei's hand out of instinct and raising his own in a friendly wave. It's been years. Look at Yao, you've grown a head taller. He laughed warmly. Still helping old Mew keep us cultivators alive, huh? Lionel returned the smile effortlessly, bowing with a calm that belied the little shake in her breath. Senior brother Tian, you look well. Fang Tian didn't notice the pause. Of course I do, life's good. And hey Fang Mei, you remember Lionel, right? Fang Mei stepped beside him again, her smile smooth, almost serene. Of course, we met once years ago, the other adopted girl, though I don't think we ever got to speak properly. Lionel nodded. That's right. It's nice to see you again, Sister Fang Mei. Likewise, Mei said, though her gaze lingered on her for a heartbeat longer than necessary. Fang Tian clapped his hands together. Ah, I remember how Uncle Chen used to say you two were like plum blossoms grown apart, both picked by the same hand. Picked, yes, Fang Mei said quietly, her fingers subtly reclaiming Fang Tian's hand again, but not meant for the same vase. He blinked, confused for a moment as he blinked, huh? He scratched his head. Poetic as ever, Mayor. Lionel's eyes flickered to their hands, then back to his face. Her expression didn't change. That same calm, well-mannered smile remained in place, but her fingers gripped the satchel tighter. Fang Yuan stood off to the side, silent, watching. He didn't say a word, not when Tian greeted her with casual warmth, not when Lionel smiled with heartbreak in her eyes, not when Mei said nothing but made her meaning clear. Dr. Mew finally stepped in, clearing his throat as he tapped his cane lightly against the ground. Ahem. As much as I enjoy blooming sentiment and old reunions, we've a patient waiting, Patriarch Fang. Fang Yuan nodded, his voice level, of course, this way. Dr. Mew bowed politely to Fang Tian and Fang Mei, then resumed walking, his cane tapping rhythmically against the stones. Lionel gave a parting bow, senior brother, Sister Fang Mei, and then she followed. Her steps were steady, measured, quiet. She didn't look back. Fang Yuan lingered a moment longer, just enough to see Fang Tian turn to Mei with a puzzled look as if trying to figure out what he'd missed. Mei only leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder with deliberate tenderness. Fang Yuan's eyes flicked away. Then he turned to walk after the others. Love, it seemed, demanded no fewer sacrifices than war. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The scent of crushed herbs still clung faintly to Lionel's sleeves as they approached the guest wing of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion. Soft light spilled from the tall, paper-screened windows, casting gentle shadows over the stone path. The courtyard was quiet, deliberately so. Fang Yuan had instructed the servants to avoid this section of the residence until further notice. Felicia waited at the door, hands folded in front of her. She bowed immediately upon seeing them. Master Fang Yuan, Dr. Mew. The girl is inside, resting. Her condition stabilized somewhat after the elixir you gave, but her fever hasn't dropped. Dr. Mew nodded without pause, already stepping inside with the sure-footedness of a man who had walked through too many thresholds between life and death. The room within was warm, quiet, and dimly lit. A single lantern glowed on the table beside the bed where the girl lay. She had been changed into clean robes, her wounds hastily bandaged, her face still pale beneath the linen. Lionel stepped forward without a word, gently placing her satchel on the side table and beginning to unpack gauze, tinctures, and salves. Dr. Mew moved to the bed, examining her with firm, professional detachment. He took her wrist, felt her pulse, then peeled back the cloth to examine her injuries, deep lacerations, and there's signs of internal bruising, he muttered, pressing lightly across her side. Her meridians are damaged, but not severed. Remarkable she even made it this far. Fang Yuan stood a short distance from the bed, arms crossed loosely, watching in silence. She may have been running for days, he said quietly. Found her collapsed on the outer path. Dr. Mew raised a brow. Cultivator, nascent soul realm, or she was once, her cores fractured. There was a beat of silence, a long one. Dr. Mew's hands froze mid-check. His bushy brows twitched. Lionel, in the middle of unrolling bandages, accidentally pulled the entire bundle off the table. It hit the floor with a soft thud. Nascent soul, Dr. Mew repeated slowly, as if trying to make sure his ancient ears hadn't betrayed him. Fang Yuan nodded casually. The old doctor stared at him, then at the unconscious girl, then back at Fang Yuan. He blinked once, twice. Then Dr. Mu made a sound somewhere between a cough and a squeak. Lionel straightened up slowly, trying very hard not to show the way her hands had started trembling. She looks younger than me. Fang Yuan shrugged. She might be. Or she might just be cursed with a baby face. Who knows? Just treat her as best you can. Yes, yes, of course. Dr. Mu snapped back into motion. Lionel had already unrolled a fresh sheet of bandages, hands moving gently but efficiently. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over her in passing. Though her eyes remained focused on the patient, there was a subtle change in her movements, more deliberate now. Her breath came slower, steadier, anchored by the act of healing. In caring for another, she had tucked her feelings away. Her wounds aren't infected, which is a miracle, Dr. Mu muttered. Lionel, spirit salve. Yes, master. She moved to the bedside, dabbing the salve gently across the girl's shoulder. The injured woman stirred faintly at the touch, but didn't wake. Dr. Mu looked toward Fang Yuan again. She'll live. But I'd advise no sudden qi flow through her meridians for at least a month. If her core doesn't stabilize, she'll never cultivate again. Fang Yuan nodded once. Do what you can, of course. The old man glanced at him with a twinkle. Once Lionel finished, she straightened and reached for the nearby tray, careful not to jostle the bandages. Just then, the doors flew open with all the subtlety of a charging bull. Fang Jingyi burst in like a gust of wind wearing boots, her sleeves fluttering and hair wild from her rushed journey. A smudge of black soot streaked across one cheek, and her robe was dusted with ash. What's this I hear about you bringing home a girl? She demanded, eyes wide with scandal and curiosity. Fang Yuan, you sly fox. Fang Yuan looked up in mild horror. Aunt, there you are, hubby. She beamed the moment she spotted him, skipping over. Fang Lion, who had just finished laying out medicinal salves beside the bed, nearly dropped the entire tray. Her eyes flicked to Fang Yuan in visible alarm. Fang Yuan froze. Don't listen to her, he said immediately, waving a hand like a man trying to dispel a very specific curse. She's joking. She always jokes. We're aunt and nephew. There's no way I'm her husband. You understand, right? Fang Jingyi smirked, brushing a loose lock of hair from her cheek, the soot doing nothing to hide her naturally delicate features. I only said hubby, not husband. You want me that badly, little Yuan. Fang Yuan stared at her like a man watching a mountain collapse in slow motion. He wanted to cry, but then a sudden realization struck him. Wait, he blinked. She's probably the only one in this whole house who doesn't think I'm gay. Hey, that still doesn't justify whatever she's doing. Jingyi grinned wider, clearly enjoying the chaos. She bounced closer, peering around him toward the patient on the bed. So, little Yuan, she cooed, folding her hands behind her back with mock innocence. Who's the girl? I'm dying to see what my little brother's taste in women is like. Where did you two meet? Fang Yuan, now visibly exhausted, pressed a hand to his forehead. Aunt, I'm not your little brother either, and she's just someone I brought it because I was curious. She ignored him completely, skipping forward with a twinkle in her eye and a giggle in her throat. Fang Yuan sighed, long and soul-weary as Jingyi began humming to herself, casually inspecting the unconscious girl on the bed, and then he noticed Fang Lion was watching him. Her expression was unreadable at first, but her hands moved before her mouth did. She made a simple gesture, subtle but clear. She pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then at Jingyi, and then at him. Her brow lifted in amused accusation. So, you too? Fang Yuan straightened, aghast. No, it's not like that, I just said. But she was already turning away, waving him off with a knowing smile. Ah, right, got it, say no more. I'll keep your secret, she said lightly, carrying the tray in her hand as she headed toward the door. You can trust me. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. Words failed him. Fang Yuan watched her disappear into the corridor with a bounce in her step and that infuriatingly calm smile on her face. He gave up, completely. He caught a last glimpse of her face before she left. She had a smile on, clearly not the fake one from earlier, but a genuine one. After her earlier silence, after the painful encounter with Fang Tian and Fang Mei, it was the first genuine smile she had worn during the whole night. Fang Yuan exhaled and allowed himself a quiet, crooked smile of his own. Well, at least someone's feeling better. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Dr. Mu fingers moved with calm precision, wrapping a fresh strip of gauze over the girl's wrist as he spoke in a dry, matter-of-fact tone. Young lady, if you're going to chatter, do it outside. I need silence while I work. Fang Jingyi froze mid-step, one hand halfway raised as if she had been about to point at something. Her lips parted to reply, but then she stopped. A heartbeat passed, and then she lowered her hand. Understood, Dr. Mu, she said quietly, nodding once. She didn't say another word. Fang Yuan blinked in surprise. He turned to glance at her, Fang Jingyi, whose mouth usually ran faster than most sword strikes, now standing perfectly still like a scolded child. Fang Yuan leaned slightly closer to the old physician, voice hushed with honest admiration. Dr. Mu, he whispered, you're amazing. The old man merely grunted, focused on adjusting a splint. HMPH. About time someone noticed. Fang Yuan wisely kept the rest of his awe internal, lips twitching as he suppressed a laugh. Not even high-level cultivators could tame Fang Jingyi, but a mortal doctor. Apparently, all it took was one stern sentence and a lifetime of earned respect. After all, Dr. Mew wasn't just anyone. Years ago, when Fang Jingyi's father, his grandfather, lay dying of a rare illness, it had been this same quiet old man who had reversed the impossible with a handmade tonic and a week of sleepless care. Since then, their family owed him more than gratitude, and clearly even Fang Jingyi hadn't forgot. She stood back respectfully, not another peep escaping her lips. Fang Yuan gave the unconscious girl one last glance, then turned to leave. "I need to return to my office," he said casually over his shoulder. Jingyi's lips curled upward almost instantly. All right, work hard, dear husband. Our baby's future depends on it." Fang Yuan nearly tripped. He didn't turn back, just waved a hand stiffly and muttered under his breath, "I'm not your husband, and there is no baby. Stop spreading lies." But Jingyi was already giggling behind him, clearly pleased with herself. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan picked up his pace, robes swishing as he fled the scene with as much dignity as he could muster. The quiet hush of the pavilion returned as he stepped back into the main estate. Evening had deepened further, and the halls were bathed in soft lantern light. He made his way to his office, the scent of ink and old parchment greeting him like an old companion. Stacks of fresh parchment waited neatly by his desk, all requiring his attention. With a sigh, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. Meanwhile, in the quiet of the treatment room, time passed gently. Dr. Mew, after a final check of the patient's pulse and a firm reminder not to move her for the next few hours, packed his tools. His joints cracked softly as he straightened. He gave her a rare, approving nod. "You did well today, walk with me." She smiled faintly and followed without hesitation, offering a polite wave behind her. "Take care, Miss Jingyi." Fang Jingyi, seated near the corner with one leg tucked beneath her, waved lazily in return. "Bye-bye, Lionel. Bye-bye, Uncle Mew." Dr. Mew didn't even glance back, only grunted in acknowledgement. Once the door slid shut behind them, the room was quiet again. Fang Jingyi slowly stood and stretched, arms arching overhead. Then she turned her gaze toward the still unconscious girl on the bed. She walked over with casual grace, her feet barely making a sound against the polished floor. Her expression, for once, was unreadable. She stood there for a while, arms folded, head tilted slightly as if studying a rare painting rather than a wounded stranger. "So you're the one who made little Yuan carry a woman into the house," she murmured softly. The girl didn't stir. Her breathing had steadied, but her face remained pale, lips faintly parted in exhausted sleep. Jingyi crouched beside the bed, propping her chin on one hand. "You don't look like much." "No offense," she said. She tilted her head again, this time with a fainter smile. "But still, what is it about you, I wonder?" Her voice was quieter now, not teasing, just curious. "There's something there. Something familiar about you. I can feel it." She reached out but stopped just short of touching the girl's hand. Then, with a breath, she stood up again, brushing invisible dust from her sleeves. "Guess I'll figure you out sooner or later," she muttered with a grin. And with that, she turned, strolling to the window where the moonlight spilled softly across the floor, bathing the room in silver hues. Fang Jingyi leaned lazily against the window frame, chin resting in her palm as she gazed out at the peaceful night. Her eyes drifted casually to a distant glow at the edge of the estate grounds. Flickering orange light danced against the rooftops. She blinked. "Is that firelight?" The corners of her lips curled upward. A festival, this late, and they didn't invite me. How rude." She sat on the window ledge, basking in the warmth of moonlight and imagined celebration, eyes dreamy. "That is until." "Run, you slowpoke, the fire's spreading. If another building burns down, the family head's going to kill us." A sudden burst of shrieking shattered the stillness. Fang Jingyi sat upright. From the direction of the flickering orange glow, she spotted a pair of frantic silhouettes, two servants in scorched robes, each staggering under the weight of sloshing water buckets. One was still patting out smoke from the hem of his robe as he ran. Their pace was less heroic and more chaotic, water spilling with every panicked step as they dashed toward the flames. "Why are the buckets this heavy?" "Heavy? Shut you pee. The punishment will be heavier." Jingyi blinked, her dreamy smile freezing in place. "Wait a second," she muttered. She squinted harder. "Aren't those servants from our house? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Fang Jingyi didn't hesitate. In one smooth motion, she leapt straight out the window. The breeze caught her as she hovered mid-air, robes fluttering around her like petals in the wind. Though only mid-stage chi transformation, she held herself aloft for just a moment, long enough to cast a sharp glance toward the growing fire below. Then she dropped cleanly to the courtyard with a firm thud, landing with the grace of someone far too used to dramatic entrances. The ground cracked faintly beneath her heels. Dust puffed around her slippers as she straightened, sweeping her hair back with a sigh. Without a word, she strode toward the rising flames, the glow dancing in her sharp eyes as servants scrambled around her in panic. "Make way," one of them cried. Another screamed, "Lady Jingyi's here. Thank the heavens. Wait, does this mean we're not getting punished?" No, you fool, but she's the most reasonable one. Fang Jingyi ignored the chaos, lifting her sleeve to shield her face as she pressed forward into the smoke. Fang Jingyi stepped closer to the blaze, eyes narrowed against the swirling smoke. The servants were doing their best, buckets sloshing, sleeves soaked, panic painted on every face, but the fire had already eaten through the outer beams of the old warehouse, and the embers danced like hungry spirits in the night. "Step aside," she said lightly. The servants parted instantly, as if the wind itself obeyed her voice. Some stumbled over each other to make way, barely managing a breathless, "Yes, Lady Jingyi." She lifted her right hand. Spiritual energy surged up her arm, warm and radiant. The air around her shimmered with golden light as she drew a slow breath, two fingers raised like a conductor preparing a final note. Misty radiance, rainfall silk, the air cracked. And then water, not from a well or a bucket, but from the very chi in the air, condensing in shimmering threads of silver mist, weaving themselves into a curtain of rain that gently but thoroughly fell upon the blaze. Hissing and steam erupted in every direction as the fire choked and spluttered. In seconds the flames shrank back, doused beneath the glow of her chi technique. When it was done, all that remained was the scent of wet ash, a few smoking timbers, and a stunned silence. She exhaled slowly, the mist dissolving back into the night. The servants stared. Then someone muttered, "She's so cool." Fang Jingyi turned toward them with a smug little smile, brushing soot off her shoulder with all the poise of someone adjusting an accessory. "Well, that was refreshing," she said cheerfully. "Now, which one of you set it on fire?" A dozen servants immediately dropped to their knees. "It wasn't me. We were just moving the firewood." "Please trust US. It wasn't US." She blinked innocently, hands behind her back. "Oh, so you're saying it happened all on its own?" She stepped forward, voice smooth. "How magical." Fang Jingyi only sighed dramatically and looked up at the moon. "Honestly, the amount of trouble I saved this family. Someone should marry me already." Then she turned back toward the pavilion, hair swaying, shoes tapping confidently on the wet stone. "Now, I'd better go tell little Yuan the warehouse didn't entirely collapse." She paused at the edge of the garden path and added with a grin, "Only half of it did." Fang Jingyi strolled through the quiet halls of the main pavilion, her steps light now that the fire had been dealt with. The soft glow of lantern light spilled from under the door of Fang Yuan's office. Still working, she pushed the door open without knocking, of course. Inside, the room was gently lit by the steady burn of spirit candles. The scent of ink, old paper, and mountain pine filled the air. Scrolls lay piled on the desk, neatly arranged in the way only someone obsessive about order would maintain. And behind the desk, seated like an emperor who lost a war with sleep, was Fang Yuan, head tilted slightly, arms folded over a stack of reports. He was dozing peacefully for once. His breath was slow and steady, long lashes casting faint shadows on his cheekbones. Even the line between his brows, normally creased from all that brooding, had relaxed. Jingyi leaned in, elbows resting on the desk as she peered closer. She reached out and gently poked his cheek with a single finger. "So soft," she whispered with a sly grin. Then in a quieter breath, half to herself, "You look so cute when you're sleeping, you know that." She stepped back, hands on her hips. A beat passed, and then she tilted her head, muttering, almost like she had said it 100 times before, "I still can't believe you're gay, my dear nephew." Her voice was teasing, but not unkind. "I've tried so hard to make a man out of you. But nope, you're as cold as a block of ice." She huffed, crossing her arms. What a waste of such a handsome face. She looked back at him again, softened. "Still, you work too hard," she murmured. Then, reaching out, she carefully draped the light cloak hanging over the back of his chair around his shoulders. Her fingers lingered for a moment, gentle, almost hesitant. And just as she turned to leave, her gaze landed on a folded letter resting near his hand. The seal caught her eye first. Delicate red wax, pressed with a familiar sigil from the Gu family. She murmured, brow knitting. She picked it up with two fingers, tilting it toward the light. The wax had already been broken. Fang Yuan must have read it earlier. Still, her curiosity tugged. She unfolded it slowly. Her eyes moved line by line, the flicker of the spirit lamp dancing across her face. The playful glint faded from her expression, replaced by something quieter, somber, thoughtful. By the time she reached the end, her lips had drawn into a thin line. She folded the letter again, slower this time. Then, carefully, she placed it back where she found it, precisely as it had been. Her fingers brushed the edge once lightly, and she stood there in the silence, the soft rustle of paper the only sound in the room. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Next morning, the Phoenix Soul Pavilion buzzed with tension and hushed murmurs. Servants moved briskly through the halls, while a low hum of voices echoed from the meeting chamber. "Is it completely gone?" Elder Yin asked in a low voice, glancing around the room. Elder Sun shook his head, his brows furrowed. "Not entirely. The main structure's lost, but it didn't spread to the other warehouse." "How?" Elder Ra leaned in, voice tight. "That fire was massive." "Elder Jingyi," Elder Sun replied, his tone lightening just a bit. "She got there just in time, snuffed it out before it reached the second building." "You're telling me she stopped it alone?" Elder Yin blinked. With her usual flair, Elder Chen added dryly. Phew, that's a relief, muttered Elder Yin. If both had gone up, we'd be counting spirit herbs by the ashes. Let's just be glad she likes making dramatic entrances. Elder Chen chuckled under his breath. Then the sliding doors opened with a faint creak. Fang Yuan stepped in and the room fell silent at once. Every elder present rose to their feet. Even Fang Mei had a seat among the elders this time. Her posture was calm, hands folded neatly in her lap, but a faint glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as Fang Yuan entered. Beside her sat Fang Chen, his wide grin impossible to miss. The old man looked as if he had swallowed a sunbeam. Every now and then his fingers reached out to pinch Fang Mei's arm, earning a subtle glare from the girl. But he didn't stop. He simply chuckled each time, as if reassuring himself that she was really there, that this moment wasn't a dream. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Adopted or not, Fang Mei was truly loved like a daughter by his uncle. He reached the head seat of the chamber and gave a small nod. Sit. The elders obeyed, settling back into their places. The rustle of robes and the creak of old wood followed, and just like that, the meeting began. And with it, the first formal report came from Elder Jingyi. Of all the elders, she was often the most animated, but at times like this, you could expect her to be calm, composed, and almost stately. She stepped forward and bowed lightly. Patriarch Yuan, she began, her tone measured. Last night, one of our warehouses burned down. Fang Yuan nodded slowly, motioning for her to continue. His face remained placid, though inwardly he braced himself. Elder Jingyi continued, the fire consumed a significant portion of our spirit herb stores. As you know, this has heavily impacted our alchemy division's production capacity. She swept her gaze across the room. We request aid both in rapidly replenishing ingredients and in relocating the storage facility to the inner pavilion where formations can better protect it. A quiet murmur passed through the elders. The alchemy branch wasn't just important, it was their greatest source of wealth. And now? Fang Yuan's inner thoughts were screaming. The finances are tanking, our earnings collapsing, how terrible. Outwardly, however, he maintained a composed, thoughtful expression. Why was no one else panicking? He glanced subtly at the other elders. None of them looked particularly shaken. Fang Chen stood up once Elder Jingyi returned to her seat. After greeting Fang Yuan with a respectful nod, he began, while overseeing the spirit pond in the eastern ravine, we've had some breakthroughs. That caught everyone's attention. We've collected a substantial quantity of spirit stones this month, he continued, voice rising slightly in pride. The pond's output has stabilized, and with the new formation enhancements, we estimate monthly earnings of. He paused for effect. 10,000 spirit stones, all high grade. The room froze. Even Fang Yuan blinked. 10,000. Fang Yuan's mind reeled. A spirit pond of their size on its best day should have brought in 7,000, 8 if the heavens were feeling generous, and that alone would have been more than enough for the family, more than enough to fund expansions, arm the guards, stock the alchemy labs, and still have coins to throw at auctions in Coldwind City. But 10,000, high-grade spirit stones, no less. The room had gone still. Every elder's breath seemed to catch in their throat. Eyes widened, lips parted in silent awe. Fang Yuan leaned back slowly, trying to maintain a neutral expression. But inwardly, his thoughts were screaming again. We're rich, we're saved. Thank heavens. The elders exchanged glances of barely concealed awe. Fang Chen added, we request another squad of elders to aid in guarding the perimeter. Strangers have been seen in the surrounding forests. Fang Yuan nodded, relief mixing with pride. Very well, approved. His eyes swept the chamber, lingering on the seated elders. Elder Chen, Elder Sun, Elder Yin, Elder Jingyi, Elder Ra, Elder Joshua, Elder Long, Elder Mei. He frowned slightly. There's only 8 of you. The elders scratched their heads or looked away, their silence vaguely sheepish. Fang Yuan sighed and reached into his sleeve. With a soft clack, he placed a small, ornate box on the table and opened it, revealing 10 gleaming pill jades. He flicked one into the air. Come and claim a pill jade, he said calmly. Each contains 6 chi transformation pills. The room stilled. Even the air felt heavier. Even one pill jade like this could buy a small estate in Coldwind City 6. That was enough to tempt even a golden core cultivator. Fang Chen squinted. Where did you get these, nephew? Fang Yuan casually waved his hand. That old gift box from the Divine Ice Sect. You remember the one, right? The one with the formation flags. Fang Chen fell silent. First the formation flags, now rare pills. He rubbed his chin, brow creased. Is the Divine Ice Sect fattening us up for something? But he said nothing more and stood. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. What a convenient scapegoat. Divine Ice Sect here, Crown Prince there. I could hide a whole fortune under those excuses. Without another word, he stepped forward and began distributing the pill jades personally. One by one, he called their names. Elder Chen, Elder Jingyi, Elder Long. Each elder stepped up with reverent hands, accepting their jade as if gifted a piece of the heavens. For all his calm, Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. Nothing motivates elders like spirit stones, except maybe high-grade pills. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. As the pill jades were distributed, the mood in the room subtly shifted. The initial tension surrounding the warehouse fire had given way to a more practical atmosphere, one of planning, delegation, and resource assessment. Discussions flowed between elders, their tones now brisk but measured. Elder Ra raised concerns about the trade caravans returning late from the western border. Elder Joshua proposed new tariffs for foreign merchants passing through Coldwind City. Elder Long suggested increasing security around the Talisman workshop following rumors of theft in nearby shops. One after another, they reported, debated, and noted. Fang Yuan listened quietly, his expression unreadable but his mind taking in every detail. He scribbled the occasional note, nodded at wise suggestions, and only spoke when necessary. Then, near the end of the meeting, Elder Sun cleared his throat. His gaze, sharp and a little amused, cut across the table. Patriarch Yuan, he said, hands folded on the table, I heard something rather curious yesterday. Fang Yuan raised a brow slightly. Oh, Elder Sun's eyes gleamed faintly. That your younger brother, Fang Tian, was seen entering the family treasury wing, twice, without escort. The room stilled. A few elders blinked. Some exchanged puzzled glances. Fang Yuan tilted his head. So, Elder Sun leaned forward, his expression unreadable, tone calm but heavy with implication. It's just that treasury access, especially unsupervised, is strictly reserved for the Patriarch, and I was under the impression that such privileges required formal decree and written authorization, but I heard you gave him permission. A heavy silence settled over the chamber. Several elders subtly straightened in their seats. Fang Yuan blinked once, then twice. His gaze remained steady, but a faint tension formed behind his eyes. I did, he murmured under his breath, too quiet for most to hear. Then, without missing another beat, he adjusted his sleeves and sat straighter, his voice calm and composed. Yes, I did. He looked directly at Elder Sun. I authorized Fang Tian's entry. There was no hesitation now, no room for doubt in his voice. As Patriarch, I granted him provisional access for a specific task relating to internal logistics. It was urgent, and I made the call personally. Elder Sun studied him for a long moment before offering a faint nod. Very well, the air in the room remained still. Fang Yuan glanced across the elders. None of them spoke, but he could feel the shift, from surprise to wariness, from questioning to measured trust. He allowed the silence to stretch for a breath longer, then continued, voice even. I will ensure the proper documentation is filed retroactively. There will be no ambiguity in the records. Only then did the elders finally begin to nod in assent, one after the other. The meeting continued, slower, heavier now, but the matter had been acknowledged. Fang Yuan lowered his gaze briefly to the reports in front of him, mind sharp, back straight, and somewhere deep in his thoughts. I really need to start reading those damn treasury logs. As the final matter was addressed and no further voices rose from the circle, Fang Yuan slowly stood. The matters for today are concluded, he said clearly. This meeting is adjourned. The elders rose in unison, robes rustling as chairs scraped gently against the polished floors. Some bowed low, others offered polite nods, but all of them filed out in the orderly manner expected of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion's inner court. Even Fang Mei, seated among them for the first time, mirrored their solemnity with grace. Though young, she carried herself with the poise of someone born to this seat. A teenager, yes, but unmistakably one of them. Fang Yuan remained standing for a moment longer, watching the elders quietly disperse beneath the soft lantern light that streamed through the high lattice windows. The chamber, once filled with voices and tension, now echoed with stillness. Just as he turned to leave, he paused. Two figures remained behind. Fang Chen and Fang Jingyi, his uncle and his aunt. The two were watching him with unreadable expressions. Something wrong? He asked, his tone even. Fang Jingyi rose to her feet slowly, folding her hands behind her back. Nephew, it's about the message from the Gu family. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at her, gaze calm but probing. You read it. She nodded without shame, her expression serious for once. It was left out, so I got curious. Fang Yuan let out a soft sigh and turned back to his seat, robes whispering as he lowered himself into the chair once more. Well, he murmured, rubbing his temple. Now that you've read it, I suppose I have no options to hide the matter anymore, do I? Fang Chen gave a solemn nod, arms crossed over his chest. That's right, nephew. This is no small issue. We can't afford to delay it. Fang Yuan let his eyes linger on the table for a moment, the weight of decisions pressing down harder than usual. Then in an uncharacteristically quiet voice he said, Can you give me some time to consider? There was a rare flicker of vulnerability in his tone, just enough to make the air feel still again. Fang Jingyi walked over without a word, her steps light but purposeful. She knelt beside his chair and wrapped her arms gently around him from the side, resting her chin lightly on his shoulder. Her fingers found his and curled around them. Nephew, she said softly, voice as warm as spring sunlight, there's no time left to hesitate. Fang Yuan closed his eyes for a moment, drawing in a slow, deep breath, half for strength, half for composure. And that was when she smirked. Oh my nephew, you can't just go sniffing me like that, she whispered playfully near his ear, especially not when my dear brother is right there watching. Bad boy, huh? Fang Yuan recoiled slightly, blinking in stunned disbelief. Across the room, Fang Chen coughed into his sleeve and looked away. Jingy, Fang Yuan said through gritted teeth. She just grinned, mischievous and unrepentant. Well, if I don't tease you now, you'll get too broody and collapse under the weight of being patriarch again. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan let out a quiet sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You really are the worst sometimes, he muttered, though his voice lacked any real bite. Fang Jingyi just smiled like she had won a small, private war. But the atmosphere slowly returned to sobriety as Fang Chen walked forward and placed a sealed scroll on the table in front of Fang Yuan. This came in early this morning, he said, directly from Gu Lanyu's personal courier. That makes 2 messages total, all marked urgent. Fang Yuan's gaze lingered on the scroll. The wax bore the crest of the Gu family, an orchid carved into obsidian, delicate but cold. He did not open it right away and instead kept staring at it for a while. Fang Jingyi watched him closely, her earlier playfulness fading to quiet concern. If we delay too long, they may take offense, she said. And offense from the Gu family isn't the kind we can pay off with a few spirit stones. They recently got a second nascent soul realm cultivator after all. Fang Yuan nodded faintly. I know. He finally reached for the scroll, unsealing it carefully. The parchment inside was crisp and clean, the handwriting elegant, each character brushed with refined clarity. But beneath the formal tone, Fang Yuan could almost hear the chill and smugness in Gu Lanyu's voice. He read silently for a time, eyes flicking across the lines. Then he lowered the scroll, placing it back onto the table with quiet precision. They want to have a meeting with me alone, he said. Fang Chen leaned forward. When, 3 days from now, Fang Yuan replied, at the Riverlight Bridge near Lake Forest. It's a neutral ground. It's a good choice, Fang Chen murmured, but they're forcing your hand. Fang Yuan's lips twitched. I suppose I should. Uncle Jian will be there too. I trust with him around they won't try anything funny, he said finally, his voice even. Fang Chen gave a firm nod, arms crossed. All right, nephew. But you're certain you'll be fine going alone? Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation. Trust me, uncle. When have I ever disappointed you? From the side, Fang Jingyi let out a soft snort. All the time, Yuaner, she chimed in. Brother was so disappointed when you rejected all the girls he found for you. Remember Lady Lin from the Silver Hall sect? Or that sweet girl from the Jade Orchard Pavilion? You cold-hearted man who didn't even meet them a second time. Fang Chen turned sharply toward her, eyebrows raised. Jingyi. But before he could get another word in, Jingyi burst into open laughter, hands on her hips as she practically danced backward toward the door. Don't worry, she grinned, already halfway out the room. Your disgraceful nephew will make a fine politician yet, he's just romantically hopeless. And with a wave and a wink she slipped out, still laughing. Fang Chen sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. That girl, one of these days I swear. Fang Yuan chuckled under his breath and patted his uncle's arm. Don't worry, uncle, for what it's worth, I don't regret any of it. Fang Chen gave him a long, serious look, brows knit with a mix of worry and familial concern. Yuaner, I know you only recently stepped into nascent soul, but Uncle Jian has been in that realm for over a year now. Would you really not reconsider? Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. His voice was calm, steady. Uncle Chen. My father and Uncle Jian were sworn brothers. Even though his daughter has severed ties with my junior brother, Uncle Jian has never broken his bond with my late father. The room went still for a moment, a hush settling like a breath held between generations. Fang Chen let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. Ha, I suppose so. Blood or not, old friendships run deep. But still, remain cautious, Yuaner. Fang Chen gave him a final pat on the shoulder before turning toward the doors. Just as he reached the threshold, Fang Yuan called out. Uncle, could you tell the guards to send my brother to the office when he's free? Fang Chen paused, chuckling as he glanced back over his shoulder, only to catch a glimpse of Fang Yuan already hurrying down the corridor, a stack of papers tucked beneath his arm, his robes fluttering slightly with each step. Typical. Still, as he stepped outside, the elder didn't delay. He flagged down a passing guard without hesitation, waving him over with a casual flick of the wrist. Hey, guard. The young man halted and bowed respectfully. Yes, Elder Chen. Go find Fang Tian, Fang Chen said, his tone relaxed but firm. Tell him the family patriarch wishes to see him in the office. The guard straightened, fist to chest. Understood. Without wasting a moment, the young man turned and headed briskly down the stone path, disappearing behind a bend. Fang Chen exhaled slowly and looked up at the morning sky for a beat, then he also walked away. In the meantime, Fang Yuan burst into his office with his robes fluttering, a stack of reports half tucked under one arm and his breath only just catching up with him. He practically kicked the door shut with his heel, made a beeline for his desk, and ding, the system interface floated into view, its sleek golden font shimmering above the table. New quest alert. Coldwind City Championships countdown, 2 months time dilation may apply. Task 1, cultivate 1 disciples of the younger generation to reach Golden Core Realm. Reward, 100,000 SB. Task 2, cultivate 2 disciples of the younger generation to reach Chi transformation realm. Reward, 60,999 SB. Task 3, cultivate 10 disciples of the younger generation to reach Chi condensation realm. Reward, 30,999 SB. Note: pick one task only. Failure yields no reward. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan inhaled sharply. That was a lot of SB. His gaze darted to the corner of the interface. The nascent soul pills in the shop glimmered temptingly. Price 5,000 SB each. He was already at the peak of nascent soul. To break through to the hollow spirit realm without relying on a traditional hollow spirit pill, he'd need 10 nascent soul pills just to stabilize himself. That meant at least 50,000 SB just to prep. Okay. Task 3, huh? He tapped his fingers against the table. Task 3 was already done. 10 Chi condensation juniors. He had that in the bag. Instant reward, easy points. But his eyes drifted back to task 1, 100,000 SB. So tempting. He gnawed the inside of his cheek, staring hard at the line like it might blink and turn into a freebie. But reality slapped him in the face just as quickly. Fang Mei had only just stepped into the Chi transformation realm. Her foundation was still unstable, her breathing rhythm uneven. She was far from ready to advance again, let alone leap into Golden Core. It would be reckless to even consider pushing her so soon. As for Fang Tian, that boy wasn't even at Chi transformation yet. He lingered at the peak of Chi condensation, teetering on the edge but never quite crossing it. Yes, Fang Yuan admitted the boy had secrets. There were signs: unusual speed in cultivation, instincts getting too sharp for someone at his stage, but the most important of them all, a quiet confidence that bordered on arrogance. But secrets alone didn't make a cultivator, not when it came to breaking into Golden Core. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Even if Fang Tian was hiding some miraculous trump card, some hidden inheritance or forbidden technique, would it really be enough to reach Golden Core in 2 months? He sighed. Unlikely. Too unlikely. Then a sudden thought occurred to him. Why not wait? There were 2 months. If by then he had 2 Chi transformation juniors, he could pick task 2. If not, he could settle for task 3 and still walk away with 30,000 SB. And if somehow miraculously Fang Mei hit Golden Core, jackpot. Just then the system flickered and a timer appeared in the upper corner. 60, 59, 58, 57. Fang Yuan squinted. Wait, what's this? What are you doing? The system chimed coldly. If no task is selected within 60 seconds, task 3 will be automatically chosen. 45, 44. His jaw dropped. What? He leapt up from his chair. You manipulative rot. I hate you, you dirty, cheating 40, 39. He clutched his hair. I can't do task 1 yet. May isn't ready. Tianza, maybe I need more time. 28, 27. I can't pick task 3. It's a waste of potential. 14, 13. AAARG Chefini. Pick task 2. The system pinged. Congratulations. You have selected task 2. Fang Yuan slumped into his seat, exhausted. The glowing golden text faded from view, but the decision hung heavy in his chest. Now he had 2 quests weighing on his mind. The first quest: win the championship in the upcoming Coldwind City tournament. Reward: 100,000 SB plus Divine Grade Cultivation Manual. And the second quest: cultivate 2 junior disciples to reach Chi Transformation Realm. Reward: 60,999 SB. Fang Yuan sighed, dragging a hand down his face. 2 quests, one for glory, one for groundwork, and both very tempting. But then again, he allowed himself a small smile. At least it's 61,000 spirit points, he muttered, a fortune to most, a step toward the next realm for him. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. How can a single man be this greedy? Just then, a knock tapped softly against the office door. Fang Yuan sat up straighter. Come in. The door creaked open and in stepped Fang Tian, calm, casual, hands tucked behind his back. Brother, he greeted, voice light. You called for me. Fang Yuan studied him in silence for a moment. The boy looked the same as ever, slightly disheveled hair, faint smile, eyes that gave away nothing but hinted at everything. Yes, Fang Yuan finally said. He gestured for him to sit. I did. Fang Tian raised a brow but obeyed, perching lightly on the chair across from the desk. Fang Yuan didn't waste time. He leaned forward slightly, fingers steepled. What are you up to lately? Fang Tian blinked. Up to? You've been snooping, Fang Yuan said calmly, around the family treasury. That wiped the faint smile off his brother's face. Fang Yuan's gaze didn't waver, unsupervised, and not once but twice, and you didn't even bother to get my permission. I'll need an explanation for this. A long pause followed. Fang Tian didn't speak, just tilted his head a little as if weighing something. Then he smirked. Snooping is such a strong word, brother. Fang Yuan's voice dropped to a dry murmur. Would you prefer breaking and entering? Fang Tian raised both hands quickly. Okay, brother, I'm sorry, I'll tell you why. He rubbed the back of his neck and offered a sheepish grin. I was looking for the family ring. Fang Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached into the drawer of his desk and pulled out a small red box, dark wood, inlaid with silver threads that shimmered faintly in the light. The crest of the Fang clan was carved proudly into the lid, a soaring raven entwined in crackling lightning. He placed it on the table between them with a quiet thud. "You mean this?" Fang Tian's breath caught. His eyes locked on the box, his body instinctively leaning forward, but before he could reach out, Fang Yuan slid the box back toward himself in one smooth motion. "Like I said," Fang Yuan said quietly. His tone, calm but edged with steel, was the most serious Fang Tian had ever heard from him. In explanation, Fang Tian sat frozen. There was no room for jokes or smirks, just the weight of silence between them and Fang Yuan's eyes watching him like a hawk. This time, he knew, dodging wouldn't work. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." "Brother, I have a secret," Fang Tian said quietly. Fang Yuan didn't blink. He simply stared at his younger brother and then gave a small nod. "I know." Fang Tian's eyes widened just a bit. He hadn't expected that. "You're not curious?" he asked cautiously. "I am," Fang Yuan replied with a faint smile, "but I also have my own secrets." Fang Tian hesitated, then leaned forward slightly. "That you're at the peak of the nascent soul realm." Fang Yuan's body stiffened. He stood up slowly, eyes narrowing. His thoughts surged like a tide. How did this boy know that? He's not even at the golden core stage yet. Did he recently acquire some artifact that lets him see through realms or lies? No. With that pitiful chi of his, that's far from possible, which left only one reasonable explanation in his head. "And you," Fang Yuan said, voice cold and clear, "have a soul trapped inside that ring hanging from your neck, someone clearly guiding your cultivation." His finger pointed directly at the ring tied around Fang Tian's neck. A beat of silence. Then Fang Yuan blinked and inwardly winced. "Ah, what a blabbermouth. Why did I say that?" He didn't even know if it was true. Just slipped out in a moment of panic because his own secret got exposed. He only meant to deflect, not deliver a monologue ripped straight from a cultivation novel. "Now I look like a fool. This isn't some modern novel. What am I saying, a soul inside your ring, really?" His gaze flicked to Fang Tian, who was just staring at him, wide-eyed, unmoving. "Yep, he thinks I've lost my mind." Fang Yuan could already feel the second-hand embarrassment brewing for himself. "He's probably wondering if the pressure of being patriarch finally cracked my brain." He still kept a straight face, though. Barely. But inside he was already screaming again. Why couldn't I just say something normal like, "Are you cultivating something strange lately?" No, I had to sound like I'm high on crack. Now my brother probably thinks I'm not a reliable brother. Look at him staring at me like he's never seen a whimsical clown. Sure enough, Fang Tian just kept staring at him, wide-eyed. As if Fang Yuan had suddenly grown 3 heads, but inside his mind, the soul sealed within the ring stirred. "How marvelous," Qin Shi Huang's voice echoed in Fang Tian's consciousness. "His perception is quite extraordinary. Even I'm impressed." Fang Tian, however, was anything but impressed. "Master, how did he figure it out?" Fang Tian screamed inwardly, his face frozen in a stiff half-smile. "I was careful. I made sure no chi leaked out. I never spoke out loud. I even wore the ring inside my clothes." The response was slow, calm, frustratingly serene. The voice of the ancient emperor echoed lightly in his mind, completely unfazed. "That does pose a problem. If your brother can sense me as a peak nascent soul realm cultivator, then anyone in the hollow spirit realm might sniff me out just as easily." "What do you mean, pose a problem? This is catastrophic. I'm dead. If brother figured it out so casually, what happens when I meet someone really strong? They'll see right through me." "Master, aren't you even a little worried?" There was a pause. Then Qin Shi Huang replied, sounding vaguely amused. "Why worry when one could only be impressed by what's in front?" Fang Tian's soul deflated. "This isn't the time to be impressed. He knew about your existence without me even saying that, and I've been hiding you for weeks now." Inside his chest, his heart thumped like a drum. Outside, he barely blinked, still locked in eye contact with his older brother, who looked far too calm for someone who just exposed his master existence. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Huang simply sighed with an air of poetic admiration. "What eyes, what intuition, your brother. He is not ordinary." Fang Tian groaned internally. "You should be worried, not impressed." Outside, Fang Tian opened his mouth to speak, closed it again, opened it once more. Still no words came out. The two brothers stared at each other in utter silence, one frozen in quiet panic, the other trying very hard not to smile at his own accidental slip. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the faint rustling of the scrolls on Fang Yuan's desk. Fang Yuan cleared his throat lightly, brushing away the awkward silence. "Ahem, well, we both have our own secrets, don't we?" he said, folding his arms as if that made everything balanced again. "But that's not what I'm asking about." He gestured subtly toward the red box now sitting silently on the desk between them. "I want to know, why do you need this ring?" Fang Tian blinked once, then exhaled slowly. "Brother already knows about you, master. Let's just tell him." The voice in his head responded with ease, calm and imperial. "Yes, perhaps it's for the better. Who knows? Your brother might even be able to offer some insight." Taking a breath, Fang Tian looked up. Brother, he began, placing a hand lightly over the box, the family ring. It's not just a relic, it's a symbol, a sign of approval from the immortals. Have you heard about immortals? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Immortals. Of course he'd heard of them, or rather, of course he'd read about them. Correction, of course he had read about them in his past life. Honestly, who told those authors to write so many good cultivation novels back then? He refused to blame himself for binging hundreds of them. It was educational, research even. After nascent soul came hollow spirit, then spirit severing, then void return, and finally, immortality. That elusive, godlike realm that every cultivator, fool or genius dreamed of reaching. Immortals, gorgeous women drifting through the clouds, skin like flawless jade, eyes sparkling like stars, the faint scent of lotus blossoms clinging to their sleeves. Yes, wouldn't it be nice to have an immortal wife, someone to gently call him, Tao companion, as they duel cultivated under moonlight, bodies glowing with heavenly light, their hearts in tune with it. Wait, hold on, what if she turned out to be his great-great-great-great-grandmother? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan's face twitched. He had read those plotlines, thought they were ridiculous, but then again, he had a system. If that existed, what else could? Well, he would not have believed it either until his own life started to feel like one of those novels he read about. Nope, absolutely not. Brother, Fang Tian's voice cut through his thoughts. Fang Yuan snapped out of his reverie like a man waking from a dream. No, absolutely not. Fang Yuan blurted, face twisting in something between panic and second-hand embarrassment. Immortals are immoral, Fang Tian blinked. What? The silence that followed was heavier than a mountain. Fang Yuan coughed violently into his sleeve, trying to bury both the moment and his soul at once. Fang Tian didn't make a move, not did he make a pipsqueak. He just stared at his brother, his expression unreasonably unreadable. Fang Yuan wanted to sink into the floor and dissolve into spirit mist. After a painful beat, he cleared his throat and reached into his desk. Take the ring and leave right away, Fang Yuan muttered, sliding the carved box across the table. Do what you will, but make sure it's not harmed. It's a family heirloom. Fang Tian blinked. Wait, what? He stared at the ornate box sitting between them like it weighed 1,000,000 kilograms. The shift in Fang Yuan's tone had come too fast, and he hadn't even got to explain himself yet. Wasn't his brother supposed to reject his request, question his motives, or outright test him to see if he was an imposter? This was a family heirloom, for heaven's sake. How can one be so careless? Why was he handing it over so easily? Master, Fang Tian asked inwardly, not moving to touch the box just yet. The calm voice of Qin Shi Huang echoed through his mind. Your brother definitely knows our end goal. He even understands the immortal code. So just take it and let's leave while he's giving it without a resistance. Immortal what now? Fang Tian blinked again. What's an immortal code, Master? But before the soul could answer, Fang Yuan's voice cut through the air. Tian, he said, suddenly brisk, dismissive, urgent, that tone. It was not laced with anger, but it definitely screamed, take the box and get out before I change my mind. Fang Tian hesitated only a second longer, and then resolving himself, he then carefully reached forward and picked it up. As soon as the box left the desk, Fang Yuan nodded firmly and said, good, now shoo out right away. Fang Tian opened his mouth, but Fang Yuan raised a finger without looking at him. And don't forget, he added flatly, our family's still in a financial crisis. Don't go doing anything expensive, you also promised to help, remember? Right, Fang Tian muttered, thoroughly confused. With the box cradled under his arm and several questions still unanswered, he quietly turned and left the office. Fang Yuan watched his brother walk out the door, probably confused, maybe suspicious, or possibly even both. And as the door gently clicked shut, Fang Yuan slumped back in his chair, rubbing his temples. What's wrong with me today? The room felt too quiet now. The weight of responsibility, of secrets and expectations hung heavy in the air. He leaned back, eyes drifting toward the lantern-lit ceiling. Then in a low whisper, almost afraid of his own voice, he said, am I being stressed out because of the message of the Gu family? Do I really have to meet the Gu family? Fang Yuan stretched his arms with a sigh, leaning back in his chair as the quiet hum of evening settled across the compound. All right, Fang Yuan muttered, rubbing his temples. I forgot to check the treasury logs. I'll just sign a paper and say it's done, I suppose. He let out a long sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. There was always something. Still, he glanced at the stack of scrolls beside him and waved dismissively at them. I'll check it tomorrow. Tonight, I'm taking a break. With that decisive declaration, wholly unbecoming of a hardworking patriarch, he stretched his limbs, groaning as his joints popped. Lazy. Maybe, but even cultivators needed sleep. Yawning, Fang Yuan left the office and wandered to his chambers, letting the warm lantern light guide him down the quiet halls. The night passed without incident. No mysterious letters, no emergency meetings, no assassins, not even a single elder knocking at his door with one more concern. It was nice, suspiciously nice. The next morning, the sun filtered gently through his window, and for once, Fang Yuan woke without a headache or a crisis. He resumed his duties at a leisurely pace, sorted through the reports, gave a few commands, and finally finished reviewing the last of the clan's accounts. Leaning back in his chair, he stared at the ceiling and allowed himself the rarest of luxuries, a moment of genuine satisfaction. Everything, miraculously, had gone according to plan. Huh, he murmured, a small smile tugging at his lips. So this is what peace feels like. He didn't trust it for a second. Then, "Knock knock, come in," he said without looking up. The door creaked open and in walked Fang Lion, the girl who handled minor affairs for Dr. Mew. "Oh," Fang Yuan lifted a brow. "What brings you here?" Fang Lion stepped in, straight-backed and formal. "Family head," she said softly, "she's awake now." Fang Yuan gave a small nod. Good. He was about to return to his work when he noticed Fang Lion hesitating, her gaze lingering, fingers curling slightly at her sides. He tilted his head. "What is it?" Fang Lion's face turned a shade pinker. "Family head," she began hesitantly. "May I also receive cultivation resources? I'd like to begin training." Fang Yuan blinked in surprise, already halfway to giving a casual sure, but then she bowed deeply, hands clenched and voice trembling with sincerity. I promise to keep your ants, and your secret safe, so, please." She said it so seriously, with such reverent weight, as if she were striking some profound bargain between gods and men. Fang Yuan stared, then he broke into laughter. Genuine, startled, amused laughter that echoed in the room. He leaned forward, bracing a hand against the table. "You," he chuckled, "you're threatening a nascent soul realm cultivator." There she was, small, meek, without an ounce of cultivation to her name, trembling slightly, yet resolute, and so painfully earnest that it was almost adorable. Fang Yuan shook his head, still smiling. "Well," he said at last, resting his chin on one hand, "aren't you brave?" Fang Lion looked up, eyes wide with hope and fear. He smiled and gestured to the chair across from him. "Come, tell me how far you're willing to go with this cultivation path," because truth be told, he was already planning to give her a chance. Fang Yuan studied her, head tilted slightly, expression unreadable until the faintest grin curled at the edge of his lips. She had no idea what she was getting into, but he liked her spirit. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Fang Lion stepped forward hesitantly, the tips of her shoes just brushing the edge of the carpet. Her fingers clenched the fabric of her sleeve tightly, and her voice trembled as she tried to speak. "Family head," she stammered. I wish to be of help to the family." Fang Yuan gave her a soft, patient look. "You already are," he said calmly. "You've been taking care of Dr. Mew all this time." She lowered her head, voice barely more than a whisper. I wish to do more." Fang Yuan's expression didn't change. He set aside the scroll in his hand and leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. And he asked quietly. Fang Lion bit her lip. Then, after a long moment, she said the words she had been holding back. I want to make amends for what my adopted father did." The room fell into silence. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Fang Guo, the man who had led the charge to impeach him as patriarch, who had tried to fracture the clan's unity during its most vulnerable hour. And now here stood the daughter he left behind, soft-spoken, fragile in frame, yet braver than half the elders. Fang Yuan didn't answer immediately, but inside something softened. He didn't believe in punishing the younger generation for the sins of the old. The world already did that enough. "I'll allow you to cultivate," he said finally, "but not for that reason." Fang Lion's head snapped up, eyes wide with confusion. "Not for that reason," she repeated. "You'll need a better one." She blinked, startled. Then, almost reflexively, she looked down again, biting her lip harder. She seemed lost for a moment, and then the words spilled out before she could stop them. "Then, can I be a cultivator so I can become a doctor?" Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She quickly explained, her voice tumbling over itself with sudden urgency. Dr. Mew always said, if he'd been a cultivator, he could have sensed inner chi better. Could have saved more people, healed them faster. He always told Medant be like him. Don't settle, so I want to learn. I want to be better than he ever was. I want to be a healer people can rely on. Her words came fast now, her sincerity tripping over her nervousness like stones in a river. I don't want to just watch people suffer, I want to do something about it. Fang Yuan's lips slowly curled into a smile. He stood up, hands brushing his robes down. What a beautiful goal, he said warmly. That's a good reason, a very good reason. She blinked up at him in surprise. Fang Lion looked up, confused. But Fang Yuan was already gone from behind the desk, stepping into the hallway. Still clutching her sleeves, she hurried after him. Down the corridor they went, light footsteps echoing behind the calm, steady stride of the patriarch. She had no idea where they were going. Fang Yuan led her silently through the winding halls of the main estate. His pace was steady, unhurried, but to Fang Lion, every step felt like a death march. She followed him with hesitant steps, her cheeks burning. Each glance at his back stirred another wave of chaotic thoughts. We're heading to his chambers. Right, no way, right, her heart pounded in her chest. The halls felt hotter with every turn. No, Fang Yuan isn't like that. Right, but the direction was unmistakable. They passed the guest wing, then the elders' quarters. Straight toward the secluded part of the manor. This is bad, this is really, really bad. Her fingers trembled as she clutched the sleeves of her robe. I'm already 17, I suppose. If it comes to that, maybe I should. Be ready. Each step seemed to stretch eternity. Her mind continued to spiral. Fine. If this is what I have to sacrifice to cultivate, then so be it. By the time they reached the door to his chambers, she had mentally prepared herself for death, shame, or worse. Fang Yuan opened the door and stepped inside. She followed, her eyes closed in submission to her imagined fate. He turned around. All right, Fang Yuan said, rolling up his sleeves. Let's get started. With trembling fingers, Fang Lion began to untie her sash. Fang Yuan blinked. His brow twitched. What are you doing? He asked flatly. Fang Lion paused, half-shouldered robe slipping. She blinked up at him in confusion. I'm preparing. Fang Yuan looked at her like she'd grown a second head. Preparing to check your spirit roots. My what? Without another word, he pulled out a polished, translucent stone and held it between his fingers. A glimmering spirit stone. Spirit root assessment stone, Fang Yuan said calmly. What else did you think we were doing? Fang Lion stared. Then her face turned red, not pink, not rose, full explosive crimson. Every trace of imagined nobility, sacrifice, and tragic resolve exploded in a puff of embarrassment. You. Fang Yuan arched a brow, lips twitching. I can't believe you actually thought. I'm sorry, she squeaked, dropping to her knees and slamming her forehead against the floor. I misunderstood everything. Please forget everything I thought. No, I mean forget everything I didn't say. No, I mean. Fang Yuan sighed and dropped the spirit stone into her palm. Just hold this and circulate your breathing. Let's see what we're working with. Fang Lion didn't dare look up and instead tried to circulate her breathing as she grabbed the spirit stone. Fang Yuan watched closely as the spirit stone in Fang Lion's hand began to glow. It started with a dull yellow, common enough. Then faint wisps of black crept in along the edges. Fang Yuan's brows drew together. He expected it to stop there, but it didn't. The glow deepened into a warm, muddy brown. Then came the surprise. The brown gave way to a soft, glimmering white, pure, radiant, and exceedingly rare. The light pulsed faintly, holding for a breath, and then, impossibly, the color shifted once more. To his growing astonishment, it pulsed and deepened into a vivid blue. The stone stilled. The blue light remained. Fang Yuan's mouth slowly fell open. Blue, he muttered, his voice almost a whisper. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Blue, a blue color root. Fang Yuan stared at the confused girl, the glow of the spirit stone painting her face in soft celestial hues. Yellow, that was the most common root known to mankind, and it was the weakest. Cultivators born with it rarely made it past chi condensation. Maybe chi transformation if they were stubborn and lucky enough. Hard work could beat talent, sure, but not when talent started with a broken foundation. He had never seen a yellow root cross into true power. Then black, respectable enough. With black one could reach golden core if they worked hard. Many did. It was the most stable of roots, dependable and balanced. Brown followed, most commonly called as earth grade. It was freakishly rare, a sign of potential that could even touch the nascent soul realm. He'd seen one or two succeed with it. Most didn't. As for white, white was heavenly root. He had that himself too. White was a root blessed by fate. It shone with purity and balance, aligning seamlessly with nearly all attributes. He himself had soared to the peak of the nascent soul realm by the prime age of 30 with that root, and he knew that wasn't even his limit. Given enough resources, he would breach hollow spirit, maybe even beyond. But this, hers wasn't even white. The stone's final hue shimmered into a calm, crystalline blue. Fang Yuan's breath caught. It really was blue. His mind whirled. Divine root? No, that was too absurd. A divine root girl left behind by Fang Guo. That scheming rat hadn't even thought to check her roots. How had no one noticed her talent before? He stared at her in utter disbelief, still reeling as his thoughts spiraled. Fang Lion blinked, clearly overwhelmed. She didn't know what the colors meant, only that her family head looked at her like she'd just murdered someone. The silence stretched. A moment became several, then her lip trembled. Did I do something wrong? A tear welled in the corner of her eye, threatening to fall. Fang Yuan blinked hard, mentally kicking himself. Right, say something, do something. He straightened abruptly, clearing his throat. A hum, but even as he opened his mouth, his thoughts spun fast and ruthless. This girl, she has a divine root, that's beyond rare. If I don't tie her to the clan now, someone else will. The sects, the empires, hell, even immortals might fight over someone like this. He shook his head slowly, forcing himself to remain composed. I need to bind her fate with the Fang clan before it's too late. She can be our future. No, she is the Fang clan's future. My trump card. I feel like a villain, but that's me all right. He inhaled deeply, let it out in one slow breath, and fixed his gaze on her. Fang Lion looked up at him, uncertain, cheeks pink with embarrassment. Then he spoke. All right, he said firmly, voice level but resolute. I will personally train you. Fang Lion gasped. Really? Fang Yuan nodded with weight. Yes, from this day forward you'll learn under me. Directly. Her eyes widened and she nodded with such enthusiasm that her hair bounced. She looked like a small chick ready to imprint on the first warm figure she could find. Then, "Do I call you master?" she asked, eyes sparkling. Fang Yuan raised a brow, then gave a half smile. "I am your master now," he said, "and the bond between a master and disciple. It's as strong as that between father and child." He paused, trying to sound sagely and poetic. "In your case, I am like the blood flowing in your veins." Fang Lion, starry-eyed, nodded deeply, clearly inspired by the gravity of those words. Despite how unbelievably cringeworthy they sounded to Fang Yuan the moment they left his mouth. Why did I say that? Blood flowing in her veins. Ha, if Dr. Mew heard that, he'd prescribe me something for my brain, but thankfully she didn't notice. She was too excited and too eager, too ready to prove herself. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly in relief. Well, that's one thing handled. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, brushing a hand behind his back. "Come," he said, turning toward the hallway. Fang Lion lit up like a lantern. Yes, she followed without hesitation. No, not just followed. This time she walked right beside him, her steps almost skipping in excitement. Fang Yuan noticed the shift, from quiet and timid to bold and trusting. She was already warming up to him. Good, he thought. The bond is forming faster than expected. But as they walked, his mind couldn't help drifting. She doesn't know how rare her root is right now. She doesn't know what that talent could mean out in the wider world. But what if later she realized it later? Is this technically scamming? He winced inwardly. No, I'm not taking anything from her. In fact, I'm giving her everything: guidance, resources, protection. And if she grows into a powerhouse in the future. He glanced sideways at her, at the bright eyes and unfiltered enthusiasm. Then maybe she'll be the type of person who returns kindness tenfold, like one of those novel protagonists, the loyal kind. He looked up, half lost in thought, only to realize they were already at the door. He blinked. "Oh, we're already here." Without missing a beat, he opened the door to his office and stepped aside. "Go ahead," he said. Fang Lion stepped in with barely restrained glee, like a chick being welcomed into the inner nest. He gestured to a chair near the center table. "Have a seat," he said, closing the door behind them. She sat obediently, hands folded, posture straight, waiting like a disciple before her great master. Fang Yuan watched her settle in, sitting with a straight back and sparkling eyes like a student presented before a sage. The reverence was a bit much but also endearing. Without a word, he walked to one of the tall shelves lining his office wall and pulled out a sealed scroll. The wax bore the Fang clan's lightning-wrapped raven sigil. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." He returned, placed the scroll gently on the table in front of her, and tapped it once. "Memorize this. It's our Fang family's core cultivation manual. Low heaven grade, it's incredibly stable and sharpens foundational chi perfectly. But if anyone asks, you're practicing a mid-earth grade manual. Understood?" Fang Lion's eyes widened. "Yes, family head." Her hands trembled slightly as she touched the scroll, as though it were some sacred relic. Was this the privilege of learning directly under the clan head? She felt like she had stepped into a dream. Fang Yuan wasn't done. He turned again, this time to a hidden compartment behind his desk. With practiced ease, he withdrew a jade box and a small, glowing ring. One by one, he laid out the items before her: a bone marrow pill, glimmering faintly gold; a jade bottle of chi realization pills, still cool to the touch; 20 pristine high-grade spirit stones, dense with energy. And lastly, a small spatial ring. "These are your initial supplies," Fang Yuan said, his voice calm but commanding. "Tonight, take the bone marrow pill. Ask Dr. Mew to prepare a proper medicinal bath, you'll need it." Fang Yuan looked at her again, expression neutral but his tone gentler. "Take them." She reached forward slowly, reverently, hands cupping the items as though they were priceless treasures, which in a way they were. As she held them close, Fang Yuan pulled one last item from within his sleeve, a carved wooden access token, shaped like a tiny raven with a lightning pattern etched in gold. "This," he said, placing it carefully on the table, "is your access pass to the spirit pond. You may enter freely. Cultivate there, Lioner." Her hands shook. Then, without a word, she dropped to her knees, tears pooling in her eyes. She kowtowed once, twice, a third time. Fang Yuan sat quietly, watching her with unreadable eyes. But inwardly, he couldn't help but nod. A divine root, loyal, sincere, with drive, and a damn good head on her shoulders. He couldn't have asked for more. Fang Lion bowed one last time, her arms full with the scroll, pills, stones, and the carved wooden token nestled safely in her hand. "I'll do my best," she promised, her voice soft but radiant with conviction. Fang Yuan gave a quiet nod. "Go on then, cultivate well, Lioner." She turned and left, walking briskly, her steps light and filled with purpose, like someone who had just glimpsed a new future for the first time. The door clicked shut behind her and silence returned, familiar and heavy. Fang Yuan let out a long breath. He leaned back in his chair, eyes tracing the lines of the wooden ceiling, the dim lantern light flickering across his features. "Tonight, huh," he murmured, voice low. He rose from his seat, stepped toward the window, and pushed it open. The breeze outside was cool, brushing against his skin with the faint scent of river mist and distant lotuses. The sun had dipped just enough to paint the sky in hues of amber and violet. He looked out toward the distant horizon. River Light Bridge, his gaze darkened slightly. Lake Frost, that cursed name brought with it old memories, bitter, jagged, and buried deep. The lake where his parents had died. The night when the family had almost splintered completely. Fang Yuan clenched his jaw, fingers tightening slightly on the window ledge. So we've come to this again, Lan Yu, he whispered. I suppose we can't avoid the inevitable. He stood there in silence for a while longer, letting the wind pass through him, brushing aside the weight in his chest, if only just a little. Then with a deep breath, under the soft silver gleam of the moon, Fang Yuan stepped out of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion, robe swaying lightly with each measured step. The night was crisp and windless, and the stars scattered across the sky like spilled jade fragments. A perfect night for flying or maybe a fight. With a flick of his sleeve, a sharp whistle split the air as a streak of light surged beneath his feet. His sword, elegant and deadly, hovered into place, and Fang Yuan stepped onto it without pause. He ascended smoothly, his sword gliding through the night sky like a silent phantom, trailing faint ripples of spiritual energy in its wake. The wind whispered past, cool and clear beneath the stars, but even the purity of the night couldn't ease the weight pressing against his thoughts. He was heading for Riverlight Bridge, the agreed meeting point, a place etched with old blood and older memories, and waiting for him there was a name that soured his mood, Gu Lanyu, the grandfather of Gu Xin. The man who had long ago thundered his disapproval of the engagement between Fang Tian and Gu Xin. Despite his protests, the engagement was finalized, paperwork signed by Gu Jian and Fang Wei, sworn brothers who had stood side by side for years. But everything changed when Fang Yuan's father died. With Fang Wei's death, the Fang clan's prestige plummeted out of the 5 great families, and it was Fang Yuan, barely in his 20s, who picked up the shattered mantle. The Gu family suddenly disappeared. They made no mention of the wedding nor their alliance. Until years later, on his 30th birthday, Gu Xin came herself to formally cancel the marriage pact with the help of the Divine Ice Sect. With that, all formal ties with the Gu clan should have ended. After all, Gu Jian had been sworn to his father, not the clan. Yet the moment Gu Lanyu stepped into the nascent Soul Realm, he had immediately sought out the Fang family. The Gu clan had left when they were needed most, yet somehow, they returned now when they were not wanted at all. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The letter Gu Lanyu had sent was anything but courteous. Laced with barely veiled contempt, it demanded a hefty sum in reparations for the so-called damage to the Gu family's reputation. And this meeting today wasn't about reconciliation. It was about humiliation, a stage set to disgrace the Fang family and to dictate just how far they would be allowed to crawl. Fang Yuan chuckled under his breath as the ground approached. If I have to make the entire empire understand that I'm a threat, he muttered to himself, then so be it. No one will get away with belittling the family I protect, and no one will be spared if they dare threaten them in front of me. He descended slowly over the stone path of River Light Bridge, letting his presence ripple just enough to be felt, but not enough to be called arrogant. There on the River Light Bridge, Fang Yuan spotted the Gu family entourage and mixed among them, cultivators from several other clans. Uninvited spectators, no doubt, a tactic from the Gu family to escalate the situation even. 2 figures stood out from the rest. One was tall and imposing, his beard streaked with silver, his brow locked in a permanent scowl, Gu Lanyu. The other stood quietly at his side, head slightly bowed, eyes shadowed with guilt or shame, Gu Jian. The air was taut. Tighter than a drawn bowstring. One breath too loud might have set the world ablaze. You're late, Gu Lanyu said, voice like rusted iron dragged across steel, sharp, scraping, and utterly devoid of courtesy. Gu Jian remained silent beside him, his eyes not daring to meet Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan landed gracefully on the bridge, robe fluttering once as his feet touched stone. His expression didn't change. He met Gu Lanyu's glare head-on and said calmly, I'm pretty sure I'm on time. His voice echoed across the bridge, quiet, composed, and utterly unbothered. Gu Lanyu's gaze narrowed, so, when are the others arriving? Fang Yuan didn't even blink. Others. He let out a short breath, almost a laugh, and casually lowered himself onto a nearby stone bench. There are no others, it's just me. The sheer leisure in his tone sent a ripple through the gathering, a blatant act of disrespect. Gu Lanyu's jaw tightened, his eyes flashing with restrained fury. He exchanged a glance with Gu Jian before the two silently took their seats as well. The other elders of the Gu family followed suit, forming a semicircle around the meeting table. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over the assembly and he noticed them immediately. 3 elders. Their chi was subtle, restrained, but not quite native to the Gu family's style. The rhythm of their breath, the way their auras pulsed, it was clear. They practiced foreign techniques from other families. So the Gu family had invited outside forces, even for something as petty as a discussion. Fang Yuan smiled thinly as he settled deeper into his seat, eyes glinting coldly beneath the moonlight. So this is the stage they've chosen. Gu Lanyu leaned forward, his voice oily with condescension. Fang Yuan, you're young. This sort of matter is best left to adults. I'm willing to wait. Fang Yuan met his gaze, unflinching. There's no need, old man. I'm a dictator in the Fang family, he said flatly. If I say the Fang family must attack, they will. If I command them to kill those they love most, they won't hesitate. They have no choice. A ripple of shock swept through the gathered cultivators. Gasps, murmurs. One elder's hand even twitched toward his storage pouch. Of course, none of that was true. But how would these guests, these spies, even know that? Gujian finally spoke, voice low, almost pleading. Nephew, on account of your late father, I don't wish to hurt you. Show some respect to the elders. Fang Yuan turned his head slowly, eyes sharp. Nephew, he echoed coldly. Who are you to say such words? Do I know you? Are we related? I don't think so. Gu Jian looked at Fang Yuan not with anger but regret. He saw too much of Fang Wei in him. Gu Lanyu's laughter broke the tension, high, harsh, and theatrical. This is why adults should speak, not arrogant brats. You think a little cultivation gives you the right to bark. Then, like thunder rolling across the bridge, he moved. Gu Jian followed a breath behind him, two nascent soul cultivators striking in perfect coordination, a twin assault meant to overwhelm. But Fang Yuan was already in the air, having leapt back the instant they moved. Their strikes exploded against the stone bridge, but found nothing but wind. Fang Yuan hovered high, robes billowing, spiritual energy crackling at his feet. He looked down at the two elders below, expression calm. Then he laughed. Come, he said, voice echoing over the river. Both of you. His eyes gleamed. Let's see if your so-called experience can stop a dictator. Gu Jian stood tall, the refined pressure of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator rolling off his body in steady waves. Beside him, Gu Lanyu's chi surged, less refined, slightly unstable, but still formidable as an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. And yet, standing before them in midair with hands behind his back was Fang Yuan. To the outside world, his cultivation was known as early-stage nascent soul. But in truth, he had already reached the peak, far beyond what either Gu Lanyu or Gu Jian suspected. Below him, Gu Lanyu narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Gu Jian. It would be shameful, he muttered, voice loud enough for all to hear, if we both attacked a junior together. Fang Yuan didn't respond. Outwardly, his expression remained unreadable. Inwardly, he sneered, shameful, as if you both didn't just try to cripple me with that little sneak attack. Hypocrite. But he kept the thought to himself. He said nothing. He was going to let the old man dance to his own drama. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan didn't respond. Outwardly, his expression remained unreadable. Inwardly, he sneered, shameful, as if you both didn't just try to cripple me with that little sneak attack. Hypocrite, but he kept the thought to himself. He said nothing. He was going to let the old man dance to his own drama. Gu Jian, at least, seemed to take the old man's comment to heart. With a quiet sigh, he stepped back, hands folded behind him as he retreated to the edge of the bridge, moving in together with the crowd, signaling that the fight, at least for now, would be one-on-one. Fang Yuan's gaze dropped lazily to Gu Lanyu. He offered a faint, mocking smile. Old man, he said, tone mild but laced with disdain, are you sure you can handle me alone? I don't mind facing the two of you alone. I don't want to accidentally hurt a senior after all. Gasps echoed among the crowd. The words were arrogant and disrespectful, but more than that, they sounded so confident to their ears. Fang Yuan raised his hand. With a subtle flick of his fingers, his sword shot into the air, spinning once before coming to a perfect halt, hovering at his side, trembling with restrained power. Then, without even drawing it, he vanished from the sky with the sword in hand. In a blur of motion, he swooped in like a flash of lightning, striking directly at Gu Lanyu. Gu Lanyu reacted to it fast. His left hand snapped out and caught the sword by the tip mid-air, stopping it just as Fang Yuan reached him. At the same moment, his right arm swept forward, intercepting Fang Yuan's strike with the side of his palm. Clang, spirit force exploded between them, rippling the air and cracking the stone tiles beneath the bridge. Fang Yuan's foot barely touched the ground before he twisted, using the momentum to flip backward into the air again, grinning as his sword returned to his hand with a sharp whirl of wind. Gu Lanyu's eyes narrowed. That wasn't the movement of someone at early-stage nascent soul. No, it reminded him more of his spars with his son. Fang Yuan darted forward again, this time with his sword glowing, its blade humming with pale golden radiance that shimmered like a blade forged from sunlight itself. Tyrant Light sword first strike, divine line, he slashed. A razor-thin beam of light erupted from the blade, a luminous line that cut through the air like divine judgment itself, aimed squarely at Gu Lanyu. The light strike roared forward, a blinding lance of energy tearing through the air with impossible speed. Gu Lanyu's eyes narrowed to slits. In a breath, he brought his hands together before him, palms meeting in a sharp clap as spiritual energy surged between them. Threads of chi coiled along his arms, weaving into a defensive lattice as he braced to intercept the blow. He stood firm, arms locked in position like a mountain daring the heavens to strike it down. And the heavens did. Boom, the beam crashed into him. The crowd gasped as Gu Lanyu was sent skidding backward, his boots grinding across stone, sparks flaring beneath his heels. Cracks spread along the bridge beneath his feet. Gu Lanyu eyes widened slightly. I couldn't block it. I lost in a contest of raw strength, this brat, he muttered, gritting his teeth. I've underestimated him deeply. His arms trembled slightly and his spiritual aura flickered out of rhythm for a split second. His gaze grew sharper now, every ounce of mockery vanished from his face. Now wary, Gu Lanyu's pupils narrowed. He threw his right palm forward and shouted, "Poison silk." From sleeves to fingertips, hundreds of gossamer threads surged into the air, nearly invisible, laced with venomous chi and gone in a blink. A trap laid in silence. They scattered in all directions and disappeared from sight, forming a web of spiritual traps in the sky. To the untrained eye, they had disappeared. But Fang Yuan felt it. His divine sense touched the net, each thread vibrating faintly with a corrosive, soul-piercing aura. Invisible tripwires, a web waiting to ensnare the reckless. From where he hovered above the bridge, Fang Yuan inhaled, golden light pouring from his blade like an aura of divine flame. Tyrant Light Sword second strike, star form. He raised the blade overhead and slashed downward. A new formation burst from his blade. This time it wasn't a single line, but 5 streaks of radiant chi, spiraling and condensing into a star-shaped construct, burning bright, humming with suppressed fury. The very air warped around it. The watching crowd stared wide-eyed. None had ever seen a nascent soul battle this close before. Even from afar, the light scorched their vision. The crowd shielded their eyes with trembling hands. They could feel the weight of that strike in their chests. None dared move except Gu Jian, who silently raised a barrier to protect the crowd. His brows furrowed as he watched closely. This wasn't just a talented junior. No, this was a real threat. Up above, Gu Lanyu narrowed his eyes at the incoming star and let out a cold chuckle. Foolish junior. He stood firm, not even attempting to dodge. The star slammed into him like a falling celestial body. Crash! Light exploded in all directions, and the air twisted with force. The bridge trembled under the sheer energy released. As the light died down, Gu Lanyu stood tall, part of his robe scorched, his skin glowing faintly with defensive chi but mostly unharmed. The star construct had shattered, but not without a result. A jagged edge of light had pierced through his defense. Gu Lanyu's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his defenses had been cracked, and then he looked again at Fang Yuan. High above, Fang Yuan hovered in midair, panting. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth, soaking into his robes. The color drained from his cheeks. He was bleeding profusely. "What?" Gu Jian whispered from below, brows furrowed in confusion. Fang Yuan let out a low chuckle, wiping the blood from his mouth. Damage reflection," he muttered, now understanding. "So that's your trick." He coughed violently, blood staining his robes. His lips curved upward, blood glistening on his teeth. That. Below, the crowd stirred. What kind of technique was that? What kind of cultivator was Fang Yuan to still smile after that? Even battered, he looked like a sovereign dragon above the battlefield, drenched in blood but defiant. For the first time, Gu Lanyu's smirk faltered, thinning into a tight, unreadable line. He hadn't expected the second strike of Tyrant Light to pierce his poison silk defense, a technique known to rebound force at twice its strength. Nor had he expected the same junior, bloodied but still smiling, to remain standing after enduring double the power of his own attack. His poison silk, famed for its resilience, had withstood the full force blow of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator without faltering in the past. And yet here it was, cracked. And there he was, Fang Yuan, hovering in the air, lips stained red, robe fluttering in the starlight, eyes gleaming with cold defiance. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. You're not at the early stage of nascent soul realm. No, you are at the peak of nascent soul realm," Gu Lanyu said quietly. His voice had lost its edge, now low, wary, and tight with disbelief. He stood amid the fading sparks of his shattered defense, face pale, brows knit. Though his body remained unscathed, there was no denying the tremble in his hands. The poison silk technique, brilliant and deadly, came at a heavy cost. His vast ocean of chi had receded to a pitiful tide. He clenched his fists at his sides, breath steadying. "That boy." Gu Jian stepped forward, robes fluttering in the wind, the barrier behind him fading into motes of light. His face was drawn with realization. He had sensed it too, the weight behind Fang Yuan's strikes, the effortless control, the terrifying speed. He spoke softly, almost to himself. What a prodigy. In the air above them, Fang Yuan hovered still, blood on his robes, a faint tremor in his limbs, but that smile. That maddening, unshakable smile. His blade glinted beside him like a silent guardian, and his presence, even injured, remained oppressive, almost sovereign. Gu Jian narrowed his eyes. That boy got hit with a reflected strike equivalent to twice of a peak nascent soul realm's full-force blow. And he's still standing. He felt a chill rise along his spine. One wrong move, just one, and this entire bridge would have been a blood-stained ruin with no survivors. Fang Yuan, unaware of the thoughts in Gu Jian's head, tilted his head slightly, eyes gleaming with amusement beneath half-lidded lashes. "Gu Jian." "Gu Lanyu," he said, voice calm and unhurried despite the blood trailing down his chin. "Do you two wish to continue?" There was no mockery in his tone, just a dangerous stillness, like a predator offering mercy to see what his prey would choose. Gu Lanyu's jaw tightened. He was unharmed, yes, but also powerless. His poison silk had consumed too much. He had chi enough for one technique, maybe two. But against this devil, what would that accomplish? Gu Jian's lips pressed into a thin line. His cultivation being mid-stage nascent soul gave him a chance. He was still in pristine condition. But was it worth the risk? His eyes flicked to Fang Yuan again, and for just a moment he saw it. The fracture behind the smile. The way his fingers tightened briefly around his sword hilt. The faint shudder in his knees. He was holding himself together with pure will. Now or never, he thought. But then another thought followed, colder and more dangerous. If I try and fail, I'll die. And worse, so does the prestige of the Gu family. He turned to Gu Lanyu, their gazes meeting, silent understanding passing between them in an instant. Lanyu's eyes narrowed, lips pressing together in a reluctant grimace. Then Gu Jian stepped forward and bowed slightly. We concede, for today. The words fell like a stone in a still lake. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled. He chuckled low in his throat. Today, he didn't need to say more. Everyone heard it, the meaning behind the words. I'll be back, I'm surrendering just for today. That was fine, he would be ready. With that, Fang Yuan raised his sword, the blade humming as it responded to his command. He stepped lightly onto it, blood trailing down his torn sleeve, but his posture never faltered. He cast one last glance at the crowd, at the stunned elders, at Gu Lanyu's clenched fists, at Gu Jian's grim expression. Then he rose into the air like a sovereign leaving the battlefield, the wind parting before him as though it, too, bowed in reverence. A single stroke of the sword and he was gone. The moonlight shimmered behind him, and on River Light Bridge, no one dared speak for a long, long time. Fang Yuan flew in silence. The sword beneath his feet glided as if drawn along moonlight itself, its edge singing faintly with the last remnants of spiritual force. He remained upright, shoulders square, spine straight, his posture regal and proud despite the searing pain racking his insides. The moon still hung in the sky, pale and indifferent, casting its silver light over the quiet rooftops of Phoenix Soul Pavilion. No one stirred. All slept, unaware of the battle their clan head had endured alone. As he descended onto the courtyard outside his office, his boots barely touched the ground before his knees buckled. Thud, Fang Yuan collapsed forward onto the cold stone floor. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the steps. He coughed again, red dripping between his fingers as he pressed them to his lips. His vision blurred, his knees trembled, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright against the doorframe. His eyes were bloodshot, veins spiderwebbing out from their corners. His breathing came in shallow, ragged bursts, but after a few deep, controlled inhalations, he calmed the chaos within his dantian, enough to suppress the worst of the backlash. I can't let anyone see me like this, he thought, but fate was unkind. The door burst open. Clan head, Felicia, one of the family servants, her usually calm face now frozen in horror. She rushed forward, skirt sweeping, panic in her eyes. You're hurt. Fang Yuan gave a faint nod, wiping the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of his robe. Go call Dr. Mew, he said, voice hoarse but firm. Tell him. It can't be delayed. Felicia stepped forward instinctively to help him, but he raised one hand to stop her. I'll walk to my chamber myself. But I said I'll be fine, he said again, more gently this time. If you delay for my sake, the damage might settle deeper. Felicia hesitated, biting her lip, but she finally nodded. She bowed swiftly and turned on her heels, bolting down the hall like a blur of blue robes. Dr. Mew's quarters are near the outer pavilion, Fang Yuan thought grimly. Even with her speed, it should take some time. Alone now, he braced himself against the wall and began walking. Each step was agony. His insides churned. He could feel internal bleeding across several meridians. The backlash from the poisoned silk reflection hadn't just harmed his body, it had disturbed his soul sea as well. But this pain, he thought, is still manageable. By the time he reached his chamber, he was drenched in sweat, his white robes soaked through and clinging to his back. He pushed the door open and staggered in. The room was dark, lit only by the moonlight pouring through the open lattice window. Just as Fang Yuan stepped into his chamber, the door clicking shut behind him, a ripple of golden light shimmered in front of him. Ding. A soft chime echoed in his mind, low and metallic, like the tolling of a distant bell submerged in water. A golden screen flickered into existence before his weary eyes. His breath caught. The pain in his chest seemed to fade for a moment. The screen pulsed once, then vanished into dust, leaving only silence in its wake. Fang Yuan stood there, still soaked in sweat and blood, and slowly, very slowly, he smiled. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. 2 months had passed since that night. The Fang family was in quiet turmoil. The patriarch had not emerged from seclusion since, not even once. 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had made a declaration so shocking that it still echoed through every corridor of the clan. Without warning, he had summoned the family together and distributed bone marrow pills to every member of the younger generation, one for each. As for the elders, he handed out the remaining pills with a casual grace, assuring those who didn't receive one that their needs would still be provided for. Somehow, the way he said it made even those who missed out nod in silent trust. Then, before disappearing from sight, he left something behind. A treasure hoard, 9 jade bottles of chi realization pills, 10 jade bottles of chi condensation pills, 2 bottles of chi transformation pills, and then the truly insane part. 10 full jade bottles of golden core pills. The elders had stared. The juniors had nearly fainted. When Fang Chen, his uncle, stammered and asked where it all came from, Fang Yuan simply replied it was in the gift box sent by the divine ice sect. Fang Chen's face had turned the color of a steamed tomato, and then, just like that, Fang Yuan vanished into closed-door cultivation. He hadn't been seen since. Now, back to the present. The family hall was currently packed. The handful of Fang family elders stood along the outer edges, solemn in expression. Juniors sat on the lower steps in neat lines, all wearing clean robes, some clutching pill bottles or cultivation slips. They all appeared to be waiting. And then the side doors opened with a creak, and through the door Fang Chen emerged. His face looked drawn from the stress of the past weeks, but he carried himself with authority. After all, for now, he was the acting head of the Fang clan. Behind him walked his younger sister, Fang Jingyi, practically bouncing with excitement. A radiant smile lit up her features as she waved to a few of the juniors. Fang Chen sighed as he stepped onto the main dais. He looked over the gathered clan and gave a small nod. "Everyone's here," he asked the family servant beside him. The family servant bowed. "Yes, acting patriarch. All lineages are present." Fang Chen rubbed his temple, feeling another headache settle in. He cleared his throat. "Let's begin," he said. Fang Chen stepped forward, clearing his throat as the chatter in the hall died down. His voice echoed with calm authority. "We have been preparing for this day over the last 2 months. The Coldwind City Championship Tournament is to be held in 2 days, and our clan will not just participate, we will take the championship title home." A quiet murmur of anticipation ran through the crowd. Fang Chen raised a hand. "We've selected a group of promising juniors, cultivators who will represent the Fang clan with honor. So those whose names I call out, please step forward." He unfurled a scroll and began reading. Fang Yang, age 19, cultivation, early stage chi transformation. The hall broke into polite applause as a young man stood up with pride in his eyes and fire in his heart. Chi transformation in the Fang family, reaching this stage had always signified that a cultivator was qualified to be considered for eldership. It marked the threshold where one's strength could no longer be ignored, where their voice could carry weight in family affairs. But despite this, no formal promotions had been granted. Not yet. With the true patriarch, Fang Yuan, still in seclusion, no one dared disrupt the natural order. Even Fang Chen, acting as the interim head, refrained from overstepping. He knew his place not as a ruler but a steward. To appoint new elders now without Fang Yuan's presence would be presumptuous. And so, for all their achievements, the newly risen talent stood just shy of the threshold, waiting for the day their patriarch returned. Fang Yang bowed once neatly, then made his way toward the stage with steady steps. His face brimmed with joy. Fang Chen nodded. Next, Fang Bo, age 19. Also at early stage chi transformation. A slightly shorter youth jumped to his feet, smiling ear to ear. He gave his elder brother a quick fist bump on the way to the stage. The clan clapped again, louder this time. Fang Rui Fang Chen read on, age 18, early stage chi transformation. A pretty girl in pale blue robes stood gracefully. The applause swelled, not just for her cultivation, but for her demeanor. She was poised, calm, and radiant. She walked up the steps and waved modestly to the crowd before taking her seat with the other two. Then Fang Chen looked up. "Now we have one of our current elder, Fang Mei, age 18. Cultivation, late stage chi transformation." The hall erupted. Even those already on stage clapped for her, their smiles turning admiring. Late stage at 18 was an achievement worthy of pride. Fang Mei, dressed in simple white with a raven lightning motif at her collar, walked up with a faint nod. Her gaze was quiet but confident. She sat at the center of the formation, shoulders straight. Fang Chen paused. A faint smile tugged at his lips before he glanced down at the scroll again. And finally, our dark horse. The room quieted. Not a breath could be heard. The air felt charged, and Fang Chen looked up slowly. Fang Tian, age 20, cultivation, early stage golden core. The silence held, stretched taut like a drawn bowstring, and then the hall erupted. A thunder of claps, stunned gasps, whispers, and disbelief echoed together. Even the elders leaned forward in their seats, expressions shifting from curiosity to disbelief. Golden core, at 20. Did that not place him the same as his brother, the patriarch? Fang Tian's name was known, but not as a prodigy. If memory served them right, not long ago, he had barely reached the chi condensation stage. Just a few short months prior, he was dismissed by many as one with low talent, a youth whose prospects were limited at best. No one had placed their hopes on him. And yet now, he stood on stage, calm and composed, bearing the cultivation of an early-stage golden core realm cultivator. The realization hit like thunder across the room. Was this even natural? What kind of fortuitous encounter, or what terrifying training, could make such a thing possible? Shock gripped the hall because they all understood this wasn't just a leap. It was a defiance of cultivation logic. Fang Tian was no longer someone they could overlook. Fang Tian stood slowly from the back of the hall, long black robes trailing behind him, his expression calm. He walked forward, step by step, like a quiet storm. and when he reached the dais, he bowed only slightly before sitting beside Fang Mei. None of the others on stage dared speak, not out of fear, but out of awe. Fang Chen let the room settle. Then he spoke again, voice solemn, his gaze swept across the hall, hardening just slightly. For in this era, talent alone is not enough. We will need unity, strength, and absolute loyalty. He closed the scroll with a quiet snap. May the heavens watch over them. The hall erupted again in applause. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The day of the Coldwind City Championship dawned with crisp wind and cloudless skies. From early morning, the streets were already filled with bustle. Market stalls overflowed with food and trinkets, street performers gathered crowds at every corner, and merchant caravans from outlying towns poured into the city gates. Coldwind City, second in influence only to Snowville City within the eastern region, had become the epicenter of anticipation. The tournament was more than just a contest between juniors. It was a stage of power, and so, to triumph in Coldwind was to send ripples across the eastern region itself, a symbol of which family's light would shine brightest for the coming year. Representatives from nearby villages and subordinate towns made their way toward the Coldwind City arena, eager to witness the spectacle. At the main entrance, flags of various families flapped proudly in the wind. And at the heart of it all stood the towering Coldwind Arena, an ancient coliseum carved from snow-white stone and reinforced with spiritual formations. Thousands gathered in the stands, their voices rising in waves of chatter and excitement. Fang Chen, acting patriarch, led the group as they arrived in the area. He wore ceremonial robes bearing the lighting raven crest of the Fang clan and walked with calm composure. His face bore a pleasant smile, though his eyes were ever watchful. Behind him were the 5 chosen competitors, Fang Yang, Fang Bo, Fang Rui, Fang Mei, and finally, Fang Tian. Fang Chen's group walked straight into the VIP sector, where the heads of other noble families awaited. There, standing in formal reception, were the 4 most prominent family leaders of Coldwind City. Zhao Ming of the Zhao clan, dignified in his black gold robes, white beard immaculate, eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. He long, burly, and broad-shouldered, bore the aura of a battle-hardened general. The war serpent sigil on his chest glinted faintly as he clasped his hands behind his back. Matriarch Linzai, elegant and cold, moved like a drifting snowflake. Her ink-dyed robes shimmered as if woven from morning mist. And lastly, Wu Shun, tall and quiet, arrived in formal armor with a lion crest glowing on his chest. He said little, but the sharp glint behind his glasses missed nothing. As Fang Chen approached, the 4 rose to greet him. Brother Fang, Zhao Lin said first, offering a cupped fist salute. It's an honor to see the Fang clan take part again this year, especially with such gifted juniors, he long added with a smile. Wu Shun said nothing, but his eyes flicked to each of the Fang disciples as if memorizing their chi signatures. Linzai tilted her head slightly. Acting Patriarch Fang, she said coolly, let us hope this year's games remain civil. Fang Chen returned the greetings with grace, smiling warmly but saying little. He knew what they were thinking. The Fang clan was now backed by a nascent soul cultivator, and none of them were. Their greetings were warm on the surface, but it wasn't hard to see the veiled tension beneath. Even among the 5 great families, the Fang family's influence now loomed like a silent mountain. None of them dared offend Fang Yuan, not when the memory of what happened at River Light Bridge was still whispered about in private circles. The other family heads didn't know all the details, but they knew enough. Gu Lanyu and Gu Jian had returned defeated and silent, and since that day the Gu family had shut its doors. Yes, no one would provoke the Fang family today, not openly. Fang Chen gave a shallow bow. May the best disciples win. Then, without another word, he and his group moved to their designated seating. As the families settled into their designated VIP sector overlooking the grand Coldwind Arena, the atmosphere shifted subtly. With polite smiles and warm tea served by attendants, the real contest had already begun, not between the juniors, but between the clan heads. Boasts disguised as casual conversation floated through the air like drifting petals, each sentence laced with quiet pride and competitive edge. Patriarch Zhao Ming was the first to open the game. He chuckled lightly, stroking his immaculate white beard. My son Zhao Ren has made some progress recently. He just broke through to the peak of chi transformation last week. His words were calm, but the glint in his eyes betrayed the pride he felt. A 21-year-old at peak chi transformation was nothing to scoff at, especially in a generation so recently considered lackluster. There were murmurs of approval from a few seated elders nearby. He long grinned, arms still crossed behind his back. Not bad, Brother Zhao, but my nephew He Yang isn't far behind. He's 20 this year and also stands at the peak of chi transformation. His tone was loud, jovial even, but his eyes slid toward Fang Chen with a trace of provocation. Another round of polite nods rippled through the section. Wu Shun adjusted his glasses, face unreadable as ever. My niece, Wu Min, is only 18. But she has already stepped into the mid-stage of chi transformation. I imagine she'll surprise a few people today. His voice was quiet and clipped, but every word was precise, meant to highlight how early their talents had matured. Matriarch Lindsay remained silent throughout. She sat gracefully, sipping her tea as if none of this interested her. Only a faint smile curved her lips, an expression of amused detachment or perhaps quiet confidence. Fang Chen gave a small, courteous nod at each revelation, offering no comment of his own. Inside, however, he could feel the pressure mounting. Zhao Ren, He Yang, Wu Min all were talented, all strong contenders, and yet they still had no idea what the Fang clan had prepared. That was their greatest advantage. Fang Chen forced a smile and sat back. He could feel sweat at the base of his neck despite the cool breeze drifting through the arena. He was the acting patriarch of the Fang clan, but he wasn't a golden core expert. At most, a peak chi transformation cultivator, a realm these giants had long since eclipsed. Zhao Ming, He Long, and Wu Shun, each was at peak golden core cultivator. Their chi was vast and dense, restrained behind iron like spiritual discipline. Even sitting beside them made Fang Chen feel like a frog among tigers. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. A clear chime echoed through the Coldwind arena, silencing the crowd like the sudden hush before a storm. A woman in flowing lavender robes stood at the center of the announcer's platform. Her voice, imbued with spiritual resonance, carried effortlessly across the massive coliseum. Welcome, one and all, to the opening round of the Coldwind City Championship, she called, her tone bright and commanding. Today marks the beginning of a contest between proud heirs and hidden talents, a clash of conviction, cultivation, and destiny. The crowd roared in response, cheers rising like crashing waves. Banners rippled in the wind, and excitement churned the air like a brewing storm. The host raised one hand and called, "First match, step forward, Cultivator Ma Zhen, Outer City Rogue Practitioner." From the waiting area, a young man in brown and faded gray robes stepped onto the stage. His expression was calm, eyes sharp. Chi flared briefly around him, solid, dense, peaking at the upper end of Chi condensation realm. Among the spectators, murmurs followed. Rogue Cultivator, still peak of Chi condensation. That's no joke. Without one of the Great Five family backing, making it to this level alone is impressive. The host's voice rang again, and his opponent, representing the Wu clan Wu Min, the shift in the crowd was immediate. Whispers turned into breathless hush. Even the elders leaned forward. From the Wu clan box, a girl stepped forward, 18, slender, graceful. Her robes were pale jade embroidered with a subtle lion crest. She moved with an almost lazy elegance, long sleeves swaying like drifting clouds. Her expression was serene, almost bored, as if none of this mattered. She stepped onto the stage and stopped exactly 3 paces from Ma Zhen. They stared at each other. Ma Zhen bowed politely. "I look forward to a good fight." Wu Min just tilted her head slightly. "You should give up." Her voice was soft, almost kind. Ma Zhen blinked, then frowned. "I appreciate the concern, but—" A sigh escaped her lips. Before he could finish, she raised her hand. What followed was strange. To many, it looked as if she hadn't moved at all. And yet— a sharp sound exploded through the air. Ma Zhen's head snapped violently to the side, his body spinning midair from the sheer force of the strike. He hit the ground several meters away, sliding like a ragdoll across the marble platform before coming to a stop near the edge, unconscious. One hit. The entire stadium fell silent. Even the announcer stared, mouth open slightly. In the viewing stand, Zhao Ming winced. "That's the Mirage slap." He turned to Wu Shun with narrowed eyes. "You taught that to your junior?" Wu Shun simply smirked. She figured out the basics herself. "I just corrected the angles." On stage, Wu Min adjusted her sleeve and turned without fanfare, walking off as if she just stretched her legs. Only after she descended the steps did the referee blink back to life. W winner, Wu Min of the Wu clan." The crowd erupted. What just happened? Did anyone even see her move? That was insane. Fang Chen, watching from the Fang box, narrowed his eyes. "She's strong," he muttered. The next match in the arena drew little interest. The crowd, once roaring, had settled into idle chatter, barely paying attention as 2 mid-stage Chi condensation cultivators exchanged sluggish blows that wouldn't even ruffle a robe. In the stands, whispers stirred like leaves in a breeze. "So, this is the match after that Mirage slap," someone yawned. "Bit of a spiritual come-down, huh?" A bearded man in scholar's robes leaned forward, lowering his voice as he spoke to the merchant beside him. "You know, I remember the Fang family being quite impressive in the old days." The merchant snorted, swirling the tea in his cup. "Oh, they were, no doubt, but those days are long gone. They haven't made a splash in this tournament for nearly a decade." "Really?" The scholar raised a brow. "You don't mean their younger generation is?" "Trash," the merchant said bluntly, sipping his tea. "Absolute trash. Last year, not a single one of their juniors made it into the top 10. Oof, that bad. Worse." The merchant leaned in. "One of them fainted before the second round even began." The scholar winced. "That's rough. They were lucky the Fang name still carries weight," the merchant said with a chuckle. "Otherwise, they'd be seated with the outer city sects." The scholar nodded slowly. "Well, maybe this year will be different." The merchant shrugged. "Unless their patriarch personally steps onto the stage, I wouldn't bet on it." Younger cultivator nearby piped up. Wait, weren't the Fang family once unbeatable? Didn't they dominate for a while? One old auntie turned around, nostrils flaring. Dominate? Boy, back then we didn't say, he said obliterate. Fang Yuan was the plague of Coldwind. The younger cultivator blinked. Seriously, wasn't he the current clan head? Damn right he is, another added with a knowing nod. Back then he was already at Golden Core before his 20th birthday. Someone gasped. That's so young. He couldn't even enter anymore after becoming the clan head, the merchant said with a sigh. Around here we say he became clan head just so the rest of the kids could have a chance at breathing. I heard the age limit is 25, the young man asked. Exactly, said the scholar, adjusting his sleeves. If fate hadn't intervened, Fang Yuan would have steamrolled the tournament for 5 more years. They'd have to rename it the Fang Yuan Farewell Festival. That drew laughter. Remember when he joined at age 12? Another chipped in. Chi condensation back then, and the boy still placed in the top 5. Against Chi transformation cultivators twice his age, the auntie clapped her hands. A little demon, that one. By the time he hit 17, he stopped bothering with placements and just started winning. Every year, Chi someone snorted. I remember watching one of his fights. His opponent tried to give a speech about honor and hard work. He slapped him mid-sentence. Mid-sentence? Oh, the Fang Yuan era, another sighed nostalgically. Good times, broken jaws and shattered pride, getting beaten up by a kid. As laughter rippled through the stands, the match in the arena finally ended with a half-hearted surrender. The crowd barely noticed. All eyes were now on the Fang clan's section. Their juniors hadn't even fought yet, but the name Fang Yuan still rang like thunder. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. A chime rang again and the host stepped forward, her voice ringing with spirited grace. For the next match, Wu Yan of the Wu clan. Cheers rose from the Wu clan section as a tall girl in storm blue robes stepped confidently onto the stage. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, her eyes sharp and proud. She moved with purpose, every step brimming with self-assured energy. A direct disciple of the Wu clan, murmured someone in the crowd. Early Chi transformation, right, of course. Wouldn't be up there otherwise. The host's hand swept to the other side. Her opponent Du Zio, rogue cultivator. From the other waiting area, a girl stepped forward. She was younger looking, likely no more than 17, her face calm and unreadable. Her clothes were plain but well-fitted, a brown tunic over a white undershirt. On her back was a simple steel sword, unadorned and slightly weathered. The crowd stirred. She's pretty. Look at that figure, how does she swing a sword with those things? I don't see a clan crest, definitely not from a great family. Du Zio walked up the stage without drama. Her expression was like still water, peaceful yet unsettlingly deep. Wu Yan smirked as they faced each other. No hard feelings, rogue girl, she said. Let's give them a show before I knock you down. Du Zio didn't reply. The referee raised a hand. Begin. Wu Yan moved first. She exploded forward, closing the gap with a burst of speed. 5 elements fist. Her right fist flared with elemental energy flames around one knuckle, wind around another, earth solidifying the rest. She struck in a rapid chain, every punch augmented by a different element. Du Zio leaned slightly, pivoted and sidestepped. Each punch missed by inches. The air cracked with force as her attacks hit only empty space. Du Zio responded with a single horizontal sword swing, fluid, minimal, but fast. Clang. Wu Yan raised her bracer in time, sliding back half a step from the force. Eyes narrowing, she spun away. Not bad, she shifted stances. Tiger claw, her chi surged into her arms, taking the shape of translucent tiger paws as she lunged again, slashes, feints, and swiping claws trying to break through. Du Zio calmly deflected with angled parries. One step forward, a small pivot, and she slashed downward. Another clean, simple arc. Clang. Wu Yan blocked, but this time she stumbled back 2 steps. Her expression cracked. Try this then. She swayed, her stance changing again. Drunken fist, her body moved unpredictably, weaving and staggering forward in an off-kilter rhythm. Every sway disguised a strike, her fists curving with bizarre angles, knees flying in from strange pivots. But Du Zio never flinched. She adjusted calmly, blade flashing with minimal motion. No flashy sword techniques, no blinding light or chi explosions, just clean, perfect fundamentals. Dodge, step, swing, parry. Step again, another swing. Clang. Wu Yan's arm snapped back as she was pushed off balance again. A gasp rippled through the crowd. She's not even using techniques, just basic sword swings. No way, that's not normal. Back on the stage, Wu Yan gritted her teeth. She gritted her teeth. This wasn't just about her. She was a direct disciple from one of the 5 great families. She had to win. Fine, she hissed, chi flaring violently around her. Let's end this Wu clan final style. Her hands glowed with a unique pattern as she drew a symbol in the air, 2 tigers roaring across the wind. She charged in, the marble cracking beneath her feet. Du Zio raised her sword. No words, no techniques, just a downward swing. Crack, the sound echoed like thunder. Wu Yan stopped moving, her arms shook. The momentum was gone. Her technique shattered mid-air. Her body, trembling, slowly slumped to one knee. Her eyes were wide in disbelief. She looked up at Du Zio, who stood calmly with her sword resting lightly against her shoulder, not a bead of sweat on her brow. As Wu Yan slumped to a knee, Du Zio quietly sheathed her sword with a click so soft it was almost a whisper. She didn't bow, she didn't celebrate, she simply turned and walked away. The referee blinked twice. W winner, Du Zio. The crowd erupted when the winner was announced. Did she just? One sword swing broke a final technique. What the hell is her background? In the Wu viewing area, Zhao Ming groaned. That's not something you see every day. The next match followed swiftly and the crowd stirred in recognition. Zhao Ren of the Zhao clan stepped forward. A tall youth in crimson and black robes walked onto the stage, his stride steady and proud. His chi flared outward in a disciplined burst, calm yet undeniable peak chi transformation. Gasps rippled through the stands. The son of Zhao Ming himself, peak stage at just 21. Impressive, the host turned toward the opposite end of the arena. His opponent, cultivator Shen from the northeast hills. A lean figure in plain robes stepped onto the stage, noticeably younger with a cautious expression. Chi lightly shimmered around him, early stage chi condensation. The moment the cultivator felt Zhao Ren's oppressive presence up close, he paused. Then, with a low bow to both his opponent and the referee, he turned and walked off the stage. The referee blinked. Surrender acknowledged. Winner Zhao Ren of the Zhao clan. There were no boos, no sneers, just a murmur of quiet understanding. Wise choice. There's a fine line between bravery and stupidity. You don't fight a peak chi transformation head-on with early condensation unless you've got a death wish. Even Zhao Ren didn't gloat. He gave a formal salute and returned to the Zhao family box with composure. But not all memories were so clean-cut. A few of the older cultivators in the stands chuckled quietly. Still, one said, nudging his companion, remember when a certain 12-year-old didn't know the meaning of surrender? Oh ho, you're talking about Fang Yuan. Who else? Every year he got up there, early condensation or not, and stared down people twice his age like it was personal. He never won back then, someone added with a fond laugh. But damned if he didn't make every match look like a heroic epic. Crowd went wild every time. Watching him grit his teeth, bleeding, bones broken, but still swinging that sword like he had something to prove. Now that was tenacity. That's the kind of fight you don't forget. The murmurs faded as the next name was prepared. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The referee raised a hand. Begin. Zhao Lu was the first to move. He charged in with a confident burst of speed, his chi flaring gold red behind him like trailing embers. Dragon's claw, his fingers curved into a clawed strike, energy rippling down his arm as he launched a sweeping blow toward Fang Yang's midsection. The force behind it distorted the air, accompanied by a faint roar like an awakening beast. Fang Yang didn't back away. He drew his sword in a single, smooth motion. Tyrant Light sword first strike, divine line. A piercing beam of light exploded from his blade, shooting forward like a gleaming spear. The two attacks collided with a shockwave that cracked the marble beneath their feet and sent a gust of wind howling through the arena. Boom, the crowd gasped as both fighters were pushed back from the rebound, their feet skidding across the platform. Zhao Lu blinked. Your chi transformation. The realization hit the crowd a second later. He's not some junior at chi condensation. He's early chi transformation just like Zhao Lu. Didn't they say the Fang Juniors were still behind? A ripple of astonishment swept through the stands and even Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Fang Chen said nothing, but his knuckles loosened around his teacup. In the arena, Fang Yang steadied his stance. His eyes were cool, unwavering. Zhao Lu grinned now, the earlier courtesy fading into adrenaline. This just got fun. He dashed in again, faster, stronger, sharper. Phoenix strike. He leapt high into the air, twisting as crimson gold flames coiled around his leg, and came down in a powerful axe kick that seemed to split the sky. Fang Yang spun to the side, narrowly avoiding the impact. Crack, the stone where he had stood exploded into molten chunks. Before the dust could settle, Fang Yang slashed horizontally. Divine line, a streak of white light tore across the stage, straight toward Zhao Lu, who threw up both arms and braced. Boom, he skidded back 3 full meters before stopping, panting slightly. Cheers erupted. They're evenly matched, but Fang Yang's technique, what sword style is that? Is that a family technique? Turret light sword, an elder muttered from the side. One of the common technique of the Fang clan. If I recall correctly, Fang Yuan later improved it and introduced 2 more layers to it. The crowd gasped at the information. On the platform, Zhao Lu narrowed his stance and inhaled deeply. Perfect harmony, he whispered. His chi shimmered around him, soft, graceful, as if wind, water, and flame all flowed in a rhythmic loop. His body followed the motion, entering a flowing stance that seemed to erase all openings. In response, Fang Yang's sword shimmered with twin lines of silver light. He raised it above his shoulder. Turret light sword second strike, star form. 2 lines of light extended from his blade, tracing into a V shape across the platform. The air itself vibrated. Only 2 lines. The elder from earlier whispered, still, that's the second form of the Tyrant Light Sword, isn't it? Yes, and only those at perfection can draw 5. Then this Fang Yang, he's not there yet, but close, damn close. Down on the stage, Fang Yang lunged forward, blade trailing 2 gleaming lines of light. Zhao Lu twisted into his perfect harmony stance, meeting the assault with elegant spiral deflections. Every strike Fang Yang made was blocked or redirected, but not effortlessly. Clang, crack. A dozen exchanges passed in seconds, sword against fist, technique against form, speed against timing, and neither one could break through. Dust swirled, stone cracked, the air was thick with tension. Then they separated, panting, staring across the platform, both bloodied slightly. Zhao Lu wiped a smear of blood from the corner of his mouth, his chest rising with excitement. "I'll admit it," he called across the field, voice sharp and proud. "You're strong, far stronger than I expected." Then he grinned, baring his teeth like a predator. "But I'm better." He launched forward, chi roaring to life around him. Golden energy coiled around his fists and legs like the twin spirits of dragon and phoenix. Dragon's clotwind talon rush. His arms moved in a blur, each strike heavy and deliberate, slamming down with the weight of a landslide. Every blow came with a sonic boom that made the audience flinch. Fang Yang raised his sword just in time to intercept Clang. Then again clang, clang, the blade vibrated in his hands. He took a step back, then another, then another. Zhao Lu's attacks rained down like a storm. Fang Yang parried each one, his footwork nimble but pressured. His sword arm began to tremble under the continuous assault. Zhao Lu let out a shout and launched a sweeping kick, forcing Fang Yang to leap back or be tripped. Phoenix strike-feathered wind sweep. His foot arced up into the air and crashed down. Boom. The impact cracked the stone floor where Fang Yang had landed. Dust burst skyward. Fang Yang grunted as he rolled away, barely evading the blow. His robes were torn at the shoulder, one knee scraped and bleeding. Zhao Lu didn't stop there. He followed through with a palm thrust wrapped in spiraling red gold chi. Fang Yang raised his sword, too slow this time. Bang, the palm landed squarely against his blade, knocking him back. Fang Yang flew several meters before flipping in midair, boots skidding on the ground as he barely righted himself. His blade shook in his grip, but he didn't fall. He looked up, breathing heavy, eyes sharpening. Zhao Lu snorted, still not surrendering. "I'm giving you another chance before this gets ugly." Fang Yang smiled, sweat dripping down his jaw, not surrendering, not yet. And then he shifted his stance again. The crowd murmured, "That's the Torrent Light stance again." Wait. Are those third lines forming? But no, the twin silver lines pulsed once more, unchanged but brighter, stable and refined. Fang Yang raised his sword high. Then the silver lines lit up again. "Let's see if you can handle my counter, Zhao Lu." Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. From the Fang clan's viewing stand, Fang Tian slowly rose to his feet. His arms were crossed, but his eyes gleamed with sharp light. "Looks like little Yang practiced extra hard," he muttered, a rare flicker of pride crossing his face. Beside him, Fang Mei leaned forward, hands clenched tightly in her lap. Her breath caught in her throat as she whispered, "Please don't fail." Either side of her, Fang Rui and Fang Bo, usually restless, sat still for once, their gazes locked on the figure standing alone in the swirling dust. Down below, Fang Yang stood tall amidst the cracked stone. His robes fluttered in the aftermath of Zhao Lu's relentless assault. Dust settled slowly around his boots like snowfall, but he didn't waver. He inhaled slowly, and then let his blade fall. Clang. The tip struck the ground with a soft chime, gentle, almost reverent, and then light surged. Twin silver lines glowed from the blade's core, humming with restrained force. "Torrent Light sword first strike, divine line," he declared. The lines shot forward, clean, controlled beams of chi, straight and sharp like arrows of starlight. Zhao Lu's eyes widened. He raised his arms instinctively, chi flaring to shield. Boom, the first line struck, staggering him back. Crack, the second hit, shattering a portion of his shoulder guard and sending a ripple through his golden chi. Zhao Lu steadied himself, panting, a thin cut bleeding across his upper arm. He grit his teeth, glaring across the stage. "You dare use the same technique twice," he spat, wiping the blood. "Fancy tricks won't save you twice." He stomped forward, stance wide. Zhao Clan's secret style, perfect harmony. A swirling force of yin and yang chi spun from his palms, light and dark, heat and frost, spiraling together into a balanced vortex of elemental fury. The arena floor cracked again under the pressure. Fang Yang raised his sword. The glow had faded, but his feet slid into a firm stance. He whispered under his breath. Again, and his blade lit up once more, this time trembling faintly with a third unstable line. It sputtered, faded, but the two existing beams reignited stronger. Torrent Light sword second strike, star form, a sweeping arc. Two beams this time, but from different angles. One from above, one from the side. They crossed midair like converging starlight, crashing into Zhao Lu's swirling perfect harmony vortex just as it roared forward, a maelstrom of elemental chaos. Boom. An explosion of blinding light erupted across the arena, white and gold flaring so bright that even the protective formations flickered. The stands rocked. Dust and fractured stone flew outward. Spectators gasped and instinctively shielded their faces, chi barriers snapping up across the VIP box, and then there was absolutely silence for a short while. As the light slowly faded, the stage came back into view. Fang Yang stood tall at the center. His sword was scorched and shaking slightly in his grip, sleeves torn, a thin line of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. But he stood. Across from him, Zhao Lu lay crumpled on the ground. Zhao Lu's eyes trembled. His lips parted, but no sound came. He looked at his fists as if they belonged to someone else, as if they had betrayed him. His body was twitching faintly, unwilling to admit defeat, unwilling to move, but unable all the same. The referee hesitated only a moment, then stepped forward. Match over. The winner, Fang Yang of the Fang clan. A roar exploded from the Fang section, cheers echoing like thunder. Fang Bo whooped, practically jumping over the railing. He actually did it. He really did it. Fang Rui pounded a fist to his chest. Show off. But damn if it wasn't cool. Fang Mei's hands flew to her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief and pride. He pulled it off. He really did. Beside her, Fang Tian gave a rare smile, slow and calm. You did well, little Yang, he said, his voice low, more than well. Fang Yang stumbled a little on the walk back, but before his knees could give, Fang Bo and Rui were already there, slapping him on the back, catching his arms. You're a freak, you know that. Fang Rui grinned. We're buying you something expensive after this, Fang Bo added. Fang Mei stood and walked toward him with a soft smile. You scared the life out of me, she whispered. But I'm proud of you. Even Fang Tian gave him a firm nod. No words this time, just approval shining in his eyes. Fang Yang exhaled, still shaky, but his eyes burned brighter than ever. He had won, not because he was the strongest, but because in that moment when it mattered most, he refused to fall. Up in the elevated viewing booth, the atmosphere had taken a sharp turn. The heads of the 5 great families sat in a loose semicircle, but all 4 pairs of eyes were now pointed in one direction, toward Fang Chen. Zhao Ming was the first to break the silence, though his voice was tight, his smile strained. Well now, that was unexpected. He long chuckled, arms crossed as he leaned back comfortably in his seat. I didn't recognize the boy at all. Where have you been hiding him, Brother Fang? That was no fluke. He jabbed a playful elbow toward Zhao Ming, and to think your descendant lost to him. Ha, Zhao Ming's brow twitched. Matriarch Linzai's gaze never wavered from Fang Chen. Her smile was graceful, eyes sharp like a needle hidden in silk. Your clan head did say we would be surprised, she said, voice lilting like a songbird, though every word struck with precise weight. But I didn't expect it would be this kind of surprise. She leaned forward, folding her hands under her chin. Now I'm excited. How about you, Brother Fang? And just like that, all eyes, Zhao Ming's narrowed gaze, He Long's amused smirk, Wu Shun's unreadable stare behind his glasses turned toward Fang Chen. He could feel the pressure like 4 mountains slowly tilting toward him. He straightened his robes, smiled politely, and nodded with diplomatic calm. It seems our juniors have been more diligent than I thought, outwardly composed. Inwardly, dear nephew, get out of seclusion already. Your uncle is about to be eaten alive by tigers in robes and spiritual perfume. I'm just a peak chi transformation. Why do I have to sit next to 4 golden core monsters? Fang Chen reached for his tea with a steady hand, but inside, his soul was sobbing. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Boom, somewhere within the Phoenix Soul Pavilion in one of the seclusion caves, it trembled as a muffled explosion echoed through the stone walls. Dust scattered, a few pebbles tumbled from the ceilings, and then silence. A moment later, the massive stone door rumbled open. Fang Yuan emerged, shirtless, smoke curling faintly from his shoulders. He casually brushed dust off his arms, cracked his neck, and muttered with a tusk. Ha, so close, damn it. He stretched with a long groan, joints popping, muscles flexing with spiritual energy that hadn't quite settled. A flick of his wrist summoned the translucent interface before his eyes. Active QESDS quest, win the championship in the upcoming Coldwind City tournament. Reward 100,000 SB plus Divine Grade Cultivation Manual. He blinked once, only one left, because the other had already been claimed. Quest, cultivate 2 junior disciples to reach Chi transformation. Reward 60,999 SB. Status claimed. A self-satisfied smirk spread across his lips. Good job, my juniors. As soon as the notification had rang, he decided to reward himself with 10 nascent soul grade pills by dumping a cool 50,000 SB. Once purchased, he pushed all logistics to his poor uncle and vanished into seclusion. The goal had been the hollow spirit realm. Did he reach it, though? Sadly, no. But was he close? Very. He was now a half-step hollow spirit cultivator, not quite there, but definitely no longer shackled to the nascent soul stage. And more importantly, if he were to face another peak nascent soul expert, he could probably fight 2 of them, comfortably. Okay, maybe not comfortably, but with style. How long was I out for? He muttered, voice echoing faintly down the tunnel. There was no reply, only the rustle of residual chi and the creaking of worn stone. Shrugging, Fang Yuan began walking back through the winding path, hands behind his head, casual as a man returning from a midday nap. Halfway down the tunnel, he paused, sniffed again. He raised his arm and winced. I smell like an old spirit beast's armpit. With a grimace, he picked up his pace. I probably should take a bath first. Fang Yuan arrived at the main pavilion of the Fang estate. It was quiet, almost eerily so. The courtyard, usually bustling with outer disciples, passing elders and loud children's, was now nearly deserted. The trees rustled lazily in the breeze. A lone bamboo leaf spiraled through the air like a confused messenger. Somewhere off to the side, a squirrel chittered, then ran off like it had something more important to do. Fang Yuan squinted. Did I come back to the wrong dimension? Not a soul noticed him, nor were there any guards to rush and greet him. No junior disciples scampered over to report the latest events. There wasn't even a sound of a single baby crying, just silence and the distant call of a bird. He strolled forward like a wandering traveler returning to a forgotten hometown. His footsteps echoed as he passed through the pavilion hall, into the inner courtyard, and finally stopped at the side baths, an open-air spiritual spring carved into the stone, cold mist gently rising from its surface. Without ceremony, he stripped down, tossed his dusty clothes onto a nearby rack, and stepped into the pool. Splash. Cold, pure, blissful. He sank to his shoulders, let out a long sigh, and leaned back against the edge. Hey-ah, that's the stuff. The water glimmered faintly with spiritual essence, cool as winter moonlight but refreshing as spring rain. Dirt and lingering chi residue lifted off his skin like regret in a purification ritual. He closed his eyes and relaxed. As his stink slowly dissolved into the water, he sank deeper, until only his nose poked above the gently rippling surface, eyes open, staring blankly at the pale blue sky. With a lazy sigh, he spread his divine sense out like a yawn in spiritual form, first through the pavilion, brushing past sleeping chickens and idle guards, then outward, across the estate, into the city. It was subtle, perfectly masked. The kind of sweep only a nascent soul realm cultivator could pull off. No cultivator below nascent soul would even sense the ripple. Naturally, he would also notice if someone at the nascent soul level or higher picked it up. He felt no such response. All seemed normal, except... Brows twitched, his expression sharpened, gaze sweeping the horizon with sudden intensity. What is that energy? It crackled faintly at the edge of his divine sense, foreign, volatile, and utterly unnatural. It wasn't loud nor was it radiant, but it felt more dangerous than anything he had ever sensed before. A chill ran down his spine. It was coming from a certain necklace. A certain necklace that was made from a ring. Fang Yuan was confused for a second, so his divine sense zoomed in. It hovered over the arena, and then locked onto Fang Tian, who wore the ring around his neck like a keepsake. Wait a minute, Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He focused. No way, no, freaking way. He honed in on the core, and there it was like a blazing lantern in spiritual darkness. Golden core cultivation base, solid, real, unmistakable. A powerful whoosh of water erupted as he stood up in the bath, eyes bulging with disbelief, water cascading down his bare body like some angry yet aesthetically pleasing waterfall. He stared into the distance, mouth agape. A powerful whoosh of water erupted as he stood up in the bath, eyes bulging with disbelief, water cascading down his bare body like some angry yet aesthetically pleasing waterfall. He stared into the distance, mouth agape. How? He muttered slowly, voice hoarse. But what shocked him wasn't Fang Tian's cultivation realm. Oh no, that was child's play. This was far, far more devastating. His eyes trembled, his jaw clenched. His entire soul seemed to let out a silent scream. Heaven. How can you be so cruel? He clenched his fists and turned sharply, glaring at the floating golden screen before him. The system. That cursed, shiny, reward-dangling system. Why, he wailed. I could have picked task 1 and gotten more system points. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. After Fang Jingyi took her seat, Fang Yuan swept his gaze across the assembly, his eyes calm yet commanding. Does anyone have anything to add? Before we turn our attention to the Gu family, Elder Sun rose from his seat. He clasped his hands behind his back, voice calm but firm. There needs to be a reform in the patrol routines of our family guards, he said, and more hands should be stationed near the spirit mines. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Elder Chen. The older man met his eyes and gave a small nod in agreement. For now, Elder Chen and I are managing it personally, watching it around the clock. Fang Yuan gave a brief nod, acknowledging their diligence. His eyes then scanned the room and landed on a younger cultivator. You there, he said, gesturing with a subtle flick of his fingers. What's your name? The youth immediately stood and offered a respectful bow. Clan head. My name is Fang Bo, second son of Fang Kaifu. Fang Yuan gave a curt nod of approval. You'll be stationed at the Eastern Ravine. Any objections? None, clan head, Fang Bo replied, his voice steady. It is an honor to serve the clan. Fang Yuan's lips curled slightly. Good, though I warn you, you'll likely be bored out of your mind from the constant lectures of the old geezers. That drew a scoff from Elder Sun and a mock grimace from Elder Chen. Hey now, nephew, Fang Chen protested, narrowing his eyes with playful indignation. Fang Yuan ignored him and turned to another youth, a slightly taller boy with a composed bearing. With a beckoning motion, Fang Yuan said, You, come here. The boy stepped forward and gave a polite bow. Clan head. Fang Yuan leaned back slightly, putting on a deeper tone that mimicked something from his former life. What's your name, boy? Fang Yang, the youth replied clearly, the only son of Fang Lily. Good, good, Fang Yuan mused, reaching for his chin in an attempt to stroke a goatee that quite clearly didn't exist. You'll also be assigned to the Eastern Ravine. Assist in guarding the spirit mine that houses the spirit pond. Any objections? None, clan head. Fang Yuan gave another nod of approval and turned toward the elders. Elder son, train these two on the proper path. And Yui gave Elder Chen a sidelong look, try not to corrupt them. That earned a laugh from Elder son. Don't worry, clan head. I'll train them properly, your uncle won't have an influence. Fang Yuan straightened his posture. Now then, if no one else has. Elder Yin stood up, brushing off her robes with a composed air as she prepared to speak. Fang Yuan's brow twitched ever so slightly as he stared at her. Anyone else, he asked, voice cool and clipped, because I'd rather not be interrupted every few moments. A round of silent glances circled the room. One by one, the elders shook their heads. Fang Yuan exhaled slowly. Good, go ahead, Elder Yin. She gave a polite bow before clearing her throat delicately. The village I currently oversee is facing a rather serious issue, clan head. She paused. Fang Yuan's expression didn't change, but internally. Here we go, he waited and waited. She still didn't continue. His fingers twitched ever so slightly on the armrest. Woman, speak already. What issues? But outwardly his voice remained smooth as jade. What happened? Elder Yin nodded, as if relieved to finally be nudged along. Well, clan head, it's like this. And well, it's not really their fault, but you see, there's this one river, and the thing Isuth River water doesn't exactly flow into their fields, and so. Because the water doesn't reach the fields, Fang Yuan closed his eyes briefly, so they can't irrigate, which means they can't farm. Cut in, his tone still polite but firm, so they need help diverting the river toward their farmland. Is that it? Her eyes brightened instantly. Exactly, that's exactly it, clan head. I knew you'd understand me. Fang Yuan offered a thin smile, leaning back slightly. Now I understand why father assigned her to a remote village. She really did struggle to get to the point. Fang Yuan tapped his fingers on the table in thought, a river that flows near the fields but doesn't enter them. He narrowed his eyes. Then why not dig narrow trench a small canal starting from upstream and guiding the water where it's needed? Elder Yin blinked, confused. Trenches. Fang Yuan nodded calmly. Yes, carve shallow paths from the river and direct the water using the slope of the land. A system of channels-controlled paths. That way, even if the river itself doesn't shift course, the water still reaches the fields. Elder Yin's jaw dropped slightly. Clan head. That's brilliant. She clapped her hands together, stunned. Trenches. As water paths. I never thought of that. So simple yet so elegant. Even children can dig with proper tools, and we don't have to rely on spirit beasts or formation stones. The other elders glanced at each other, some murmuring, clearly impressed. Fang Yuan gave a lazy shrug as if it were nothing. It's a small idea, but if executed right, it'll save your village a lot of effort. Assign a few cultivators to oversee it, and get the villagers to help dig. Elder Yin's eyes lit up with realization, and she spun toward Fang Rui seated in the corner. Fang Rui, quick, write that down. Thighs method. From this day forth, let it be known as the flow guidance technique. Her voice practically sang with excitement as she gestured with both hands, as if envisioning flowing rivers across farmlands. If it works in my village, who's to say it won't work elsewhere? We could bring life to every dry patch of land the clan owns. Fang Rui quietly nodded, scribbling the new term down. Fang Yuan remained composed, but a faint flicker of amusement glinted in his eyes. A simple irrigation ditch suddenly became a legendary cultivation technique. Ha, so be it. Fang Yuan gave a dismissive wave, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Sometimes, the simplest knowledge from the old world is worth more than 100 spirit stones here. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Back at the Coldwind Tournament arena, tension once again thickened like mist over a spirit spring. Currently on stage were two figures, both graceful, both deadly. Wu Min stood at the eastern edge, sleeves fluttering in the breeze, her pale jade robes carrying the lion crest of the Wu clan. Her eyes were sharp, unreadable, calm but not relaxed. Her opponent stood facing her across the polished white marble platform, Fang Mei. Unlike the younger Fang Juniors who had earned the crowd's attention through surprise, Fang Mei needed no introduction. Her presence carried the quiet dignity of a rising force. Already ordained as an elder of the Fang clan, she had made her name through strength and poised to say her rank was not ceremonial. Her robes bore the Fang family's crest proudly, and her expression was composed, neither arrogant nor timid. From the crowd, murmurs buzzed like flies around lantern light. That's the young elder of the Fang clan. She's already mid-stage chi transformation, isn't she? Yes, same as Wu Min. Two mid-stage chi transformation cultivators going at it. Finally, on the stage, Wu Min spoke first. So you're the young elder, she said coolly, her feet gliding a half-step forward, exactly 3 paces away. The next Fang Yuan, I suppose. Fang Mei's lips curved, not quite a smile. No, she said softly. I'm nowhere near elder brother's level. He's a genius. I'm not qualified to be compared to him. She lowered her stance, fingers poised like coiled silk, spirit energy quietly humming around her. But I'm strong enough to win against you. Wu Min didn't flinch. She didn't laugh either. Instead, her gaze grew more focused. I see, she whispered. Then show me. Chi surged from both girls at once, silent but searing. The marble beneath their feet began to tremble. Two whirlpools of raw spiritual force collided without touching, twisting the air between them. Wu Min moved first, a blur, a whisper of wind. Her palm shimmered mirage slap. The same move that had ended her last match in a single strike. The air cracked, but Fang Mei didn't freeze. Her eyes narrowed and her body twisted at the last second. Whoosh crack, the shimmering slap arced through the air, mirage slap unleashed with perfect form. Fang Mei twisted just in time to avoid a direct hit to the face, but thump, Wu Min's palm still struck, right across her chest. A quiet beat passed. Wu Min blinked, her hand froze in the air as she registered what had just happened. Then, Wu Min said, voice small, my bad. Fang Mei stared at her, face suddenly flushed a brilliant crimson, equal parts shame and pure, simmering embarrassment. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or panic. Then, tap, she took a graceful step forward, swift step footwork, a low-grade black-level movement technique. Elegant, precise, and right now, fueled by intense fury. With a whoosh of spirit energy and a F-whip of her sleeve, she drew her blade. Fang family's tyrant light sword third form, Heaven's Will. Her voice rang through the arena like a silken bell, elegant, deliberate, and laced with fury. In that instant, Fang Mei's sword ignited not with fire alone, but with the blazing light of wounded pride. Crimson flame surged up the blade's length, twisting into gold-edged arcs that danced and hissed like spirits with something to prove. Air bent around her, trembling with spiritual pressure, as if even the heavens had taken a guilty step back. Unlike the first form, which fired a clean divine beam, unlike the second, which intersected light in a calculated star-shaped barrage, this one flared wild and free. It wasn't a technique of control, it was a declaration. With a single slash, a curved wave of flame and radiant chi erupted outward like a phoenix clawing its way across the sky, fueled by mortified vengeance. Wu Min's eyes widened. FWO. The air screamed as Fang Mei slashed downward, a wave of fiery sword chi tearing across the platform. Wu Min barely managed to retreat with a blast of her own chi, slipping backward at the last second. Boom, the stage cracked. Not dented, not scorched. Half the stage was gone, the tiles were gone. A whole crescent chunk of marble platform now floated lazily as rubble. Wu Min landed on the edge of what remained, eyes huge. You're not mid-stage. That's late-stage chi transformation, she shouted as she steadied herself from the aftermath. Fang Mei slowly raised her head, her expression composed, except for the twitch in her brow and the bright red still painting her cheeks. The crowd was dead silent. Someone in the stands gulped audibly. Wu Min gulped louder. Fang Mei blinked once, sheathed her sword with a soft click, and gave Wu Min a mild, deadly smile. I'll kill you, Wu Min exhaled slowly, her breath steady as a breeze through bamboo. She shifted her stance, planting her feet with precision, right hand forward, left drawn back near her waist like a coiled spring. A calm aura enveloped her. All right, she said, voice low but clear, I'm ready. Across from her, Fang Mei lifted her sword once more. Her eyes narrowed, lips parting as her spiritual energy surged. Torrent light sword first form, divine. PA, the slap came without warning. A ripple of sound echoed across the arena. Fang Mei vanished from her spot in a blur of motion, sent skidding back across the marble tiles. Her boots screeched against the ground until she landed near the far edge, knees bent, sword gripped firmly in her hands. The air still hummed with the leftover force of the mirage slap. Fang Mei remained composed. Her eyes met Wu Min's across the stage. Her voice was even, you're strong. Then Wu Min stepped forward, lowering her stance slightly as chi gathered around her fingers like silk threading through the air. Mid-stage chi transformation against late stage, she said, her tone teasing but focused. You think that's enough to decide the outcome? She smirked and brought her arms back into the ready position, aura flaring like a quiet blaze. Think again. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Mei's eyes flashed. With no further words, she pushed off the ground. Swift step footwork. Under her control, she moved like lightning cloaked in silk. She vanished in a blur, the ground cracking faintly beneath her as her momentum surged forward. One step, two steps, each one tighter and faster than the last, barely visible to the untrained eye. A streak of silver and scarlet swept across the stage, her sword raised, burning with residual flame from the earlier exchange. Wind howled in her wake, spinning her long sleeves like battle flags. Wu Min's gaze tracked her calmly. Fast she muttered and then bent backward with impossible grace, letting Fang Mei's sword skim past a hair's breadth from her nose. Fang Mei twisted in midair, landing low and sliding to the side, skidding in an arc before rebounding again. She spun, blade gleaming. Tyrant light sword first form, divine line. This time she got the words out. Her sword erupted with a focused beam of light, pure and piercing, tearing through the air in a straight shot toward Wu Min. Wu Min leaned into the movement, spiritual energy weaving around her limbs as she snapped her arms wide. Tiger Mirage Step, an evasive technique of the Wu clan. She shimmered once, twice, and reappeared at Fang Mei's flank, palm already cocked back. "Let's see how many of those forms you've got," she whispered playfully. And launched another slap. Clang, Fang Mei's sword snapped up in a clean, practiced arc, not to slash but to parry. Palm met steel and a shockwave cracked through the air like thunder. Fang Mei parried the slap. Steel met palm with a sharp crack that echoed across the arena. Wu Min's eyes widened. "You blocked it." Fang Mei didn't answer. Her stance held firm, knees slightly bent, sword trembling faintly from the force of the impact, but she stood her ground. Cheeks still tinged red from earlier embarrassment, she managed a tight grin. "I'm not letting you slap me twice." A ripple of laughter traveled through the crowd, but Wu Min's expression only grew more focused. She stepped back, one foot sliding softly against the polished marble. "It's rare," she murmured. "Only 2 people have ever seen through our clan's mirage slap technique." Her gaze narrowed, the wind catching her sleeves like battle flags. The other one was Fang Yuan. Before Fang Mei could respond, Wu Min blurred into motion. 5 elements fist. Her right fist lit up like a forge, flame danced around her thumb knuckle, wind spiraled along her index, and earth crystallized along her middle fingers. The punch chain that followed was a masterwork of elemental fusion, fiery jabs, slicing gusts, pounding strikes that thundered with stone. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Mei's blade blurred into motion, whirlwind arcs of silver light. Each swing was exact, controlled. Not just parrying the blows, dispersing their elemental fury. A flaming strike crashed against the sword's flat and fizzled out. A wind-infused punch curved around her shoulder, only to be cut down mid-path. An earth-clad strike smashed the floor beneath her, cracking marble, but she slid with the shockwave, absorbing the momentum instead of resisting it. The crowd collectively leaned forward, gasping. "She's keeping up." She blocked the mirage slap, and now this. Wu Min's breath caught, not from fatigue, but from sheer delight. "You're not like the others," she murmured, a slow, thrilled grin forming on her lips. "This just got interesting." Fang Mei exhaled lightly, her eyes shining with battle-fueled clarity. "You call that interesting?" She twisted her wrist, blade pointed skyward as it began to glow. "Then let's take it up a notch." Turret light sword second form, star form. Her sword pulsed, and 3 brilliant arcs of light erupted from the blade. But these weren't mere beams, they were arcing, intelligent, slicing through the air with curved trajectories. One sword from above like a falling comet, 2 more came in from opposing sides, spiraling and tightening their angle like predator hawks in formation. Wu Min's pupils shrank. That wasn't just swordplay, it was suppressive force. The kind that could level a stage. It felt like a golden core cultivator's pressure, but she didn't retreat. Her arms glowed with fiery runes, clan final style. Her hands slashed through the air, drawing out a luminous symbol. 2 ethereal tigers, wrought from roaring wind and orange gold, chi burst from her arms, charging forward with furious howls. The beams and tigers collided midair. Boo! A deafening burst of light and force tore across the stage. Wind howled outward in a giant ring-shaped shockwave, slamming into the barriers. Dust and marble shards rose into a dense mist. A dome of light formed, then slowly peeled away like a melting lotus. Silence followed, and then they saw the silhouettes, both girls still standing. Fang Mei's hair was a little frazzled, the hem of her robe scorched. A cut traced her left sleeve. Her breathing was calm but heavier. Wu Min wiped a trickle of blood from her lip. One gauntlet cracked, and her stance was slightly crooked, but her eyes gleamed like twin stars, both smiling. Fang Mei rolled her shoulder. Wu Min cracked her knuckles. "I like you," she said at last, grinning like a tiger discovering a worthy rival. Meanwhile, up at the viewing booths, a ripple of silence swept through the 5 family heads. Fang Chen blinked once, then again. His brows twitched. "Third form, but she hasn't even perfected the second yet. How did she?" His jaw tightened. How did she learn the 3rd form without mastering the 2nd? That's supposed to be impossible. Wu Shun on the side stiffened, his fan pausing mid-flutter. "Another one. The Fang clan has another monster who can counter the Wu techniques." Zhao Ling leaned forward, brows creasing. "Late-stage chi transformation. That girl was mid-stage chi condensation during Fang Head's 30th birthday. Did they all eat some divine herb recently?" He Song's expression soured, his fingers drumming on the armrest. The Fang Juniors were supposed to be slow-witted and safe to ignore. So where the hell are all these monsters coming from? And Matriarch Lin? She simply raised her teacup, a faint smile playing at her lips as she continued sipping with delight. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Fang Tian stared hard, fists clenched behind his back. Down on the arena floor, Fang Mei stood tall amid the fading echoes of her battle. Her hair was tousled, her robes dusted with ash. Internally, he whispered, "You can do it, Fang Mei. You can do it." A quiet scoff echoed in his mind. "Look at you," came Qin Shi Huang's voice from within the ring around his neck. "Why don't you just shout it out for her to hear, instead of whispering like she can read your mind the way I do?" Fang Tian didn't respond at first. Then, "Master, I don't suppose she'd lose this match, right?" No, she'll definitely win, the ancient spirit murmured, voice unexpectedly serious. From what I've noticed every time you are with her, this Fang Mei is beyond impressive. Majestic, even, but there's something that's been holding her back. Fang Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he watched the fight unfold. Fang Mei's every step clean and calculated, even as she clashed again with Wu Min. Then Qin Shi Huang muttered something else quieter but heavier. Oh right, yes, she appears to have the thousand poison physique. Fang Tian's eyes widened. Thousand poison physique. What is that? It is a rare and difficult physique. Honestly, it's rare to even find one in the mortal realm. This physique, if nurtured to completion, it can evolve into the myriad poison physique, which can grant complete immunity to all types of poison, and even the ability to refine toxins into energy. But as of right now. Fang Tian's gaze remained on the battle as Fang Mei's sword glowed as she launched another tyrant-light sword first form, Divine Line, the beam streaking across the stage like a bolt of righteous fury. Wu Min barely dodged, the marble floor cracking beneath her retreat. Right now, Qin Shi Huang continued, his voice low and steady. That latent physique is likely doing more harm than good. It's absorbing her qi, restraining her potential, and I doubt she even knows the reason why. Fang Tian's gaze sharpened, the weight in his chest growing heavier with each word. He lowered his eyes to the ring on his finger, the ancient artifact gleaming faintly under the sunlight, its warmth deceptive. Just like what you've been doing to me. Ever since I was young, the spirit gave a short, amused chuckle. Oh please, take that up with your elder brother. He's the one who placed the ring around your neck as a form of necklace during your 5th birthday. If he didn't, you would have soared. Something snapped in Fang Tian's chest when he heard the full. His grip tightened, knuckles whitening. Oh, so now it's his fault. He hissed under his breath, voice sharp with emotion. My parents died when he was barely an adult. That ring was the only thing they left behind. He gave it to me so I'd have something, so I'd always remember them, that they were still with me even. He stopped, but it was too late. The words had already slipped past his lips, not as a thought, but aloud. Silence fell, heavy and stretching. Then, after a moment, a cautious voice broke through the stillness. Senior brother, are you all right? Fang Rui asked, her tone careful, almost hesitant. Fang Tian blinked, the heat behind his eyes vanishing beneath a practiced, easy smile. He rubbed the back of his neck. Ah, sorry, just a bad memory slipped out. Nothing serious. At his side, Fang Bo and Fang Yang exchanged a glance but said nothing. The silence between them spoke volumes. Inside, Fang Tian's heart thudded. Damn it. He kept his gaze fixed on the stage, unwilling to say more to them. You may be my master, he thought to the spirit, but I won't allow even a whisper of blasphemy against my brother. He's carried enough burdens for a dozen lifetimes. The spirit in the ring fell quiet, whether in agreement, respect, or something else entirely. Fang Tian couldn't tell, and maybe he didn't want to, and then. Well, the old spirit spoke into his head. Once this fight is over, you should probably ask her out on a date. Fang Tian blinked, deadpan. Master. What, she's strong, beautiful, and if you help her awaken that physique, she'll be even stronger. That's what I call marriage potential. Besides, she loves you too. Fang Tian sighed. Back on stage, the tension snapped like a taut string. Fang Mei's blade shimmered as she raised it high, her voice clear and resonant across the arena. Turret light sword second form, star form. With a powerful downward slash, 4 blazing arcs of radiant swordlight tore through the sky, spiraling, converging like heavenly meteors locked onto their target. The very air shimmered beneath their descent. Up in the viewing booth, the Fang family members jolted forward in their seats. Their focus had shifted. The murmurs faded. No longer were they speaking of her realm, her physique, or who she might become. All eyes now tracked the glowing lines streaking down from the heavens. 4 lines, Fang Yang whispered. Not yet 5, but enough, Fang Rui added. It's more than enough, Fang Bo murmured, voice tight with awe. Those 4 radiant beams, drawn from the technique perfected by their clan head, now wielded with her own nuance and force rained down upon the prodigy of the Wu clan. Even Wu Min looked up, face bathed in the golden light. For a moment she didn't dodge, she didn't block, she simply smiled. What a drag, she muttered under her breath, not in frustration, but in admiration. Then at the last moment she moved. Her stance deepened. She crossed her arms in a guarded X in front of her chest, feet braced wide as she absorbed the brunt of the impact. Boom, a blinding burst of force slammed into her like a divine hammer. Her form was thrown into the air, trailing sparks and dust until she landed, skidding past the outer ring. Out of bounds, silence. Then. The crowd erupted, cheers exploded like fireworks. The Fang family side of the stand surged to their feet, roaring with pride. Fang Bo, Fang Yang, and Fang Rui leapt from their seats, fists clenched in elation. Down in the corner of the arena stands, where the younger generation of the Fang clan gathered, the air was thick with celebration. Boys and girls shouted Fang Mei's name with tearful joy, voices hoarse and proud. Young elder, that's OUR elder MEI. Wu Min, lying just beyond the edge of the platform, sat up slowly. Her robes were singed, her arms slightly trembling from the final clash, but her smile remained. She dusted herself off and rose to her feet with quiet grace. Then she turned toward Fang Mei and gave a deep warrior's bow. Fang Mei blinked in surprise, then returned the bow with equal respect. A duel had ended, but a rivalry had just begun. Meanwhile, back at the Fang family estate. Deep within the serene chambers of the Phoenix Soul Pavilion, Fang Yuan sat behind a wide, immaculately carved desk, one hand flipping through scrolls, the other absently sipping spirit tea that had long gone cold. He was surrounded by a mountain of documents, each stamped with crimson seals of varying urgency, until his hand paused. A scroll with a black wax seal caught his eye. Fang Yuan cracked it open, and his casual smile stiffened slightly. Citing report, location, northern region, bordering the dark forest. Threat level, high. Suspected creature nascent soul level, Saberfang tooth monster. Fang Yuan froze. Saberfang, he murmured. The image of a massive, fanged beast roared back into his mind, its jagged silhouette echoing from memory from that cave from that night. He leaned back slowly, eyes narrowing. That's the same type I fought back then. Then almost to himself he muttered, could there be another hollow yeklo grass near it? A beat of silence. He turned his gaze toward the towering stack of scrolls on the desk, filled with clan logistics, cultivation assignments, and resource management. Then he smiled, slowly, like a fox deciding on a second helping of chickens. I'm sure Uncle won't mind handling another 2 or 3 months of paperwork. He giggled, oh yes, giggled as he rolled up the scroll and slipped it into his sleeve. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. After that, a day passed. During that period of time, Fang Yuan was already deep into the northern regions, trekking across the frost-bitten wilderness with his robes hidden beneath a thick cloak. Though the landscape was hostile, his steps were light, carefree even. Currently Fengray City, a border town of modest size and sharp paranoia. The banners of the Gu household fluttered on every street, their symbol, an orchid carved onto armor, lanterns, and even the side of the local well. He was currently disguised as a wandering middle-aged cultivator, complete with a slightly hunched posture, fake mustache, and a bulked-up frame hidden beneath padded robes. Fang Yuan had blended in almost too well. He didn't look like a mere passerby. He actually looked like trouble. And right now, Fang Yuan sat in a smoky little inn tucked between 2 weathered guard posts, a shallow lantern flickering overhead. The scent of stewed pork and toasted herbs hung thick in the air. In front of him, a fresh bowl of pork stew steamed invitingly, fat glistening on the surface, the broth rich and dark from hours of simmering bone and spice. He lifted a piece of meat with his chopsticks, bit in slowly, tender, juicy, the kind of flavor that clung to your tongue and made your soul sigh in relief. Now this is what I call living, he murmured to no one in particular, savoring the bite with the exaggerated bliss of a man who looked like he hadn't tasted decent food in weeks. Beside him, 10 empty bowls, neatly stacked like trophies. The low murmur of conversation had shifted, angled toward him like the drift of smoke. From one corner table, a thin man whispered behind his sleeve. Who is that guy? Dunno, came the answer from his friend, eyes darting nervously. But judging by the sword on his back, probably a cultivator. A pause. Then from another table, a woman hissed quietly, tugging her friend's sleeve. Hush, cultivators have sharp ears. He might hear us. Someone scoffed, voice barely above breath. Acting so high and mighty, scamming mortals like us just to survive. But before the words could hang too long in the air, an elder man smacked the speaker upside the head. Idiot, keep your voice down. You want your house burned down. The room tensed briefly, then resumed pretending not to stare. All eyes shifted again toward the lone man at the center table, still chewing calmly, still eating like he hadn't heard a thing. Fang Yuan let the flavor melt on his tongue, then reached for his tea. His ears, of course, had caught everything, every slight, every whisper of pity for the poor innkeeper, every assumption that he would vanish without paying a coin. He slurped the broth thoughtfully, then with a jolly tone that cut across the quiet, he called out, "Innkeeper, another bowl, if you please." The room went still. The innkeeper, half trembling, half resigned, peeked from behind the kitchen screen. His lips parted, maybe to ask for payment, maybe to plead mercy. But Fang Yuan simply smiled and tapped his chopsticks against the rim of the bowl, a steady clink-clink that echoed faintly through the smoky room. The innkeeper had begun serving him out of fear, then out of doubt, and now just pure desperation. From behind the kitchen screen, the man clutched an empty meat basket with both hands, fingers trembling as he leaned toward the nearest servant boy. "He's on his 14th bowl," he whispered, pale as flour. "At this rate, I'm going to die." His hands fumbled at his waist pouch. He shoved a handful of silver coins, 10 of them, into the servant's hands. "Take this. Go call the village guards. Hurry." The servant's eyes widened, but he nodded and darted out the back door without a word. The innkeeper then took a deep breath, forced the corners of his mouth up into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, and stepped back into the dining room with another steaming bowl in hand. His footsteps hesitant, his courtesy stiff and forced. "Second helping, sir," he said, bowing stiffly as he set the bowl down in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't need to read minds to know what was going on, but he didn't mind either. He had noticed the unease, the sweat at the man's temples. The smile just a little too tight, but hey, he was hungry, and he was going to pay, so why should he worry? He lifted another slice of pork, bit down with visible pleasure, and let out a long, satisfied hum. Ah, heaven in a bowl, the innkeeper laughed nervously, but his fingers, clenched tightly behind his back, told a different story. Soon after, armored boots clanked outside. The Gu family patrol had been summoned. A few moments later, a figure stepped in. One of the local Gu guards, tall, ironclad, and clearly annoyed, walked toward Fang Yuan's table, his expression unreadable but edged with suspicion. He cleared his throat. Young man. Fang Yuan didn't even look up. He scooped another chunk of meat into his mouth, eyes closed in bliss, and muttered through the bite, "Can't you leave an old man to his own meal?" The Gu guard paused, visibly thrown off by the low, rumbling voice and the sheer bulk of the so-called old man in front of him. "You've eaten half a month's worth of stock." Fang Yuan nodded solemnly, licking his chopsticks. "It's cold out there. I need the fat, vital for bones." The guard narrowed his eyes. "You're not from Fengray." "I'm not from anywhere," Fang Yuan said, voice low and bored, "but I've left plenty of places behind." "Mind telling me your name?" Fang Yuan opened one eye. "No," he said simply, then sipped his soup with exaggerated slowness. The room tensed. A few other customers stopped chewing. The Gu guard's brow twitched. Outside, the patrol squad was slowly circling the building. Inside, the tension had begun to rise like the steam from Fang Yuan's last bowl. He licked the edge of the chopsticks and smiled. Fang Yuan then set his chopsticks down and leaned back with a satisfied sigh, patting his belly like a lazy tiger after a hunt. And then he raised his voice. "Innkeeper. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." The old innkeeper peeked past the iron shoulder of a Gu guard, lips pale, eyes wide with the dread. Fang Yuan didn't even glance at him. He reached calmly into his robe. Clink, clink, clink. 10 gold coins dropped onto the table with a soft, deliberate jingle. The sound landed heavier than thunder in the dead quiet room. Fang Yuan offered a warm, measured smile. "Old man, that was the best meal I've had in years. I'll come back again sometime." Silence. You could hear a chopstick drop. 10 gold coins, enough to buy the entire inn along with the servants. Twice. The innkeeper's jaw worked soundlessly before he stumbled forward, legs half collapsing with every step. He swept the gold off the table, eyes glistening, shoulders shaking from the weight of his good fortune, and then disappeared into the back room, weeping tears of gratitude. The Gu guards remained rooted in place, processing what they had just seen. One of them finally muttered, "Who even pays like that?" The squad leader exhaled and straightened. His expression returned to neutral, but not without effort. "Come with us. The captain may want a word." Fang Yuan rose with deliberate ease, brushing a few pork crumbs from his sleeve. His movements were neither hurried nor tense. He looked around once, taking in the stunned-in guests and the now empty table beside him. He tipped his head slightly, a polite gesture, not mocking, not boastful. "Well then, let's not keep the captain waiting." The guards stepped aside to let him through, their armor clinking with every motion. Outside, 2 more patrolmen joined the formation, their boots thudding against the stone as they surrounded him. The city streets were starting to dim as dusk approached. Lanterns flickered to life in shuttered windows, and the cool wind carried the scent of incense and roasted chestnuts. But most eyes turned toward the strange scene, Gu soldiers escorting a bulky, gray-haired wanderer through the town center like a suspect or a celebrity. Whispers followed. Some guessed he was a wanted criminal. Others swore they had seen a noble who dressed like that just to go out. Fang Yuan, however, moved like none of it mattered. Hands folded behind his back, expression unreadable, eyes soft and half-lidded. He seemed like a man on a stroll through his own courtyard. The lead guard finally broke the silence. "You're not worried." Fang Yuan didn't bother turning his head. He simply replied, "Should I be?" The man blinked as if the answer unsettled him more than any bravado might have. He said nothing more, but the tension shifted, subtly. A few guards edged closer, too close for safety, too far for comfort. Their posture changed, less formal, more poised. Not yet hostile, but not neutral anymore. Then came the turn, a literal one. Instead of continuing toward the central barracks, the guards suddenly veered off, left, into a narrow alley between 2 soot-streaked smithies long since abandoned. The temperature dipped noticeably in the confined space. Moss clung to damp stone, and the faint scent of oil and rust lingered in the air. Fang Yuan stepped into the alley without comment, eyes flicking briefly toward a crooked gutter above. He seemed more intrigued by a sleeping cat on a roof beam than the shifting footfalls behind him. Then, clang. The harsh scrape of metal leaving sheaths shattered the quiet. He turned slowly. All 6 guards now had blades drawn. Their once civil faces had twisted into thin smirks and narrow eyes, greedy, sharp. They weren't soldiers anymore. They were scavengers who thought they had found a plump, clueless pig walking straight into their trap. Fang Yuan exhaled softly, not surprised, not afraid, just disappointed. "You could have at least waited until I finished the broth." The lead patrolman shook his head slowly, feigning patience, though his fingers were already curling tighter around his sword hilt. "Listen here, you and us. Why don't we settle this in a peaceful manner?" Fang Yuan tilted his head slightly, the faint smile on his face never quite reaching his eyes. Go on, he said smoothly, voice light and unhurried. I'm all ears. But the smile, calm, unconcerned, irked them more than a snarl ever could. One of the younger guards scowled. You paid 10 gold coins for a meal. He sneered, that's suspicious. No sane man tosses that kind of gold unless it's fake. Another stepped forward, voice low and oily. So be smart, old man. Hand over the rest of your gold. Let us check if it's real. Fang Yuan's eyes flicked over the speaker lazily, then back to the lead patrol. Interesting. I wasn't aware local guards were also part of the regional treasury inspection office. The men didn't like that. The smiles dropped and the pretense cracked. The lead patrolman's expression sharpened like a rusted blade, all patience gone. You think this is a joke? He muttered, stepping closer. His breath smelled faintly of dry herbs and wine. How about you hand over the rest, nicely, and we won't have to gut you, and toss your body into the tannery runoff. The others chuckled under their breath, spreading out in the narrow alley. They were like dogs trying to corner a deer they didn't realize was actually a tiger. Fang Yuan didn't move, nor did he blink. But his senses spread out, brushing the walls, counting the shadows. A silent, almost casual sweep of the surroundings. Not because of them. They were ants, chi condensation at best, strong among mortals, sure, but... Are you kidding me? At half-step hollow spirit realm, his spiritual power could flatten all 6 of them with a flick of his sleeve. He wasn't worried about the blades in their hands. He was wondering what was behind this little setup, or who was watching. His smile faded just slightly, replaced by a cool neutrality. His hand casually dropped to the hilt of his blade, not as a threat, but as habit, like a noble resting a fan. Fang Yuan then stared back at them. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan stared at them for a long moment, then he smiled. It wasn't cruel, but wasn't a smug either. It was warm, friendly, and most pitying, and somehow that was worse. Ah, this is awkward, he said lightly, rubbing his jaw. The patrolman tensed. I had this whole low-profile thing going on, he continued, as if they weren't drawing closer. You know, entering cultivator, mysterious drifter, hiding my cultivation base. Classic stuff. The younger guard snapped, voice sharp and shaken, shut up and dropped the gold. But Fang Yuan didn't even flinch. He just kept talking, fingers tugging at his fake mustache. Look at this thing, scratchy as hell. It's been killing me all day. With a soft pop, he peeled the mustache off, revealing a youthful, clean-cut face beneath, still smiling. The lead guard blinked. Wah. He never finished the word. Boom. Not an explosion, just the sound of displaced air, of a body moving faster than their eyes could track. Fang Yuan blurred, a flicker, gone from where he stood, and then crack. He reappeared behind the tallest guard, who froze mid-swing. His arm hung at an impossible angle, blade slipping from nerveless fingers. He crumpled like a puppet with its strings cut, already unconscious before his face hit the ground. Another guard lunged, teeth bared only to stop short as a single finger tapped gently against his forehead. That was all, a whisper of contact, but his eyes rolled back. He dropped like a sack of stones, a soft thud echoing in the alley. Fang Yuan exhaled softly and turned. 2 more remained. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They tried to run. They didn't make it past 2 steps. A streak of motion, barely seen, 2 dull strikes, precise and silent. They hit the wall first, then the ground. Out cold, Fang Yuan stood alone, adjusting his sleeves like he'd just stretched after a long meal. The alley fell silent, save for the slow drip of water from a broken pipe above. Fang Yuan dusted off his sleeves, looking mildly disappointed. I was hoping to finish my pork in peace. He looked down at the 4 unconscious men. You'd think Gu family soldiers would be better trained than this, or at least know how to check someone's soul depth. He turned on his heel, walking back out into the open street, the mustache still in his hand. Guess I'll need a new disguise. And just like that, he vanished into the crowd once more. Once the last echo of Fang Yuan's steps faded into the street, silence returned to the alley. Then soft footsteps echoed from the far end. A girl stepped into view. She paused at the sight of the 4 Gu guards sprawled across the ground, their limbs twisted awkwardly, blades scattered. Phew. He was strong, she muttered under her breath, eyes flicking over the scene. Then hesitantly she approached. She knelt beside the nearest one, pressing 2 fingers to his neck, a pulse, faint but steady. She checked the others, each one still breathing, but she didn't sigh in relief. Instead, her gaze slowly lifted, scanning the alley, and then stopped. Her eyes landed on a large rock by the wall, half buried in the shadows, rough, heavy. She stared at it, swallowed hard. Her heart thundered in her chest. No. You really going to do it? The question whispered through her mind like a cold wind. But then another voice, sharp and furious, cut through. Why shouldn't she? They assaulted her, toyed with her, killed her only child, her little girl, her baby. Her fingers curled into fists. They deserve worse than death. Her breath hitched, sweat beaded at her brow. But is this the right path? Yes. Revenge is the only path left. You said you'd avenge her, didn't you? You swore it on her grave, so what are you waiting for? Her feet moved on their own. Step by step, she crossed the alley and stopped before the rock. She crouched. Her hands trembled as they touched the rough surface. Cold, damp, heavy. She wrapped her fingers around its base, tightened her grip, lifted. The The rock groaned in protest, as if aware of what was to come, but her resolve was louder. She rose slowly, arms straining, eyes burning with pain and memory. Her movements were slow not out of hesitation, but from sheer effort. The rock was heavy, awkward, its jagged weight biting into her palms with every step. And yet she carried it forward, toward the nearest guard. He lay there, face slack, breathing soft, peaceful as if merely sleeping, but she knew better. She stopped beside him. Her shadow loomed over his body. Her arms trembled, not from fear, but from strain, muscles crying, begging her to let go. But she didn't, not yet. With a choked breath, she lifted the rock higher. The weight of the past bore down harder than the stone ever could. She saw flashes behind her eyes, her daughter's tiny hands, the blood, the laughter of these men when she begged. And then she brought it down. Crack. The sound echoed off the alley walls, a wet, sickening crunch. Blood sprayed. She staggered back, gasping. Her hands trembled violently as the rock rolled from her fingers. She stared. The man's skull had caved in, unrecognizable now. Her breath came in short, panicked bursts. The first life she had ever taken. Her stomach twisted. She nearly fell to her knees. But then the tears came, silent, hot, endless, and with them came the memories, the tiny grave. The silence of the night it all ended, the captain's sneer, the guard's laughter, her daughter's cold hands in hers. I'll never forget, I'll never forgive. She grit her teeth. Her hands moved on their own, back to the rock. Blood clung to it like it remembered too. Her body screamed. Her arms barely obeyed, but her grief screamed louder. So she picked it up again, this time without hesitation. She turned to the next one. She would not stop now, not until every breath stolen from her child was paid for, one shattered skull at a time, not until silence greeted every body. Just like the night they took her child. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. The jagged line where civilization ended and the dark forest began loomed ahead. Towering trees stretched endlessly toward the heavens, their thick canopies so dense that not a single ray of sunlight could pierce through. The forest floor lay in perpetual shadow, shrouded in an eerie twilight no matter the hour. Locals even called the dark forest the night forest, a place where day never quite arrived, and the darkness seemed to breathe with secrets of its own. Fang Yuan arrived at the forest's edge, no longer dressed as an old rogue or wandering elder. Today he wore the guise of a young master, arrogant, refined, and unmistakably noble. A long flowing robe of deep sapphire trimmed with silver cloud patterns wrapped around his lean form, the fabric whispering with every step. His dark hair was swept back into a high, elegant knot secured by a jade pin, from which a silver tassel swayed with practiced grace. At his waist hung a folding fan, painted with a black dragon winding between plum blossoms, half open in his hand more for show than use. A thin, deliberate sword scar traced one cheek, not deep enough to disfigure, but just enough to make him look experienced and dashing. His boots were spotless, his expression serene yet vaguely bored, and the faint scent of sandalwood clung to him like confidence. In short, he was the picture of every self-satisfied, dangerously competent young master the world both admired and feared. He adjusted his collar and exhaled softly. Well, I'm sure I'll be able to scare others away with this facade of mine. Just as he took a step forward, a voice chimed from behind. Going in there alone, young master. Fang Yuan glanced over his shoulder. A girl in a red dress approached with the sway of someone who knew exactly how to catch a man's eye. Hair pinned up with cheap gemstone clips, perfume strong enough to mask the smell of copper from her last client. She pressed closer, lips curled into a practiced smile. You don't look like a local, or maybe you are just trying to be mysterious. But if you're looking to get lost in the woods, how about having a little fun first? Only a copper coin for an hour. Fang Yuan stared at her for a breath too long, then smiled, all charm and mock consideration. You are tempting. He reached into his sleeve and flipped a gold coin into the air. She caught it without looking, fingers graceful, practiced. Fang Yuan leaned in slightly, just enough to make it look conspiratorial. I'll come back for you, but later. His voice was low, smooth, and almost sincere. Then he turned without waiting for her reply and strode straight into the forest. The moment his figure disappeared beyond the first curtain of fog and shadow, the girl's smile vanished. Her shoulders slumped. Her gaze sharpened. And she clicked her tongue. What a fool. I hope you just die there. She pocketed the coin without looking at it and turned away, disappearing into the side trail with practiced ease, blending into the outskirts of the city. The trees swallowed Fang Yuan whole. No trace of his presence remained. Only the whispers of wind and the knowledge that no sane man should ever enter the dark forest alone, especially not without proper preparations. In the meantime, the girl returned to the city's edge with a confident sway in her step, red dress catching the breeze like a banner. She moved quickly, but not suspiciously, as if she was just another beauty with somewhere to be. At the checkpoint near the outer watchtower, a Gu family guard leaned lazily against a stone pillar, half dozing. She sauntered up to the guard post, hips swaying with calculated ease. Hey, she said with a soft, teasing lilt, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Her voice was just loud enough to tug at the nearest guard's attention. I've got information. The guard leaned slightly forward, eyeing her with casual interest. What kind of information about the dark forest? His expression sharpened. How much? 20 silvers, she said smoothly as if it were the weather. He scoffed. That's robbery. 5. She rolled her eyes. 15. That's already low. The guard folded his arms, thinking, eyes flicking across her face, then her dress, then back again. He clicked his tongue. Fine. 10. Split the middle. She blinked in mock surprise, then smiled. Yes, yes, deal. She leaned in slightly, voice dropping just a bit. A young cultivator wandered into the dark forest. Alone, just a few minutes ago. The guard straightened at that, frown tightening. Alone? She nodded, her tone more serious now. Could be nothing. But you lot like to know these things, don't you? The man grunted and scratched his head. He eyed her up and down with a little too much interest. Before he could finish, she cut him off with a bright laugh, empty, pointed. Sorry, darling, I have business with your captain. The man froze, eyes widening ever so slightly. He immediately backed up a half step, then fumbled at his waist pouch. He pulled out 10 silver coins and offered them like a nervous schoolboy. For the info, he mumbled, "Why, you can go." She smiled sweetly, plucked the coins from his hand, and walked past him without another word. There was, of course, no business with the captain. She had just wanted the soldier to shut up, and 10 silver was a decent enough bonus for saying what she was going to say anyway. A few turns later, she reached a quieter street nestled between the southern merchant rows. The market was still lively, full of shouting stall owners and dusty carts. She bought a bundle of vegetables, some dried mushrooms, and a small pouch of marinated meat. Her hands worked quickly, casually haggling down prices. As she walked away, her hips still swaying, a subtle smirk played at her lips. She reached into her sleeve and pulled out the coin Fang Yuan had casually tossed her earlier, more as an afterthought than a gift. It was still warm from where it had nestled against her skin. She glanced down at it with idle curiosity, ready to tuck it into her purse with the others. Then she froze. The light hit the coin's edge just right, revealing a gleam that no copper coin could ever give off. Her brow furrowed as she turned it between her fingers. The coin wasn't dull nor weathered. It was rich, heavy, and in fact gleaming. Gold. Her eyes widened, her breath hitched. Wait, what? She held it up higher, squinting in disbelief. That idiot. He'd thrown her a gold coin. Her fingers trembled slightly as she stared at it, as if it might vanish the moment she blinked. She could buy a whole wagon of vegetables with this, or pay rent for half a year. Or bribe her way out of 3 lifetimes worth of trouble. Her steps slowed to a halt. Then softly, barely a whisper, she muttered, "That clown," but her grip on the coin tightened, and this time her smirk wasn't for show. Hopefully you get what you are aiming for her out alive. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Deep within the dark forest, the trees loomed taller, darker here, their gnarled roots twisting like the bones of buried giants. Even the air began to feel denser. Fang Yuan moved without haste, his youthful face serene, hands tucked behind his back as he stepped over mossy stones and ducked under low-hanging vines. He looked more like a scholar on a countryside stroll than someone wandering into one of the deadliest places in the north. Then he stopped. His gaze narrowed slightly. A pair of amber eyes blinked from the shadows ahead. From the underbrush slithered a massive serpent, its body the width of a carriage wheel, covered in lustrous scales that shimmered like wet obsidian. Its head rose above the grass with elegant lethality, tongue flickering lazily as it regarded him. A golden core realm beast, no doubt, its aura oppressive like a vice pressing on the lungs. Fang Yuan tilted his head. Oh, it's already at the peak of golden core. The snake hissed, coiling slightly. Good, he murmured. Let's use this one to test my moves properly then. He raised a single hand and exhaled slowly. Golden shell armor, first form, cowardice. A soft shimmer of light bloomed around him, and in the next breath, a radiant barrier snapped into place, tight, seamless, and golden. It wasn't ornate, nor was it jagged or dramatic like so many other defensive techniques. It simply was. A perfect dome of spiritual energy encased him, smooth and reflective, like an egg forged from sunlight or a turtle shell crafted by the heavens themselves. Elegant, efficient, and absolute. And yet, even as the shell held firm, a faint flicker rippled across its surface. It was the drain, very constant but subtle. This form was too steep for prolonged use. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes behind the barrier, and the snake's eyes also narrowed. Then it struck. With blinding speed, its jaw unhinged, fangs glowing with poison as it slammed forward with a sonic crack, aiming straight for Fang Yuan's chest. Boom! Its fangs collided with the golden dome and bounced off. The force of the impact shattered trees around them, but the golden shell merely shimmered, absorbing the strike like water absorbs a pebble. Inside, Fang Yuan hadn't budged an inch. Not bad for a golden core serpent, he said casually. The serpent hissed louder now, clearly agitated. Go on, Fang Yuan said cheerfully, try again. I'll stand here. The snake coiled tighter, preparing for another strike, and inside his golden dome, Fang Yuan grinned. The snake reared back, tongue flicking furiously. Its pride was wounded. It had struck with all the power of a peak golden core beast and got nothing for its efforts. But it wasn't done. With a furious hiss, it lunged again, its muscles coiling like iron cables as it launched forward. This time, venom laced its fangs and its speed doubled. The strike came like a lightning bolt. Crack, fangs slammed into the golden shell once more, but this time, Fang Yuan moved. His fingers curled in a subtle, spiraling gesture. His voice rang out, light and playful. Golden shell armor fourth form, take back what's yours. A ripple of energy surged through the dome. The shell shuddered, absorbing the snake's strike like a sponge taking in water and then rebounded, not forward but inward. An echo of the snake's own ferocity was flung back at it, compressed and redirected through the shell's mirrored surface. Bang, the serpent was blasted backward, hissing in shock as its body slammed against a thick tree trunk, cracking the bark. It slithered wildly, dazed. Fang Yuan let out a satisfied tusk as he dusted off debris from his shoulder. That was supposed to return triple the damage you just gave me. He paused, frowning at his palm. Guess it's still incomplete. Only managed a one-fold rebound. The snake twitched. It understood now. This wasn't just some wandering brat with a shiny technique. This was a monster who hadn't even shown his real strength. Fang Yuan smiled. Let's call it even for now. Next time you bite someone, make sure they aren't me. He turned leisurely, leaving the battered snake to contemplate its life decisions among broken roots and glowing moss. Then he strolled deeper into the forest, humming a cheerful tune. As Fang Yuan ventured deeper into the forest, he quickly understood why it was called the Dark Forest, or more ominously by the locals, the Night Forest. No light reached this place, not a single beam. The towering trees above stretched endlessly into the sky, their canopies woven so tightly that not even the faintest sliver of sunlight could pierce through. It was like walking beneath a blanket of ink, but for a cultivator like Fang Yuan, that was nothing. Night vision was the least of his gifts. Any half-decent cultivator could perceive their surroundings in darkness otherwise. How could they claim to stand above mortals? With a touch of chi funneled into his eyes, the pitch-black world around him lit up like noon. His senses expanded, sharp as blades. Eyes that saw through the dark, ears that caught the flap of distant wings, skin that tingled at the faintest shift in spiritual pressure. At his level, peak nascent soul, his body had evolved beyond human limits. A forest like this was little more than a quiet walk to him. As he walked, the wild stirred. Strange beasts peeked out from behind twisted roots and knotted branches, eyes glowing, claws twitching. But the moment they sensed him, felt the pulse of the chi in his veins, they fled. The apex predator had entered their home. Minutes bled into miles, the forest floor softened, each step releasing a wet suck of peat. Only then did the trees part and a swamp unfurled before him, sprawled out underfoot, miles wide and rimmed with thick reeds and eerie willows. Steam clung to the surface. A low, wet mist curled along the waters like living smoke. He stopped at the edge and studied it in silence. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Just then Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sensed movement ahead. It felt human, light-footed and unfamiliar. With practiced ease, he stepped back into the shadows of a massive root, his chi pulled tight around him like a second skin. Now he appeared to have disappeared completely from the spot. Through the thin veil of hanging moss he watched. A girl emerged, dressed in flowing pale robes, a cultivator, judging by the way her spiritual pressure flickered weakly around her. She wasn't strong. Early chi transformation at best, which should be dangerous for her to walk around here like this. She huffed as she gathered her skirt delicately and stepped into the swamp's edge, lifting the hem with annoyance more than caution. Stupid dad, stupid brother, she muttered, kicking at a patch of moss. I already told them I have someone I love. Can't they understand that? No, I don't want to marry the person you pick. Go to hell. Her grumbling continued as she trudged forward, the water sloshing softly around her calves. She wasn't afraid of her surroundings, just frustrated. Definitely a noble girl, one who'd run away from her engagement. Fang Yuan kept still, watching as she came to a sudden halt. Her eyes widened. There just ahead was a flower. It swayed gently on a thin stem above the murky water, petals glowing faintly with an otherworldly purple hue as though lit from within. Its beauty was unearthly, mesmerizing. The girl's gaze locked onto it, her breath catching in awe. She took a slow step forward. Fang Yuan's eyes didn't follow the flower. Instead, they drifted to the left. There, half buried in the swamp's edge, a faint bulge in the muck, a scale, a twitch, a viper's eye slitted in waiting. His fingers curled at his side. Typical, he murmured silently. Viper's seduction flower. It was a pretty lure and a deadly trap. Once you bent down to admire or grab the flower, the real viper would attack from behind as you let your guard down. The girl swooped in like a dancer mid-spin, robes fluttering as her hand snapped forward and plucked the glowing flower from the swamp's edge. In that exact moment, the viper struck. A blur of scaled muscle, fangs flashing with venom, jaws wide, but her legs didn't freeze. Bam! Her heel shot out with practiced precision, smashing into the viper's jaw mid-lunge. The creature's fangs snapped shut with a crack, blood and venom spraying into the swamp water as it was thrown aside with a guttural screech of pain. The beast writhed, stunned. She didn't even flinch. Standing there, one leg slightly raised, the flower in her grasp, she simply tilted her head and smiled faintly. Wow, she whispered, admiring the glow. It really is beautiful, as if she hadn't just crushed a venomous predator with her bare foot. From the shadows, Fang Yuan stared, the scene replaying 3 times in his head before his mind caught up. That kick, that timing, that chi control. His eyes narrowed, his pulse skipping a beat. A mid-stage nascent soul realm. What kind of spoiled runaway is this? He hadn't sensed it before. She was hiding her cultivation base. Well, exceptionally well. Fang Yuan exhaled slowly, expression unreadable. Looks like I'm not the only one out here trying to keep a low profile. Fang Yuan remained hidden, body still, breath shallow. His eyes tracked the girl's every movement as she stepped forward and casually grabbed the viper by the tail, dragging its twitching body behind her like a laundry sack. Even the heavens pity me by sending food, she muttered, almost mournful in tone, then sighed as if her life were one long soap opera. With an almost theatrical flourish, she plucked the glowing flower from her fingers and tucked it into her hair, pinning it above her ear. The subtle shimmer of the petals caught the faint light and only amplified her beauty, turning her from a swamp-stained rogue into something almost ethereal. And she was still completely unaware of the man in the shadows, watching like a hawk. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. She walked out of the waterlogged basin with light, annoyed steps, skirts dragging mud and filth. She looked down, visibly disgusted. What a mess. Without hesitation, she tore a strip off the hem of her skirt, wrapping it tightly around her hand like a glove. Then she sank her hand deep into the viper's gut, the wet sound of flesh parting making even Fang Yuan flinch internally. She worked quickly, cleanly. There was no hesitations, nor an act of nausea. A runaway young mistress and a field butcher. He raised an eyebrow. Seconds later, she pulled her hand free with a wet pop, holding high a glistening, purple-tinged orb that pulsed faintly with spiritual energy. A beast core, peak golden core realm, and in perfect condition. Fang Yuan blinked, silently impressed. Not only strong, but precise. She knew exactly where to dig. No damage to the core at all. Still crouched in the shadow of a twisted tree root, he rubbed his chin. Who is she, and more importantly, why does she look so familiar? He kept watching. This woman, clearly from a noble or powerful clan, wasn't just wandering blindly. Just then the girl's nose twitched. She sniffed the air once, twice, then stopped. Her posture shifted ever so slightly. Eyes narrowed, expression sharp. Fang Yuan felt a chill crawl up his spine. Crap, who goes there? She called out, her voice like silk laced with steel. In a fluid motion, a delicate hairpin appeared in her hand, summoned from her interspatial ring. Fang Yuan blinked from behind the tree root. A hairpin? Seriously, that's her weapon. He almost laughed, almost. Then, boom, a thunderous blast tore through the swamp a few meters to his right. Trees snapped, vines disintegrated, and light poured through the canopy in glowing shafts sunlight. She just cleared a path so hard the heavens let light through. His lips parted. He didn't even have time to comment. Her voice rang out again, calm, focused, heavenly timbre, first formwood explosions. And then, crack, boom, the tree he was hiding behind detonated, bark and splinters flying like shrapnel. Not just the tree. 3 others behind him erupted in a chain reaction, roots exploding from beneath, vines screaming as they were torn apart mid-air. The entire grove howled like a wounded beast. Fang Yuan was flung forward by the shockwave, boots skidding across the moist ground as he barely caught himself in a crouch. Leaves fluttered down around him like snow. He looked up slowly, dust in his hair, expression deadpan. The girl was standing there, hair slightly tousled, dress still stained, hairpin glowing faintly in her fingers. She stared right at him. Fang Yuan dusted himself off and muttered under his breath, "Yep, definitely trouble." She didn't attack again. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, brow furrowing as she stared hard at him through the settling dust and floating leaves. Her gaze swept over his figure, the casually tied hair, the loose black robes, the faint sword scar on his cheek. Her head tilted slightly, lips parting in uncertainty. Wait, a beat of silence, then her eyes widened. Fang Yuan. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan blinked, clearly startled. Do I know you? His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a measured step back, posture shifting subtly into a guarded stance. She didn't seem hostile, but that meant nothing. Her cultivation was high and her movements were swift. She could always attack anytime she feels like it. Still, that face, that voice, he'd remember if he ever encountered before. The girl giggled, a soft, melodic sound that fluttered in the air like petals on a breeze. You're joking, right? She said brightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. It's me. She tucked the hairpin delicately into her bun beside the flower, then dashed forward with open arms. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. Instinctively, he shifted his weight, one hand moving just slightly toward his sleeve. But the moment she closed the gap and wrapped her arms around him, he stilled. There was no malice nor any hint of killing intent. It was just warmth. Still, his body remained taut, every muscle coiled, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. She nestled against him for a moment, content, before looking up with bright, expectant eyes. Don't you remember me, Fang Yuan? His lips thinned into a line. Gently, he raised his hands and placed them on her shoulders, easing her away. I don't, he said quietly. Who are you? The light in her eyes dimmed. Her arms dropped to her sides and she stared at him, unblinking. You really don't. No, he answered flatly. Should I? For a heartbeat, she simply stood there. Then she exhaled, stepped back, and smoothed out her skirt with exaggerated calm. I'm Lin Jiayu, she said at last. Fang Yuan's brow furrowed, head tilting slightly. Lin Jiayu, Lin Jiayu, Fang Yuan echoed, brows drawing together. Lin. His gaze drifted, squinting slightly as he searched the corners of his memory like a man flipping through an old, half-burnt scroll. The girl crossed her arms, a single brow rising in disbelief. Seriously, she leaned in, a little too close, voice sweet but firm. The Lin Jiayu, from the Lin family, the one and only. Fang Yuan blinked at her, twice. His head tilted slightly to one side, the same way a puppy might when asked to recite scripture. The Lin family, he repeated. Should that mean something to me? Jiayu's eye twitched, her smile wavered. For a brief second, her aura actually cracked, just slightly as if her soul took psychic damage from sheer emotional betrayal. Unbelievable, she muttered, more to herself than him. Fang Yuan, completely oblivious to the social catastrophe unfolding in front of him, rubbed his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Jiayu, nope, still nothing. You sure we've met? The girl pouted, her arms crossed as she stared up at him with big, expectant eyes like a child waiting for a treat she was promised. Fang Yuan rubbed his temple. Lin. Then, suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait, I get it. You're Lin Feng's younger sister. The girl blinked, and then her cheeks flushed with the faintest pink. Do I really look that young? She whispered, a soft blush creeping over her face. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. Wait, you're not his sister, she smiled. It wasn't teasing or smug, just soft. She took a step closer and said, with a conspiratorial glint in her eye, I'll tell you a little secret then. Fang Yuan stayed still, listening. She leaned in slightly, her voice dropping to a near whisper. I was the one who attacked the spirit wolves that day, and we both ran away together while being chased by them. His eyes widened slightly. Click, the memory began slotting together. Click, she giggled when she saw the realization begin to dawn on his face. Then she tilted her head, eyes dancing with mischief and nostalgia. Remember, when they chased us to the cliff and you fell and got caught by that tree branch. Fang Yuan's throat bobbed in a slow gulp. He nodded faintly, stunned. Her hands rose, gently cupping his face. She traced a single finger along his cheek, slow, featherlight, until it rested just beneath his jaw. Her voice was soft now, laced with something tender and dangerous. I thought you jumped to your death, so I jumped too, because if you were going to die, I wanted to be with you. Even in death, she leaned closer, her breath brushing his ear. But instead, we landed in the river, remember. That old fisherman saved us. Fang Yuan stared at her, the final puzzle piece falling into place. His voice was a whisper. You are Lin Feng, she giggled, delighted as if she'd waited years to hear that from him. Yes, I am Lin Feng, but my real name is Lin Jiayu. She pressed her forehead against his, eyes glowing like dusk on water. I want you to remember that. Her voice dipped lower, brushing against his heart. My name and only mine. No other girl's name, okay. She smiled sweetly. But the glint in her eye promised that if he did forget, there would be consequences. Fang Yuan took a step back, eyes narrowing slightly. Wait a second. I thought you were a boy back then, and what are you even doing here? Lin Jiayu giggled and didn't answer right away. Instead, she took a bold step forward, reached out, and gently grabbed his wrist. I'm very much a girl, she whispered, voice dripping with amusement. Here, see for yourself. Before he could react, she tried to guide his hand toward her chest. Fang Yuan's eyes widened in sheer panic. He yanked his arm back so fast it was like touching a hot stove. Wah, I don't need to verify anything. I can see the truth just fine. She beamed, utterly unbothered. Good, she nodded approvingly. Then that settles it. She clasped her hands behind her back, eyes twinkling. Well, don't you think this is fate? You found your wife right when she was at her lowest. Her voice was light and playful, but the word wife rang through the air like a divine thunderclap. Fang Yuan blinked. Once, twice. His brain stalled like a broken transmission. Did she just proclaim herself, my wife? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Lin Jiayu leaned in, eyes sparkling with mischief. So husband, where are we going next? Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks, a twitch running down his cheek. What husband? Who is your husband? And I'm going deeper into the forest. His voice was flat, but his brow arched slightly, as if testing her resolve. She simply giggled, utterly unfazed. You know, in my clan, we have a saying for married couples, through thick and thin, together always. Without hesitation, she slipped her arm around his, her smile practically glowing. So of course I'm coming with you. Fang Yuan flinched, instinctively jerking his arm away. What are you doing? He took a step back, shaking his head. Her smile didn't falter. If anything, it softened into something gentler, deeper. Without a word, she reached up to her hair bun. Her fingers found the slender hairpin, the same one she had used earlier with such terrifying ease. With a smooth pull, she slid it free. As she did, the delicate flower tucked behind it slipped loose, drifting silently to the forest floor. She didn't spare it a glance. She didn't look at it, not even for a second. To her, nothing in this forest held more beauty, more meaning than the man standing before her. Then she reached to her ring finger and drew the spatial ring itself from her finger. The faint runes along its surface pulsed once, like a heartbeat. She stepped forward and offered it to him in both palms, her spatial ring, her everything. Here, she whispered, eyes steady. Take it. If that's what it takes for you to trust me, I'm giving you everything. She looked up at him, her voice softer now, less teasing. Is that enough to earn your trust? Yet, Fang Yuan stared down at the hairpin in his palm, then at the girl standing before him with wide, earnest eyes. For the first time since she had shown up, he had no words, completely, utterly speechless. Fang Yuan grabbed both and kept walking, but his mind was already drifting. Trust, he scoffed inwardly, as if he wasn't quick to hand that out, especially not in this situation, especially not to someone claiming to be Lin Feng, someone he hadn't seen since he was 7 years old. 7, it felt like a lifetime ago, and maybe it was. He wasn't exactly a normal child back then, already a transmigrator, already burdened with 2 lifetimes worth of memories and thoughts. At 7, he had the mind of a grown man, a tired, jaded man who already understood far too well how the world worked. And he remembered that, during that time, the Lin family had visited Coldwind City for some business with the Wu clan. Back in those days, the Fang family still held a spot in the 5 great families, though barely. They were the weakest of the 5, but still carried enough weight for their name to matter. That week had been unusually lively: visits, gifts, ceremonies, pomp. He remembered the Lin entourage arriving, refined, proud, arrogant, the kind of clan that looked down their nose even when smiling. And then, there was the child, the Lin family's only child. He remembered seeing him for the first time. They had no formal introduction, just a blur of motion, panic, and chaos. A pack of spirit wolves was chasing the boy, a whole pack. When he saw that, he hadn't thought, he just acted. He rushed over and then grabbed the boy's arm and bolted, dragging him through the forest, aiming straight for the cliffs. Why the cliff? Because the nearest human settlement was too far, and he had a small hideout carved into the rock face. A place he had found and reinforced himself, tucked away behind a vine-covered legend of the few places he felt safe in those days. He remembered looking back at the kid when they reached the edge. Back then, he thought Lin Feng was a boy. Scrawny, stubborn, wild-eyed. He'd said, "You have to trust me, I'll jump first. When I call out to you, then you jump." Got it, and that kid, with the most carefree, insane grin, said, "Let's hold hands and jump together." Even now, the memory gave him chills. Who says something like that at a time like that? Especially who would expect something like that from a 7-year-old? Wanna die so soon? Already, he'd refused, of course. "No, I jump first. Then you follow when I shout Jumo. Understand?" The boy had nodded, still grinning. "Got it, I'm Lin Feng." He'd nodded back, Fang Yuan, and leapt. He remembered grabbing the vine, swinging around the rocky edge, reaching the little ledge that served as his shelter. He was still catching his breath when he turned to shout, ready to jump back out with the vine and catch the kid mid-air. Only, the boy had already jumped, without waiting, just launched off the cliff with a laugh. Fang Yuan hadn't even had time to swear. He dove after him, swinging wide with the vine, catching the boy mid-fall, and the 2 of them plummeted straight into the river below. Cold, sharp, and yet somehow they survived. He remembered surfacing, coughing up water, dragging the kid to shore. They'd gotten caught in one of the local fishermen's traps, tangled in nets. The fisherman had pulled them both up and offered shelter. Fang Yuan, so relieved that they were alive, had even promised a reward. He carried the kid back to Coldwind-drenched, cold but alive, and that's when it all fell apart. The moment they stepped foot into the city, a group of uniformed cultivators, Lin family guards, had spotted them. They didn't wait for his explanations. There was no exchange of greetings, nor did the guards make any inquiry, just kidnapper and a flurry of attacks. He'd been too shocked to respond properly, barely escaped, and never saw Lin Feng again after that. And now. He glanced over his shoulder. That girl, Lin Zheyu, or whatever she called herself now, was happily skipping after him like this was a stroll in the countryside. She caught his gaze, waved, and smiled brightly. Fang Yuan turned back around with a sigh. Is she mental? He muttered under his breaths. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan turned his attention to the items in his hand. The hairpin was simple at first glance, sleek, elegant, but clearly crafted with precision. There were faint engravings along its length, subtle enough to be missed by an untrained eye, but to Fang Yuan each stroke shimmered faintly with spiritual resonance. The spatial ring, on the other hand, was more traditional, black with a silver inlay of coiling clouds, its weight deceptively light for the power it held. From beside him, Lin Zheyu leaned in slightly, her voice a sultry whisper, teasing and soft. "Wanna know what the artifact's for?" She gestured toward the hairpin with a delicate finger, the smile on her lips curling like the end of a mystery novel waiting to be spoiled. Fang Yuan didn't look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the hairpin, but his brow arched slightly. "What's an artifact for if not to kill?" She giggled, swaying a little as she clasped her hands behind her back. Yes, that too. But that's just the boring part." Her eyes gleamed as she leaned in close again, her voice lowering into a breathy whisper. "The longer I hold it close to me, the more likely I am to fertilize." Fang Yuan nearly dropped the hairpin on instinct, jolting like he had touched a cursed object. She laughed, the sound bright and unbothered. Of course it only works on females, silly. Fang Yuan shot her a blank stare. Then, without a word, he turned and began walking deeper into the forest. In one hand, he still held her spatial ring and the cursed hairpin, supposedly her prized possessions. But even as he walked, his spiritual essence stirred. He activated golden shell armor, second form bravery, the invisible shield cloaking him like a second skin. Subtle and invisible, constantly tracking danger behind his back. It drained his chi slowly, but not fast enough to worry him. His reserves were vast, and even if it wasn't, his life was far more worthwhile. Precautions were simply the smart thing to do, especially with her at his side. She followed behind at an even pace, humming a little tune as if they were on some romantic stroll, and then she suddenly spoke. "Can I walk in front?" Fang Yuan's step slowed. "Walk ahead." Fang Yuan's step slowed. She wants to walk ahead now. Why? Does she know? Can she sense the golden shell? Maybe she's been probing me this entire time, looking for weaknesses. His gaze flicked toward her subtly, just enough to observe, never enough to provoke. First she gave me her weapon, her ring. Now she wants to lead. No, 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 this isn't right. His fingers twitched. They say a single moment of carelessness can cost a cultivator their life. And now I'm just walking through the forest with some lunatic girl who calls herself my wife. He clenched his jaw. So what if she says she's Lin Feng? That was a lifetime ago. I was 7. She could have read my memories for all I know. There are soul-reading techniques, hypnosis scripts, hell, even illusion arrays. His breath hitched barely, but it was there. I don't trust her. I don't know her. And finally he stopped walking. He turned, movements slow, deliberate. His expression was unreadable, flat, calm, but his eyes were cold and distant. He held out the spatial ring and hairpin, steady as a blade. "Here," he said quietly, "take them back." His voice was firm and final. "And please leave me alone. If you truly want to meet again, you can visit the Fang family estate, officially." There was no edge to his tone, just cold boundaries. Lin Jieyu looked stunned. Her arms didn't reach for the items. Instead, she stared at him, eyes wide, shimmering with something deeper. "You still don't trust me," she whispered. Her voice cracked just slightly, as if tears threatened but didn't fall. Fang Yuan turned his head away, his gaze slipping off her face like water off stone. "No. Because this doesn't add up. What are the odds, truly? You wander into a forbidden forest, one of the most dangerous in the region, and just happen to run into someone you haven't seen since you were 7 years old." His brow twitched. 7, that's over 2 decades ago. Both had no communication, no sightings of each other. There were no news. And now, out of all places and all times, she just appears saying she's him. How is she even certain that he was Fang Yuan unless she tracked him from the very beginning? He scoffed under his breath. What kind of fantasy world logic is this? He shook his head slowly, more to himself than to her. I'm terrible at math, sure, but even I know the odds of this aren't just low, hey, or abyssal. They have to be hundreds of zeros after the decimal point, like digging through a mountain and finding a single hair. Just then. Movement, a rustle of grass, the distinct, measured footsteps of several men. Fang Yuan's head snapped toward the sound, footsteps rustling, the soft grind of boots against undergrowth. A cold clarity settled into him, quiet, razor-thin like the edge of a freshly honed blade. As the shadows stirred and the figures stepped into view, Fang Yuan's mind began to churn. Damn it, so that's how it is. This Lin Jieyu, what a cunning little fox. Got me talking, lowered my guard, dangled old memories like bait, and all the while steering me exactly where she wanted. Gaslighted and delivered right into her trap. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan moved, 3 light steps back, smooth and measured, putting a clean distance between himself and Lin Jieyu. But when he looked at her, she wasn't smiling, nor did she look like she was scheming. Her entire demeanor had shifted. Gone was the teasing glint in her eyes. Gone was the flirtation. Her expression had turned sharp and furious. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Her fingers hovered near the hairpin she had just relinquished. Her aura flared. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. She's angry. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Why was she angry? Fang Yuan stared at her for a long moment, his gaze searching her expression, trying to decipher whether this was another one of her absurd games, or something real. But there was no teasing glint this time, no smug smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Only a tight jaw, a coiled tension in her stance, and eyes fixed with open hostility, not at him, but at the shadows emerging ahead. He followed her gaze, then stiffened as a dozen men stepped out from between the trees, dressed in matching armor engraved with a delicate orchid motif, emblem of the Gu family. Each one radiated golden core realm cultivation, steady but unremarkable. The man at the center stood just a step higher, peak of the realm, the clear leader. He wore robes a little too refined for someone skulking through a swamp and waved an ornate fan lazily, despite the damp chill in the air. Purely for flair, as the forest was damp enough to freeze water. Lady Jieyu, he called with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Lin Jieyu's voice rang out sharp and clear, her posture rigid. Did my brother send you, or was it my father? The man chuckled, ignoring her question. Around him, the others began drawing weapons and talismans with practiced ease. Quiet clicks, the soft hum of chi gathering. Come now, the leader said, voice silky. Why run off like this? You were supposed to warm my bed tonight, remember? He tilted his fan coyly, as if expecting her to blush. She didn't. She clicked her tongue and stepped forward instead. Heh, you dare covet another man's wife. That one sentence hit Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He felt it, that creeping chill up his spine. Wait, what? Before he could even blink, Lin Jieyu turned her head sharply toward him. And just like that, the Gu family's leader finally noticed him. Fang Yuan stiffened. Up until now, he had been ignored. Blessedly, beautifully ignored. Like a rock or worse, a mortal. His expression stayed composed. His spiritual aura remained contained. But inwardly he cursed every god who had ever lived. This girl really brought their attention to me. Still, Fang Yuan didn't lose his calm. He cleared his throat and gave a light, almost indifferent cough. I don't know who you are. His tone was flat and dismissive. He even took a step back, as if putting distance between himself and a passing stranger. But Lin Jieyu didn't flinch. She just raised her hand and pointed directly at him at the hairpin glittering in his grasp. Oh, husband, she sang sweetly, eyes glowing with mock affection. You're holding my hairpin and my dowry in your hands. Don't be shy, let's show them how much we love each other. When she mentioned the hairpin, the young master from the Gu family suddenly paused mid-step. His gaze sharpened. And sure enough, there it was, the spatial ring and the hairpin of Lady Lin Jieyu, glinting faintly in the hands of this unknown stranger. One of his close confidants leaned in, whispering with growing urgency. Young master, isn't that the hairpin Lady Lin Jieyu always wears? A beat passed. More whispers followed from the group behind him. Didn't the oracle say that the one fated for her, the man blessed by the heavens, would be the only one aside from herself to hold her hairpin? Wasn't that supposed to be our young master? A ripple spread through the group, murmurs rising like wind before a storm, all of it converging on Fang Yuan. Every single gaze turned to him, especially the Gu family's young master, whose features twisted with fury, his expression like stone cracking under heat. Fang Yuan, however, simply sighed internally. It was already a nuisance before, but now, this had spiraled completely out of hand. He clenched his jaw, a dozen golden core cultivators. One peak among them, not even worth breaking a sweat. He was a peak nascent soul, a realm above, a world apart. Even Lin Jieyu, the only one present who could pose even a remote threat, didn't seem inclined to fight him at all, and so he decided to end this farce swiftly. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his expression unreadable, and then he spoke. His voice dropped, deepened with a touch of spiritual resonance. Easy enough. Changing voices was child's play. What came out was no longer the smooth, youthful voice of a wandering cultivator, but the cold, aged tone of a seasoned powerhouse. Young boy, Fang Yuan said, his voice rolling through the trees like distant thunder. Leave this place. I have no time for fools like you. It's dangerous here. A hush fell. The Gu family disciples instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. And then, my hubby, Lin Jieyu moaned, the words drawn out like honeyed poison. The young master's face contorted, a vein popping visibly at his temple. He clenched his fan so hard it bent slightly, and in the middle of this slow-burning disaster, Fang Yuan swore. He swore he definitely saw Lin Jieyu giggle. She definitely giggled. With a twinkle in her eye, she then turned her head ever so slightly toward him, and winked. The young master from the Gu family took a step forward, ignoring Fang Yuan's warning entirely. He raised his chin arrogantly, fan snapping open again despite the biting chill in the air. I am Gu Zhen, first son of the Gu family. My father and grandfather are both nascent soul realm masters. His voice boomed with pride, as if the very trees should bow in acknowledgement. Hand over the hairpin, the spatial ring, and whatever wealth you carry. Do that, and I'll let you crawl out of here alive. Behind him, the 12 cultivators shifted, subtle but deadly, ready to strike at a moment's. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over them, calm, unbothered, already calculating 10 different ways to flatten them before they could blink. He opened his mouth to respond when, ding, congratulations. Your family descendants have won the championship in the Coldwind City tournament. Rewards, plus 100,000 SB, plus 1 Saint grade cultivation manual. A chime echoed in his mind, bright and festive. For the briefest moment, Fang Yuan blinked. Then silence, not because of the tension, but because of a single, deeply perplexed thought in his head. Why the hell isn't it divine grade? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Divine grade, yes, the reward was supposed to be divine grade, not saint grade. Fang Yuan's brow twitched slightly. What kind of scam are you running, system? What is this? Still, the system made no comments as it simply watched him rant. He made a mental note to review it later. Maybe it had hidden conditions. Maybe he missed something. Hell, where I come from, saints go to heaven and eventually become divine, right? Or wait, is it divine first, then saint? These ranking names make no damn sense. His thoughts spiraled further. Saint grade. What's next? Pope grade. Oracle level. Can I get a heavenly bureaucrat tier? Yet before he could be buried in his thoughts, the Gu family attacked. Swords rang out as they surged forward in unison, flashing blades catching the dull light of the forest. 12 men, one target, but Fang Yuan was already moving. His body flowed like liquid shadow, slipping between blades and fists. A sword slashed down from the left, he twisted. Another jabbed for his chest. He stepped aside and let it slide past like mist. One came at him with a roar, overhead strike blazing with chi. Crack! Fang Yuan's palm slammed into the man's ribs, sending him flying back into a tree with a wet thud. Another sword came swinging for his head. It was fast and precise, one hit and it could actually kill. But Fang Yuan ducked low in a blur of motion, letting the blade whistle just inches above his hair. And then, he pivoted. His body twisted with the momentum, right leg chambered, directly aiming in the groin. A flawless, bone-crushing strike to the family jewels. The cultivator didn't scream, he wheezed. It was the kind of sound one made when life re-evaluated its worth in a single heartbeat. His blade slipped from his fingers. His knees buckled like bamboo in a storm, and he collapsed forward, clutching himself with both hands as his pupils rolled back into his skull. And Fang Yuan shouted, "Goal." With his shout, what followed next was silence. Everyone shared a unified and a horrified silence. The remaining goo cultivators didn't charge. They froze, all 11 of them. Their eyes widened, and like synchronized dancers of pain, every man present subtly cupped his own groin, a silent, instinctive gesture of universal male solidarity. You didn't need spiritual sense to feel it, just eyes and a soul. Fang Yuan straightened with a slight wince of sympathy. "Sorry, brother. But your ancestors won't have descendants now." He turned, cloak fluttering. "All right, who's next?" Around him, the Gu family hesitated. Several looked down at their swords, then back at Fang Yuan. "Is that how cultivators were supposed to fight? What kind of men is this? That's dirty. Cheating." Even Gu Zhen, fan still in hand, took half a step back. Fang Yuan didn't wait for a response. He simply started walking slowly, deliberately toward Gu Zhen. Each step crunched softly against the mossy earth, but to Gu Zhen it might as well have been the tolling of a funeral bell. The fan in his hand trembled. "Why you? Don't you know who I am?" Gu Zhen stammered, voice rising like a squeaky flute in a death march. "My father is Gu Jian, clan head Gu Jian, a nascent soul powerhouse. He'll kill you if you lay a finger on me." But Fang Yuan didn't stop. He didn't blink. He didn't even respond. Gu Zhen took a step back, then another. The air grew thick, heavy with pressure, not spiritual but psychological. The kind that made even peak golden core cultivators instinctively sweat beneath their robes. "Did you get him?" Gu Zhen shrieked. The Gu cultivators surged forward, all except one. The poor soul whose balls had been sent to the afterlife lay curled on the ground, moaning softly to himself, lost in a pain that only the grave could numb. The rest, 11 in all, rushed in. Talismans blazed to life. Swords glinted coldly. Spiritual light exploded in bursts of fire, wind, and ice. Fang Yuan exhaled, a long breath, eyes like still lakes. Golden shell armor first form, cowardice. The shimmering dome of light bloomed instantly, golden and absolute. Blades and spiritual attacks slammed into the barrier and were instantly repelled, bursting apart like waves hitting stone. Fang Yuan stepped forward through the storm, casual, almost annoyed. He reached out, palm glowing with golden essence. Crack. He backhanded one cultivator into a tree. Bang! Another was grabbed mid-leap and slammed into the ground so hard the swamp trembled. 3 tried to coordinate, attacking in tandem, but they met a boot. Spinning midair, Fang Yuan landed a brutal kick straight into one man's gut, flipping him back into his allies like a bowling ball of human pain. The rest faltered, eyes wide, breathing heavy. The difference in realms, in pressure and intent, it was now painfully obvious. Fang Yuan dusted off his robes. "You're sending golden core fish to fight a nascent soul shark," he said, finally speaking, tone dry as bone. Then he turned his gaze back to Gu Zhen, who had stumbled and fallen on his backside. "I don't care who your father is," Fang Yuan said, voice cool and low, each word a blade honed to silence. "But if he wishes to avenge you, tell him to come to Sword Twin Mountain, and send a challenge to me, Sword Demon Kai Sang." The words dropped like a guillotine. For a heartbeat, silence fell across the forest. Then gasps echoed around, so audible as it was a collective one. Even the birds seemed to go mute. Weapons clattered to the forest floor. Every single Gu cultivator froze. Their pupils dilated, breath caught, postures stiffened. Even the wind paused as if listening. "SS Sword Demon," one of them stammered. "Why, you're that Kai Sang, the one from the massacre at Ghost Cliff Pass, the one who soloed the Crimson Flame sect's entire inner court." Fang Yuan didn't confirm or deny. He just stood still. "Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist." Gu Zhen's lips trembled, then his entire jaw. His limbs buckled as reality shattered around him. "And no, please, senior, forgive me. This junior didn't know it was you." He dropped to his knees, bowing so low his forehead struck the ground with a loud thunk. Again and again, the smell hit before anything else. Gu Zhen had pissed himself. Right there, golden core or not, his pride, dignity, and pants were all soaked. "I was wrong, so wrong. Please have mercy," Senior Kai sang. Fang Yuan kept up the act. His eyes swept over the trembling Gu cultivators one last time, the corner of his mouth curling just slightly in disdain. "Scram now," he said coldly. They didn't need to be told twice. Gu Zhen was already halfway into the forest, still dragging wet footprints behind him. His men followed like frightened rabbits, weapons forgot, pride shattered, their retreat nearly tripping over itself in the haste to flee the so-called sword demon. When the last of their shadows vanished between the trees, a soft hum sounded behind him. Then came a hop, a skip, a playful voice. Whoa, Fang Yuan didn't even turn. Go away. Oh, don't be like that, she pouted dramatically, spinning once and halting in front of him. I came to help you, didn't I? He gave her a look, unreadable but firm. Unbothered, she leaned in with a giggle and whispered, I may or may not have found a hollow yeklo grass. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, but her perceptive self already noticed. Her smile sharpened. Oh, hit the mark, didn't I? She said, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger. You're here for the hollow soul pill, right? Which means you're preparing for the hollow spirit realm, which means you're just a step away from hollow spirit realm. Ah, how exciting, husband. Fang Yuan said nothing, but his silence was already an answer. Of course he was searching for the grass. It was one of the rarest main ingredients in refining hollow soul pill. And of course this fox found it first. Yet he didn't speak and instead just stared at her, still guarded. She tilted her head as if catching the flicker of mistrust. Oh, come on, still don't believe me, she whined sweetly. Fine, how about this? I'll swear an oath with your family's truth artifact. You know, the heirloom ring you always wear. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed. His voice dropped, quiet but heavy. How do you know about that? That ring wasn't some random trinket. It was a soul-bound artifact passed down through his bloodline for generations. A tool designed to reveal truth from lies, but only with consent. And that flaw made it nearly useless in hostile situations. He didn't have any occasions where he needed to use it, so its usage has been zero so far. Still, he wore it because it was one of the last relics tied to his parents, a silent bond with the family he lost. And yet, this girl knew. Lin Jiayu's smile widened, her lashes fluttering playfully as she took a slow, deliberate step closer. Her movements were fluid, almost feline in their grace as she leaned in just enough to invade Fang Yuan's personal space, voice dropping to a honeyed whisper. I might or might not have kept a little tab on you here and there, just a glance or two. Over the years, she said, twirling a loose strand of hair around her finger with an air of innocence that fooled no one. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. I mean, how could you possibly expect me to remember you after 23 years without meeting even once? She continued with a mock pout, her tone rich with exaggerated offense. It's not like I have a photographic memory or anything. Then her expression shifted, smirk deepening, voice dipping into that dangerous territory between seductive and deranged. That's why I followed your whereabouts, listened for rumors here and there, and racked down a few contracts you took in the outer provinces. It was not that hard, really. You're kind of famous, you know. She leaned in even closer, lips brushing dangerously near his ear. And I may or may not have watched from a very safe distance while you bathed. Fang Yuan froze. You what? His voice was flat, but his eyes snapped toward her like a drawn blade. She giggled, full, unashamed, and completely unfazed. I said from a safe distance, silly. It's not like I barged in. I just watched and admired. Of course I was collecting data as well. Fang Yuan's mouth parted slightly, but no words came out. A rare event. Her hands clasped behind her back, she took another step, circling him now with slow, deliberate steps. Don't look at me like that. How else was I supposed to confirm if you'd grown up handsome? You're insane. Am I? She beamed, or dedicated. Depends who's judging. Fang Yuan didn't answer, but the way his foot subtly shifted and his chi rippled just slightly told her he was this close to putting her to sleep for a week. She giggled again. That only seemed to excite her more. Just kidding, or am I? She added with a wink. Fang Yuan stared, deadpan. That's stalking and being a pervert. Lin Jiayu gasped and placed both hands on her chest as if wounded. Excuse you, I wasn't the one stalking. It was my subordinate. I'm completely innocent. I just watched what they sent me, organized the files, and rewatched the footage 5 or 6 dozen times. What the hell, she giggled. But isn't it sweet? You got a wife who's very loyal to you and only you. Fang Yuan massaged the bridge of his nose. This girl was mad and unhinged. But she also knew about the hollow yeklo grass, and she was willing to make an oath on his heirloom ring, which meant she was confident. He still didn't trust her, but he also couldn't ignore the bait. And Lin Jiayu, she just smiled wider, eyes gleaming with affection, obsession, and something far too dangerous to name. Shall we start then, or are you planning to fall for me here instead of the cliff we jumped from 23 years ago? Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Fang Yuan raised his left hand, fingers brushing the ancient ring that sat snugly at its base. The band was simple, worn by time and legacy, a deep obsidian metal etched faintly with silver filigree, looping patterns of dragon breath and ancestral flame. It pulsed faintly as if it recognized the tension in the air. He slid the ring off slowly, not because it was difficult, but because this wasn't a casual gesture. This was a ritual. A piece of his family's soul, passed through generations, and if used, it required respect. With the ring resting in his palm, he stared at Lin Jiayu, his tone even and quiet but laced with something sharper than steel. Do you know the cost of being caught lying after willingly binding yourself to this? Lin Jiayu nodded with an almost bored enthusiasm. Yes, yes, of course, she replied, waving one hand playfully. The soul lash and the backlash, I know. One flicker of dishonesty and boom, instant spiritual damage. There's a risk of potentially crippling. I've done my homework, dear husband. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Then you also know that even intent to deceive counts. Not just the words you say, but the spirit behind them. She smirked, stepping forward like it was a wedding ceremony instead of an interrogation. Go ahead, I'm ready to bind. Fang Yuan paused only for a moment, watching her carefully. Then slowly he infused the ring with a thread of his qi. The band glowed faintly, soft golden light weaving between the carvings. Place your finger here, he instructed, pointing to the circle of light on the band. Without hesitation, Lin Jieyu pressed her fingertip to the glow. The ring pulsed once, then again, and then a ripple of transparent energy spread out in a perfect sphere around the two of them, barely visible, like sunlight refracted through still water. Fang Yuan exhaled slowly. It had begun. The ring now recognized Lin Jieyu as the one bound to truth. He started slowly. Are you really Lin Feng? He asked. Her eyes sparkled. Yes, she replied simply. The ring remained quiet, no light nor signs of a backlash. And your real name? Lin Jieyu, she smiled. Still, the ring remained inert. Were you the one who jumped off the cliff 23 years ago? I didn't hesitate, she answered. I thought you were dead. So I believed we would be together if I followed you into death at the same time, if it meant one more moment with you. Fang Yuan's throat tightened slightly, but the ring gave no protest. He stared deeper. Have you stalked me over the years? Absolutely, she said with a wide, unrepentant grin. The ring glowed lightly, but not in rejection, it was confirmation. She wasn't lying. Fang Yuan was in disbelief for a second there, but he continued the question. Have you tried to manipulate me since the moment we met today? This time her brows rose. Manipulating you. No, I wanted you to remember me on your own. There was no pulse or a lash. She was telling the truth. Fang Yuan frowned deeper now. His final question lingered in the air, and when he asked it, his voice was low and almost too quiet. Do you mean me any sort of harm? Lin Jieyu's smile softened, not teasing, not deranged. Something almost too human glinted behind those eyes. No, absolutely not, she said. Not unless you meant to reject me forever. The ring dimmed but did not spark. It didn't reject her words, it accepted them, which meant she wasn't lying. Even that madness, that obsession, was rooted in real truth. Fang Yuan said nothing. He simply slipped the ring back onto his finger, exhaled, and stared at the woman who, by all logic, should not be trusted, and yet had passed a test older than kingdoms. Lin Jiayu beamed, clasping her hands behind her back like an innocent maiden. Satisfied, he looked at her, truly looked, and said, voice low and unreadable, we'll go to the hollow Yeklo grass. Lead the way. Lin Jiayu giggled as if she had a small victory, and behind her smile, behind her playful steps, there was a flicker of something dangerous again. Fang Yuan walked in silence, the forest quiet around them save for the occasional rustle of leaves and the maddening hum of Lin Jiayu's presence beside him. Then her voice chimed, light and honeyed as ever. Husband, what will you do if the saber-fang guarding the grass happens to be a peak-nascent soul realm beast? Fang Yuan didn't so much as flinch, his voice cool and flat. Don't call me husband. You're so cruel. She whined dramatically, clutching her chest as if physically wounded. My fragile heart. Broken in pieces, again. Fang Yuan said nothing, eyes forward, tone detached as always. She sniffled loudly, then leaned in with a mischievous glint and whispered something just low enough to stir the hairs near his ear. Hey, husband, I was the one who spread the rumors that you were gay. Fang Yuan stopped walking. There was a moment of absolute silence. Then his head turned slowly, brows furrowing, eyes wide in blank disbelief. The heck, she giggled, twirling a strand of her hair as she leaned a little closer, voice soaked in playful affection. Oh dear husband, no other woman needs to know that you're into women, she beamed sweetly. I alone am enough for you. Fang Yuan didn't respond, but his eye twitched slightly. She clasped her hands behind her back, her expression turning mock serious, chin tilted in confidence. Trust me, she added, lowering her voice like she was about to reveal a divine secret. All women are like snakes. I'm the only exception. Fang Yuan turned his head slightly, lips parted just enough to speak, but no words came out. His mouth closed again. What kind of logic is that? He finally muttered under his breath. The sheer narcissism, the unshakable self-belief, the audacity. She smiled wider, completely unbothered, as if she had just spoken a universal truth, and Fang Yuan could only stare at her for a moment, utterly speechless. Clan building system, I'm not the protagonist. Oh look, Lin Jiayu chirped suddenly, her voice light and melodic as she pointed toward a narrow clearing nestled between the gnarled roots of a towering silverwood tree. There's the hollow Yeklo grass. Fang Yuan's eyes snapped in the direction she pointed, narrowing instinctively. And there, resting between braided roots, partially cloaked in spiritual mist, were 10 glowing sprouts of greenish gold. Their leaves shimmered faintly, a gentle hum of spiritual resonance pulsing from them in tune with the air itself. Even from this distance, he could sense the unique chi rhythm tied to the hollow spirit realm, subtle and steady, like a breath waiting to be drawn. There it was, hollow yeklo grass, a treasure beyond value, a step closer to breaking through to hollow spirit realm. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate. His boots cracked through the moss as he darted forward. He was not going to risks. No, he should not delays. Last time he'd found one, only for it to wither before his very eyes, devoured by the saber-fang that guarded the grass. Not this time. He landed by the herb, careful not to damage the roots as he knelt. He pulled out a precision blade and dug slowly, carefully, extracting the soil along with the herb. Lin Jieyu strolled after him, arms folded behind her back, eyes lazily observing. My, why the rush, husband? She asked with a smirk, scared someone else might pick your little treasure. Fang Yuan wanted to snap back. Last time I found one, it was eaten by a damn beast 5 seconds later, but he swallowed the memory. Instead, he remained quiet, breath-focused, eyes sharp. He slipped the grass into a protective crystal container and tucked it into his spatial ring. Then he rose, satisfied. Lin Jieyu beamed, leaning in slightly. Am I not useful, husband? Fang Yuan gave her a long look, and finally nodded, just once, amen. That seemed to please her more than a full poem would have. But before he could enjoy even a second of peace, the system buzzed in his mind again. Ding, host, you haven't claimed your Coldwind Tournament reward. Please access it now to optimize your cultivation path. Oh right, that notification again. He was about to pull it open when, husband, Lin Jieyu's voice came again, unusually casual. What are you daydreaming about? He blinked. Then she added, almost cheerfully, look. 4 saber-tooths coming our way. What? He whipped his head around. Thump. 4 massive shadows emerged from the brush, silent as death. Saber-fang spirit beasts, fangs curved like sickles, bodies large enough to crush trees with a swipe. 2 of them were at mid-stage nascent soul realm, one was late stage, and the last one was terrifyingly calm, its fur streaked with silver blue, peak nascent soul, his pupils contracted. What the hell? Without hesitation, Fang Yuan grabbed Lin Jieyu's wrist. Run, he barked. Lin Jieyu blinked as Fang Yuan's fingers wrapped around her wrist, his grip firm, urgent. And then she smiled, a slow, sultry smile that did not belong to someone currently being chased by 4 monstrous spirit beasts. I'm so sudden, husband, she whispered breathlessly, a small shiver running up her spine. You're grabbing me so forcefully. I like it. Fang Yuan didn't even dignify that with a response. His focus was locked ahead, spiritual energy flooding to his legs as he tore through the underbrush, yanking her along with him. Behind them, the saber-fangs roared, the ground trembling with every step of their pursuit. Boom. A tree splintered and collapsed as the peak stage saber-fang leapt clean through it, maw-wide, glowing chi threads around its fangs slicing through branches like paper. Stop talking, Fang Yuan growled, ducking under a low branch. Focus on running, or we're both going to be spirit beast snacks. But Lin Jieyu only giggled, eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, come on, don't be so cold. I'm treasuring this moment, you know. Hand in hand, life and death, running from beasts so romantic. I wish this moment last forever. He glanced sideways, deadpan. You've got issues. Maybe, she cooed, her steps light despite the chaos. But you're holding me tighter than any man ever has, so I must be doing something right. Behind them, the air howled as one of the mid-stage saber-fangs slashed out with its claw, sending a compressed wave of chi that split the ground apart. Fang Yuan dodged to the left, pulling Lin Jieyu with him. The impact landed where they had just stood, throwing dirt and stone into the sky like an explosion. The late-stage saber-fang howled, its eyes glowing as it began gathering a beam of condensed soul chi in its throat. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue, his body twisting mid-air as another devastating chi slash narrowly missed his shoulder. The wind screamed past his ears as he landed and rolled, never stopping. If you have any tricks, he snapped, use them now. Lin Jieyu, unfazed even with 4 monstrous saber-fangs on their tail, only grinned like she was being invited to a dance. Oh, I've got plenty. Then what are you waiting for? Fang Yuan barked, launching himself sideways as a tree behind him was ripped in half by the peak stage saber-fang's swipe. This wasn't a joke anymore if it ever was. That thing wasn't just big. It was fast, unnervingly intelligent, and brimming with so much soul chi that Fang Yuan could feel his blood vibrating from just being near it. He was a peak stage nascent soul cultivator, powerful by mortal standards. But even he knew the truth. A mid-stage saber-fang would give him a hard time. A peak one, he'd be lucky to die with a whole corpse. As he landed again and prepared to throw a talisman, he heard Lin Jieyu's voice ring out behind him. Heavenly timber first form, wood explosions. The world shuddered. All around them, the trees suddenly pulsed, faint runes glowing along their bark, and then boom, 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 they detonated in rapid succession.